1. Chapter 001. The Huge Cage in Infinite Hell. Dark, wet, the smell of decay. Into Ace's nostrils. The flickering firelight on both sides of the corridor illuminated his desperate face. Clatter. The occasional sound of shackles hammered at his soul. This is the Calm Belt, a deep-sea prison surrounded by countless sea kings, impelled down. He regretted not listening to his father's advice and going alone to hunt down Di Chi, which led to such an end. Have no idea. Will Dad be sad? Not long after entering the first floor. Then a man with a fork and a protruding belly came forward with a team of stern-looking jailers. Oh my, isn't this Vice Admiral Mole? Long time no see. Deputy Director Hannibal. This is the prisoner being escorted this time. Marshal Zhangua specifically emphasized that he be imprisoned on the 6th floor. Vice Admiral Mole pushed Ace towards Hannibal. Oh. Hannibal was surprised for a moment, then recognized Ace and said, Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates 2nd Division, this kind of person really needs to be locked up on the 6th floor. Then I'll have to trouble Deputy Director Hannibal, said Lieutenant General Mole. It's no trouble. The position of the future director is mine anyway. Oops, I accidentally let it slip. Hannibal covered his mouth in panic and glanced at the jailer behind him, signaling them to hand over Ace. Vice Admiral Mole had dealt with Captain Hannibal before and knew that he was a man who could not hide anything. After the simple handover ceremony, he left with his men. After all, this is a tense period and the Navy headquarters may need us at any time. After Hannibal handed over Ace, he led the jailer and the other party being escorted into the depths of the corridor. After entering the elevator, you will soon arrive at the 6th floor of the prison, which is the dreaded Infinite Hell. In the Infinite Hell, it was dark and quiet, without any screams or even any sound. Hannibal led everyone forward, breaking his usual silence. Here on the 6th floor, he also felt depressed. Choose a room for yourself. This is the only privilege I have while being here, that I can choose any cell I want. After walking for a distance, Hannibal stopped and said, Let me out, Hannibal. Hannibal, you bastard, come here and let me beat you up. Hannibal, wash your ass clean. Hannibal. Suddenly, the moment Hannibal finished speaking, all over the 6th floor, all kinds of curses and roars rang out. Everyone, be quiet. Hannibal roared after hearing this and urged Ace, Kid, hurry up and choose. I don't want to face these lunatics here. Lift up your sesame face. Ace looked around. It was dark, damp, eerie, cold, and had a pungent smell of mold. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the shadow of a huge cage shrouded in mist, far away from the prisoners. Wow. Well, that's not for you. Hannibal let out a few strange cries when he saw this, and without waiting for Ace to speak, his face changed drastically, and he said, he shuddered when he thought about the guy locked up inside. That wasn't a human being. Ace didn't intend to choose that place. He just wanted to ask what was going on. But seeing the other party's appearance, he couldn't help but feel curious, and immediately pointed to a cage not far from the huge phantom cage. You are such a brat. You actually dare to go over there. I'm afraid you won't even know how you died. I end there. Before Hannibal could speak, an extremely arrogant voice came from the cage closest to them. Douglas Barrett. Shut up. Hannibal stopped him immediately upon hearing this, and his shrill voice echoed throughout the prison area. The cage has existed since Impel Down was founded. The secret has always been kept by the generations of guards. By the time of Magellan's generation, due to the special nature of the fruit, he was sometimes unable to move. Therefore, Hannibal, who was regarded as a confidant, was fortunate enough to know some information. However, this little bit of information alone was enough to subvert the entire world. Fortunately, very few people outside have this information. However, this includes One Piece crew Douglas Barrett. Barrett surprisingly didn't say anything and frowned, glanced at Ace, who looked somewhat familiar, then walked back to the center of the cage and sat down. Are you sure you want to choose that one? Don't say I didn't warn you. All the criminals who lived in that area before never had a good ending. Hannibal glanced at the huge cage with fear and reminded Ace surprisingly kindly. The latter was stunned when he heard this and hesitated slightly. Thinking that he might spend the rest of his life in this dark, infinite hell, he simply nodded and said, That one. A newborn calf is still not afraid of a tiger. Does anyone want to take a gamble? It's also a bit of fun. I bet he can last a day. I don't think it will take a day, but I might take even half a day. The infinite hell began to boil again. Some figures gradually emerged from the dark cells, and all they saw were extremely vicious criminals. Forget it since you've chosen it. It's up to you. I will come down again in 10 days. If you are not dead by then, you will have a chance to choose a cage again. Hannibal pushed Ace and said to the jailer beside him, "You go wait at the door. I will escort him there alone." Based on Hannibal's usual style, he would never do such a thankless task, but this time he was particularly serious. Although the terrifying giant cage is chilling, it also has huge benefits. This was the conclusion he came to after his monthly routine checkup. As we left the prisoner area, we got closer to the huge cage. The closer we got, the thicker the air seemed to become. Ace, who was locked in sea-stone shackles, was not physically strong, even weaker than Hannibal beside him. The sticky air instantly turned his face pale. His breathing became extremely irregular, and even his whole body became extremely heavy. Why can't you bear this?" Hannibal saw this and gave a devilish smile. Ace did feel a little uncomfortable, but his unyielding character made him glare and endure the intense pressure as he followed Hannibal forward. Fortunately, the cage was not far away, and after walking for a while, they arrived at the door of the cage chosen by the former. Hannibal opened the cell and pushed Ace inside. "Since you chose this room, there's no need to lock you up. I hope you're still alive when I come next time." After saying that, he glanced at the cage, which was still in a shadowy state in the distance, hesitated for a moment, and then walked towards the cage. Although he would gain a little bit of profit every time he came here, in order to compete for the position of director, he had to come and experience it every time. Passing through the white, cold air, I came to the giant cage. Standing there, compared to the cage, Hannibal felt as small as an ant. Inside the huge cage that is 50 meters square, there is a square block of ice that is integrated with the cage. A 5-meter-thick hoarfrost iron chain was tied to each of the 4 corners, spreading cold air and preventing the giant ice block from melting. And in the amber-like ice, there are 3 giant heads with crescent-shaped horns and necks. Their ferocious faces exude a terrifying aura like dragons. Looking up at those 3 terrifying heads, Hannibal was always shocked. Chapter 002. The giant beast Ghidorah from thousands of years ago. Even though the 3 huge heads had their eyes closed, Hannibal still couldn't help but feel his legs tremble. Seeing that the monster showed no signs of waking up, he turned around and left, enduring the discomfort. When he got out of the momentum suppression area, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced back at Ace's cage, and left the infinite hell with his men. The 6th floor of Impel Down fell into silence again. In the cell near the huge prison, Ace was sweating profusely, still maintaining the posture that Hannibal pushed him in motionless. My whole heart was beating wildly due to the unrivaled momentum. What a terrifying aura it was that made the air sticky. Even if he is the strongest dad, he is not this terrifying. Looking at the huge cage filled with cold air, I realized for the first time how small I am. Suddenly, something seemed to be activated in his blood, making his blood boil. Ace was in shock, and a strong desire not to admit defeat suddenly emerged in his heart. "I am Portgas D. Ace. How can I be frightened by such a powerful aura?" He was like a stubborn child facing a violent parent, with a fire of unwillingness to admit defeat burning in his eyes, and he tried to stand up and fight against that momentum. However, I found that under that momentum, standing up was a luxury. He gritted his teeth, veins on his forehead bulged, and he tried desperately to get up with his shackled hands supporting the ground. Interesting young man." Suddenly, a hoarse and human voice sounded in his mind. "Who?" Ace's body trembled, and he couldn't help but look outside the cage subconsciously. However, there was nothing at all except the drifting mist. "Portgas D. Ace?" Suddenly, the voice in my mind sounded again. "Who are you?" This time Ace could clearly feel that the voice did not come from anyone, but came from his own mind. You're in my territory, and you're asking me who I am?" The voice let out a terrifying laugh like that of a demon. You, where are you?" As if he had sensed something, Ace looked at the huge cage shadow in the distance in disbelief. Look, it hasn't even been an hour, and the kid has already gone insane and started talking nonsense. "Hey, kid, how does it taste?" Hearing Ace's surprised voice, the infinite hell became lively again. All the prisoners came to their respective cages and looked in the direction of Ace. This was probably the only fun thing they had experienced in the past few years. However, Douglas Barrett, who was sitting in a cage, laughed and muttered something inexplicably. "Did you sense it so quickly?" Then he glanced in the direction of Ace's cage with a little envy in his eyes, then sat cross-legged in the cage and closed his eyes to rest. As a crew member of One Piece, he knew some things that ordinary people didn't know, and after spending 10 years in this infinite hell, he finally figured out some things. But because of his initial fear, he missed an opportunity. I hope that young man can seize the opportunity, because he smelled a familiar scent from the young man. "Ah, it seems you are not stupid." The mysterious voice appeared again, and Ace became more certain of his guess. "Are you the prisoner here?" "Prisoner?" Snored. It was as if he had asked something that he shouldn't have asked. Ace only felt that along with that cold snort, the temperature around him suddenly dropped, and the sticky feeling in the air became stronger. It makes people feel like being in a quagmire. Fuck. What did that guy do? I can't breathe. That's the feeling. Suddenly, the entire six-layer infinite hell began to boil like a surging sea tide. Some criminals with weaker strength fainted instantly, while those with a little more strength were sweating profusely. And the moment Barrett sensed that aura, he suddenly opened his eyes with a gleam of light, and then closed his eyes again to carefully feel the aura that was radiating past him. Powerful. Too strong. It is so strong that people dare not even think of resisting. I really want to see what you look like in real life. Compared to the entire infinite hell, Ace's strength was not strong. Under the brunt of that terrifying momentum and pressure, his brain went blank in an instant. Unconsciously, something seemed to awaken in his blood, and he regained consciousness in an instant. However, when he regained consciousness, he was like a small boat in the midst of a violent storm under that terrifying aura. Fainting is a possibility at any time. Wave. A barely audible sound was heard inside the body, followed by a burst of extremely weak energy. The surging momentum, when it encountered the terrifying momentum, didn't even have time to resist and was crushed in an instant. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Ace's mouth, his eyes rolled up, and he fainted completely. As he fainted, the terrifying aura that was pressing on him disappeared instantly, and along with it, all the pressure on the entire 6th floor disappeared. I'm alive. What was that just now? Too scary. Snored. Douglas Barrett, upon hearing what the other prisoners said, opened his eyes and snorted coldly, glanced in the direction of the huge cage, then closed his eyes again to feel it. However, the Red Ouroboros Redfield, who was a contemporary of Douglas Barrett, frowned and stared silently at the huge cage shadow in the distance. Because of the special nature of his devil fruit, he sensed a different flavor from that aura. That the person locked up inside is definitely not a human. Ghidorah, who was fully aware of everything that happened on the 6th floor, was not surprised at all. Instead, he used his senses to explore Ace's condition, and he couldn't help but feel happy. Has the dominant Haki been awakened? He then withdrew his perception, and even the overflowing aura was taken back by him. Since Ace has been imprisoned and impelled down, it seems likely that chaos will break out here soon. Yes, King Ghidorah is not from this world, or rather, he is not a monster from this world. Like many other time travelers, he also came from the Blue Planet. When he came to this world, he didn't know whether he was in King Ghidorah's body that had eaten the human fruit, or in human's body that had eaten the ancient animal-type Titan fruit. All in all, he became a three-headed monster, Ghidorah. Fortunately, this world does not have the righteous Ultraman or Godzilla who protects the world from nuclear peace, so he has become the big brother of this world. Because of the special reason of the fruit, he became a long-lived monster or human. In the long river of history, you will always encounter some people and things, but you don't want to be cheated by a man named him. That's why he knows which world he is in. One Piece. One Piece. However, I am probably hundreds of years away from the plot of One Piece. He was tricked, and because of his special physical condition, the group of people had no choice but to imprison him in the doldrums and build a huge underwater tower. With the help of seawater energy and permafrost chains, he was completely suppressed and named Impulse City. The Golden Lion who had escaped from prison once asked him to open the shackles, but he didn't expect to be rejected by that damn guy, so he had to stay here for a few more years. Now that Ace has been captured, all he has to do is wait for Luffy to break the icy chain. By then, it will be the day for me to make a comeback. Little M, I wonder if your neck is clean. 3. Chapter 003. A different garb. The world is about to tremble. As the news of the arrest and imprisonment of Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard 2nd Division, spread, The sea calmed down instead. However, this seemingly calm surface actually has undercurrents, and all the manifestations are just the calm before the storm. However, amidst this undercurrent, an explosion occurred again in the Sabaody archipelago. The Straw Hat Pirates attacked the celestial dragons on the island, and the Navy sent out its top force to suppress them. Report. In the office of Marshal Marin Fandu at the Navy headquarters, a messenger ran in hurriedly. Marshal, the Sabaody archipelago incident. Admiral Kizaru captured 500 pirates to vent his anger. It's too late to create a file in Advanced City now. Let him be. Now don't report anything to me except for Whitebeard's matter. Zhang said seriously when he heard this. But there is also the world noble Roswald Saint. Let the general handle it. After hearing the annoying thing he least wanted to hear, Zhang held his forehead and felt a headache. Then he asked, "Where are the Kapu people?" "A Vice Admiral Garp just went to impel down," the messenger said with cold sweat on his forehead. "What is that guy going to do?" Hearing this, Zhang's eyes were filled with worry. The situation is so serious, but he is still alone. In the Calm Belt, the undersea prison Advanced City, the 6th level of Infinite Hell. Garp walked to Ace's cage alone, looked at Ace lying motionless on the ground, frowned and asked, "Boy, are you dead now?" As if sensing something, Ace, who was lying on the ground, moved his fingers and immediately sat up. Looking at Garp outside, his face was gloomy, and he said, "Old man, what a tenacious vitality." Garp couldn't help but sigh when he saw that Ace was fine, and then he sat down, cross-legged outside the cage. "Ace, thanks to you, the Marine headquarters and even the entire world government are in chaos." Ha 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 ha. Kill me. Ace didn't know what to feel when he saw Garp laughing. Now he just felt very painful, so painful that he had no face to face the other party. "You want me to kill you? Idiot, how can you seek your own death? Even if you die, what can you solve? The matter has already been settled. Even if you die, Whitebeard will not let it go." Seeing this, Garp cursed with a look of disappointment. Hearing this, Ace was unable to refute and sat the cage with gritted teeth. "It's really strange that Hannibal and the others didn't tie you up, but left you alone in this cage." Garp looked at Ace, who was only wearing shackles, in surprise. Then he began to talk to himself again. "According to my plan, you and Luffy would become outstanding Marines. Now, let alone Marines, the two brothers have become villains. You've heard about Luffy, right? That brat actually captured the Judicial Island. I immediately rushed there and gave him a taste of my loving fist, but he showed no remorse. This time they caused a big disturbance in the Sabaody archipelago and beat up the celestial dragons. If it weren't for my influence, I'm afraid you two brothers would have reunited here." "Huh. As expected of my grandson." As he spoke, a hint of pride appeared on Garp's aged face, and he laughed. Even Ace in the cage couldn't help but curl his lips when he heard this. After a while, Garp spoke again. "By the way, I told Luffy about his father. When he found out he had a father, his expression was hilarious." Upon hearing this, Ace lowered his head and said with endless resentment in his eyes, "That kind of thing, whether you know it or not, is a problem. Luffy and I both inherited the blood of world-famous criminals. How can we become Marines? The bloodline of that bastard father makes me feel embarrassed. My father only has Whitebeard." Bang. What nonsense. When Roger was mentioned, Garp, who was sitting in the cage, punched the ground angrily and shouted, "Asshole, there are things you don't know. Don't jump to conclusions." Ace was startled by Garp's punch. He looked up at Garp's ferocious face and was very confused. "The other party and my father are obviously enemies, but they look like this, which is really strange." Garp. At this moment, the voice sounded in Ace's mind again. Hearing this, Ace couldn't help but widen his eyes, but he didn't say anything, but he was very uneasy in his heart. What an interesting little guy. Actually different from the original. Ghidorah felt the change in Garp and was slightly surprised. "Some things are too early for you now, so live on. Only by living can you understand everything." Garp stood up, muttering to himself in confusion, turned his head to look at the huge cage in the distance, and after a while he started walking towards it. "Old man." Ace saw his movements, widened his eyes, and stopped him. "Don't go over there." "Ha, kid, it's not your turn to tell me what to do." When Garp heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he laughed and walked towards the huge cage. After a while, Garp came to the huge cage. Looking at the huge cage, a hint of shock flashed in Garp's eyes and he sighed. "It's really scary." The words were incomprehensible. and I didn't know whether he was lamenting the enormity of the cage or the three terrifying heads. While sighing, Garp reached out and touched the huge, cold cage. "Roger, I hope you didn't lie to me." As he spoke, Garp's calm eyes suddenly widened, and the veins on his forehead bulged like a dragon turning over. A substantial golden energy burst out instantly. Entangling the swirling golden energy climbed up along his arm and onto the thick iron chain at the corner of the cage. After a while, he withdrew all his domineering attitude with sweat all over his forehead, shook his head and said, "It's really solid." Having said that, he turned and left the huge cage, walking towards the elevator. When passing by Ace's cage, he paused slightly and whispered, "Just live your life well. Grandpa has done everything he should do. He's a naval hero. It's really ironic." Regardless of whether Ace, with his eyes wide open, understood or not, he took the elevator and left. Click, click, click. Suddenly, several sounds like glass breaking were heard in the silent infinite hell. Only Ace, who was relatively close to the huge cage, heard the sound and instantly looked towards the huge cage with his eyes wide open. Navy hero Garp. It seems to be very different from the original. Do you know something? In the huge cage, Ghidorah, sensing the crack in the ice chain seal, suddenly became interested. Although this tiny crack wouldn't allow him to break out of the ice immediately, but this crack is enough. 7 days. Only 7 days are needed for him to break the ice.by then. The world will eventually tremble under my feet. P.S. King Ghidorah, the king of monsters, is about to descend upon the pirate world. Please wait and see. Your support is my motivation. This book has a complete outline and fills a century-old gap. Come on and give me all the free stuff. For Chapter 004, Garp, I once tried hard to become a marshal. As word spreads of Ace's impending execution, the sea begins to stir. The four emperors far away in the New World. After receiving the news, Charlotte Lingling looked at the newspaper in deep thought for a while and suddenly burst into laughter. Mom, the Navy is actually going to publicly execute Fire Fist Ace. This decision is really unexpected. It was a public execution. No matter what, Whitebeard would not sit idly by. But as long as Whitebeard went, the latter's power would definitely be affected no matter what the result. Until then, after analyzing the situation, the Ant happily ordered all her generals to get ready. Among the four emperors, Kaido has the same idea as Charlotte Lingling. This guy, who was known as the land undead creature, was also very happy. After thinking for a while, he made a bold decision. The three disasters, prepare. As soon as Whitebeard leaves his area, we will be ready to attack. In his opinion, Whitebeard will definitely go to the Navy headquarters to rescue Ace, and this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. He is much more proactive than Charlotte Lingling. Has Whitebeard become senile? However, when red-haired Shanks received the news, he dropped the newspaper in his hand and cursed angrily. Since the Navy publicly executed Ace, they must have been fully prepared. Marineford must be a big pit, waiting for Whitebeard to jump in. After realizing this, Redhair immediately ordered Beckman to set sail for the Whitebeard Sea and decided to stop it. At this time, the Whitebeard pirates were ready to go. The mighty and elderly Whitebeard stood on the huge deck, looking sharply in the direction of the Navy headquarters. "Jean Gua, are you tired of living? How dare you publicly execute my child?" And it was Ace. "Do you really think I'm old with my white beard?" Although the old Whitebeard was suffering from a serious illness, he still exuded a terrifying aura as he stood there. Seeing this, Marco, who was standing by, although he had great admiration for Whitebeard, he was well aware of his father's condition, so he was extremely worried. The Navy, upon receiving the news, mobilized all the elite troops from the Four Seas and the Grand Line to gather at the headquarters, intending to put an end to the Whitebeard pirates. Marineford, the Navy headquarters, and all the Navy's elite troops gathered and arrived one after another. It can be said that the storm is coming. The most representative among them are the three current admirals of the Navy, followed by the supreme commanders of each branch. All preparations are in full swing. One intelligence sheet after another was delivered to the marshal's office by the messenger. The Navy's Chief of Staff, Vice Admiral Tsuru, even launched a call for the 7 warlords of the sea. Unexpectedly, Jinbe, a member of the Fishman Kingdom and the Sun Pirates, refused the call and announced that he would withdraw from the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing the news, Zhang slammed the document on the table. What does he want to do at this time? Send Spider Demon to capture Jinbe and lock him up and impel down. I don't want any trouble to happen at this time. Following his order, Vice Admiral Enigmo, who had just arrived at the Marine headquarters, set out again for the Fishman Kingdom. The Navy was fully prepared this time, and the Warring States period would not allow any mistakes. Looking through the window at the Navy square outside, hundreds of thousands of elite naval troops were all stationed at the headquarters port, and dozens of huge cannons were aimed at the harbor. It can be said that all of this was prepared for that man as long as he dared to show up in Marineford. Even Whitebeard would have to pay a heavy price. Even die here. Marshal of the Warring States period. An urgent report just came from Push City. Suddenly a messenger rushed into the office, interrupting Zhangguo's thoughts. What happened? Was it Whitebeard? Hearing that it was related to advancing the city, Zhangguo immediately spoke anxiously. No, the report says Straw Hat Boy Luffy has invaded. The messenger replied. What? It's the Straw Hat Boy. What's going on? Didn't Bartholomew Bear take care of him? When Zhangguo heard this, his face darkened and he said with a frown, that's what the report says. But why would a pirate go to prison? What is that man's purpose? The messenger also looked confused and felt that the news was a bit outrageous. A pirate actually rushed in to impale down. The people inside have been scratching their heads to try to get out, but no one can get in, and now someone is actually rushing in. Is there something wrong with your brain? Could it be? As if he thought of something terrible, cold sweat broke out on Zhangguo's forehead. Then he thought of the Straw Hat Boy's strength and realized that he could never touch that kind of thing, so he immediately put his mind at ease. No matter what his purpose is, the Straw Hat Boy's luck has run out this time, because he invaded Impel Down. Then, the thought of what would happen if Luffy was really caught gave him another headache. That boy's identity is no less than Ace's, and even more sensitive. Dead legends and living legends are two completely different things. If not handled properly, the Navy may suffer a double blow. What a troubled time. With a helpless look on his face, Sengoku sat down and forced himself not to think about Luffy. But at this moment, Carp's loud laughter was heard outside the office. Why grandson is really daring. Carp, shut up. Do you know what you are saying? Zhangguo shouted angrily with a gloomy face. Get out. Holding the senbei packaging bag in one hand and scratching his head awkwardly with the other, Garp walked into the office, glanced at the messenger, and walked to the desk and sat down. With a bang, he squeezed open the vacuum package and looked at the senbei inside. He suddenly lost his appetite and muttered to himself. What should we do, Sengoku? What should we do? Zhangguo looked up at the other party in confusion. Of course he's my grandson. Carp changed his usual behavior. He said with a serious face, they are all troublesome guys. Seeing the state of his old friend, Zhangguo was suddenly shocked and warned. Carp, don't mess around. I'd like to do something stupid, but what do you think I can do? What I, as a grandfather, have done is truly a failure. Garp threw the senbei dejectedly onto the desk and leaned back to look at the ceiling of the office. Although both of them are his grandsons, he is unable to help them because of their identities. Over the years, thinking about the so-called justice, I became even more dissatisfied. This kind of justice is completely contrary to the justice he had in joining the army in the first place. The justice of the people has now become a right exclusive to certain people. How ironic. What have I been doing all these years? What a bastard. Deeply immersed in self-blame, Garp couldn't help but think of Roger, who told him all the news. Roger, if it were you, what would you choose? It's good that you know this. The one we are facing next is the king of this sea. Zhangguo heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this. I was really afraid that my old friend would do something out of line, but when I thought about it, everything made sense. It seems that I have to find a way to deal with the Straw Hat Boys matter afterwards. Otherwise, it might really make this aging naval hero in front of me feel disheartened. I went to Impel Down to see Ace. Suddenly, Garp brought up the topic of Impel Down without thinking. I know, it's good to go and take a look. Zhangguo said to Garp, who was not in a good mood. There is a huge cage on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Garp answered thoughtfully, as if recalling something. What ought you want to see it? Upon hearing this, Zhangguo stood up abruptly and stared at Garp solemnly, trying to see something from him. But I was disappointed and didn't see anything. Am I overthinking it? That's really a scary monster, Garp said to himself, as if he didn't notice anything unusual about Sengoku. I still remember that I asked Marshal Kong what that thing was. The Marshal's answer is that only the Marshals of all generations can know. There was a period of time afterwards when I also thought about becoming a marshal and even worked hard for it. Later, I realized that I could never become a marshal. So, can you answer me? Sengoku. Hearing Garp's mumbling, Zhanghua was somewhat confused. However, when the other party asked the last sentence, he was completely moved. Looking at this old friend, the veteran who is hailed as a Navy hero, he couldn't say anything to lie to the other person. But the world government. After hesitating for a long time, he said, Garp. 5 Chapter 005. That is a monster capable of destroying the world. Garp. It was a monster that could destroy the world. Before the establishment of the world government, that monster had already spread cholera throughout the world. Later, the first group of strong men who founded the world government worked together to subdue the monster, but due to its special physique, it was impossible to kill it, so they had no choice but to use all their strength to suppress it at the bottom of the sea. Later, in order to prevent it from escaping, they built a city based on its head. As for the name of the monster, the documents only record its name as Ghidorah. In the office, Sengoku told some stories about the 3 huge heads on the 6th floor of Impel Down. Remember, this matter is top secret. Don't tell anyone about it, because there are still people in this world trying to find the whereabouts of that demon. Looking at the serious expression of Sengoku, Garp felt uncomfortable. It wasn't because of anything else, but because the other party was deceiving him. He never expected that this old friend who had been with him for almost half his life would actually. They are just like those parasites in the world government, hiding everything. The devil of the cholera world. What an ironic name. Cap, who learned everything from Roger, has been thinking about the same question for the past 20 years. To this day, receiving such an answer from Sengoku has completely disheartened the world government. A demon that destroys the world. How can there be such a thing in the world? Suddenly, Garp stood up with laughter and prepared to leave Sengoku's office. Garp. Seeing Garp's expression, Sengoku shouted in a deep voice, "Watch your words." Garp behaved as heartless as ever, but from Sengoku's perspective, he felt an indescribable feeling. Invisibly, it was as if the distance between the two people was shortened by an invisible barrier. Garp, I hope you don't do anything stupid. Looking at Garp leaving, Sengoku felt even more depressed. If the thing on the 6th floor really wakes up, I'm afraid the world will be turned upside down. This was not what he wanted to see, even if it was the world government that was wrong. Leaving the naval building, looking at the Marines and generals gather at the port, Garp's face looked heavy. He didn't know whether what he had done in Push City was right or wrong. Whether it was right or wrong, he had already done it and should not regret it. The only thing he was worried about now was the kid Luffy. He never expected that the kid would so rashly enter Impel Down. At this time, in the city of Advance, click, 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 in the 6th space, known as the Infinite Hell, there was suddenly the sound of high heels stepping on the ground. Recently, people have been entering this Infinite Hell abnormally frequently. Especially recently, another Shichibukai was imprisoned. Oh, where did this beauty come from? Girl, come to my place, I will treat you gently. Hey, Hanka-chan, look over here. Yo-ho, that is so sexy. Shut up, you assholes. Hannibal flew into a rage upon hearing this and shouted at the group of shouting criminals on the 6th floor to stop. However, everyone seemed not to hear the shouting and continued whistling, because they hadn't seen such a drifting woman for a long time, or even their entire life. Hancock frowned at the dirty words around her. If it weren't for Luffy, she would never come to such a dirty place. What do you want to see me for? Looking at the unexpected appearance of the 7 warlords of the Sea Empress, Ace felt extremely uneasy. He would never think that 2 people who have no connection with each other would make the other person come here to see him. It's okay, I just wanted to take a look at you, the man who caused me to join the war, Hancock said calmly as he looked at this nominal uncle. What a great joke, Ace said, staring at the other person. Jinbei, who had just been imprisoned, looked at the Empress in surprise. He could not understand why she came here. He stared at her and said, "The Empress, who was indifferent no matter how we invited her before, is helping the government at this time. Is she reluctant to give up the title of Shichibukai? Are you Jinbei? Don't be so aggressive." Hancock moved her eyes and looked at Jinbei, who was covered in scars. Come on, young lady, we will treat you gently. The prisoners in the prison never stopped swearing. Finally, Magellan, who was standing aside, could not stand it anymore and shouted angrily, "We are in a meeting, can't you be quiet?" So noisy Magellan, the guy who has diarrhea all day long. That's right. You diarrhea guy, give us that woman. Have loose bowels. Laugh. Listening to the arrogant words of the prisoners around him, Magellan finally couldn't help it. His eyes were red and veins on his forehead were bulging. He said in a gloomy voice, "What an unreasonable bunch of guys that I can't stand it." Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a rhythmic vibration, Magellan turned into a purple poisonous man, and with a whoosh, he melted into a state of purple venom. Hey, director, wait. Hannibal, who was standing by, noticed Magellan's condition and was so scared that his eyes bulged out and he shouted to stop him. Ah. On the entire 6th floor of the prison, everyone saw Magellan in this state. They all widened their eyes and looked at Magellan, who had turned into venom with fear. Don't get too proud. The purple liquid recognized Magellan and said gloomily, "Not good." Seeing this, everyone tried their best to retreat back to avoid the venom. Who is the boss of this prison? I guess you won't know unless I tell you. As he spoke, 3 poisonous dragon-like creatures suddenly emerged from Magellan's body. The purple venom of the snake dripped onto the ground, making a hissing, corrosive sound. When everyone saw this, their faces turned pale with fear. "Stop it, Magellan." "Hey, idiot." Looking at the chaotic 6th floor, Hancock moved slightly and came to Ace's cell, speaking softly with her red lips. "Luffy is on his way to save you." "What?" Ace looked at the Empress in front of him with trembling pupils. His heart was shocked like a raging storm, and he couldn't believe what he heard. "Ah, Magellan, you bastard. Give us the antidote." Along with the screams, the entire 6th floor prison fell completely silent. The poisoned prisoners lay on the ground begging. Seeing that the effect had been achieved, Magellan retracted his ability, walked to Hancock and said, "Okay, Your Highness Hancock, please speak slowly." "No need, I've already said it," Hancock said as she turned and left Ace's prison. "Hey, is what you said true? There's no need for me to lie." "Why?" Looking at the Empress walking away, Ace couldn't calm down. Jinbei, who was locked in later, saw his surprised expression and asked in confusion, "Brother Ace, what did that woman just say?" Upon hearing this, Ace raised his head and whispered, She said my brother is here." "What? Are you talking about the Straw Hat Boy?" "That's too much." Jinbei's eyes widened upon hearing this, and he looked at the other person in disbelief. Unable to understand why the Empress would get involved with them, he couldn't help but look at Ace in front of him. At this moment, Ace was shocked by another voice in his mind. Is the Straw Hat Boy here? It looks like the time for my event is getting closer. Could it be that you? Ace was extremely shocked. You guessed right, and in just one more day, my seal will be broken. But Magellan's poisonous dragon is really annoying. He actually dared to plagiarize my portrait. Magellan, when I get out, I'll use you as a snack first. 6. Chapter 006. Millennium Creature Ghidorah. Seal. Get rid of. Ace stared at the direction of the huge cage with wide eyes, unable to calm down. What kind of scene would that be if this terrifying guy were allowed to run outside? I'm afraid the world will turn upside down. Oh, really? You are about to die and you are still worrying about this? Ace laughed at himself, then ignored the voice, closed his eyes and recalled his childhood with Luffy and Sabo. As time went by, Ace, who was immersed in his memories, was filled with endless regrets. But no matter how much I regretted it now, it was too late. What awaits him is only death. Hey, I don't even know your name. After a long time, Ace woke up from his memory and opened his mouth inexplicably. Hey, Ace, who are you talking to? Jinbei, who was in the same cell, opened his eyes and looked around, but didn't see anyone. He looked at Ace in confusion. Ace ignored the other party and looked in the direction of the huge cage, waiting for an answer. After a while, that unique, gloomy voice sounded in my mind. Name. Ghidorah, that's what people have called me for thousands of years. Ghidorah? Ace muttered to himself when he heard this, and then his eyes suddenly widened as if he realized something. Hey, thousands of years. How old are you? Brother Ace, what's wrong with you? Jinbei, who was standing by, immediately became worried upon seeing this. I don't know the exact amount. Ghidorah, who was in a huge cage at the other end, said silently, It should be 1,500 years, right? Hey. Hearing this number, Esby was more surprised than hearing that he was being publicly executed. 1,500 years. What a terrifying number. This guy has lived for thousands of years. What on earth is this? I really want to see it. Ace, whose interest was successfully piqued, muttered to himself. Ha, I don't think you want to see me. Ghidorah sneered upon hearing this and felt his frozen head and found that the ice seal had loosened a lot. In another 30 hours or so, I will be able to break through the ice. How sad that even the last wish cannot be fulfilled. Ace, who was sitting cross-legged, looked up at the sky above the 6th-floor prison, his heart filled with sadness. Then your wish is really worthless. Young man, don't give up on yourself. You have a very good grandfather. Tisk, he's just a stinky old man. Hearing this, Ace recalled Garp's way of educating him when he was a child, and couldn't help but spit and said, even though we are not related by blood, he seems to care about us so much. Boy, there are some things I can't tell you yet, but you have to remember. The blood of the D clan flows in your body, so you must live up to your blood. The world will be turned upside down in the future, and you will understand everything then. Ghidorah said and stopped talking. No matter how Ace questioned him, he didn't say another word because he sensed that a riot had broken out in the prison areas above. Relying on his sense, he quickly found the Straw Hat Boy. Dong. Ow. Screams of pain filled the entire burning hell. The Straw Hat Boy gritted his teeth, covered his arms, and knelt in front of Magellan. Mouse, you are really scary. You actually ran here. But since you are poisoned, your life will end here. As he spoke, Magellan opened his mouth and purple poisonous mist spread out from his mouth, instantly filling the entire burning hell. Luffy, who had been poisoned, reluctantly used the ability of the rubber fruit to attack the opponent, but due to the influence of the toxin, both his body functions and movements were abnormally slow. No matter how they attacked, they just couldn't hit Magellan. My eyes are like funhouse mirrors, and everything I see is distorted. Even so, he still did not give up, and still fought a final desperate battle with his obsession. Don't you understand? The poison will take away everything from you. Looking at Luffy, who was so persistent, Magellan's expression was somewhat moved. What kind of belief actually supported him? Finally, Luffy fell to the ground with a purple face with a thump, his limbs twitching slightly. Magellan took 2 steps forward, observed for a while, and then planned to turn around and leave. But unexpectedly, just as he turned around, Luffy, who had fallen to the ground, got up again. Boom, boom, boom. His head banged against the ground desperately, and he groaned in pain again and again, until his confused brain was gradually cleared by the pain. Muron raised his head and looked fiercely at Magellan in front of him. He stood up with difficulty and attacked the latter fiercely. Seeing Luffy in such a state, yet still able to stand up with faith, Magellan was deeply moved. If I just close my eyes, I'll feel much more relaxed. As he spoke, Magellan turned his head slightly to avoid Luffy's rubber attack, then grabbed the opponent's arm and threw him to the ground hard. There was a loud bang, and the rocks on the ground shattered. You are so stupid. Ace the Fire Fist is a criminal who is about to be executed, and you want to save him. I will never forgive any of these crimes. It's so noisy. Luffy would not listen to Magellan's preaching. As long as he had breath left, he would rush forward, roaring and punching the person ahead with his rubber fist. Boom. Luffy in his normal state is no match for Magellan, let alone when he is poisoned. Magellan grabbed Luffy's rubber arm, pulled him in front of him, and knocked him out with a punch. However, Luffy flew out like an indestructible cockroach, stood up again, and used the second gear. Magellan was annoyed by the constant attacks, and directly activated the Poison Dragon state. Magellan was wrapped in purple venom, and behind him were 3 purple poisonous dragons. Whenever he saw King Ghidorah in this state, he felt an indescribable anger in his heart. In his eyes, the 3 poisonous dragons were just children's playing house, which was really an insult to the image of the 3 heads. Suddenly, Luffy jumped up, rushed towards Magellan in the poisonous dragon state regardless of the consequences, and roared hysterically, "Give Ace back to me, poisonous dragon!" Seeing this, Magellan showed no mercy at all and directly controlled a dragon head to hit Luffy. Dong. Suddenly, just as Luffy was about to collide with a poisonous dragon, a vibration sound like a heartbeat was heard in the air. Well, Luffy, who was in midair, rolled his eyes and instantly lost all his strength. He fell to the ground and fainted. The poisonous dragon's attack missed, and Magellan couldn't help but frown. That voice just now. Yabai. As if he had thought of something, Magellan went straight to the 6th floor, and on the way he ordered the jailer to send Luffy to the 5th floor, extreme cold hell. Humph, you really don't know how to care for the young. Ghidorah's involuntary aura caused his own aura to spread. Instantly, a faintly visible scarlet wave vibrated across the 6th floor of the infinite hell and impelled down. Several jailers who came to escort Ace to hand over to the Navy were instantly stunned by this momentum. Ah, what is this? It's happening again. Damn it. That's strange. Why has this pressure become more frequent recently? Hey, Ace, what's going on? 7. Chapter 007. 6th Floor Shock. King Ghidorah's Unveiled Face. Inside Ace Prison, Jinbei felt this terrifying aura for the first time. He stared at Ace, who was sweating all over his face. Who knows what that guy is going crazy for? What a messy guy. Ace gritted his teeth and faced the pressure from the aura, looking towards the direction of the huge cage. From the moment he was imprisoned on the 6th floor, Jinbei noticed the huge cage surrounded by icy air. Seeing Ace looking in that direction and thinking about the other party talking to himself before, he asked as if he had thought of something. So, what is that? TSK. I don't know what it is exactly, but I just know the guy is called Ghidorah. Maybe it's some kind of monster. Under great pressure, Ace spat. After a long time, he finally couldn't stand the pressure that made his soul tremble and roared with a hideous face. That's enough, you bastard. As he roared, Jinbei vaguely saw a terrifying red energy shrinking rapidly. It also swept the white waves around the huge cage in the distance, like invisible waves of strong wind, instantly blowing away the cold air and exposing the huge cage. All the prisoners who had not fainted on the 6th floor saw the entirety of the huge cage. Horrible. So scary. How could there be such a terrifying creature in this world? Everyone stared at the huge frozen cage in horror, the outline of a horrifying creature appearing in their desperate eyes. To be precise, there are 3 heads frozen in ice. The terrifying, ferocious giant that looked like a dragon but wasn't a dragon, with green skin like dragon scales, emitted a cold and terrifying aura within the ice crystals. His intimidating face, even with his eyes closed, still made the prisoners on the 6th floor shudder. Is this your true face? Ace looked at the 3 terrifying giants and was speechless. I didn't expect that I, Barrett, could actually see your true self. I finally surpassed you in one aspect, Roger. Douglas Barrett looked at the 3 giants and laughed wildly. After a while, the smile faded, and he said solemnly, The undead beast, Ghidorah. I wonder if you are really as the rumors say? Just as all the prisoners on the 6th floor were rejoicing in shock, the elevator doors suddenly opened. A group of jailers, led by Magellan, walked into the 6th level space. Oh, what is that? Oops, why did the fog dissipate? This guy is causing me trouble at this time. Looking at the huge exposed cage, Magellan's expression suddenly changed. He had a very bad premonition in his heart, and he didn't dare to stop at all. Without saying a word, he ran towards the huge cage. Take Fire Fist Ace to take over from Vice Admiral Ghost Spider immediately. Ghidorah. Arriving in front of the huge cage, Magellan looked up at the hideous head, his heart no longer at peace. Obviously, the other party hasn't changed at all, but standing in front of him, I have the terrifying thought that the other person is alive. Thinking of the documents handed down from generation to generation by successive prison directors, which recorded the opponent's terrible destructive power, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Every prison director does not want any accidents to happen during his tenure. Magellan was the same, had a gloomy face and muttered to himself, Ghidorah, what are you going to do? Magellan, I told you that I can't be held here. Damn it, can't it just stop? Magellan, who had communicated with King Ghidorah's consciousness several times, looked gloomy when he heard this. It's been hundreds of years, and I wonder what the outside world has become like, said Ghidorah. That doesn't mean you can't have any problems during my tenure. Upon hearing this, Magellan expressed the thoughts of every prison director. A deep laugh like the whisper of a devil sounded, and after a while Ghidorah said playfully, Magellan, I told you before that you can't stop me. A demon that wants to destroy the world. Magellan looked up at the huge head in front of him with an extremely gloomy expression. Destroy the world? What a ridiculous, foolish idea. Ghidorah sneered in a low voice, and his laughter gradually became a little morbid, as if he was mocking the ignorant Magellan in front of him. Bulu, 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 bulu. Just as Magellan was about to check the seal of King Ghidorah, the Din Din Mushi in his arms rang. Blad. Oh no, Director. Someone has invaded and impelled down again. The moment the Din Din Mushi was picked up, the prison guard's frightened voice was heard. What? Who is it? Magellan widened his eyes and said with a serious expression. Yes, it's Shichibukai, Blackbeard. Ah. Before the jailer could finish his words, a scream came from the den Mushi, accompanied by a unique and crazy laugh. Thief, ha! Blackbeard. When Magellan heard this, the introduction about Blackbeard in the document sent by the headquarters immediately flashed through his mind. A scary guy who can capture Fire Fist Ace. He's not a strong man that ordinary jailers can deal with. Thinking of this, Magellan just stared at King Ghidorah and turned to walk towards the elevator. When passing by the prison of Rain Shilu, he stopped, thought for a moment, and said, I'll have someone release you later. Hope you can help me put down the rebellion. Rebellion? With great pleasure. Upon hearing this, Uzixalu in a prison had a flash of blood in his eyes and smiled grimly. Magellan looked at the other person deeply and then left without stopping. It was really helpless to release the murderer Shilu of Rain. Before, he could handle Luffy and others alone. But now there is another invader named Blackbeard, and even he doesn't have much confidence. However, he didn't know that he had released not a helper, but a more unstable element. Not long after Magellan left, a team of jailers came to the infinite hell with Shilu of Rain's weapons and released the man to the horror of all the jailers. With a cruel look on his face, Yuji Shilu walked out of the cell in silence, stood in front of the door and lit a cigar. The long-lost smell of tobacco rushed into his lungs. The cruel heart, which had been calm for a long time, began to beat strongly again. Shiri, how does it feel to be out of the cell? At this moment, Magellan's voice came from the den Mushi in the jailer's hand. I've had enough. This endless boredom makes me want to die. But after I do my job, you won't ask me to go to the cell again, right, Magellan? Yuji Shilu asked with a cruel smile on his face. He did not believe in Magellan at all and asked this question subconsciously. You are a death row inmate. This is a reprieve, but there won't be a next time. I will keep it in my heart. You know, Shiryu took his sword from the jailer and held it tightly in his hand. I'll leave Blackbeard and his gang to you. I want to seal off the entire second floor. Learn. The moment he grasped the saber, a bloodthirsty red light flashed in Shiryu's eyes, and he said gloomily, It's a long-lost feeling. Suddenly, without any warning, he drew out the long sword in his hand and slashed it out, instantly cutting off all the jailers in front of him. Kill without mercy. How cruel. Jirato, who witnessed everything, sneered to himself. Immediately, he seemed to notice something and covered the entire huge ice prison with his perception. He looked at the water droplets emerging from the huge ice block and the outer layer of ice leaving traces of flow, and his heart was extremely happy. Seal. It will be lifted soon. P.S. Due to the plot requirements, the time when Shiryu and Luffy go down to the 6th floor is slightly changed. Please don't criticize me. 8. Chapter 008 Blackbeard's Ambition. Advancing to the 1st floor of the city, the jailers suffered heavy losses due to the attack by Blackbeard and his men. Shichibukai, Blackbeard has betrayed the Navy. Go and ask for help. Thief, There's no need to betray or not betray. I was a pirate from the beginning. Blackbeard, with an extremely evil face, ignored all the attacks from the jailers and walked wildly towards the stairs to the lower level. His companions behind him brutally killed all the jailers. It can be said that he crushed the jailers of Push City with his powerful strength. What a rampant fellow! At this moment, an extremely low voice sounded. Upon hearing this voice, all the jailers turned around in cold sweat as if they had seen a nightmare. Hey, Warden Shilio, when did you come out? As the jailer spoke, Yuji Shilu slowly walked out from the corner with a cigar in his mouth, until he was in front of Blackbeard and his gang and glanced at them with murderous eyes. Are there 5 enemies? Seeing Shilio's murderous eyes, Blackbeard stared at him and grinned. Who is that? I feel like this is a tough guy. Is that guy Magellan? Are you Marshal D. Teach, Blackbeard? Yuji Shilu stared coldly at the man who was speaking in front of him. Yeah, who are you? Blackbeard laughed. Yuji Shilu laughed grimly, and without warning drew out his long sword and swung it out. What a cunning fellow. Upon seeing this, Blackbeard immediately used his fruit ability to absorb the blow, then said with a slightly painful expression, It really hurts. A user of fruit ability? When Yuji Shilu saw that his slash was absorbed by the black substance released by the opponent, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, Thief, He's a very powerful swordsman. How about joining my pirate group? Feeling the opponent's casual slash, Blackbeard made an assessment in his mind and made an invitation with a big laugh. Hey! Upon hearing this, the surrounding jailers all looked surprised and screamed. Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? Actually inviting a guy like Shilio? Pirates. It's not impossible, but you have to let me see your strength first. Shilu of the Rain does not reject any person or profession, and as long as he can kill happily, he doesn't mind being a pirate. But before that, he had to see if Blackbeard was qualified to be his captain. After saying that, he became serious and clenched the thunderbolt in his hand with an evil smile. Itoryu running tiger. As the words fell, a huge blood-red slash was swung out, like a crescent-shaped slash, plowing the ground and rushing towards Blackbeard with the momentum of a tiger descending a mountain. Thief had out a powerful slash. Only this is worthy of my Blackbeard pirates. Suddenly, a huge amount of black substance gushed out from Blackbeard's palm. As the black substance increased, Blackbeard's entire right arm was covered by black mist. Then a cruel smile appeared on his face, and he shouted loudly, controlling the black mist to slash towards the blood-red one. Dark water. Bang boom. The dark matter that was as solid as a substance instantly collided with the blood-red slash. As the violent vibration sounded, the entire corridor began to tremble. Run away. The onlookers were frightened and panicked, running away from the battlefield that looked like a disaster. Click. As the two men collided, the surrounding ground and walls were invaded by the strong energy, making cracking sounds as they could not bear the weight. Thief, Feeling the horror of the slash, Blackbeard laughed, and then activated the ability of his dark fruit again. The black substance gushed out again and wrapped around the blood-red slash. TSK. As a sound like acid corrosion was heard, the slash covered with black substance gradually melted away. It hurts. As the slash disappeared, Blackbeard's fierce face revealed a look of pain, but even so, he still relied on his strong physique to endure the pain and charge forward. A fist as big as a casserole hit Shilu's sword with a bang. Thief, how is it? Nothing more. Rain Shiryu, feeling the tremendous force coming from the thunderstorm, replied while biting his cigar. Using the huge force to pull himself back, he raised his head, with murderous intent flashing in his eyes, and grinned. If you can take this blow from me, I will acknowledge you as the captain. As he spoke, an aura as if tangible burst out, and scarlet energy could be vaguely seen wrapping around him. Seeing this, Blackbeard would have taken action in the past. But he is now fond of Yuji Shilu's performance. Since he wants to conquer the other party, he should show some magnanimity and stand still waiting for Shilu's momentum to reach its peak. The scarlet color was like a substance, faintly emitting a strong smell of blood. Gulp. Shiryu's momentum had reached its peak, and the air around him made sounds like bubbles bursting. Immediately, a cruel, ferocious smile flashed across his face, and he said grimly, "Catch it." One sword cuts into Ashura hell. Woo. As Leiyu swung out, the scarlet energy that was wrapped around his body instantly rushed down like a river and pounced towards Blackbeard and his men. Ahem, this is so scary. My old bones are going to die. Q, who was lying on a horse's back, was surprised when he saw this. Although the other few people did not speak, they also widened their eyes, obviously frightened by Shilio's attack. When Blackbeard saw this, the relaxed expression on his face disappeared, and his eyes became serious. He did not dare to hesitate at all, and immediately used all his strength to activate the ability of the fruit. Dark Cave Road. Facing that ghost fox wolf howling with the blood-red slash, thick black mist elements burst out from Blackbeard's body. Black fog instantly filled in front of everyone, and a huge black wall rose up in an instant. Squeak. Hiss. The moment the blood-red slash collided with the giant black wall, it did not produce any earth-shattering force. Instead, a sound like water and fire melting was heard. Let me absorb it. Feeling the slash on the giant dark wall, Blackbeard's eyes flashed with madness. He laughed and opened his arms to push the power of the dark fruit to the extreme. At this moment, he needed to crush the opponent with the attitude of a strong man, so that the opponent would lose sincerely. Ace. Suddenly, a shout was heard in the quiet sixth-floor space. What a lively guy. Is it like this for every generation of rubber fruit users? Hearing Luffy's cry, King Ghidorah, who was about to be unsealed, couldn't help but think. Then he opened his senses. Just like in the original work, Luffy, who came to the sixth floor, met his former enemy Crocodile, and the latter asked him to let him out. just when Luffy and Ivankov were arguing about releasing Crocodile. Jinbe's voice came from the cell closest to Ghidorah. "Please take me with you. I will definitely help you. We've known each other since Ace joined the Whitebeard pirates. He often tells me about his brother." Hearing that the other party knew Ace, Luffy subconsciously ran towards the cell closest to Ghidorah. When he was halfway there, he seemed to see something terrifying. The whole person was like a wave of surprise, with bulging eyes and flicking tongue. "Oh, what the hell is this? Are you talking to me?" In the ice prison where a lot of water stains had melted, King Ghidorah sensed Luffy's condition and was suddenly speechless. "Here, over here, Straw Hat Boy," Jinbei in the prison said with a frown on his face. Hey. Ivankov and others were frightened out of their wits when they saw the 3 giant ice sculptures of King Ghidorah for the first time. "What the hell is this guy? Is he a sea king? Why does it feel so scary?" After a while, everyone exclaimed. Feeling the reactions of the crowd, Ghidorah was not surprised at all, because over the past 1,000 years, he had seen such surprised looks so many times that he found it very normal. "Straw Hat Boy, how about letting me out? Although the seal will be lifted in a short time, and he can break the cage with his own strength by then, it will be very troublesome," so Ghidorah communicates with Luffy. Hey. 9. Chapter 009. Shocking the 5 Elder Stars. There was an inexplicable voice in my head. Luffy looked horrified. "Hey, how about letting me out?" Ghidorah said again. This time, as if sensing something, Luffy turned his head to look at King Ghidorah's head. "I refuse." After a while, he refused. Hey. This time it was Ghidorah's turn to be surprised. According to his impression, this kid should be a simple-minded guy. "Why?" Ghidorah asked after a while. "No reason, I just feel you are dangerous." Luffy answered without hesitation. "Danger? What kind of reason is this?" Upon hearing this, Ghidorah immediately became angry, and with his anger, the momentum that he had been restraining burst out again. Buzz. "Oh, well." A terrifying pressure swept over, instantly making the air on the entire 6th floor sticky. "Luffy, what did you do?" Jinbei, who had just been released, was very familiar with this power. He looked at Luffy in horror and asked, I just refused to let him out." Luffy, who was under heavy pressure, pointed at King Ghidorah's huge prison with a painful look on his face. "What?" When everyone heard this, their heads were buzzing and they were speechless. "Even if you refuse, you should be more tactful. What on earth caused this? Everyone hurry up and escape from here." Under tremendous pressure, Ivankov, with cold sweat on his face, immediately shouted, "If this continues, no one will be able to escape. By the time Magellan comes back, the prison break will probably have failed completely." After hearing his words, everyone turned around and ran towards the elevator. Seeing Luffy staggering beside him, Jinbei picked him up and ran away. "Damn it, you actually dared to reject me. You are really brave." Since the seal has not been completely removed, Ghidorah can't do anything except release a little bit of momentum. There was nothing I could do but watch Luffy being taken away by Jinbei. But then again, even if the ban was lifted, he would not hurt the other party too much for the sake of Garp, not to mention that the boy was from the D-Clan. TSK, I can only do it myself. I just don't know if I can catch up with the Battle of Marineford. Garp tampered with the seal, and his intention was very obvious, which was to let himself save Ace. Although Ghidorah really has no interest in saving people. But favors must be repaid, because he never likes to owe anyone anything. Snap. Suddenly, there was a sound from the huge ice block in the cage. "Captain." On the 1st floor of the advancement city, Yushilu was half kneeling on the ground, panting. "Thief, ha! Welcome to join us, Shilio." Blackbeard walked up to Rain Shiryu, stretched out his hand to pull him up, and said, "Well, now you need to do an important thing for me." "What is it?" "Cut off all contact between Impel Down and the outside world." Blackbeard said solemnly. This is easier. I wonder what you're going to do next." Of course, I'll go to the bottom level to see the legendary creature, if possible." Blackbeard showed a rampant smile, and when he thought of the ability of the devil fruit he had seen in the literature, he had already made a certain decision in his heart. If you want to obtain the power of that fruit, you must first obtain the dark fruit. Only the power of the dark fruit can transfer the power of that fruit. Therefore, he did not hesitate to spend a long time hiding in the Whitebeard pirates. That's the legendary immortal creature. You will have to wait and see, and in a few hours we will give the world a wonderful show. Thief, that monster. Even the bloodthirsty Shilio couldn't help but have a flash of fear in his eyes when he thought of the horrible creature on the 6th floor. What a crazy idea. Looking at Blackbeard walking away, Shilio hesitated for a moment and then walked towards the communications room. Oh no, Marshal Zhangguo. What happens? In Marineford, which was filled with 100,000 elite naval forces, the atmosphere was unprecedentedly solemn. At this moment, the door of Zhangguo's office was pushed open. The whereabouts of the absent Shichibukai Blackbeard had been investigated. A few hours ago, he and his men left the port on a warship and headed towards Impel Down. Omega, Nanny. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo suddenly opened his eyes wide, with an expression of extreme horror on his face. Even when the Straw Hat Boy was causing trouble in Impel Down, he didn't look like this. But Blackbeard is different. Not only is he very powerful, but his purpose of joining the 7 warlords of the sea is also unclear. On the eve of this great war, the other party actually secretly went to Impel Down. Could it be? Yaba! Zhangguo screamed and immediately ordered the Major General who was delivering the message. Contact me. Report to the Marshal the Impel Down city has suddenly lost contact. What? Hearing this, Zhangguo suddenly stood up and immediately shouted, Where is Kizaru? Let Kizaru come to see me. After a while, Kizaru came to the office with a nonchalant look on his face and asked in confusion, What's the matter with calling me here at this time? There is an urgent mission now, and you need to go to Push City. Hello? Marshal, what's the situation now? When Kizaru heard this, he couldn't help but feel curious. Is there anything more important than executing Ace and fighting the Whitebeard pirates? I can't care about that anymore. Compared to the execution of Ace the Fire Fist, the thing in Impel Down is the most terrifying. Your mission is to go to Impel Down and find Blackbeard and his men. At this point, Zhangguo's face gradually became gloomy, and he said coldly, Kill without mercy. Feel the change of the temperament of the Warring States period? Kizaru glasses, there was a flash of silence in his eyes, and after a while his lips twitched twice and said, Oh, how scary, really. Although he complained a little, he did not procrastinate like usual. He turned into a flash of light and flew out of the office. At the same time, he was full of doubts. Could it be that there was some unspeakable secret in Impel Down? Well, is there really some inside story that the general cannot know? As it complained, its yellow light flashed, and it flew quickly towards the direction of Impel Down. Seeing Kizaru leaving, Sengoku felt a little uneasy in his heart. After hesitating for a long time, he took out the din-din mushi and dialed the number. Zhangguo, why are you calling me at this time? Did something happen? An extremely majestic and old voice sounded on the phone. Your Excellency, the 5 elders. The 7 warlords of the sea Blackbeard, Marshal D. Teach, went to Impel Down. Impel Down lost contact 10 minutes ago. Zhangguo hesitated for a long time, but still reported the truth. What? Zhangguo, how do you do things? Don't you know what's going on in Push City? And the people who went in were from that clan. An angry roar was heard on the phone. Now that things have come to this, please let the 5 elders make the decision. After Ace is executed, I will voluntarily resign. Zhangguo said calmly after hearing this. Suddenly, he realized that this was an opportunity for him. Because during his tenures, he discovered that this was not the justice he wanted, nor was it the Navy he wanted to see. Rather than being unable to change, it is better to quit early. Let's put the resignation on hold for now. We will send our elite troops to Impel Down. If something unexpected happens, the execution of Fire Fist Ace can be postponed for now, and you will be fully responsible. The old voice sounded on the phone again, and hung up after giving the instructions. Looking at the hung-up din-din mushi, Zhangguo felt mixed emotions and subconsciously turned his head to look in the direction of Impel Down. I hope my feeling is wrong. 10 Chapter 010 An era is coming to an end. The city of Impelment is located in the Grand Route and the Calm Belt. This is the first time in history that there has been such chaos. Even the Golden Lion prison break did not cause such a scene. Luffy, who gathered 2 Shichibukai and Ivankov, led a group of people to attack the upper level, trying to escape from the Impel Down city. Blackbeard, who was a later invader, encountered Magellan, who was chasing Luffy halfway. Magellan, who possesses the ability of the poison fruit, is absolutely powerful and can directly crush Blackbeard and his men with a powerful posture. The purple poisonous dragon, like a rushing river, directly submerged Blackbeard and his men. Then he left only one sentence, leaving everyone with an unforgettable back view, and walked towards the upper level of Push City. I don't have time to ask you why you're here. Blackbeard and his men, whose bodies were corroded by the venom, looked at the tall figure, who was leaving in disbelief. No one had expected that Magellan was so powerful. Compared to the bustling upper space, the 6th level of Infinite Hell is much quieter. The prisoners who did not escape from the 6th floor huddled in their cages with their heads hung low. Only a few of them stared at the huge cage in the distance. Click, click, click. Slight cracking sounds continued to be heard. It can't be wrong. That guy is really going to be resurrected. Douglas Barrett stared at the ice prison in surprise. Hey, Barrett, you seem to know a lot about that thing. The Red Earl, Beroric Redfield, asked Barrett, who was in the cell next door. Because of his unique observation hockey, he knew better than anyone that the seemingly solid ice prison was actually disintegrating. It's only a matter of time before the ice prison is broken. Who knows? These are things I saw a long time ago. Barrett sighed when he heard this, but didn't go into details. Recalling that when he followed Roger, he found a huge rock and a devil fruit on an island in the New World. It was that huge rock that recorded some information about King Ghidorah. It was a monster that existed in the world thousands of years. It was not only powerful, but also immortal. Unfortunately, the information on the stone tablet is not complete, and even the name Ghidorah has been half erased. It is precisely because of the immortal characteristics recorded on the stone tablet that Roger called it the immortal beast Ghidorah. Just a few. Not necessarily. Redfield did not disbelieve Barrett's words, but turned to look at the huge cage. The blood in the body began to boil inexplicably. This guy's aura makes my blood tremble. I'm afraid I can't keep him captive. Old man, are you tempted too? If he can really break the seal, we may be able to escape. The holy land of Marihoa, Panga City, the center of power in the pirate world. The Room of Power, where the 5 old guys who hold the most power today gather all year round and control the world's most powerful violent organization, the world government. CP0's intelligence agents have already taken action. Hope Blackbeard's target is not that guy. The short-haired, bearded elder who was in charge of the world government's intelligence agency put down the din mushy with a serious expression and said to the other 4 people, even if he wasn't targeting that monster, Blackbeard's actions have already touched the foundation of the world. The world government cannot sit idly by. The old man with a white goatee spoke up. He was the elder who was in charge of world history. He was one of the people who drove the destruction of O'Hara and was also the one responsible for helping the world government cover up the 100-year hiatus. It's been hundreds of years, and you're still living in that guy's shadow? The world government, whether it's the army or the navy, will not be afraid of that guy. Even if the blockade is lifted, what will happen? It's just a big reptile. As he spoke, the bald old man in kimono who had been wiping his famous sword slowly inserted the sword into the scabbard, his eyes full of fighting spirit, and said gloomily, "This is no longer his era." As the last of the 5 black hat elders to fill the gap, he had no right to speak, and his face was solemn and worried. It is just a legend after all. Maybe we are making too much of a fuss. After hundreds of years of sealing, I'm afraid that guy won't have much strength left, right? Said the 5 elders with curled beards and Mediterranean hairstyles. But we have to be on guard. It's a creature that once brought fear to this world. The blonde 5 elders still had a solemn expression. Among the 5 people present, only he and the bald man lived the longest, and they were even lucky enough to witness the disaster-like monster. Therefore, we have to take it seriously as soon as we receive the news. Marineford Naval Port. The world's elite navies gathered together. Except for some individual generals, everyone else was sweating and ready for battle. According to the latest news, the Fire Fist Ace who is about to be publicly executed. It won't be long before they are escorted here, and then an unprecedented war will surely break out. At this time, in the highest attic of the headquarters, in the marshal's office, all the high-level combat forces gathered to hold the last mobilization meeting before the war. In such a grand meeting, there was a missing figure of top combat power. Navy Admiral Kizaru Borsellino. Aokiji and Akainu, both admirals, frowned at the same time when they noticed Kizaru's absence. Even though that guy usually looks nonchalant and mean, he will definitely not miss such a crucial meeting. But now this kind of accident has occurred. The only explanation is something happened, and it was urgent. Otherwise, Kizaru wouldn't have been sent to solve it. The two people who had some guesses in their minds wanted to ask about the situation, but they felt that it was inappropriate at the moment, so they chose to keep silent. Meanwhile, Garp, sitting on the sofa without any of the pre-war tension, was eating donuts heartlessly. Although he appears to be indifferent, he's actually suspicious in his heart. Something must have happened and impelled down, and I wonder if we can make it in time. I'm afraid that all the faith and persistence I've had over the years will be wiped out with this war. Under the hat symbolizing the seagull of the Navy, the solemn face of the war drum could see the expressions of everyone in the room. After a long silence, he said, "Blackbeard, raid impelled down, Kizaru has gone to deal with it. In another hour, Fire Fist Ace will enter the headquarters through the Gate of Justice. The Whitebeard pirates will definitely snatch Ace away by then, and we will face the King of the Sea head-on. I hope everyone here will go all out to prepare for the upcoming war. This is not only about the face of the Navy, but also about the end of an era." The heavy words made everyone feel unprecedented pressure. When they thought about the terrifying man they were about to face, except for a few, everyone else clenched their fists, and their hearts beat wildly. 11. Chapter 011 Deprivation of Fruitability. The battle to advance the city is in full swing. Magellan caught up with Luffy and the others, but was defeated by Luffy, who used the ability of the Mr. Two Fruit, and the battle became a stalemate. When you see the other person, you have to escape. Magellan, who would not tolerate any stain in his life, went berserk and transformed into a poisonous giant. The intention is to capture the group of escaped criminals in one fell swoop. Buggy the Clown led a group of ragtag people and rushed out of the gate of Impel down to the port. But, what the hell is going on? There isn't even a single warship. Looking at the sea area where there was not a single warship, everyone was dumbfounded. Without a boat, there's no way to escape. Do you want to swim? Bang. A sea king suddenly jumped up from the sea, and everyone immediately gave up their thoughts. Forget it, we are all devil fruit users. Let's go to the sea. Can only feed turtles. Advancing to the 6th floor of the city, Blackbeard, who had managed to save his life, laughed. Thief, ha! Shilu, you came just in time. Otherwise, we would all have died here. Hearing this, the others all looked at Yuji Shilu with gratitude. If the other party had not arrived in time and brought the antidote for Magellan's toxin, they would probably have been dead. But at least they saved their lives, and everyone became active again. I thought that thing might be useful, so I took some. Magellan is very strong. Don't be careless, Shilio said with a wicked smile, biting a cigar. He is indeed a powerful guy. Let's start making a scene now. Thief, ha! Blackbeard swaggered and laughed wildly. The 6th floor space fell into silence again. Seeing someone coming, the prisoners in the cell became active again. They all gathered in front of the fence and looked towards the source of the laughter. Shilio. Many prisoners quickly moved away from the fence in fear, as if they had seen some terrifying person. Let Shilio let them out. Is that any different from an old man eating arsenic? Thief, ha! Is this the prisoner on the 6th floor? It's really disappointing, but it doesn't matter. I will release you all. Blackbeard showed contempt for the weak prisoners, with a ferocious look on his face, and grinned. Fight, all you have to do is fight, and I will take the winner away with me. How? Having said that, regardless of whether everyone agreed or not, he signaled with his eyes for Lafitte to open all the cages. Creak. As the cages were opened one by one, the group of prisoners did not come out immediately, but all looked outside and at several special cages cautiously. The long wait is painful. However, they found that the most special cages were not opened by the pretty boy wearing a top hat. Seeing this situation, the prisoners in the jail's eyes suddenly lit up and they rushed out without hesitation. Kill! Suddenly, the shouts and cries of killing were heard from the 6th floor of the city. It was as chaotic as a gladiatorial arena. Seeing this, Blackbeard laughed his unique laugh again. Thieves, huh? Let's fight. Shilio, guard the door. If anyone tries to escape in the chaos, kill them without mercy. After saying that, he looked towards the locked cage not far away. Interesting guy. Barrett stood in the cell, looking at Blackbeard walking towards him through the bars, and sneered. He could feel that the hideous-looking guy had great ambitions. Thief, devil's offspring, Douglas Barrett. Looking at the strong man in the cell, Blackbeard called out his name and then said, It's a little difficult for me to subdue you now, but don't worry, I will deal with you in a while. Then they came to Redfield Prison. And you, the Red Earl, Barrick Redfield, I have heard a lot of legends about you. A legendary figure who can fight against Roger or the Whitebeard pirates on his own. He's a scary guy, too. Although Blackbeard is rampant, he has not let his power go to his head. You can't afford to offend these two guys in front of you. It would be a pity to let him go right away. It would be better to keep him locked up for a while. As long as you deprive yourself of that fruit, everything will be solved. Ah. Oh la la la. Cough. What is that? At this moment, Badgers and Lafitte behind Blackbeard exclaimed. However, Duke, who was a sickly person, was so frightened that he almost died from coughing. Ha! Is that the monster in the legend? It's really huge. Blackbeard turned around, and when he saw the three cruel and ferocious dragon heads, he couldn't help but sigh with his eyes wide open. I remember when I was a kid, all I saw in my family notebook was a sketch of a three-headed monster. But I never expected that there would be such a huge discrepancy between the original and the notes. When he thought of the abilities recorded in the notes, his ferocious eyes were filled with desire. Ah, you really are a guy who is not afraid of death. Seeing Blackbeard approaching the huge ice prison, Barrett's eyes flashed with disdain and he sneered. In his opinion, the opponent's strength was indeed good, but he was not qualified to face that terrifying guy. The momentum alone is enough to suppress the arrogant and rude man. Why is there another person? When he arrived in front of the huge ice prison, Blackbeard noticed that outside the corner of the ice prison, there was another inconspicuous ice prison. Inside, there was actually a human being frozen in ice. Who is this guy? Forget it, he shouldn't be an important person. Blackbeard, who didn't know Walt, ignored him and turned his gaze to the three heads of Ghidorah again. Excitement and desire gradually appeared in his eyes. Thief, my wish is finally coming true. Ghidorah, you have been my idol since childhood. Since then, I have made a wish that one day I will have your ability. Later, I checked all the notes and learned that there is a kind of fruit that can deprive other fruits of their abilities. I finally got the chance I've been waiting for. Even God is on my side. Blackbeard Marshall teached I in the near future, I will become the master of this world. Thief, I accept your fruit. Click, click. Blackbeard, behaving like a madman, did not pay attention to the faint sound of the ice cracking. Activating the power of the dark fruit, thick black fog and dark energy spread out and climbed up the huge fence. Click, click. As the dark energy continued to flow, the huge fence began to make sounds of being unable to bear the weight. Bang. Finally, after a loud bang, the fence, which could no longer withstand the erosion of dark energy, collapsed. Even the chains connecting the 5 floors above were broken. Thief, I'll accept your ability. Blackbeard, who looked like a madman, laughed wildly. At the same time, the dark energy under his feet rushed towards the huge ice crystals like layers of waves. Dark energy as thick as black fog gradually eroded the huge ice crystals that wrapped around Ghidorah. Far away, Barrett and Redfield were horrified as they looked at the roiling dark energy. Staring with surprise, he said, "Is that the ability of the fruit?" As far as they could remember, they had never seen this kind of fruit. What made them even more concerned was that the guy just now actually said, that fruit actually has the ability to deprive other fruits of their power. Deprive of the fruit's ability? I feel chilled just thinking about it. 12, Chapter 012-3, Giant snakes break out of the ice. Thief, The entire 6th floor of Impel Down was filled with Blackbeard's devilish laughter. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he looked at the huge ice crystal wrapped in dark energy. It would only take a moment for the dark energy to completely consume the ice crystal and reach the terrifying beast, and he would be able to deprive it of the powerful fruit. By then, the world will completely tremble at your feet. Looking at the black beard that looked like a madman, Barrett and Redfield were both filled with shock. They couldn't imagine what would happen to the world if that guy really obtained the power of that fruit. At this moment, Blackbeard is destined to become the center of attention. The prisoners who were fighting each other stopped killing and stared in amazement at the huge black fog that enveloped the cage. The body began to shake and shudder uncontrollably. Boom. Suddenly, a muffled sound was heard in the darkness. The dull sound, like beating a drum, made everyone's heart tremble. What's that sound? Before anyone could ask any questions, a rhythmic muffled sound rang out. Boom, 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 boom. The sound was like a heartbeat, gradually becoming stronger and faster. Hearing this sound, everyone subconsciously thought of heartbeat. But isn't this heartbeat a little too exaggerated? Dung dung. The sonorous and powerful voice emitted an earth-shaking rhythm that shocked everyone's hearts. With every beat of the sound, the ground shook and everyone's hearts beat faster. Especially the black beard in the front. The madness on his face had disappeared, and it was covered with fine beads of sweat, and his eyes were full of solemnity. Click, click, click. The sound of the ice breaking became more and more frequent, and with increasing sound, the dark energy wrapped around the ice crystals began to fluctuate. Marshal D. Teach. Suddenly, an extremely gloomy and hoarse voice sounded in the 6th level space. The sound was like an evil ghost from the underworld, making people feel cold all over, and it sounded again. I didn't expect that after 1,000 years, the family is still worse than dogs and pigs. Your clan is truly detestable. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As the mysterious, hoarse voice fell, a sharp and piercing sound was heard from the dark matter wrapped around the ice crystals, like an interfering signal or electric current. Alive, alive. Seeing the dark energy that was constantly bulging, the people in the distance were filled with horror. What on earth does Blackbeard want to do? It actually awakened that horrible monster? Looking at the constantly surging dark energy, Blackbeard also panicked. But even if he survives, what does it matter in front of my fruit power? All fruit abilities are invalid. Thief, Blackbeard, who had strong confidence in the dark fruit, ignored the other party and even automatically ignored the words martial family. What he had to do now was to break the ice and deprive that guy of the fruit before he woke up completely. Devil fruit? You are ridiculous. If you knew the actual effect of the dark fruit, you probably wouldn't be so arrogant anymore, right? In the dark energy, King Ghidorah suddenly opened his 3 pairs of golden eyes and let out a terrifying roar. Roar. Bang, 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 click, click, click. At the same time, violent sounds of ice crystals shattering were heard, and the dark matter wrapped around him began to fluctuate violently, becoming as fragile as a thin film. Martial family, I should have made sure that you would have no descendants. How dare you target me today? Although I am grateful to you for opening the cage, I am disgusted by you. Ridiculous garbage fruit ability. Open it for me. Bang, 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 boom. As the angry hoarse sound in the darkness ended, the dark energy wrapped around the cage instantly expanded like a balloon. With each muffled sound, it would expand a circle, directly expanding to its limit and then exploding with a loud bang. As the black energy exploded, a terrifying storm visible to the naked eye, mixed with wind blades, instantly spread out. What's this? Help, puff. Bang, boom, bang. The terrifying storm was like a passing typhoon. The weak prisoners were torn to pieces before they could even scream. Those who had a little bit of strength would inevitably be cut by the wind knife, hit into some fixed building, and fall into coma, with their life or death unknown. So strong. Barrett, what on earth is this? Barrett and the other man, who were still locked in a cell, looked at the mess outside in shock. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Blackbeard, who was at the center of the explosion, was rolling on the ground like a bloody man fished out of a pool of blood. Roar! 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 The 3 hideous heads that had completely broken free from the cage roared toward the sky. As the terrifying roars continued, ripples appeared in front of the mouths of the 3 heads, and the circular ripples gradually spread like ripples. 10 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. Boom! 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 The ripples from the roar hit the surrounding walls, instantly producing a violent explosion and creating cracks in the stone walls. It feels so wonderful to be able to move. Ghidorah's 3 heads twisted with a cracking sound. After hundreds of years of inactivity, their bodies were rusted. Because his head has independent thoughts, he can be said to have 3 independent consciousnesses. After the left head moved, it reached in front of the tumbling Blackbeard, sniffed twice and said, "It really tastes like garbage. Only a fool would eat that kind of fruit. Since you dare to use that dirty power touches my king body, die." The head on the right roared and directly knocked open the head on the right, then opened its huge scarlet mouth and bit towards Blackbeard on the ground. Swish. Boom. From beginning to end, the middle head remained upright, and its golden eyes looked at the Birdman with white wings who saved Blackbeard not far away. Boom. Birdman, you're looking for death. The right side of the head pulled out from the rubble, looked at Lafitte who was hiding in the distance, and said angrily, then opened its huge mouth and a yellow ball of light with electric arcs formed with a sizzle. Ji Lang, stop it. The middle head, upon seeing his action, roared angrily and rammed into the mouth of the head on the left, knocking out the gravitational beam that was about to form. Don't forget, your body is still trapped. Don't make meaningless attacks. Kevin, do it. Following the main head's order, the head on the right showed a hint of reluctance on its face and glanced at the surrounding situation. Hey, there's another person here. Forget it. I'll try not to hurt you. The right side of the head named Kevin muttered to himself, then stood up and pointed its mouth at the ground under its neck. Buzz, 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 sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. A strong piercing noise was heard, and a ball of light with golden and electric flashes gradually formed in its mouth. Then, what is that? Looking at the golden energy and feeling its terrifying fluctuations, Barrett in the distance showed a look of horror in his eyes. Fuck, idiot, open the door. Seeing this, the indifferent Redfield couldn't help but swear and shouted to the Blackbeards and their group not far away. Thief, you can open the door and help me deal with him. Blackbeard, who was almost killed by the explosive wind pressure, finally realized that he might have made a big mistake. But I couldn't bear to leave in such disgrace. He had to get the fruit no matter what. You are crazy. Barrett and Redfield were immediately surprised when they heard this. This guy is obviously no match for his opponent, yet he is still thinking about taking away his fruit ability. Have you ever had a serious illness? I didn't take any medicine. Or did you take too much medicine? 13. Chapter 013. I have a devil fruit. Do you want it? Roar. Roar. Boom, boom. Magellan, who had gone berserk and turned into a poisonous giant, had lost his mind. His strict character meant that he would never allow anyone to act recklessly in Push City during his tenure. However, he never expected that just as he was about to attack, the entire Push City suddenly shook. A deafening roar came from the lower space. The calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, and the sky was filled with wind and clouds as if a natural disaster had come. Not good. Seeing this change, the furious Magellan suddenly woke up and looked towards the depths of Impel Down in horror. If it was his fault that the Straw Hat Pirates escaped from prison, then when the guy at the bottom woke up, Hidak could only commit seppuku to apologize. Magellan instantly realized what was more important, immediately gave up on Luffy and the others, and ran towards the 6th floor with all his might. Just as Magellan turned to leave, a frivolous voice rang out. Oh my, what a lively bunch of guys. Along with the sound, a golden light gradually condensed into a human shape, blocking Luffy and others. What? Hi, Admiral Kizaru. Ivankov, Jinpei, and others' eyes widened when they saw the human figure gradually taking shape. At this time, shouldn't the Admiral be preparing for war in Marineford? Why are you here? Never mind. I don't know why Magellan let you go. I always feel like something bad is going to happen. Kizaru tilted his head and glanced at the lazy faces of the crowd with some confusion. Then he turned into a ray of golden light and shot straight into the city. Compared with the fugitives, the changes in the sea area around the entire Impel Down city seem more important. What's more, the one who led the trouble was Garp's grandson. It's scary. Hey, gone. The people standing at the door of the 1st floor were confused for a moment. He is a Navy admiral. Just let them go so easily. Phew, I'm saved. In short, no matter what, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and their hearts were temporarily relieved. After everyone cheered, they ran towards the port excitedly. Magellan, what happened in Impel Down? With Kizaru's speed, catching up with Magellan was a piece of cake. In the blink of an eye, the two arrived at the elevator door at the same time. Magellan was startled when he heard this, and turned around to look, and was surprised to see Kizaru standing behind him with a confused look on his face. Yellow, General, Yellow Ape, why are you here? The Navy headquarters noticed something unusual about Impel Down, and Marshal Sengoku sent me to take a look. It looks like something bad is going to happen. Feeling the entire Impel Down city shaking, Kizaru said in surprise. It's more than just similar. I'm afraid the coffin lid of the guy below can't even hold it down. Hearing what Kizaru said, Magellan's heart began to beat. It seems that I can't keep it secret this time. If things go wrong, I might have to commit seppuku to apologize. Magellan was extremely angry when he thought that such a thing had happened during his tenure. Galala. At this moment, the elevator door opened. He walked in without thinking and said to Kizaru outside, Time is tight now, so I can't explain it to you in detail. Please come with me and suppress it. Magellan had no idea whether he could suppress King Ghidorah. Even with the help of Kizaru, it would still be the same. But he couldn't just ignore it. As long as he was the director of Pushing City, he would be responsible to the end, even if he lost his life the next moment. Kizaru, who was unaware of the situation, saw this and walked into the elevator hesitantly and asked with a curious look on his face, "Oh, haha, what on earth is down there that would cause such a big reaction?" Hearing this, Magellan's expression froze, and he subconsciously thought of the secret document he signed when he took office. He hesitated and said, "It's just a very powerful monster. It might be because there is something wrong with the ice prison." Triangle Eyes glanced at Magellan, and without getting any answer, Kizaru stopped talking and looked thoughtful. The Warring States period was like this. The same is true for the director of the Advanced City. There may be a secret that neither he nor even the entire Navy's top brass knows. Looking back over the years, every time I came to escort prisoners, it seemed that I had never entered the 6th level space. I didn't feel anything before. Now it seems that there is a problem. Very suspicious. But the truth is, oh shit. The moment the elevator door opened, a strong wind rushed in, and Kizaru stared in amazement at the huge head exposed to the air outside. One of them in particular had golden light emanating from his mouth and was preparing a terrifying attack. What the hell is this? Since when did Impel Down start imprisoning Sea Kings? Blackbeard, our deal is over. With an arrogant roar, a man in prison uniform suddenly rose from the ground and rushed towards the left head of the 3 huge heads. The majestic figure seemed as small as an ant compared to the huge head. But with a terrifying force, the dark fist slammed under the head that was brewing golden light. Bang! Sizzle. The moment the ferocious head was hit, golden light burst out. The golden beam of light, entangled with electromagnetic energy, shot to the ground with a boom and swept from bottom to top as the head tilted back. Boom, boom, boom. The heavy stone ground was cut apart, and beams of light continued to burst out into the distance and gradually rose. Oh my, that's so scary. Kizaru, who was in the elevator, saw the beam of light coming towards him along the ground and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. It used to be scary. It's all bullshit. This time I'm really not kidding. Without time to think, he immediately activated the fruit's elemental ability and fled away. As for Magellan, I believe you can survive. Boom, boom. The golden electric light interweaves the beams, shooting from the bottom to the top of the dome along the ground. A huge ditch several meters deep and more than 3 meters wide was left behind. Thief Barrett, thanks to your attack. Blackbeard, with blood all over his face, laughed. We saw that he had successfully stopped King Ghidorah from destroying the rock beneath him. As long as you restrict the other party's actions, you still have a chance. We just made a deal, and now it's all written off. After the attack, Barrett moved away from Blackbeard and his men, folded his arms, and prepared to watch the show. Blackbeard. At this moment, an extremely gloomy voice came from the gap at the entrance of the 6th floor. Well, Magellan. Hearing the voice, Blackbeard looked at Magellan with blood in the corner of his mouth in surprise and spoke after a while. Do you want to take action? I think we should work together to suppress that guy first. Upon hearing this, Magellan looked at the 3-headed Ghidorah in the distance, and his expression became even uglier. The thing that all the previous directors of the City of Advancement were most worried about finally happened to him. Why am I so unlucky? Oh, this is unforgivable. Kevin shook his huge head and looked at Barrett in the distance angrily. Bang. At this moment, Ghidorah's right head, named Jiro, slammed into the ground, trying to smash the ground. Along with a deafening roar, the heavy stone was smashed into pieces. Hey, Jilong, don't be impulsive. I'll fire another one. The head named Kevin on the left couldn't help but be surprised when he saw this. Although the blue stone would not hurt the head at all, this mad dog-like behavior really made him feel that it was tasteless. The silent main head, that is, the main idea King Ghidorah, was speechless about the 2 prodigal sons on his left and right. Weiwei felt his body merged into the foundation of the city, feeling heavy and unable to move. In addition to destroying the ground, another option is to summon an electromagnetic storm to directly smash the city. However, with the interference of these insects, it might not be so easy for him to break through the ground. Ghidorah's huge head showed a humanized expression, and he looked at Blackbeard and bewitched him. Blackbeard, if you help me break the ground, I can give you a fruit. Although I don't like that stuff, I still collected some thousands of years ago. Any one of them is stronger than your dark fruit. 14, Chapter 014. What are you doing? Thief, huh? I don't think there is a better fruit in this world than the dark fruit. Blackbeard grinned wildly when he heard this. TSK, you guys in the Marshall family are all of the same character, Kevin said disdainfully. Jirong, stop wasting your energy. Ghidorah bumped into Jilong and said, Snort. Erlang, who was hit, raised his huge head, snorted coldly, and exhaled a puff of white smoke. Each of Ghidorah's 3 heads has independent consciousness, but their memories are shared with each other, and the main body is still controlled by Ghidorah. It sounds contradictory, but in fact, it is very powerful. He knew this as early as when the fruit came into being. Even though he could never return to human form after eating this fruit, he still chose to eat it, because this fruit has a more hidden function. Just like Blackbeard's dark fruit, if it develops according to the original story, what that guy wants to steal is the trembling fruit. I have to admit that it is a horrible fruit. But only a fool would choose to pair the dark fruit with the trembling fruit. In the past, there was such a fool in the Blackbeard family. In the end, he was crushed to death by King Ghidorah. Ghidorah's huge golden eyes stared coldly at Blackbeard for a while. Blackbeard, do you want to die? So, when I come out, you will die. As he spoke, King Ghidorah raised his ferocious dragon head. For the sake of convenience, this name will be used from now on. Erlang followed closely behind, while Kevin looked at the 2 dragon heads in confusion, somewhat out of touch. Roar, roar. Suddenly a sharp roar was heard and the air began to vibrate. Roar. Kevin, who was a beat slow, finally realized what the 2 of them were trying to do, and immediately raised his head and roared. Buzz sizzle. Golden electromagnetic rays instantly spurted out from the mouths of the 3 dragon heads. Gravity ray. The violent rays shot directly at the dome, and a deafening bang was heard. The fallen debris was disturbed by the gravitational waves and directly sucked into the electromagnetic rays and exploded. Strong winds stirred the air, dust swirled around the rays, and golden electric snakes flashed continuously. Like a vast nebula, the shocking scene with great visual impact stunned everyone. Boom, crackle. The sound of mountains collapsing and the earth splitting was heard, and cracks appeared in the huge dome. Stop him. Magellan roared when he saw this. I don't know what it is, but it's really scary. When Kizaru saw this, his eyes were filled with fear. At this time, he is no longer the wretched uncle who said, salary is in place, the 4 emperors are ruined. He clearly realized that even if he was given the 5 Elder Stars treatment, he probably wouldn't be able to enjoy the thing in front of him. But this is not the time to paddle. Zhang, you are cheating me. Yellow Monkey, filled with resentment, did not hesitate at all, flew into the air, and his hands glowed with golden light. Yashikani no Magatama. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The hands shining with golden light were like a Gatling gun, shooting out countless dazzling golden light bullets. Boom, boom, boom. The former god of war was now the god of guns, and all the light bullets hit the dragon head on the right. Poisonous dragon. In the violent explosion, 3 hideous purple poisonous dragons, wrapped in poisonous mist, pounced towards the left head of King Ghidorah. Seeing this, Blackbeard was unwilling to fall behind, so he used all his strength to kick the opponent. The ground cracked into a spider web-like pit with a bang, and the next moment a man was shot out like a cannonball, with dark energy rolling behind him like wolf smoke, like a human-shaped meteorite crashing into Ghidorah. He is determined to get that fruit. Barrett glanced at Redfield, who was not far from him, hesitated for a moment, then turned and ran towards the elevator. Seeing this, Redfield hesitated for a moment, sneered, and turned into a group of bloodbats and fled. Seeing this, Yuji Shilu directly avoided the road. He is bloodthirsty by nature, not mentally deficient. Neither of these 2 people can be afforded to be offended. They are courting death. Dark water. In the blink of an eye, Blackbeard, who ran into King Ghidorah, raised his fist with a ferocious look on his face and blasted out a stream of dark energy like thick smoke. The black smoke was like waves, one layer after another, rushing towards Ghidorah's neck, and then dispersed with a boom, climbing up along the neck and began to devour it. At the same time, Magellan's poisonous dragon also hit the left neck with a loud bang, and the poisonous dragon disintegrated and wrapped around the thick neck. Feeling the dark energy swallowing him, King Ghidorah's golden eyes moved slightly. He glanced at Blackbeard below and sneered in his heart. What a man. Wow, what is this? Kevin, who was eroded by the poisonous dragon, retracted his gravitational rays and started screaming. Asshole. Jiro, whose gravitational ray was forced him in by Kizaru's attack, looked at the wretched yellow monkey not far away, with his golden eyes filled with anger. With a roar, it sprayed a gravitational ray towards the latter. Buzz. The rough, electromagnetically interwoven gravitational rays came at the speed of light, and Kizaru was so shocked that he couldn't avoid them and had to transform into an element. However, he didn't expect that the moment the ray touched his shoulder, a powerful gravitational force tore his body apart. Kizaru was instantly frightened and broke out in a cold sweat, and he dodged desperately by transforming into his element. Woo, boom, boom. The terrifying gravitational rays from the intersection of electromagnetics penetrated the air, creating ripples and shaking the walls in the distance. Ghidorah has no idea what the quality of Impel Down in the original story is, but the Impel Down town in this pirate world where he is located is absolutely impregnable. When Golden Lion escaped from prison, he also took the normal passage. If he wanted to break into the city with brute force, it would undoubtedly be a pipe dream. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Huang Yuan landed on the top of a prison cell. His wretched face finally became serious. He covered his torn right shoulder with his hands and was extremely horrified. That light could actually hurt him. Oh, it's so hot. Slur. Kevin, whose left side was covered by Magellan's venom, howled like a ghost and howled like a wolf, and then lowered his head to lick the venom on his body. Fuck. The prisoners on the 6th level, including Magellan, were stunned when they saw the action of the left head. What is this operation? That's extremely poisonous. Doesn't this guy have a brain? Slurp. The snake-like forked tongue, with its sticky, shiny liquid, licked away a large amount of venom in an instant. Call. I was so scared. I thought it was sulfuric acid. Kevin saw that he had licked off the venom and revealed his intact skin. He breathed a sigh of relief and started licking again. Oh shit. Fine. Seeing the movement of the dragon head on the left, everyone became nervous. That's the deadly poison produced by the user of the poison fruit ability. You lick it like a lollipop. Are you really okay? After a while, Kevin licked Magellan's poisonous dragon clean like licking a lollipop and burped with poisonous mist. Soon, Kevin's face changed drastically in an instant, and he looked extremely ugly, like a child who accidentally ate horseradish. After looking around, when he saw the dark energy wrapped around Ghidorah's neck, his golden eyes lit up, and he dived directly into the dark energy. Vomit. Bitter. Crash. Accompanied by a vomit, there was a splashing sound like water. Blackbeard, who was still desperately outputting dark energy in an attempt to deprive King Ghidorah of his devil fruit, saw this. The grim smile on his face froze in an instant. Damn it. What you doing? P.S. 3 heads in 3 consciousnesses, so I have to use 3 names to replace them. Wonder if you can get used to it. 15. Chapter 15 King of Thunder Ghidorah. Oh, bastard, that hurts. Blackbeard, who had taken drugs, had a dark face covered in sweat. As if suffering from a drug addiction, he scratched his chest desperately, rolled over, and howled. Seeing this, Shilyo flew to his side without hesitation, took out the remaining antidote, and injected it into the other person's body with a puff. Looking at the bulging black beard with the stabbed eyes, he said with a cigar in his mouth and grinned, Captain, you are a real man. You dare to swallow Magellan's poison. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's eyes widened, and a look of helplessness appeared on his painful face. It's like I'm willing to do that. Who the hell could have thought of that? That damn guy would do such a thing in public. XI.lu. Seeing this, Magellan's face turned extremely ugly, and he stared at Shiloh with gritted teeth. She actually dared to betray me and get together with that man. Why? I have already promised to pardon you. Why would you do this? Why? Shiloh with a cigar in his mouth snorted disdainfully. What can I do if I stay here? In the end, I will still be imprisoned by you. Instead of that, it's better to be thorough. You. Hearing this, Magellan didn't know how to refute. He knew Shiloh's character very well. What the other party said was right. If he stayed here, he would continue to kill. But that such blatant betrayal is really infuriating. Damn, you almost killed me. At this moment, Blackbeard, who had been rolling on the ground, struggled to get up, and the black color on his face faded a lot. Boom. At this moment, a loud breaking sound was heard above everyone's heads. Along with violent shaking, the dome above completely shattered, and huge pieces of rubble mixed with ice fell downwards. It collapsed. It collapsed. The prisoners stared at the broken dome with their mouths wide open, their minds blank. Boom! Bang! A huge rock fell and hit a prisoner, instantly turning him into a pool of blood and mud. The tragic death immediately woke up the prisoners, and they let out hoarse howls. Push, push, city is about to collapse. Run! Don't leave me. I don't want to die here. The panicked prisoners ran towards the entrance to the 6th floor, and the entire space became chaotic in an instant. When Blackbeard saw this, a hint of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and then he called on Shirley and others to escape. Fruits are important, but life is more important. In the blink of an eye, only Kizaru and Magellan were left standing and the entire 6th floor unmoving. As the 6th-layer dome collapsed, the 5th layer of the extremely cold hell fell into the 6th layer, and King Ghidorah's gravity ray hit the 5th-layer dome again. No one harassed them anymore, and the violent energy exploded wildly, instantly piercing through the 5-layer dome. Boom! The deafening roar caused the city to shake even more violently. The moment the 5-layer dome was torn open, bright red, hot magma poured down like a waterfall, instantly illuminating the entire space. The prisoner who was desperately trying to escape was attracted by the red light and looked back. No need to run. Just look. Rock magma? We are saved. That's magma that can melt even steel. Looking at the pouring lava, the prisoners who were tired of escaping stopped and showed excitement at having escaped from a desperate situation. However, the next moment, they fell into fear and despair again. In the infinite hell illuminated by red magma, the three-headed monster raised its head and sprayed rays, and magma poured down like the Milky Way in the sky. No matter how you look at it, it's a beautiful doomsday scene. In their view, the unstoppable magma poured over the giant beast's head and splashed everywhere. No harm done at all. This is too fucking ridiculous. This guy isn't even afraid of lava. Is it really reasonable to be immune to all poisons and invulnerable to swords and guns? The ice and snow that had fallen before instantly turned into white mist after encountering the magma, and rose up mixed with volcanic ash. The turbid fog, under the electromagnetic interference of King Ghidorah, gradually formed dark gray clouds, and the clouds gathered to form dark gray thunderclouds. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Run. Help. Get lost. Go to hell. Seeing the dense cloud of flashing lightning, the prisoners screamed and fled in panic. There were pushes, trampling, and even direct killings. The scene was more than just chaos. Boom, boom. The thunderclouds gradually spread and grew larger, with the sound of rolling thunder heard inside. Hee. A low, hoarse, terrifying laugh was heard. Along with the laughter, the brewing thundercloud dropped a blue lightning with a crack, landing squarely on the ground where he was. With a bang, the magma exploded and splashed everywhere, revealing the cracked ground. As the first bolt of lightning fell, it was followed by a series of powerful bolts of lightning. Thunder poured down like rain and continued to bombard the area where he was. How terrible! Kizaru, who had a shoulder injury, couldn't help but look horrified when he saw the situation. Is there nothing that can be done? Amid the flashes of lightning and sparks, Magellan had a gloomy face, and his eyes were full of unwillingness. It's so terrible. What can we do? Glancing at Magellan, Kizaru couldn't help but sigh. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, he made a decisive decision. We should find a way to evacuate now. We must pass the message to Zhongguo. After hearing what Kizaru said, Magellan knew that it was impossible to stop the other party by himself. After a brief eye contact, the two men simultaneously fled towards the upper level of Push City. From then on, Ghidorah was the only one left on the entire 6th floor, and no one could disturb him anymore. The gravitational rays from his mouth became even more unscrupulous, erupting like a torrent. The small thunderclouds, affected by electromagnetic interference, became even more violent. Thunder poured down like heavy rain, destroying the ground beneath his head again and again. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the ground that had been imprisoning his body loosen, Ghidorah stopped his ray and roared toward the sky. The ground where the magma was collapsing began to shake violently, and huge cracks appeared. Click, click, click. With a loud bang, the ground bulged slightly with his neck as the center. It was as if something was about to break out of the ground. Bang! With a loud bang, the raised and broken bluestone was blown away by a pair of huge flesh wings. Roar! Thunderstorm! With a roar, two huge flesh wings opened with a boom. The huge flesh wings that were more than 500 meters long directly lifted the ground on both sides and connected with the pouring thunder. The violent thunder and lightning instantly overturned the ground, revealing its majestic body. Ghidorah, covered in sparks and lightning, roared angrily. Bang! 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 With a loud bang, the ground behind it shattered, and two tails nearly 100 meters thick broke out of the ground. The tail covered with hard barbs swung up with a whoosh sound and smashed down like a meteor hammer, smashing the blue-black boulder that was pressing on its body. Whoosh! 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 The huge flesh wings spread out and flapped violently, and a violent hurricane swept up. With a boom, the majestic body was pulled out from the broken ground. Crash, boom, bang. On the body that broke out of the ground, magma flowed and rubble rolled down and crashed into the bottomless pit below, and then fell in the huge pit with a loud bang. Ha, I'm free. Pirate world, prepare to welcome your Sky King. The only person who could say such a thing is Kevin, a fool. Roar. Glancing at Kevin with disdain, Erlang raised his head and roared, venting hundreds of years of repression. The manic roar shook the entire impel-down city. Ghidorah ignored the two idiots' behavior and simply raised his head to look up to the upper space, a hint of excitement flashing in his golden eyes. Then it flapped its wings and broke through the thunderclouds above its head with a sizzle. It soared up with a mighty thunder and crashed into the broken dome. 16. Chapter 16. Magellan's Rage. The sky was like a pool of thick ink that could not be dissolved, and lightning snakes were flying through the clouds. The strong wind blew across the sea, and the raging waves beat against the underwater wall. This violent Shanghai, which should have belonged to the New World, appeared in the perennially calm doldrums. The prisoner who was fleeing for his life stared at the scene in front of him in amazement. His mind was blank and he was terrified. I couldn't believe my eyes. Is this still the doldrums? Yes, it should be. Boom, boom. The earth shook violently, and everyone's faces turned pale, and they all looked at the turbulent sea in despair. As the violent shaking continued, two more figures shot out from the advancing city. General Kizaru. Magellan. When the escaped prisoner saw the two men, he cried out in even greater despair. However, the two people who escaped ignored the crowd. Magellan turned around and stared solemnly at the city's main tower, his eyes terrifyingly deep. Kizaru took out a din-din mushi from his pocket and tried to contact the Marine headquarters. Bulu, 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 bulu. The listless din-din mushi looked like it hadn't woken up yet, and even its calls were so weak, IT called again and again but received no response. How terrible. Even the din-din mushi is not working. Kizaru put away the din-din mushi with a serious expression. Boom. Suddenly, the ground beneath everyone's feet shook violently as if an earthquake occurred. Immediately afterwards, the top of the city lord's tower exploded with a loud bang, and a huge golden beast rushed into the sky, rolling up smoke and trailing flashing thunder. The next moment, bolts of lightning rained down from the sky as thick as ink and landed on the giant beast. Click, click, click. Looking at the huge beast bathed in thunder and lightning, everyone's eyes widened, and their souls were about to fly away. Not afraid of poison, not afraid of magma, not afraid of lightning. Were you afraid of? Roar. A terrifying roar like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar came from the giant beast's mouth, resounding through heaven and earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the huge wings flapped, the violent wind doubled in size, and like a catastrophic hurricane, it instantly blew several weaker prisoners into the sea. Ah, help! Help! Before they could swim back to the shore, they saw several huge shadows appear on the turbulent seabed. With a bang, they broke through the sea surface, and a bloody mouth swallowed both the people and the water. Then it fell into the sea with a boom and dived into the water. The prisoners who witnessed everything at the dock suddenly felt cold all over, and their pale faces were full of despair. The turbulent sea, the ruined impel-down city. Looking at the post-disaster impel-downs in front of him, Magellan was filled with anger. At the same time, he realized that his career as director might have come to an end. Looking at the culprit of all this in the sky, his eyes gradually turned red and venom bubbles appeared all over his body. The purple venom gradually turned red and grew larger, like cells spreading. Hey, director, calm down. Hannibal, who was not far behind, saw this and tried to stop it with his eyes wide open. But Magellan was already furious and had lost his mind, so he could not listen to anything else. In an instant, a huge poisonous giant 50 meters tall was formed. Ghidorah, the tall poisonous giant, uttered the gloomy voice of Magellan. Whoosh, whoosh. Ghidorah, who was flying in the air with his wings flapping, looked towards and fell down upon hearing this. After seeing Magellan's poisonous giant, his eyes were full of disdain. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish, and your three-headed poisonous dragon really annoys me. Ghidorah, who had been inactive for a long time, moved his body a little, flapped his flesh wings, and dived towards the main tower of the city. I'm going to die. Magellan, you are asking for death. Please don't take others with you. Run away. Seeing the huge beast that blocked out the sun and clouds swooping down, the prisoners below hated Magellan to death. They all screamed in fear. However, the prisoners were like ants on hot pot, not knowing where to escape. On the turbulent sea surface, there are lurking terrifying sea kings. The city of Advance was filled with thick smoke and was at risk of collapse at any time. Why? It's so hard to be a fugitive. At this moment, despair opened the door to despair. Despair reached its limit. As the giant beast approached, violent gusts of wind blew from under its flapping giant wings. The strong wind was mixed with blade-like wind knives. This is no longer just a strong wind, but a harvester that can crush everything. The prisoners with less strength fought hard, and those with a little strength also tried their best. This is so. Are you going to let people live? Ghidorah, you destroyed, impelled down, and ruined my life. Even if I die, I won't let you have an easy life. The red poisonous giant Magellan, with wind blades, shot red poison beads at the swooping Ghidorah. Puff, puff, puff. The bright red poison bead exploded like a water balloon when it encountered the wind blade hand, and red poisonous rain fell from the sky. Magellan, you are such a lunatic. The prisoners below roared in fear upon seeing this, and their hands became even more flustered. Not only did he have to resist the wind blades, but he also had to dodge the falling poisonous rain, but he was badly let down by his stupid teammates. Boom! Ghidorah swooped down and landed on the top of the impelled down tower with a loud bang. His powerful feet instantly crushed the top of the tower to pieces. Immediately, 3 pairs of golden eyes looked at the people below, took a deep breath and roared. Roar, roar, roar. The howling evil wind blew up sand and rocks, knocking everyone over and over. Go to hell. Magellan, who had turned into a red poisonous giant, had completely lost his mind. He raised his red poisonous giant fist and swung it towards the top of the tower. Kevin saw the fist dripping with red venom and thought it was a bit tempting, like a greedy child. He leaned forward like a child and stretched out his forked snake-like tongue to lick it. Idiot! Erlang, who was standing by, cursed when he saw this, and the next moment, Red Poison's fist hit Kevin with a bang. Immediately afterwards, Erlang's huge dragon head came from behind and bit the arm that was connected to the Red Poison fist with a puff sound. Under the huge bite force, the arm made of red poison was bitten through and exploded with a bang. The flying venom fell on the surrounding buildings, immediately making a melting and burning, sizzling sound. Don't think about eating all the time. Erlang, with a mouth full of red venom, teaches Kevin a lesson. If he hadn't stopped him, the idiot in front of him would probably have swallowed the venom. Although this thing can't kill them, no one wants to have a bunch of venom in their stomach. He is not a poisonous dragon. Oh, Magellan. Erlang, who has a personality exactly opposite to the crazy Kevin, looked at the red poison giant Magellan with his tyrannical golden eyes, opened his mouth ferociously, and bit the red poison giant fiercely. Ghidorah had been standing calmly, staring coldly at the front with his golden eyes. To be more precise, he was staring at the slightly embarrassed Kizaru. Regardless of Erlang and Kevin, he spoke with interest. Admiral Kizaru is not in Marine Ford at this time. Are you here to stop me? 17. Chapter 017. Poisonous Giant Soldier. Judgment of Hell. Oh, what a scary tone. I'm just passing by. Yeah, just passing by. Facing King Ghidorah's ferocious face, Kizaru said in a serious manner. Passing by? No one would believe that. Just as Ghidorah was about to speak, there was a loud bang, and Jiro, with his mouth full of fangs, collided with Magellan's red poison giant. Poof. The red poison giant, which was as soft as water, had its shoulder bitten off in an instant, and bright red venom splashed up. Seeing this, Magellan, who was wrapped in venom, had a fierce look in his eyes. He raised his remaining arm and instantly wrapped it around Erlang's neck, shouting angrily, "Go to hell! Poison giant soldier! Judgment of hell!" As it roared, the red poison giant began to boil, and the color of its entire body gradually deepened until it turned brown-red. The next moment, the skull-like head opened its mucus-covered mouth and bit towards Erlang's head. Seeing this, Erlang became extremely ferocious. He roared, twisted his neck, and broke the poisonous giant's arm. Then, his ferocious dragon head smashed the skull like a sledgehammer. Bang! There was a dull sound, shaking the sky, and in an instant the skull made of brown and red venom was exploded. The exploding skull was like a burst watermelon, with balls of brown-red venom splattering everywhere. Chi-chi-chi-chi. Pools of brown-red venom fell around, instantly emitting corrosive, pungent white smoke. Ah! What is this? I don't want to die. Someone come and save me. If someone in the crowd was splashed with the brown-red poison, even a little bit would instantly spread throughout the body and kill them directly. Looking at the venom that would kill anyone who came into contact with it, everyone was horrified. At this moment, I don't want to stay here for even a minute. However, in this impel downtown located in the doldrums, there is no way to escape without a boat. Look, there's a boat coming. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted. Everyone, filled with despair, immediately turned their heads and looked towards the sea upon hearing this. On the sea not far from Impel Down, a warship with the world government logo on it was seen heading towards this side. When they saw the warship, they waved their hands desperately for help as if they had seen a life-saving straw. On the sea, on the warships with the world government and CP0 logos printed on their sails, 2 3-meter-tall CP0 members wearing masks and white robes looked towards the direction of Impel Down with extremely shocked eyes. There is a question circling in my mind. When will Sea Kings be able to fly into space? And he even took a shit on Impel Down. Are you disrespecting the Navy? Or is it a provocation to the world government? The CP0 members who came to check out the situation under the orders of the 5 elders never expected to encounter such a situation. As the warship approached against the wind and waves, the 2 men found that the entire port was filled with prisoners waving and warmly welcoming them. Magellan is a piece of shit. I can't even handle a reptile. Suddenly, the CP0 member wearing a black and white mask saw Magellan's poisonous giant being smashed to pieces and cursed coldly. Immediately afterwards, the man stepped on a moon and flew into the air towards the city. The man with a golden bird-faced mask who came with him also followed after seeing this. After the poisonous giant's head was smashed, Magellan, who was shocked, spurted out a mouthful of blood and could no longer hold on with a loud bang. He collapsed under the advancing city and turned into a torrent. The out-of-control venom flowed into the sea along the bridges on both sides. Seeing this, Jilong roared again, opened his huge mouth full of fangs, and rushed towards Magellan on the ground. As the culprit who desecrated the 3-headed creature, he had long wanted to kill him. I had no chance before because I was frozen in the ice, but now I will not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and Erlang's head, which was leaning towards Magellan, was knocked away by a huge impact and crashed into the side of the city's main tower with a loud bang, and the earth and rocks flew away in an instant. Roar. Jiro lifted the dragon head from the rubble. CP0? He was stunned when he saw the uninvited guest in front of him wearing a white robe and a black and white mask. Magellan, you, the director of Impel Down, have brought shame to the world government. The black and white masked CP0 member glanced coldly at the listless Magellan, then looked at Ghidorah, who was pushing his feet into the city. No matter who you are, if you dare to challenge the world government, there is only one outcome. Going against the world government means destruction. Following these cold words, the man in the black and white mask instantly disappeared from everyone's sight. When he appeared again, he was already in front of King Ghidorah, with his hands pop, covered with a layer of black domineering aura. Ghidorah looked at the black and white masked man in front of him, who was as small as an ant. His golden eyes showed no ripples at all. He even ignored the other party's rising momentum. Provoking the world government? What's so provocative about that thing? The disdainful tone immediately made the man's heart boil with anger, and he spoke in a cold tone. An animal-type ability user? No matter what it is, it's just scum in front of the world government. Go to hell. As he spoke, the man shot out with a bang, and a circle of ripples appeared behind him. The arms, covered with the ultimate arm domineering power, glowed darkly, and the violent energy tearing through the air streams of air were faintly visible. This is the Navy? No, this is the world government's most powerful intelligence agency, CP0. I heard there are monsters in there. Yeah, look at that guy's attack. That punch is enough to flatten a mountain. There are still quite a few knowledgeable prisoners on the 6th floor of Impel Down. The moment they saw the man, some of them recognized him as a member of the world government's intelligence agency. Especially that terrifying fist mixed with strong energy. Even the giant beast in front of us probably wouldn't dare to engage in a head-on confrontation. Boom. A violent explosion sounded, and the violent wind wave directly rolled up a cloud of smoke on the top of the Push City Tower. Dust. What? I thought he was so strong, but he hit me so easily. Tisk, for an animal-type ability user, a large body size doesn't mean a high combat power. How is that possible? After the attack hit the target, the man pulled back, looked at the cloud of dust, and sneered. However, he didn't expect that when the smoke and dust dissipated, the scene inside left him stunned. Is it really invulnerable? When the prisoners saw that Ghidorah was unharmed, their eyes bulged. Blackbeard, who was hiding in the crowd, saw this and looked grim. He realized that he had seriously underestimated the horror of the fruit. Since there was no hope of being deprived of his life now, he should find a way to escape from here as soon as possible. He immediately turned his attention to the approaching warship. Are you doing scraping? When the smoke cleared, Ghidorah glanced at the masked man and said, as a giant beast that is not afraid of even magma, how could it be afraid of physical attacks? Especially this kind of purely physical attack, unless he can reach the Ryasakura state in the original work, it can cause some damage to him. Hateful. When the man heard this, his face flushed red as if he was greatly insulted, and his aura suddenly increased. The man stomped on the ground with a bang and rushed towards Ghidorah like a cannonball. Damn you, reptile, I'll make you regret angering me. 18, Chapter 018 Director, you can only take revenge in the next life. Regret? A trace of thought flashed across King Ghidorah's golden eyes, and he said indifferently, it seems that I have no regrets in my life. Boom. 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 Too fast. Then, that monster was completely powerless to fight back. Haha, finally someone can subdue that monster. As the man ran away, everyone saw the man's figure flashing around the monster's head, and the air was filled with earth-shaking explosions. The ferocious head was swayed left and right by the violent fists. It's simply a beating. No effect. Although Kizaru seems to be lazy all day long, his strength is extraordinary. His eyes were even sharper, and he could see everything in the battle in an instant. The world government agent seemed to have the upper hand and was even beating the monster. But it had no effect at all, and that giant beast. He actually smiled, a playful smile. Boom. With a loud bang, the man punched with all his strength, directly breaking Ghidorah's neck and tilting his head to the side. Humph, this is what happens when you go against the world government. The man who fell to the ground saw the huge dragon head fall to the side and said with a proud look on his face, what? Really knocked down? The prisoners who were taking the opportunity to seize the warship suddenly widened their eyes when they saw King Ghidorah fall on the tower. However, before everyone had time to be happy, a slightly joking voice was heard. The strength isn't that great, but the cervical massage technique is pretty good. Since you've worked so hard, I'll give you a 5-star rating. Erlang, give me a good review. The frivolous words instantly made everyone feel like they were falling into an icy cave. So that kind of attack is actually okay. Everyone was stunned as they looked at the huge dragon head that slowly straightened and twisted twice. Buzz. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and a violent ray shot out from the side. The masked man didn't even have time to scream before he was submerged in the violent gravitational rays. Seeing this, the man with the golden bird face mask who came with him bulged out his eyes in horror, and his legs began to tremble with fear. Damn it! Why did the 5 elders send us here? Compared with his companions, his strength was not worth mentioning. He suddenly felt frightened and wanted to turn around and run away. However, when he saw the situation behind him, he couldn't help but curse. At some point, the world government warship approaching the port actually fell. A large group of fugitives occupied the warship. Damn it! The bird-faced masked man cursed. Then he turned to look at King Ghidorah. I am a member of the world government's intelligence agency. If you dare to attack me, you are working with the world government. Whoosh. Boom. Click, click. Ah, I ate it. Before the man could finish his words, Kevin bit him and then chewed him into pieces and swallowed him. Everyone was shocked. Animal type, ancient species. It seems that the stone claw beast tastes terrible. Ghidorah glanced at Kevin, who was muttering to himself, then turned his head and looked at Magellan. The poison fruit is of some use to me. It would be a waste to use it on you. Following King Ghidorah's words, Kevin once again revealed a greedy look, staring at Magellan and Kizaru. Hey, is it really okay to look at me so nakedly? Seeing Kevin's greedy eyes, Kizaru thought of what had happened to the CP0 members just now, and said with a distressed expression on his face, "At the very least, Magellan was still a member of the Navy. It is really unacceptable to let others stare at me like a chicken leg in front of me." At the same time, he also knew that it was unrealistic to save Magellan on his own. I couldn't help but think if I run away, there shouldn't be anyone in this world who can catch up with me, right? What are you talking about? I don't quite understand. Kevin's golden eyes showed mockery as he moved his ferocious head closer to the two men. Looking at the hideous face so close to him, Magellan felt so angry that his teeth were itching. Push City was gone, and the culprit who caused all this was right in front of him. He was completely powerless to fight back, and when he thought of his own dereliction of duty, the rage in his heart instantly erupted. Use up all your strength and activate the power of the fruit. Poisonous Dragon, General Kizaru. I'll hold him back, you take the opportunity to run, and be sure to bring the news back to headquarters. A purple poisonous dragon suddenly rose from behind, and Magellan was ready to risk his life to create a chance for Kizaru to escape. Even if your attack is ineffective, you must bite off a piece of flesh from the opponent. What a competent Marine. However, before Kizaru could even sigh, the next moment, a tail like a meteor hammer came down with a sound of breaking wind. Boom. With a loud bang, the three poisonous dragons were smashed and hit Magellan. With a crack, the ground beneath his feet instantly cracked. Hateful. In the collapsed ground, Magellan's face was covered in blood. He stood there with gnashing teeth, holding up his dark arms and struggling to support himself. He did not pay much attention to Magellan, who was struggling, but turned his head to look at Kizaru. The sparkle fruit, even though it's a lower-level light fruit, it should taste good, right? Yellow Monkey's eyelids twitched when he heard this. He glanced at Magellan, who looked painful, and said, "Director Magellan, I will report your heroic deeds to the Marshal. Take care of yourself." As he spoke, golden light burst out from Kizaru's body, and he was preparing to escape. Go to hell. At the moment when the golden light flashed, another ray of light suddenly shot out from Jilong's mouth and headed straight for the elementalized Kizaru. Snore. The burst of golden light was hit by the rays, and a scream of pain was heard from inside, and then the golden light flashed and disappeared from everyone's sight. Quick sail. The prisoners were so terrified when they saw that even Admiral Kizaru had escaped that they started shouting and screaming. Director. Hannibal, who had sneaked onto the ship at some point, stood on the side of the ship, looked at Magellan in pain and shouted. In the past few years, he has been determined to bring down the other party and take the position of director himself. But he never had the intention to kill the other person. Looking at the figures struggling to hold on, I felt very uncomfortable. Hannibal, let's go. Impel Down no longer exists. Don't think about revenge. Ah, Director, I can't avenge this in this life. I can only do it in the next life. Hannibal muttered in amazement when he heard this. Seek revenge on that monster, unless your head is hit by a bow. Boom. You talk a lot of bullshit. The huge dragon's tail doubled its power, and with a loud bang, it pressed Magellan into the ground. Kevin's ferocious head rushed out from the smoke and bit Magellan. Whether it was the half-dead Magellan or the broken gravel, they were all crushed by the sharp teeth. He swallowed it with a gulp sound. It can be said that it can be eaten raw or cold, soft or hard. Quick, start the boat. All the prisoners on the ship were frightened out of their wits by Kevin's rude and inconsiderate behavior. Although the ship was occupied, the crew members were still on board. Seeing such a horrifying monster, he no longer cared whether it was a friendly force or not. He directly started the warship and left the port as if escaping for his life, carrying a ship full of fugitives to the gate of justice. I didn't expect all my plans would go down the drain. Blackbeard on the deck looked at King Ghidorah on the high tower with unwillingness in his eyes. However, I have other options. As long as I get that fruit, I will be able to fight even you. Thinking of the Navy headquarters, the ambitious Blackbeard was full of confidence again. As long as he can seize Whitebeard's trembling fruit, he's not without hope of defeating Ghidorah. Chapter 19, Blood of Sin. Magellan was swallowed by Kevin, and a magical energy swirled around, replenished some of the missing energy in his body. As for the ability of the poison fruit, due to Kevin's special reasons, it was directly condensed into fruit again and stored in his thiobendium. Devouring devil fruit users to replenish his own energy is one of King Ghidorah's abilities. After all, there is no nuclear energy in this world. When he used the ancient Titan fruit, he had already thought of a way out. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why he was so feared thousands of years ago. Hey, Blackbeard ran away. Kevin looked at the warship going away. Run. It's such a small world. Where can I go? We'll see each other again later. Disdain flashed in King Ghidorah's golden eyes. Thinking that the war at the top was about to begin, he no longer hesitated and glanced at the impelled downs where he had been imprisoned for 800 years. Call. The huge fleshy wings spread out and flapped violently, rising high into the sky. Roar! 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 The 3 ferocious dragon heads roared and shot out 3 gravitational rays with a buzz sound. Boom! 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 The blow contained anger and hit directly on the City Lord's tower. The violent energy directly pushed the City Lord tower to explode and decompose, but this was not enough, and his flesh wings trembled. The next moment, the sky and the earth changed color. Black clouds rolled like smoke and pressed down over the city of Impel Down. Sizzle. The violent electric snake suddenly appeared. Sizzle. Suddenly, dense lightning struck, some hitting him, and some directly striking the city below. The gravitational rays suddenly doubled, and the violent energy continued to bombard the main tower. Thunder fell from the sky like rain, striking all the buildings. The mighty thunder connects heaven and earth. Boom! 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 Rays hundreds of meters thick directly cover the top of Propulsion City, and the exploding flames and thick smoke swirled with a hurricane. Countless thunderbolts continuously bombarded everything around. In an instant, the surrounding seas began to boil, and sea kings with their eyes rolled back surfaced. Under the raging violent energy and tremendous thunder, the entire sea area seemed like doomsday. After a few breaths, the huge Propulsion City began to collapse and seawater flooded back. From this moment on, this sea prison that had existed for 800 years became history. Roar! Roar! Roar. Ghidorah let out a deafening roar, glanced at the impelled down city that sank to the bottom of the sea, flapped his wings, and flew in the direction where Kizaru escaped. Marine war, here I come. Marineford, the huge inner bay port of the naval headquarters, with 100,000 elite naval troops and countless gunboats parked on the periphery. Hurry and prepare. Don't dilly-dally. The naval generals commanded their men to transport pre-war supplies and prepare for war. One by one, the shells piled up next to the huge cannon on the wall of the inner bay. Don't be complacent. No matter what happens, the Navy representing the justice will not fail. Then the Navy will put an end to everything in this evil era. The Vice Admiral had a solemn look on his face, and his deep, sonorous, and high-pitched voice echoed. The news reached the ears of the 100,000 Marines in the inner bay, shocking their hearts and making their blood boil, while their eyes became solemn. The morale of the Marines was high, and a thunderous roar broke out. They are an iron-blooded army. They are a just navy that never gives up. So what if it's Whitebeard? They are the elite of the Navy, 100,000 elite soldiers. This kind of atmosphere can't help but make my blood boil. Several giant lieutenant generals at the front of the port-guarding army listened to the passionate shouts and were filled with fighting spirit. Along with shouts, the high-level combat forces of this war gradually appeared. The first to arrive at the harbor were the great pirates known as the 7 Warlords of the Sea: Bartholomew Bear, Gecko Maria, Don Quixote Doflamingo, Jorik Mihawk, Boa Hancock. Except for Crocodile and Jinbe, the other 5 were all present. Seeing the 5 Shichibukai, all the Navy soldiers became excited again. Only a few people couldn't help but break out in cold sweats after seeing the 5 people. Although they both belong to the side of justice, the other side is notorious on the sea, and it is not an exaggeration to call them villains. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind blew violently, and the military flag fluttered violently in the wind. Someone appeared on the city wall in front of the execution platform. "What is that?" the crowd exclaimed. "The great general is coming." As the words were spoken, the admirals representing the Navy's highest combat power began to appear. However, surprisingly, in the scene where the three generals were supposed to appear at the same time, one of them was missing. When the Marines saw that only Akainu and Aokiji sat down, and the seats next to them were empty, everyone couldn't help but become suspicious. Where did Admiral Kizaru go? The absence of a great general at such an unprecedented and critical moment was truly unexpected. What's going on? Is there something urgent? However, the Marines' morale did not drop due to Kizaru's absence. Instead, it became more motivated. The 100,000 Marines were full of fighting spirit and cheered enthusiastically. The roar of the mountains and the sea instantly dispelled their fear of the upcoming war. Look, the man who shook the fuse of the World War has appeared. Just then, someone noticed the makeshift execution platform stairs and the two figures holding spears, and the expression on his face froze instantly. Is this the culprit who controls the fate of the world? That's Marshal Zhangguo. As the Marines below spoke, Zhangguo, dressed in the uniform of a naval marshal and wearing a hat symbolizing the Navy, walked up to Xingtai. Seeing Marshal Zhangguo appear, the naval soldiers below could no longer suppress their high morale. They raised their weapons and cheered loudly. Upon seeing this, Zhangguo raised his hand to signal, and the thunderous cheers instantly subsided. He took out the radio telephone bug from his pocket and said, "There is something I want to tell you in advance." After saying that, the Warring States Organization said, "Portgas D.Ace. About the significance of this man dying here today. Ace, tell me your father's name." Hearing this, Ace looked up at Sengoku beside him. He couldn't help but recall the conversation between Garp and him on the 6th floor of Impel Down. He pondered for a while and said, "My father.is Whitebeard. That name could never be called out." "Wrong. Nothing is wrong. Only Whitebeard, no one else." Ace roared firmly. He always felt alienated from that man and didn't even want to mention his name. While we keep our eyes open for search, there may be a child of that man left on some island. With a little information from CP, we will conduct a thorough investigation on the newborn babies, the babies who are about to be born, and their mothers. But there is still no news. That's no wonder. Your mother sacrificed her life for your birth. That means your mother has some hidden agenda because you inherited the most evil bloodline in the world. Having said this, Zhangguo stopped, took a deep breath, and shouted, "Your father is the pirate king Gold.Roger." The huge sound hovered over the Navy headquarters and also echoed in the ears of people around the world through the influence of Din Din Mushi. At this moment, the expressions of countless people all over the world suddenly changed drastically. Everyone's eyes widened and they couldn't believe their ears. Pirate King Roger actually has descendants alive. Fire Fist Ace is actually Gold.Roger's son. This is the biggest news of the century. Hurry up and notify the headquarters and prepare to publish an extra edition. Still alive. The Pirate King's bloodline. Luckily, he was caught by the Navy. The Pirate King's child must be pretty brutal. 20, Chapter 020 The Strongest Man Appears. The bloodline of the Pirate King still exists in the world. Fire Fist Ace is the son of Pirate King Gold.Roger. This explosive news instantly spread throughout the world. Countless people looked at the young man who was about to be executed in horror. No one could tell that such a young man was actually the descendant of that evil. While the whole world was still in shock, Cap seemed to have his heart broken under the execution platform. Even though Ace is not his biological grandson, he is still his grandson. My mind couldn't help but recall the scene of meeting Roger in prison. "Can I trust you, Cap? My baby is about to be born. It's a pity that I won't be able to see it anymore. But he and his mother are innocent, and I've already told you what I saw in Raftelt. Now that you know everything, what will you choose? The great family or the hypocritical justice? Maybe this is the destiny between you and me. As a fellow D-Clan member, you are the only person I can trust. Because we are companions, aren't we?" What a bastard. Garp clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. "Garp, that it's not your fault." Vice Admiral Tsuru, who was beside Garp, saw the former's reaction and spoke out to persuade him. "Crane." Turning his head to look at Vice Admiral Tsuru beside him, Garp wanted to say something, but he didn't expect the alarm to sound at this time. Woo woo woo. The sea outside the inner bay was covered with a thin layer of mist, and the shadows of a row of huge warships appeared in the mist. "It's a large fleet of pirate ships," the lookout shouted. Hearing this, the soldiers began to tremble involuntarily as they looked at the approaching fleet. "Quickly confirm where Whitebeard is. Night Ranger Doma, Brother de Carbon, Big Vortex Spider Squadron. They are all famous captains in the New World, and no trace of Whitebeard has been found," the soldier on the lookout shouted in horror. "But there is no doubt that these are all pirates under Whitebeard. Want to attack?" Seeing the Whitebeard fleet gradually approaching the inner bay, the atmosphere in Marineford instantly condensed, and a space war was about to break out. Whitebeard didn't come? Impossible. Looking at the Whitebeard fleet gradually entering the inner bay, Sengoku, who did not find any trace of Whitebeard, looked solemn. Coo. At this moment, bubbles suddenly appeared on the sea surface of the inner bay port. Suddenly, a big bump appeared on the sea level, and the next moment it broke with a bang, forming a huge wave tens of meters high. Along with the surging waves, a 100-meter-long whalehead pirate ship leaped out from the bottom of the sea. The huge ship crashed into the water with a loud bang, and the stirred-up sea water fell like rain. Nanny! The moment they saw the gigantic battleship, all the naval soldiers opened their mouths wide and looked at the giant ship in surprise. Whitebeard? They actually attacked from the bottom of the sea. The Moby Dick is coming. Zhonghua looked solemnly at the Moby Dick emerging from the bottom of the sea and was horrified. Looking at the huge warship rushing into the inner bay, Zhonghua's face was gloomy. Surely, they attacked from the bottom of the sea. Damn it, the plan has gone haywire. Boom. Immediately afterwards, there was another loud noise from the sea, and two giant ships of the same class emerged from the sea one after another. That is, Captain of the 1st Division, Marco? A Marine shouted in shock when he saw the people standing on the other two huge ships. All 14 captains are present under Whitebeard's command. Any one of them would be a well-known figure in the Grand Line. Facing such a powerful pirate group, is there really a chance of winning? All the Marines, when they officially faced Whitebeard at this moment, suddenly found their souls trembling. I didn't expect to be invaded so closely. As Zhonghua looked at the Whitebeard ships approaching, cold sweat broke out on his face. Now everything has gone beyond the pre-war arrangements, and we were caught off guard. Kulalala. Zhonghua, haven't seen you for 20 years. Wait a moment, Ace. As he spoke, Whitebeard slowly walked up to the bow. The entire Marineford was oppressed by the powerful man, and there was no sound at all. Coming to the bow, Whitebeard looked relaxed and contented, as if the 100,000 Navy soldiers in front of him were just a group of ants. All the Navy officers in the audience didn't dare to make a sound, and all looked at the strongest man with nervous expressions. Whitebeard inserted Kuzukon Kiri beside him and lifted his cloak to reveal his strong body covered with scars. He bent his waist slightly, with his arm muscles bulging, and his arms clasped tightly and hammered to the sides. Click. In an instant, the air on both sides of the glass began to crack like glass, and the cracks continued to expand as the sound of shattering continued. Boom. As the vibration occurred, explosions occurred on the sea surface around Marineford, and the sea water surged up. The surging sea level rose directly by 100 meters, several times higher than the wall of Marineford. Under the violent waves, a 100-meter-high tsunami rushed in, instantly shrouding the entire Marineford in a huge shadow. Oh. Sea shock, that man actually shook the sea. This is the power of Whitebeard. Is this the strongest power in the world? Kulalala. Looking at his masterpiece, Whitebeard laughed out loud. The tsunami that covered the sky plunged the entire Marineford into darkness. The naval soldiers' legs trembled in despair, and their bodies were so frightened that they could not move. If this tsunami was filmed, the entire naval headquarters would probably be wiped out in an instant. At this moment, Aokiji, who was sitting on the city wall, suddenly he jumped up, flew between the two tsunamis, and two streams of cold air shot out. The extremely cold air instantly condensed into two ice lines that penetrated the huge tsunami. Ice age. Click, click, click. As the words were spoken, the temperature in the entire Marineford dropped sharply, and the 100-meter-high tsunami was instantly covered with a layer of frost. As the cracking sound continued, the color of the condensed tsunami gradually deepened and turned blue, becoming extremely hard. The frost spread down, covering the entire inner bay sea surface, instantly freezing the entire sea area into ice. all the way to 100 meters below the sea. The surging tsunami was frozen and stood on both sides of the entire inner bay port, like two huge ice walls. Aokiji brat. Seeing his own sea shock frozen, Whitebeard smiled grimly. Ha, that gives us a good place to stay. Let them see how powerful we are. Brothers, Ace. Let us rescue him. Kill. Kill. Rescue Ace. In an instant, the members of the Whitebeard fleet jumped onto the frozen sea, raised their weapons and charged towards the inner bay. A war of the century is about to begin. 21, Chapter 021. The former Lord of the Sky is back. Boom, boom, bang, bang. Kill him. The Navy in the front row jumped down from the high platform of the port, roared loudly, and rushed towards the charging pirates. Go. Bring back Ace. Kill. Seeing the Navy, the charging pirates roared and rushed towards the Navy. The chaotic war, with artillery fire from both sides, instantly unfolded into the largest melee in history. Almost in an instant, more than 100 people died at the hands of both sides. Pirates and sailors alike, their bodies were sprayed with the blood of their companions or enemies. The bright red blood smelled bloody. It's like a stimulant or hormone that stimulates people's rising fighting spirit. Kill him. Don't let them get close to the execution platform. For justice, kill all the villains. Fight for justice. Brothers, kill. Take back Ace. Let the Navy know how powerful we are. Just like the chaotic Marineford Bay, a chase also unfolds in front of the Gate of Justice. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, the call is coming. Oh no, there are so many warships behind us. The fleet is coming. Run away. Near the Gate of Justice, dozens of warships fired guns continuously, bombarding the lone ship in front. Ah, how can I open such a big door? That's not something that can be opened by human power. Ah, we've come this far, and there's no way out. On the warship carrying Luffy and others, everyone stared at the Gate of Justice with wide eyes, with despair on their faces. I got here but was blocked by the Gate of Justice that I felt really unwilling to accept this. What should we do, Shark? Buggy grabbed Jinbei's collar and asked. Just rush over. Jinbei said nonchalantly. What's the situation now? How can you still be so calm? Bucky said angrily. Bang, bang, bang. The warships in pursuit fired their cannons. Luffy and others on the warship have fallen into despair. If they cannot enter the Gate of Justice, there will be only one outcome for them, which is the destruction of the ship and the death of all the people on board. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a hurricane hit the rough sea, and the already dark sky turned dark in an instant. What is that? Wow, so big. Someone on the warship looked up subconsciously. His eyes suddenly widened with fear on his face. In the gloomy sky, a huge black shadow was seen flying closer and closer, and a rumbling sound was heard in the air. It's that guy. On the warship ahead, Luffy saw a dark shadow in the sky, and his eyes bulged out. Could it be that he came to me because I didn't help? Boom, boom. Oh, blocked by the Gate of Justice? Hearing the sound of artillery fire, Ghidorah looked down and instantly saw the situation in front of the Gate of Justice. With a thought in mind, he spread his huge wings and glided down. Buggy the Clown looked at Ghidorah swooping down from the sky and was so scared that his whole body fell apart and he screamed in panic. Boom. Snap. With a loud bang, a warship chasing Luffy and others was instantly crushed by Ghidorah's feet and pushed into the sea. Compared to the nearly 150,000-ton Ghidorah, the warship is as fragile as a paper boat. After crushing the warship, he did not stop. He spread his wings and flew towards the nearest warship with a boom sound, close to the sea surface. A strong wind swept through, and huge waves appeared on the sea. Ghidorah, the culprit of all this, grabbed the warship with his feet with a click, flapped his wings, and soared up while holding the warship. Whoa. It flew to a height of nearly 1,000 meters, loosened its feet, and the broken warship crashed down. It was like a warship dropping an airdrop bomb, instantly hitting a friendly warship. Boom. After the loud noise, the waves receded, and on the turbulent sea surface, all that was left was a wreckage of the ship and a group of wounded and desperate soldiers. That huge flying sea king is their natural disaster. Ghidorah, looking at the huge shadow monster, Sherping's expression became solemn. He couldn't help but think of what Ace had said to him before he left when they were on the 6th floor of Impel Down. It was a terrifying creature named Ghidorah that had lived for thousands of years. At this time, this terrifying guy was helping them to clear out the pursuing navy. I have no idea what the other party is planning to do. His GAI. Rakido is so handsome. Luffy, standing aside, stared at King Ghidorah in the sky with stars in his eyes, having long forgotten his previous fear. Hey, don't shout. We can't afford to mess with that kind of guy. Jinbei was shocked when he heard that, and warned Luffy with his eyes wide open. God knows what that big guy in the sky is planning. If one of them accidentally angers the other, they won't be able to bear that kind of anger. Fortunately, what Jinbei worried about did not happen. After a wave of operations, all the remaining warships on the sea stopped moving, and the navy on the deck were scared out of their wits. Everyone was stunned and stood there trembling without moving. In midair, King Ghidorah glanced at the Straw Hat crew on the warship and then looked towards the Gate of Justice. I couldn't help but sneer. The world government is really a bunch of thieves and whores. They didn't even let go of the gate of the country's destruction. They even shamelessly painted the world government logo on it. How shameless. Although he knew the Gate of Justice in the original book, when he really saw this gate, he felt incomparable anger in his heart. I remember that the fool who built this huge gate dreamed every day of leaving a miraculous building in this world. Ha, Dashik, your wish has come true. Sooner or later, I will bring him back. Ghidorah with a sigh. He suddenly flapped his wings and flew up into the sky along the huge Gate of Justice. Straw Hat, you're not strong enough to save Ace. You might die in the next battle. For Garp's sake, I'm giving you this advice. Take your ship and go as far as you can after today. In No Malin Ford. Hey. When everyone on the warship heard what King Ghidorah said, their mouths opened wide and their eyes bulged. After today, there will be no more Marineford. In today's world, even Whitebeard wouldn't dare to say such a thing, right? Looking at the huge figure rising straight up in horror, everyone couldn't help but have unrealistic thoughts in their minds. Maybe. Can he do it? Don't want. Luffy refused. Then his expression changed, and he opened his mouth and shouted at King Ghidorah's back. I want to save Ace. I will go even if it means death. What a stubborn little brat. Ghidorah, who was flying straight up towards the Navy headquarters, heard the words, muttered to himself, and ignored him. He had long expected Luffy to reject his kindness. This trip to the top of the war is imperative. The reason for this action was not out of interest, but on the one hand, it was to repay Garp's favor and save Ace. On the other hand, it is to declare to the world government, and even the whole world, he, the former Lord of the Sky, is back. Although 800 years have passed, he believes that the old man from that time is still alive. After all, in that era, there were people who mastered the secret of immortality. The fuse of that war was precisely because of immortality. Greedy guys will eventually be punished. Even if it is God, he will pull those guys down from the altar. 22. Chapter 022 Phoenix Marco. Marineford, Admiralty Headquarters. Amid the earth-shaking shouts of killing, various sounds come and go, converging into a thrilling music that makes your scalp tingle. The entire inner bay turned into a giant meat grinder. The pirates are ruthless, and so are the Navy. Both sides are bloodthirsty and have abandoned all fear and faith at this moment. Only killing remains. They were fighting purely based on instinct. As long as they see that the person is not on their side, they will ruthlessly end the other person's life, even resorting to extreme means. With every breath, someone falls. The spilled hot blood dripped onto the ice surface, dyeing the blue ice surface blood red. With the icy air, it condensed into dazzling red ice crystals. Jean Gua, standing on the execution platform, looked at the battlefield below with an increasingly solemn expression. The war instantly became intense, with soldiers from both sides fighting each other, but was already so tragic at the very beginning. When the strong men who will come with him appear, the situation will definitely be even more tragic. The entire ice surface of the inner bay was densely packed with people. It was truly an unprecedentedly powerful battle. Boom. Suddenly, there was a violent vibration on the ice surface of the battlefield. A giant lieutenant general of gigantic stature leaped from the city wall and landed on the ice. He picked up the giant sword that was as big as a door panel in his hand, swung it like a windmill, and smashed it in front of him with a bang. With a violent impact, he advanced 100 meters in an instant, directly knocking dozens of pirate minions flying. After the first strike, The lieutenant general raised the giant sword again, shouted loudly, and prepared for another strike with all his strength. At this moment, a figure burning with green flames rushed over. It's the captain of the 1st Squadron, Phoenix Marco. At this time, a Navy officer saw the figure clearly and couldn't help but shout. Marco, with blue flames burning all over his body and wings spread, flapped his wings and came in front of the lieutenant general. He turned around and kicked down with his right foot without mercy. Phoenix Seal. With a bang, the raging blue flame exploded instantly, directly submerging the lieutenant general. Ah! The giant lieutenant general's screams were heard in the blue flames, fell to the ground with a thud and rolled over, trying to put out the burning blue flames. I can't let you kill my companions like this. In midair, Marco looked coldly at the giant lieutenant general burning with green flames, and then turned his gaze to other battlefields. Whenever they see a target that their subordinates are not strong enough to deal with, they will flap their wings and fly towards it. By then, figures burning with blue flames would flash from time to time on the Niwen battlefield. Asshole, I can't let you do whatever you want like this. Seeing this, Akainu in the stands clenched his fists, stood up suddenly, and with a whoosh jumped high into the air, falling towards the battlefield in Niwen with a tremendous force. At the same time, a golden light flashed and instantly intersected with it. In the blink of an eye, the golden light fell on the stands and slumped down on the seats reserved for the 3 generals. What? The few people who noticed the golden light, when Kizaru completely condensed his true form, their eyes suddenly widened with looks of horror. The Warring States period, which was always known for its calmness and composure, was no longer as calm as before. He came to Kizaru's side in an instant, looked at Kizaru, who was slightly seriously injured, and said in surprise, "Something happened and impelled down? That monster can't be stopped at all." Kizaru was already covered in wounds, and furthermore, he was exhausted from running all the way, so a helpless expression appeared on his pale face. What? After hearing what Kizaru said, Sengoku was completely moved. How come? Alive? Blackbeard, is that you? At the same time, on a warship full of fugitives far outside the Gate of Justice, at the bottom of the cabin, a sneaky young man was hiding in a corner, holding a den mushy and reporting something to the other party. What? Inside the power room of Santia Bridge in Panga City, the 5 elders with short blonde hair widened their eyes in horror when they heard the reports from their subordinates. The CP0 members sent to Advanced City were killed. And this is not the scariest thing. The scariest thing is dying in the mouth of a flying 3-headed monster. The air in the room of power suddenly turned cold. Thinking of the horror of the monster and what it symbolized, all 5 people present felt a chill down their spines and their scalps tingling. Reporting to the 5 elders, the entire warship is now full of escaped prisoners. What should we do? How to do it? What can we do now that the city is gone? Find a way to send these guys through the Gate of Justice to the Army headquarters and the Navy. Before the 5 elder stars could finish their words, a scream came from the den mushy, followed by an extremely gloomy and crazy voice. I didn't expect there was a rat on the bottom floor. Ooh. Upon hearing this, the golden-haired 5 elders knew that their spy had been killed, and immediately said angrily, "No matter who you are, your actions are already a provocation to the world government. 5 elder stars? I thought it was a bug from the Navy, but I didn't expect to offend a big shot. But I'm also your hero. After all, I gave you Ace myself." Blackbeard. Hearing the other party's words, the blonde 5 elders suddenly changed color and said angrily, "You bastard, what do you want to do? You actually let that guy out? Thief, It turns out that the 5 elders also have beings they fear. But let me be clear, that thing was not released by me." After hearing Blackbeard's answer from den mushy, the 5 people in the room of power looked at each other and saw disbelief in each other's eyes. As the other parties said, if King Ghidorah was not released by Blackbeard, then the problem would be quite serious. It's not that they didn't think about Ghidorah breaking free from his restraints himself, but the possibility of this is extremely low. So, what are you doing in Impel Down? You must be holding some secret, right? The golden-haired 5 elders pondered for a moment and asked, "Marshal, this surname is notorious among the D family." Es is Shichibukai. It seems unreasonable to not have a few strong subordinates. Blackbeard told the 5 guys about his other plan to go to Impel Down. He knew that if he didn't tell the truth, they probably wouldn't believe it. After hearing Blackbeard's explanation, the 5 people looked at each other and nodded slightly. Since the impel down incident has nothing to do with you, then as a Shichibukai, you should immediately go and support Marineford. As for your crime of advancing into the city, I will not pursue it for the time being. No pursuit for now. Does that mean that old things might be brought up again in the future? Hearing this, Blackbeard in the cabin grinned and said, Thief, haha, Marineford is a trouble place right now. If you let me go, it's not impossible, but we have to negotiate a condition. Blackbeard, don't push your luck. We're not pursuing your crime of pushing the city, which is already considered. Huh? Blackbeard interrupted the other person directly and did not hesitate to reveal a little secret of his own. He believed that the 5 old guys would know the meaning of the name Dark Fruit. Sure enough, after hearing his words, the 5 elders suddenly fell silent. After a long while, an old and majestic voice sounded. Blackbeard, what do you want? Thief, haha. I know you will agree. To show my sincerity, I will provide you with another piece of information. 23, Chapter 023, Naval Crisis. Boom. With a loud bang, a giant magma fist exploded in front of Marco. The collapsed magma fell onto the ice layer, making a sound of water and fire melting, and white mist rose up in an instant. How dangerous! Marco was alert and dodged the attack. He squatted on the ground, looking at Akainu not far away with lingering fear, cold sweat on his face. If I hadn't dodged in time, I would have been hit by the lava fist. Even though he had the power of the phoenix, he was still very afraid of the horrific magma. Seeing this, Akainu became furious and jumped up with a loud bang and pounced on Marco. Although Marco can be regarded as the vice captain of the Whitebeard pirates, his combat capability is still far behind that of Akainu. Fortunately, he possesses the mythical beast ability Phoenix, which enables him to fight against Akainu. Relying on the power of the Phoenix, he was able to barely restrain Akainu. Asshole pirate. Seeing that he could not defeat the enemy after a long time, Akainu's gloomy face was filled with anger. His right arm turned into magma again, and fiery red magma surged with black smoke. With me here, none of you can survive. As he spoke, with a bang, the magma arm exploded and expanded to a huge size in an instant, and he roared loudly. Big Spitfire. Boom! 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 The giant fist of scorching magma blasted diagonally into the air, illuminating half of the sky red. The naval soldiers in the battle, after seeing the huge magma fist, cheered excitedly and began to retreat. Very good. It's Akainu. Admiral Akainu has taken action. The pirates, on the other hand, stared in shock at the giant magma fist in the air, each of them gaping in amazement. Well, that lava fist. It's Akainu who took action. The people shrouded in the shadow of the giant magma fist shouted in horror. At this moment, the giant magma fist in the air made a churning sound. Gulp. Oops. A pirate saw this and exclaimed in fear. Immediately, the giant magma fist in the air exploded with a loud bang and instantly turned into countless magma balls. The magma ball burst and scattered, falling towards the pirates' front camp like a shooting star. Run! It's a volcanic bomb. The pirates charging ahead screamed in fear and ran away when they saw this. Boom! 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 Ah! Asshole, there's no way to stop it. Ah! One volcanic bomb after another crashed into the battlefield like a falling meteor, instantly exploding, and the gushing magma would instantly ignite when it splashed on people's bodies. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a raging sea of fire. In the sea of fire, the pirates' miserable howls were heard. Tragic, ruthless, it was like a battlefield in a blazing hell, with wailing echoing throughout Marineford. This is the cruelty of war. Whitebeard, standing at the bow, listened to the wailing sounds all over the place, and his eyes gradually became sharper. Just then, a huge volcanic streak flew towards him. Whitebeard looked stern with a cold gleam in his eyes at the moment when the volcanic bomb was about to hit him. He moved, his arms expanded slightly, he clenched the usse tightly, faced the huge volcanic bomb and slashed with a knife with a swish. The knife was inserted into the volcanic bomb. Then he looked at Akainu with an extremely cold expression. To set fire so exaggeratedly. After he finished speaking, he took a deep breath and blew out the burning volcanic bomb with a puff sound, then said with disdain in his eyes, With your limited ability, you should go light the candles on the birthday cake. Lava him. Hearing the other party's ridicule, Akainu, who was looking at Whitebeard from afar, snorted coldly and said in an extremely gloomy tone, Humph, Don't you like a lavish funeral? Whitebeard. Kolalalelo. Whitebeard burst into laughter upon hearing this, and with a fierce swing of yunshi in his hand, he threw the cool volcanic bomb away. He glanced at Ace on the execution platform, raised the Kurigane Kiri in his hand and shouted angrily, "My boys, let these Navy members see how powerful we are. If they dare to hurt my family, we will make them pay a heavy price." An angry shout resounded throughout the entire Navy headquarters, and then Whitebeard bent his knees, leaped up, and landed on the ice with a bang. He flipped the yunshi in his hand and assumed a fighting stance. Kill. When the pirates under Whitebeard saw their father coming out in person, they immediately burst into cheers like a tsunami, and their fighting spirit instantly soared as if they had taken stimulants. The naval soldiers were frightened when they saw this. At the same time, we also realized that Whitebeard is not only powerful, but also the spiritual pillar of this group of people. Damn it, how did he end up? Seeing this, Sengoku, who was beside Kizaru, looked even uglier. He had just learned about the situation and impelled down from Kizaru, and he was already extremely upset. Bulu, 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 bulu. At this moment, the den den mushi in his arms rang at an inopportune time. He subconsciously took out the den den mushi, and cold sweat broke out on his face. Now that bad news comes one after another, he really doesn't dare to answer the den den mushi. But the den den mushi represented absolute power, so he had to answer it. After hesitating for a long time, he finally picked up the phone. The next moment, an extremely majestic voice came from the den den mushi. "Zhanghua, I am the Five Elder Stars." "Hello, Mr. Five Elders, I am Sengoku. I wonder what instructions the Five Elders have?" Zhanghua replied immediately. He was in a very heavy mood, as he could foresee that there would probably be no good news. However, the facts were just as he guessed, and he heard an unexpected message from the other end of the den den mushi. According to the news, King Ghidorah has already broken through the gate of justice and may arrive at Marineford at any time. What? After hearing what the Five Elder Stars said, Zhanghua was completely shocked. Although I have never actually seen how powerful that guy is, the events recorded in the archives are quite horrifying. If it is really as recorded in the archives, I'm afraid that what will happen next, the entire naval headquarters would be in danger. Then there is a public execution here. After a while, he asked what he was most worried about. "Everything is now entirely yours." An unquestionable voice came from the den den mushi. What? Zhanghua couldn't believe his ears, his eyes widened, and he was extremely angry. If it is true as recorded in the archives, then... Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at all the elite naval forces on the field, and suddenly felt sad. "I accept, but after this incident, I will apply to resign," Zhanghua said with a grim expression. "We allow it. Sengoku, don't be too stressed. Blackbeard will come to reinforce you soon." After saying that, the Five Elder Stars hung up the den den mushi, not giving Sengoku any chance to ask any questions. Thinking back on the words of the Five Elders, he couldn't help but frown. It seems that the Five Elders and Blackbeard should have reached some kind of agreement in secret. Boom. Boom. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if something was approaching here. 24, Chapter 24, Gaze from the Abyss. Boom, boom, boom. A dull roar penetrated the smoke and entered the ice-covered inner bay. The violent vibration made everyone stop what they were doing and look towards the sea outside the inner bay. A huge shadow appeared in the diffuse smoke, and with every tremor, the shadow grew bigger. Ah, what is that? The Marines looked in horror at the growing shadow. On Whitebeard's side, it was the opposite. After seeing the huge shadow, everyone showed excitement on their faces. "Here it comes, here it comes. Go ahead, destroy all the warships." The pirates on the battle line cheered with their morale boosted. Following the pirates' excited calls, the huge shadow finally emerged from the smoke. "Woo woo. Ace, I'm here to save you." A roar like a monster sounded, and a giant 100 meters tall appeared in front of everyone. With a loud bang, he swung the huge machete in his hand, which was like a butcher knife. The warship in front of him broke into two halves in an instant. The soldiers who were blown away by the huge impact let out terrible howls. "Well done, little Oz. Everyone, follow Oz and rush forward. We must get Ace back. Go ahead, let the Navy see how powerful the Whitebeard pirates are." With the addition of little Oz, the pirates became more powerful, and their morale soared. Each of them charged forward fearlessly, as if they were injected with chicken blood. Faced with the pirates whose morale soared, the Navy was defeated one after another, especially Oz, who was over 100 meters tall, which made people feel chilled to the bone. Oh, there are such big men overseas. Below the city wall, Boya Hancock, standing on the snake's head, exclaimed, "Oh, you're indeed a demon. If I can't get this guy's body, I can create the strongest zombie again." Ha! Mariah, the moonlight above the city wall, saw little Oz and thought of his original masterpiece, with greed in his eyes. Oh. Doflamingo on the side glanced at Moria and let out a devilish laugh full of sarcasm. Fire, shoot. The soldiers on the warship looked at the mountain-like figure and roared desperately, trying to stop the other side from moving forward. Boom, boom. Countless shells hit Oz. However, the shells that are terrifying to ordinary people. The impact on Oz was like a toy cannonball. Not only could it not be stopped, it couldn't even cause any damage. Bang. A loud explosion sounded from under the city wall. Several giant lieutenants blew away the pirate minions in front of them and rushed towards Oz with heavy steps. Stop that. That's our job. Don't let him get close to the inner bin. Bang, 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 boom, boom. However, facing a humanoid monster several times larger than the giant, even these giant lieutenant generals could not stop the enemy's advance. Whoosh, whoosh. A strong hurricane blew up on the battlefield filled with exploding, diffused smoke. Ah. What is this? Why is the wind blowing? Whether it was the Navy or the pirates, they were all staggering under this strong wind. Then, what is that? Heaven, heaven. The cloud is actually moving towards this side. The crowd, who were staggering here and there, inadvertently noticed the situation in the sky and stared with their mouths wide open at the dark clouds that were gradually gathering in the sky. Whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind blew past, and the rolling black clouds looked like thick smoke mixed with lightning. The dark clouds, like a natural disaster, were approaching Marineford like a wave. Damn it! Seeing this, Sengoku, who was beside Kizaru, became serious. Then he noticed the huge Oz and angrily said to the 7 warlords below, "How long do you plan to see it? Are you losing your temper now? But what's up with this cloud?" Hearing Sengoku's roar, Doflamingo laughed, glanced at the changes in the sky, and then jumped up and flew towards the battlefield below. Damn it, Doflamingo! That demon is mine. Seeing this, Moonlight Mariah followed closely behind. It's not easy to meet a demon, and he won't allow anyone to destroy it. Something is coming. Eagle Eyes stood on the city wall, staring at the rolling black clouds with its sharp eyes, and had a very bad premonition in its heart. This strong premonition gave him an unprecedented sense of oppression, making him excited. Since becoming the world's #1 swordsman, he has never felt such a strong sense of oppression. Damn it, this is my first time looking up at a giant. Looking up at Oz, a giant lieutenant general couldn't help but sigh. The heavy feeling of oppression made it hard to breathe. But even so, they still held the front line. However, facing the terrifying sword, even though he was born into a giant clan, he had no strength to resist. With a bang, his weapon was shattered by the opponent, and he went towards the giant knife with hatred. What a perfect body, you're mine. Seeing Oz's performance, Moonlight Mariah, who had come to the front line, screamed excitedly. Shadow Mage. With the scream of Moonlight Mariah, the shadow under his feet was instantly stretched out. Go ahead. Before he could release the power of his fruit, he saw Kuma suddenly appear in front of him. Bear, what are you going to do? The bear did not respond to Moria's question. The cold face, without any unnecessary expression, the 2 white lenses glowed with a cold light, staring at Oz for a while. In vain I raised my arms and opened my hands. You. Seeing this, Moria seemed to have thought of something. His face changed, and he retreated directly behind the former. The next moment, a sound like a heartbeat was heard between the bear's outstretched arms. Boom, 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 boom. As the violent beating sounds continued, streaks of white energy formed between his hands. Together with the white energy between his hands, a claw-shaped bubble slowly formed. Boom, boom. With every violent tremor, the claw-shaped bubble would grow a little larger, until it reached a diameter of 50 meters, then stopped and began to shrink again. Among the people present, many knew the bear's abilities. Looking at the claw-shaped bubble that was shrinking continuously, I couldn't help but feel horrified. If this thing hits you, you'll be half crippled if not dead. However, this terrible bubble is still shrinking. until it was compressed to the size of a palm. The bear held it tightly in his hand, looking coldly at Oz, who was approaching. Ace, Ace, I'm here to take you back. Looking at Ace on the execution platform, Oz shouted in a muffled voice. Oz, don't come over. Seeing this, Ace shouted in fear, trying to stop Oz from approaching. At this moment, the expressionless bear opened his palm towards Oz and said coldly, Bear paw attack. Gurgle. The floating bubbles made strange noises and slowly drifted towards Oz. Looking at the slowly rising bubbles, everyone's heart was in their throat. Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise resounded through the heavens and the earth. A terrifying golden ray entangled with electromagnetics shot out from the black clouds above and instantly hit the floating impact bubble. What? The sudden scene stunned everyone in an instant. Seeing the impact bubble being shattered, everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Just this one glance is something I will never forget. I saw that in the rolling black clouds with lightning and thunder in the sky, a vortex that was penetrated by the rays just now was slowly closing. As lightning flashed, it illuminated the vortex that looked like a black hole. A huge, ferocious head, a pair of cold golden eyes, accompanied by lightning, emitting a cold and horrified look. Then, what is that? Oh my God! Flying sea kings. Under that terrifying golden pupil, everyone felt as if they were in hell. 25, Chapter 025, Zhanghua, can't you sit still anymore? The sky is like a pool of thick ink that cannot be dissolved. Marineford was dark as if it was the end of the world. In the thunderclouds with rolling lightning and sparks, in the slowly closing vortex, the ferocious dragon head stared coldly below. It was as if a god or a demon sitting in the sky was spying on the human world. Under those golden beast eyes, both the Navy and the pirates were filled with fear and trembling all over. Ghidorah, looking up at the vortex of darkness, Zhanghua's face became unprecedentedly solemn. Kulalala, I'm afraid a terrible guy has come. Even Whitebeard, who was known as the strongest man on the sea, had the illusion that he was naked and exposed to the gaze of those golden eyes. But a strong man is still a strong man after all. Even if the opponent is powerful, he cannot lower his proud head. Is it out? Below the execution platform, Garp looked up at the sky, his cloudy eyes emitting a throbbing look. No one knows what he is thinking, just like he is a hero of the Navy, but he secretly destroys the seal. It is impossible to guess what role this former hero is playing. Ahem. How scary. Yellow Ape, with little blood left, looked at the ferocious dragon head with lingering fear. The Impel-Down incident had given him a huge shock, and he was even now wondering whether he should continue to stay in the Navy. It is so terrifying to be an enemy of that monster. A mysterious fellow, Akainu, who always hated evil, clenched his hands, which were filled with black smoke. Oh. Look, my zombie army is going to have more members. Hey, Moria, you have great self-confidence. Are you laughing at me? No, a Shichibukai who was defeated by a newcomer has no right to be laughed at by me. Hi hee hee. You're looking for death. Looking at the arrogant Doflamingo, Mariah's face turned gloomy. He's right. If you go against that guy in the sky, you'll die a quick death. At this time, Hawkeye on the side spoke. His eagle-like eyes were fixed on the gradually closing vortex, but his hands could not help but tremble slightly. Fear or excitement. On the ground, everyone stopped what they were doing and looked at the closing thunderclouds in the sky with fear and trepidation. My fellow men, follow me and welcome Ace home. As a strong man, Whitebeard quickly woke up from his shock, banged the Kusagano knife in his hand, and raised his arms and shouted. No matter what the monster in the sky was, just from the attack he had just used to stop the bear, he realized that it was definitely not reinforcements from the Navy. Since it wasn't, he wouldn't worry about it anymore. The only thing to do now is to save Ace with all my life. He had little time left to live, and he didn't want to die in obscurity. Then, this war is his best destination. His sharp eyes swept across, and the blade of the Kusanokiri knife in his hand flipped. A ray of light flashed by, and with a bow sound as the knife was swung, the vibration waves swept away. Kulalala, Ace. Wait a moment. Dad is coming to rescue you. Amidst loud laughter, Whitebeard waved the Kusakumokiri in his hand like a ferocious beast. Buzz. Crack. Wherever it passed, the void shattered, and the violent vibrations were mixed with terrifying shock waves, crushing all directions like a human harvester. Any navy that came into contact with it was either injured or thrown into the sky by the shockwave. Ah, help. I don't want to die. There were screams and cries of surprise. Just a single encounter, and a simple blow affected hundreds of Marines. Kola Lala. Whitebeard laughed loudly, suddenly raised his left fist, and punched the air hard. Buzz snap. The white energy wave instantly cracked the air. Under the cracks, the surrounding Marines felt dizzy and suffered a pain as if their flesh and bones were torn apart. Heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the inner bay. However, this was not the end. Following the explosion of the shockwaves, a terrifying and violent air wave radiated over 100 meters in radius, and the surrounding navy was once again wiped out, forming a vacuum zone with a radius of 100 meters. Seeing Whitebeard slaughtering people as if he was in an empty space, Akainu's eyes narrowed and he growled in a gloomy voice. Whitebeard, you are a remnant of the old times. Let me send you to hell today. As he spoke, he directly performed the moon step and jumped up. His two arms turned into giant magma arms with flowing magma and billowing black smoke. He blasted towards Whitebeard from top to bottom. Hellhound, with a gloomy roar, two giant magma arms smashed down at an extremely fast speed. On the ice, looking at the two giant magma arms coming towards him, a hint of disdain flashed in Whitebeard's eyes. Then his eyes focused, he clenched the Kusagano knife in his hand, swung the blade, and with a wave sound, a spherical energy was formed. Lava Kid, you're still a little naive. As he spoke, he saw the Kusanagi in his hand suddenly slashing towards the lava in front. Buzz click click. The moment the blade touched the magma, there was no earth-shattering sound, but instead cracks appeared in the air. Immediately followed by the sound of breaking glass, the thick lava arm shattered instantly. Boom, boom, hiss, hiss. The broken magma fell onto the ice surface, and after a loud bang, white mist rose up. Little devil. Suddenly, just as Akainu was about to attack again, Whitebeard suddenly appeared beside him. What? Looking at the tall and strong man beside him, even Akainu's heart trembled. In an instant, he subconsciously turned his fist into magma and blasted it towards his side. Magma imp, I have no memory. You're far from being able to fight me in a physical fight. Seeing this, Whitebeard did not dodge or evade. Instead, he opened his big hands and grabbed Akainu's shoulders with a plop, then swung him up and threw him to the ground. Bang. Cough. Even though he turned into an element the instant he came into contact with the ground, Akainu couldn't help but cough. The scattered magma flowed slowly and gradually reassembled into human feet. Kid, elementalization is not a good idea in front of me. Looking at Akainu, who was about to regain his human form, Whitebeard spoke coldly, without any mercy. He immediately raised his fist, and with a bow sound, a white energy ball wrapped around his fist formed and suddenly smashed towards Akainu, who had just recovered. Buzz. With a tremor, the air under the fist instantly twisted. Even Akainu, who had just regained his human form, began to twist. Stop. Just as Whitebeard's fist was about to hit Akainu, a roar was heard throughout the square. Sengoku, who had transformed into a giant Buddha at some point, fell towards Whitebeard from midair. And there was also a huge shock wave in his hand. Jean Gua, can't you sit still? Seeing this, Whitebeard not only did not stop his movements, but instead sped up his movements by 3 times and shouted angrily, Go to hell, Lava Kid. Boom. 26. Chapter 26. You and Marineford should disappear together. Boom. The violent shock waves spread like radiation, knocking away everyone around. The smoke from the explosion dissipated, revealing 3 figures. The tall man with a white beard and sharp eyes had a hint of surprise in his eyes as he looked at the Sengoku in the form of a giant Buddha who blocked his attack. Warring states. It's been decades since we last fought each other, right? Whitebeard, accept your death. Suddenly, Akainu on the ground suddenly stood up, and his fist turned into magma and blasted towards Whitebeard, who was nearby. Sakaski. Seeing this, Sengoku, who was in the form of a giant Buddha, had a flash of anger in his eyes. He raised his palm, and with a bang, he slapped the lava and pinned Akainu to the ground. Don't be impulsive, the situation has changed now. Thinking of the news from the 5 elders, he looked at Whitebeard helplessly and said, Whitebeard, how about we just stop here? What? Whether it is Whitebeard, or Akainu who was pinned to the ground, or even the navy and pirates fighting around them. After hearing what Zhangwa said, everyone widened their eyes in surprise. They couldn't believe that a naval marshal would actually say such a thing. Kolalala. Zhangguo, are you stupid, or do you think I, Whitebeard, am a fool? The war has already begun. How can it be stopped? After a while, Whitebeard laughed loudly, swung the Kurigane cutting sword in his hand with a whoosh, and chopped toward Zhangguo without hesitation. Damn it! Seeing this, Zhangguo quickly grabbed Akainu and retreated. Buzz snap. There was a sound of space shattering, and the place where the two people were originally standing was shattered. Zhangguo, what did you just mean? Akainu broke free from Sengoku's grasp and questioned him with an angry look. Looking at Akainu, who was too lazy to even address him as Admiral, Sengoku looked particularly ugly. There were some things that he just couldn't explain even if he wanted to. He could only grit his teeth and say, "This is a designation issued by the Five Elders." What? How is that possible? Akainu, who had had many private contacts with the Five Elder Stars, looked incredulous when he heard this. He knew better than anyone how much the Five Elders wanted to put an end to those remnants of the old times. Knowing this, when he recommended himself some time ago, he had expressed his firm support for the Five Elders to clear the entire sea. However, now that such news has been heard, how can he be convinced? Kolalala. Zhangguo, I don't know what conspiracy you are playing, but once a war begins, it will only stop if one side loses. I'm going to risk my life to rescue Ace today, so stop saying such nonsense. As he spoke, Whitebeard picked up the Kusuga no Kiri in his hand, stomped on the ground with a bang, and rushed towards Sengoku. Even when facing two people, there was no fear in his sharp eyes. Old man, I agree with this statement. How can the war stop? Unless all the pirates are dead. Upon hearing this, Akainu agreed, which was rare. Then his arms turned into rolling magma and rushed towards Whitebeard. Damn it! Why is this happening? The Warring States period, which had always been known for its wise generals, couldn't help but feel a little troubled at this time. It was supposed to be a good execution, but it turned out to be like this. Looking at the inner bay, filled with smoke, he felt so tired. Boom. The exploding magma was shattered by the powerful impact, splashing everywhere like a meteor. The Navy Admiral Akainu was blown away by Whitebeard in an instant. Seeing this, Zhangguo did not dare to hesitate any longer and rushed forward to join the battle. At this point, the entire war at the top has been completely messed up. Compared with the original, it has already changed beyond recognition. The Tremor fruit has been developed to this extent. He is indeed worthy of being called the strongest man. In the thundercloud, King Ghidorah, who had been waiting for an opportunity, couldn't help but admire what was said. Although Whitebeard's fruit ability has not been fully developed, being able to achieve the level of causing a tsunami is already quite good. It seems like this guy really knows something. At this time, Ghidorah noticed Garp, who was standing under the execution platform, clenching his fists and looking up at the sky. He saw a different look in the other person's eyes. Then he looked at Ace, who was kneeling on the execution platform, and the huge and ferocious dragon head showed a hint of cold smile. Boom whoosh. The huge wings spread out and flapped violently. Thunderclouds rolled and golden lightning shot out. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed throughout Marineford. As night fell over Marineford, golden lightning flashed in the dark thunderclouds. The sudden change made everyone stop. Looking at the dense golden lightning, everyone's scalp tingles. What is this? The end of the world? It was a doomsday-like scene, and someone roared in fear. The next moment, before anyone could react, golden lightning poured down. Bang, crack, crack, boom, boom, boom. The pouring golden lightning instantly covered the entire naval headquarters, accompanied by violent explosions. The tower that symbolized the World Government Navy was instantly reduced to ruins. Looking at the ruins of the naval headquarters, everyone was terrified at this moment. Roar. However, at this moment, an even more terrifying roar resounded through the sky. Soon, lightning and thunder were seen in the black cloud hovering in the sky, and the shadow of a huge three-headed monster with wings spread appeared. Who? A violent storm swept up, and with a bang, the dark clouds with rolling lightning rolled quickly to both sides. 3 ferocious dragon heads emerged from the cloud, followed by a huge body and a pair of huge wings that swept away the thunderclouds and swooped down, dragging the thunderclouds that looked like thick smoke. What is this? Oh, so powerful feel. Oh my, it actually came. It's so scary. Gee, Ghidorah. Everyone in Marineford was shrouded in fear and was completely shocked. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, The giant creature fell on the ruined tower of the Navy headquarters with a bang. Then, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the left head of the three-headed creature looked at Ace on the execution platform below and said with a hint of joking in his tone, long time no see, Ace. Sigma, Jew, can actually talk. Everyone was stunned when they saw the monster speaking human language. At first, everyone thought it was just a flying sea king or an unknown creature. A user of fruit ability? Whitebeard looked at the huge beast and couldn't help but speculate. Thief, Ghidorah. Just as everyone was horrified, a rampant voice rang out and the ground shook horribly. Boom, boom. Along with violent shaking, a mountain-like figure appeared outside the Marin Fando Bay. Originally, I was just planning to wait until after your battle, but there's nothing I can do. Some things are too tempting. I had to come out early. Blackbeard. Giant, huge battleship San Juan Wolf. When everyone saw the huge humanoid creature, they roared in fear. The demon Oz, the Wolf of San Juan, an unknown three-headed creature. What on earth are these giant creatures? The Navy looked at the three extremely terrifying giant creatures and couldn't help but worry about the Navy headquarters. The huge battleship San Juan Wolf? Just a fool who ate the human fruit. Looking at the huge figure that was only slightly shorter than himself, Ghidorah's eyes were full of disdain. He paid no attention to Blackbeard and the others and flew up from the tower with a bang. He flew at a low altitude, picked up Ace and threw him at Garp. Boy, catch your grandson. Then he turned his head and flew towards the San Juan Wolf, saying viciously, Blackbeard, today you and Marineford will disappear from this world together. 27. Chapter 027 Blackbeard. Do you think you can do it? Boom. A loud explosion echoed throughout the naval headquarters. The ice cracked and the sky and the earth shook. The gust of wind swept up the smoke and dust, sweeping across the entire area, clearing out the area within 1,000 meters in an instant. Roar. Amid the clamor, a roar resounded through the sky. The roar was filled with joy and pleasure after being freed from shackles, and mixed with a terrifying and violent aura. Then Ghidorah's unique hoarse and gloomy voice was heard. Teach, do you think you can do it? Thief, Ghidorah, your era has long since ended. My time is coming. Even if it's you, what can you do? I already have a more powerful fruit. Amid the hustle and bustle, Teach laughed loudly with a look of arrogance on his face. He has come out of his dilemma. He was too obsessed in the past and only wanted to obtain the King Ghidorah's fruit. But after experiencing the Impel Down incident, coupled with the powerful fruit given to him by the five elders, discovering that your choice is not just one. Having gained great power, he believes that he is now as good as anyone. Oh. Ghidorah was stunned when he heard this. He didn't expect that the other party would obtain other fruits. But when I thought about it, the whole plot was messed up now, so I felt relieved. Now he couldn't help but be curious about the other party's fruit. He knew that the guy in front of him had seen the devil fruit illustration in the original work. Since the other party doesn't even want the trembling fruit, it's probably not a garbage fruit. Thinking of this, he snorted coldly, and 2 streams of white mist came out of his nostrils. It seems that you really think you can do it. You won't know if it works until you try it. Blackbeard, standing on the shoulder of San Juan Wolf, opened his arms wildly and cheered. Little ones, let me make a scene. As his words rang out, a group of pirates in prison uniforms jumped out from the back of the San Juan Wolf. Giza's Badgers, Rain Shiryu, Vanoka, Avalo Pizarro. Looking at those familiar and even unfamiliar faces, King Ghidorah grinned. Teach, you are as ridiculous as a clown. Are you trying to compete with me with this bunch of rotten fish and shrimp? Then you can go die. After he finished speaking, he was too lazy to even use the gravity rays. He turned around and 2 huge dragon tails swept towards the San Juan Wolf. Tail whip. Snap, snap. The thick dragon tail directly exploded the air, and accompanied by bursts of wall-breaking sonic booms, it hit Blackbeard and his gang. Boom, boom. A roar resounded, and the entire frozen inner bay shook violently. Crack, crack. The violent force shattered the frozen sea surface, and huge cracks continued to appear and spread. Oh, help. Many sailors and pirates on the sea were caught off guard and fell into the cracks. Faced with the earthquake-like situation, everyone gave up fighting and fled the battlefield. Ice, smoke, and dust filled the air. There was chaos between heaven and earth. The strong men from both the Navy and the pirates looked at the battlefield and felt shaken. What the hell is that guy? Just the sweep was so terrifying. It hurts so much. When the dust cleared, the huge San Juan wolf, as big as a mountain, screamed in pain. That dull face was almost distorted, with a few big tears hanging from the corners of the eyes. I'm going to kill you. After a scream, the mountain-like body twisted, took a step forward and pounced directly on Ghidorah. Ghidorah didn't seem surprised that his attack didn't knock down his opponent. Even though his strength was lacking, his tonnage was still there. Seeing the opponent rushing towards them, the dragon heads on both sides roared ferociously, bit the opponent's arms one after another, and broke the bones with a click. A fool is always a fool. Ghidorah glanced at the distorted face of the San Juan wolf with disdain, and without hesitation opened his mouth to bite the other's throat. Rather than using his abilities, he would rather engage in hand-to-hand combat with the giant creature in front of him. After all, the feeling of touching flesh with mouth is wonderful. Unsinkable ship lasso type. Just as he was about to bite the other person's throat, a deep voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, Blackbeard's subordinate badges jumped high and blasted a huge shock wave towards him. Boom! The violent shock wave instantly hit King Ghidorah's head, causing a violent explosion. Following closely behind, Lafitte, Van Oka, Poison Q. and others rushed forward, using all their strength to attack the head hit by badges. Shock waves, slashing, fruit abilities, shooting. All kinds of attacks were launched indiscriminately as if they were free, leaving the other two groups in the distance dumbfounded. This. Even Whitebeard would die in hatred under such an attack, right? Bullshit. Dad is the strongest man in the world. There is no way he could be defeated by that kind of attack. On the battlefield, the Navy and pirates have temporarily ceased fighting and are looking at the inner bay battlefield in horror. Various remarks were made from time to time, which triggered another verbal battle. Ghidorah, Ace, who was beside Garp, couldn't help but worry when he saw the battle situation in the distance. "Ha, little brat, put away that expression of yours." Garp noticed Ace's situation, laughed, took out the handcuff key from his pocket and threw it to the latter. "Old man, you." Ace subconsciously took the key and looked at Garp in surprise. In his impression, the old man in front of him has always been proud of the Navy. It is totally impossible to do such a thing as betraying the Navy. But now the facts are before us again. Don't look at me like that. From today on, the Navy's hero Garp has retired. There is only one hope. Grandson's dream comes true, Grandpa. After saying that, Garp burst into laughter, and anyone could hear the helplessness in that laughter. You old fellow." Ace's eyes suddenly misted up when he heard this. He immediately opened the handcuffs without hesitation, and with a bang, he turned into flames and flew towards the Whitebeard pirates. As he jumped up, he whispered, "Thank you, Grandpa." Garp, who had a helpless look on his face, suddenly froze, and then tears welled up in the corners of his eyes. "You little brat." Lieutenant General, he standing by, saw everything without saying a word, but his deep eyes were filled with thought. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous and violent bombardment lasted for more than half a minute, making everyone's scalp tingle. I'm afraid the monster should have fallen down. However, the next moment, everyone heard an angry roar from the exploding smoke. Roar! Along with the roar, a ferocious dragon head, unharmed, broke through the smoke. Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, it opened its bloody mouth with sharp fangs and shot out a ray of light wrapped in golden electromagnetic energy with a buzz sound. Bang! The golden rays instantly exploded everything they touched and blew off half of the San Juan wolf's head. Pooh! At the same time, the dragon heads on both sides pulled violently, tearing off the arms of the San Juan wolf. The next moment, bright red blood spurted out like a waterfall, and the dragon heads on both sides threw their two arms away. Boom! Boom! The huge arms slammed into the ice, causing another violent vibration. This immediately caused a scream. Hiss! It's so scary. It was actually torn into pieces. The people in the distance looked at the huge giant being torn into pieces by the monster, their eyes bigger than light bulbs. Teach, if this is all you can do, I won't be polite. 28. Chapter 028, Are They a Family? Boom. The San Juan wolf, like a huge monster, smashed the ice with a loud bang, causing it to collapse. The splashing ice chips flew around like bullets. The entire Marineford shook violently as if there was a magnitude 7 earthquake. As the ice pit shook, the lifeless San Juan wolf in the ice pit shrank rapidly until it became a giant more than 6 meters tall. In order not to waste resources, King Ghidorah ordered Kevin to swallow him. Hey, Sigma! The cruel, horrifying, and bloody scene immediately made everyone terrified, nauseous, and even retching. No one could have imagined that the monster actually eats people. Ghidorah looked down at Blackbeard and others who were like ants and said coldly, "Teach, thief, ha!" Blackbeard glanced at his companions and saw that those who died were the weak prisoners, and the only core member, San Juan Wolf, was killed in battle. He suddenly laughed. "Ghidorah, I admit that you are strong, but in front of the power of my second fruit, I have nothing to fear even from you. Young men, withdraw from the battle circle." After hearing his words, the remaining people hesitated for a moment and prepared to leave. Snort. Want to leave? You really don't take me seriously. Upon hearing this, King Ghidorah snorted coldly, suddenly spread his wings, raised his head and roared. The thunderclouds hanging over Marineford seemed to be summoned, and in an instant there were storms, lightning, and thunder. Without waiting for the few people to retreat, rough thunders fell down. Boom, boom, boom. Lightning and thunder, like raindrops, connected the sky and the earth, covering an area of 500 meters around it. Violent thunder and lightning attack indiscriminately. Fuck. Hiss. The attack was like a natural disaster, scaring the people in the distance out of their wits. What on earth is this monster? This is too cruel. At the same time, I was even more curious about what Blackbeard Teach had done. Actually provoked such a monster. The 3 admirals of the Navy on the city wall also looked at the battlefield in the inner bay with surprise. The injured Kizaru is already considering retirement. Aokiji frowned with a hint of worry in his eyes. Akainu's eyes were spitting fire, his fists were clenched, and he looked like he was ready to kill the monster. Zhongguo's face was as gloomy as water, and his eyes were full of worry. The more powerful the opponent appears, the more pressure he feels. It would be fine if Teach could hold the opponent back, but if he can't, the next to suffer would probably be their navy. Whitebeard, who was reunited with Ace, frowned and recalled a piece of news that Roger had told him when he came to see him. The captains beside him were all horrified, but then they remembered that the other party had saved Ace, and the worry in their eyes lessened a little. In the raging lightning and rain, there were continuous screams of heartbreak. Ghidorah looked at the people who were struck by thunder again and again, and even burnt to a crisp, without any mercy. Those who get to hang out with Teach are not good people. Such a guy deserves to be put to death. Ghidorah. Seeing the tragic death of his companions, Teach finally became completely angry. The companions he valued all had sufficient ambition and potential, and he was originally prepared to train them to become independent people. But now they were all killed by the enemy, and he was left alone again. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano. Hearing this, King Ghidorah's golden eyes moved slightly. Looking at Teach, who was bathed in the thunderstorm and was not attacked, he felt a little curious. Although the attack point of the thunderstorm was not under his control, that kind of indiscriminate attack made it impossible to avoid all the lightning no matter how lucky he was. His huge golden eyes narrowed involuntarily, and suddenly he noticed that it was not those lightnings that did not attack the other party. Instead, when the lightning touches the opponent's body, it will naturally avoid or disappear. It was as if the place where the other party was standing was an insulating area, and lightning automatically avoided it. Seeing this, he stopped releasing electromagnetic energy. It seems you really got a good fruit. I'm very curious now who gave you this fruit. King Ghidorah stared at Teach and already had a guess in his mind. Ghidorah, you destroyed everything for me. I want you to pay with blood. Tiki didn't answer his question at all and said in an extremely gloomy voice. Then he shouted angrily and rushed out with a bang. Halfway through, he raised his fist, and with a pop sound, a white transparent bubble emerged. What? The ability of the Tremor fruit. How is that possible? The people watching from afar saw the bubbles on Teach's hand and subconsciously looked towards Whitebeard. Everyone knows that it is impossible for 2 identical fruit abilities to appear in this world at the same time. If someone else possesses the ability of the trembling fruit, it would be impossible unless Whitebeard dies. However, Whitebeard is still alive. Even Whitebeard was stunned when he saw the bubbles on Teach's hand, and even subconsciously activated his own fruit ability. Likewise, a white bubble appeared on his hand. Seeing Whitebeard's actions, everyone was stunned. They looked at Whitebeard and then at Teach. Burst! Boom! Snap! With a roar from Teach, the fist wrapped in white bubbles instantly hammered in front of Ghidorah. The sound of air cracking, like that made by the tremor fruit, was heard, and then everyone saw the air in front of the three giant beasts rapidly twisting. Seeing this from a distance, Whitebeard instantly realized that Blackbeard's fruit ability was different from his own. I saw red sparks produced by friction in the distorted air, and then I saw the distorted air explode instantly. Boom! The violent explosion set off a violent wave that directly hit King Ghidorah, pushed so hard that the triceps leaned back. Dark water! Seeing this, Teach didn't miss any opportunity. He raised his right hand wrapped in black smoke and jumped onto the opponent's chest. Thick black smoke instantly spread from its back and climbed madly towards Ghidorah. Ghidorah, even if I can't get your fruit power, I will also seal you. Without the beast form, before he could finish his words, Teach felt a chill down his spine and subconsciously looked up, only to see 3 pairs of terrifying huge golden eyes staring at him coldly. Facing those 3 pairs of emotionless golden eyes, his face was instantly covered with cold sweat. Teach, you made a mistake, Ghidorah said coldly. What? Teach was a little confused. This is my true form. Ghidorah roared angrily and swept his rough tail suddenly, hitting the opponent with a bang. Boom. Then he spread his wings, kicked his feet hard, and suddenly took off into the air, flying towards Blackbeard at a low altitude close to the ice. A strong hurricane suddenly arose, sweeping across the entire ice surface of the inner bay. The huge and terrifying body scraped across the ice, stirring up gusts of air. It caught up with Teach in an instant and suddenly grabbed the other party with one foot. He landed on the ice with a loud thud and crushed it under his feet. Cough. The black beard with bulging eyes spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then came his heart-wrenching screams. Ugh, it hurts, it hurts. The cold golden eyes looked at Tiki, who was struggling at his feet, and a hint of surprise flashed across their eyes. As expected of a family that produces villains from generation to generation, their physique is truly terrifying. Ancestor, spare my life. The struggling Teach saw that King Ghidorah's eyes were cold and he no longer had that arrogant look. He endured the severe pain, cried and begged. Nanny, Ancestor. Upon hearing this name, the entire Niwan battlefield was instantly in an uproar. Are Teach and that monster from the same family? What's going on? 29. Chapter 29 Blackbeard's Death, Taboo Name. The name of the ancestor. The whole place exploded in an instant. Everyone stared with wide eyes, looking at the 2 incompatible figures on the battlefield in disbelief. The Dinden Mushi installed in Marineford broadcasts all of this. It immediately caused an uproar around the world. The new Shichibukai Blackbeard actually called that horrible monster Ancestor. This is simply unbelievable. In the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh was sitting on a tree trunk, watching the broadcast with his eyes wide open. Looking at the huge mountain-like creature in the broadcast screen, he said in a shocked tone, Ghidorah? Roger. He witnessed everything on the final island Raftel with Roger, and he also knew the unknown secret. Now thinking back Roger's words, it's a pity that I was not born in that era. I really want to see the legendary Ghidorah. But he didn't expect that Roger's regret would come true. He couldn't help but mutter to himself, Roger, even the legendary creatures have appeared. I'm afraid the world government has come to an end. From this moment on, a terrifying creature named Ghidorah will be remembered by the world. North Sea, the darkest and most chaotic sea in the 4 seas. In this sea area, the underworld, bounty guilds, ancient families are spread all over the sea area. In the only small town square of an unknown island near the doldrums, scenes from the Marineford War were being broadcast. At the front of the crowd, sitting on a wooden chair, was an old man with gray hair, a wrinkled face, and a pair of thick black eyebrows. When he saw King Ghidorah appear on the broadcast screen, his cloudy eyes suddenly opened wide and gleamed, and his hand holding the cane trembled constantly, and he muttered to himself, Guardian, the Guardian has returned. Crystal mist appeared in the corners of the old man's eyes. After a while, his excitement calmed down a little. He slowly stood up, hunched over, and prepared to leave. Master Mu, aren't you going to watch it anymore? Someone asked when seeing this. I'm tired. Just look at it. The old man replied and left with his cane. Similar things are happening all over the world. Those ancient descendants hidden in society all responded accordingly at this moment. There is joy. There is fear. As the monsters that have been sleeping for 800 years awaken, the whole world gradually awakens, including some huge kingdoms. Teach. Don't call me that. I don't have a descendant like you, and you're not my descendant either. Joey Boy removed the Marshall clan from the D clan. Ghidorah looked at Teach, who was struggling under his feet, grinned, and opened his mouth, ready to kill the other party directly. Seeing this, Teach was so scared that he struggled and shouted, Wait. I have news about Skylord Rodden, and know where he is sealed. Rodon. When King Ghidorah heard this, he couldn't help but think of that fire follower. Memories from 1,000 years ago came flooding back to him, and he was a little dazed for a moment. Chance. When Tiki saw this, he was delighted and shouted angrily, Vacuum! As he roared, with a wave sound, the surrounding air began to flow rapidly, and the milky white light shield instantly expanded and spread, covering the surrounding area for 1,000 meters. Woo-woo. Save. Woo-woo. Several unlucky soldiers were enveloped by the light curtain. Their faces suddenly turned red, their pupils shrank like needles, and they covered their throats as if they were about to suffocate to death. Thief, ha! Ghidorah, you didn't expect that. This is my second ability, the Chi-Chi fruit. Now all the air within a kilometer range is under my control. In such an oxygen-free vacuum, can you still survive? This era will eventually belong to me. Blackbeard's era. Thief, ha! Blackbeard took the opportunity to escape, stood in front of Ghidorah with blood on his face, and laughed wildly. As he spoke, several sailors who were affected in the distance had turned purple and black in complexion and died. Seeing the horrific death of the Navy soldier, the whole audience was in an uproar and everyone looked terrified. Just as everyone was shocked, a cold laugh was heard from the vacuum area. Who told you, that I live on oxygen? Besides, you can't use the Chi-Chi fruit like this. Then, in the shocked eyes of everyone, the horrifying beast, as if unaffected at all, spread its wings with a bang, and in the next moment slapped towards Blackbeard like a dark curtain covering the sky. He is a purebred King Ghidorah. The body structure is that of a living thing that does not require oxygen to survive. As long as you are strong enough, you can even go to outer space. But what he couldn't understand was that the Chi-Chi fruit was originally hidden by Joey Boy. How did it end up in the other party's hands? No matter what, this fruit must be recovered. If this fruit awakens, it will be quite terrifying. Boom. The huge wings fell, and a violent gust of wind arose, instantly tearing apart Blackbeard's vacuum domain. Blackbeard was caught off guard and knocked away again, his eyes full of fear. In an instant, he planned to escape. Now that his ability had been exposed, he no longer hid it and used the air to drag his body, which could not transform into an element, to fly out of Marineford. Humph, you're trying to run away from me. Ghidorah snorted coldly, and his three heads roared angrily. Then with a hump sound, 3 golden electromagnetic rays were shot out. The violent rays, along with a sizzling sound, instantly hit Blackbeard and caused an explosion. The powerful explosive power of the gravitational rays mercilessly tore apart the vacuum defense that protected it. Boom. There was a loud explosion, and the friction in the air produced orange fireworks. An unmatched huge shock wave spread out, instantly crushing the surrounding everything. It hurts so much. Blackbeard, with flames burning all over his body, lay on the ground and rolled around wildly. After a while, milky white ripples vibrated, and the flames on its body were extinguished by the vacuum waves. The flames died down, leaving behind a black beard covered in burns that looked like a human. He struggled and looked at King Ghidorah in fear, kneeling down and begging. Hey, please don't kill me. Ancestor, I am your descendant. Ghidorah flapped his wings and landed in front of Blackbeard with a bang, his cold golden eyes without a trace of emotion. I don't have a descendant like you. Besides, my last name isn't Marshall. Go to hell and confess to Saki. As he shouted angrily, Kevin on his left roared angrily. Greed filled his golden eyes, and he opened his terrifying bloody mouth with spiked fangs without hesitation. No. I can tell you where Rodden is. Seeing the bloody mouth, Blackbeard was completely panicked, desperately begging for mercy. I'll go find it myself. However, Kevin had no mercy at all. His golden eyes were full of greed. He took a big gulp and swallowed the begging Blackbeard and some crushed ice directly into his mouth. Bang. The creepy chewing sound frightened everyone present. Fuck. Isn't this guy a devil fruit user? I actually ate another one. On the battlefield, both the Navy and the pirates screamed in fear when they saw such a horrifying scene. Ghidorah felt 2 more devil fruits in Kevin's mouth and knew that Blackbeard was dead. He snorted in his heart and turned his gaze towards a marine headquarters. What are you going to do, Uranus D. Ghidorah? Seeing this, Zhangguo's face became extremely gloomy, and he accidentally read out the other person's full name. 30, Chapter 030, the name that makes the world tremble. Uranus. Upon hearing this name, 2 people in the entire Marineford turned pale with fear. One is the Navy hero Garp, and the other is the Sea King Whitebeard. Neither of them imagined that the huge creature was the legendary Uranus. Thinking of what it represents, even the most powerful people of their time could not help but be shocked. Hey. I finally know the secret. Doflamingo, who once lived in the holy land of Marihoa, suddenly laughed wildly. Uranus. What a terrifying existence. What Uranus? A cry of surprise resounded throughout the hall of the Alabasta Palace. Nefertari Cobra, the 12th king of Alabasta, was staring at the broadcast screen in the hall with wide eyes and mouth. To be precise, it should be the huge beast in the broadcast screen. Uranus. Cobra muttered to himself, his face gradually becoming solemn and gloomy. Father, what happened? Princess Weiwei was worried when she saw her father had an unusual look on his face and kept repeating that name. Nothing. When Cobra heard his daughter's words, his expression relaxed, and he immediately looked at his daughter and said, I will find a teacher for you tomorrow. 2 years later, you can go out to sea to find the Straw Hat Boys. Real. Princess Weiwei was delighted when she heard this, but then she felt something was wrong and frowned and asked, Did something happen? No. Cobra hid his worries in his heart and said with a smile, Weiwei has done enough for this country. So, while you are still young, go and fulfill your dreams. Now that Uranus has appeared, the secret of this desert kingdom may no longer be hidden. After all, their Nefertari family also played the role of villain in that incident. Even later, he gave up all his glory and chose to live in seclusion here. That can't be an excuse to beg for forgiveness, especially since it's Uranus. Uranus. Big Mom, who was far away on the New World Cake Island, couldn't help but widen her eyes when she heard this name. And Mom, what terrible news. It turns out we were all wrong. Sengoku, you said something you shouldn't have said. On the Sabaody archipelago, Rayleigh spat out the liquor in his mouth and said in surprise, Damn it. Sengoku on the wall noticed the changes in Garp and Whitebeard. His face suddenly changed, and he changed his tone and said angrily, Ghidorah, are you planning to challenge the world government? Boom, boom. Upon hearing this, Ghidorah did not answer immediately, but instead moved his feet and used his huge body to step on the ice and walk into the center of the inner bay. During this period, both the Navy and the pirates fled in fear. Challenging the world government? I wasn't planning on doing that. Upon hearing this, the Navy, warring states, and others couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, before they could be happy, they saw the beast's ferocious face harden and said in a cold and deep voice, I intend to destroy it. This kind of deformed politics should not exist in this world. What? Sigma? The hoarse, domineering words that revealed great confidence instantly made everyone, even the whole world, feel a chill to the bones. The world government is a powerful organization with 100 member countries. However, from the mouth of this terrifying monster, what it said was as easy as a child building a sandcastle on the beach and knocking it down. Damn it! Turn off all broadcasts. Upon hearing this, Zhangguo's face turned extremely ugly, and he started yelling angrily. Upon hearing this, the soldiers immediately took action and shut down all the Den Mushi. However, unexpectedly, because of this unprecedented war, the naval headquarters, which has attracted worldwide attention, has already been secretly equipped with countless monitoring Den Mushi. Soon, the broadcast images from the Sabaody archipelago and other places started running again. Go to hell, you shameless guy. At this moment, a gloomy and angry roar was heard from the Niwan city wall. Akainu behind Sengoku suddenly jumped up. Red magma surged up in his arms. and he pounced towards Ghidorah with a long trail of black smoke. While everyone was stunned, Akainu's attacks followed one after another. The surging magma squirmed wildly, forming a giant magma fist nearly 20 meters high. The huge red fist with black smoke was like a baby's fist in front of an adult in front of King Ghidorah. King Ghidorah's golden eyes were calm, without any ripples. When the magma fist was about to hit him, his huge body suddenly twisted, and the huge dragon tail wrapped in a storm lashed towards the magma fist. Boom. There was a deafening roar, followed by a powerful impact that made the air tremble. Ripples were formed under the high temperature, and the exploding magma suddenly scattered like a meteor, trailing long black smoke. Chirp, chirp, boom, boom. The scorching airwaves mixed with high-temperature magma instantly spread to the area around King Ghidorah. Kid, this isn't the way you should use magma. Amid the blazing fireworks, Ghidorah twisted his body twice as if he was soaking in a hot spring. He suddenly spread his huge wings and flapped his wings with a whoosh. Whoosh. A strong wind suddenly arose, sweeping up the hot magma and water mist in front of it, and flew towards the building of the Navy headquarters not far away like a meteor shower. Not good. Looking at the flying magma, Zhangguo's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, he activated the Big Buddha form and swung out 2 huge shock waves with his hands, shattering and shaking away the magma. Ghidorah, are you really going to do this? After transforming into a golden Buddha, Sengoku resolved the crisis, stared at Ghidorah with his intimidating eyes and asked in a deep voice. Rory is blabbering. Boom. As he spoke, Ghidorah flapped his wings and flew towards Sengoku. No one can stop me from doing what I want to do, and I will not be told what to do by anyone. Boom. In the middle of the conversation, the two sides collided with each other. With a huge body and a domineering aura, in an instant, his feet stepped on the Zhangguo, who was in the state of a giant Buddha. Ah, you're the only one who can use the Buddha fruit to this extent. Looking with contempt at Zhangguo, who was struggling under his feet, he increased his strength again. Boom. A sound like a landslide was heard. Invisible cracks spread from under the feet of the warring states. In the blink of an eye, there was a loud bang, and the ground under the feet of the warring states in the form of a giant Buddha cracked and collapsed. Puff. A mouthful of blood spurted out of Zhangguo's mouth, and his eyes were wide open with horror. Impact. He gritted his teeth and roared, and 2 powerful shock waves formed from his hands. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A manic impact gushed out from Zhangguo's palms, and the invisible energy rubbed against the air, making bursts of harsh buzzing sounds. Warring states, brat. This amount of impact is not enough to do anything. Feeling the huge impact under his feet, Ghidorah looked indifferent and squeezed his feet slightly. Boom. With a loud bang, like a balloon bursting, violent energy burst out from Sengoku's palms and between Ghidorah's feet. The invisible energy rolled up a terrifying wave of smoke and dust, which spread out to the surroundings like radiation. Click, 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 dot, boom. The violent energy directly destroyed everything around the 2 people, and various broken debris of buildings kept flying out in the thick smoke. The flying sand and rolling stones, the billowing smoke dissipated with the wind, revealing a devastated Navy square. Ghidorah, in the huge cracked pit, Zhangguo, with blood on his face, roared angrily. 31. Chapter 031. The world will eventually tremble at my feet. The golden Buddha's light shines everywhere, and the land is cracked inch by inch. He does not have a compassionate heart, but has the decisiveness to kill like an angry Vajra. Looking at that majestic body, neither humble nor overbearing, the violent impact force gushed out from the golden Buddha's palm like a torrent in a tyrannical manner. The air made a harsh friction sound, and Mariford trembled continuously. Boom! However, facing the powerful impact, the giant beast raised a giant foot with an even more powerful attitude and stomped down hard. With a loud bang, violent energy spread out. An invisible air wave, carrying debris, swept across the entire Navy square. The dust storm-like noise instantly engulfed the weak soldiers around them. The fear of being on the edge of an abyss and facing death made all the soldiers despair. He threw away his weapon and fled madly into the distance. Your strength is not enough. With just this little bit of strength, you can't stop me. King Ghidorah's golden eyes were cold as he stared at warring states below, grinning in vain and laughing. Damn it! Warring States, who was injured by the recoil of the shock wave, gnashed his teeth as he looked at the giant beast in front of him. I knew that the other party was strong, but I never thought the gap would be so huge. Looking at the devastated naval headquarters, he felt bitter in his heart. His position as Admiral of the Navy had come to the end. Facing that horrible creature that was impossible to contend with, he felt a sense of weakness and powerlessness. But when he saw those fleeing and injured soldiers, all his wasted time and negative emotions were instantly swept away. He is the backbone of the Navy. If even he is afraid, what hope is there for the Navy? Even if I can't stop it, I will still stop it. Even if I am unbeatable, I will still persist. I am the Admiral of the Navy. Let me watch you destroy everything. That kind of thing, I can't do it. Zhangguo, like an angry King Kong, looked at him fearlessly and spoke in a resolute tone. Snored. You may not be very capable, but you have a big mouth. Upon hearing this, Ghidorah snorted coldly and swept over with his huge wings, knocking warring states away with a bang. Looking at the flying Zhangguo, spitting blood, he shouted angrily. Since you know of my existence, you should know about that tragic history and the hypocritical world government. This world has been distorted by those deformed creatures. As the avengers of the lost nation, those creatures from thousands of years ago should have... Shut up. Zhangguo's expression changed drastically when he heard this, and he interrupted him angrily, saying that some things cannot be known to the world. A pair of Buddha's eyes were filled with fierceness. Your time has long passed. Don't you understand? Clear. I don't need to understand. I don't want to understand. With a bang, Ghidorah spread his wings, and the huge wings vibrated wildly, making a hissing sound like a rattlesnake's tail shaking. The next moment, golden biological electromagnetism emerged all over its wings. The wind was rising, the thunderclouds were rolling, and gradually gathered over Marineford. As long as I live, the era will not end because I am the era. My hatred burns in the abyss. They tremble because of my existence. The pitiful kingdom will eventually restore its glory. In the end, the entire aliens will be destroyed at my feet. Not good. Looking at the mad beast, Zhangguo was completely terrified. Without any hesitation, he gave the order to everyone in the rear. All soldiers evacuate Marineford. The 3 admirals and the 7 warlords of the sea prepare to attack. The soldiers, who had been frightened by the spectacular scene before them, suddenly woke up after hearing Zhangguo's order. Looking at the giant beast that seemed like a natural disaster, everyone went crazy and ran towards the ice in the inner bay screaming. At this moment, people poured down the roads like a tide. Why? How could this happen? Some soldiers were knocked down by the crazy crowd without realizing it, and they were still staring blankly at the monster flashing with lightning. Dad. On the Moby Dick, Marco looked at the Admiralty headquarters square with complicated eyes and subconsciously called out Whitebeard. Instantly understanding the meaning of Marco's call, Whitebeard pondered for a moment and said in a heavy tone, "Just wait and see. The Navy is already overwhelmed." As time went by, the clouds above Ghidorah grew thicker and thicker. Akainu, who'd been thirsty for a long time. The moment he heard the order, a fierce light flashed in his eyes, and his 2 arms, which were rolling like magma, began to wriggle rapidly, becoming bigger and thicker. The next moment, he jumped up and rushed towards the giant beast in front of him. Canine-toothed red lotus. The magma squirmed wildly and instantly turned into 2 ferocious dog heads 30 meters high. He spread out his scarlet canine teeth and suddenly rushed forward to bite the giant beast's neck. Ice cube, 2 thorn spears. A voice as cold as ice sounded. Qingji, who followed closely behind, jumped up and instantly formed 2 3-pronged ice spears over 20 meters long in front of him and shot out directly. How terrible! I'm a wounded man. Kizaru, who was dejected and had no popcorn benefits, muttered to himself. This month's salary has been offset by the Push City incident. Whether to do it next month or not is another matter. So he chose to evacuate to the inner bay with the team. As he left, he couldn't help but glance at Bartholomew Kuma, who was standing on the city wall, compressing his impact, subconsciously muttering to myself, "It's a thorough change." Boa Hancock, who was beside him, had already left the battle circle and ran to Whitebeard's side when Luffy arrived. It is true that only women are difficult to race. As for Doflamingo, he always had a mysterious smile on his face, like a premeditated pervert. I'm afraid it's time to take medicine. Moonlight Mariah. Who is it? Just a little transparent. Dead, no one will care if you don't die. I'm afraid that even if the grass on the grave is 3 meters tall, no one will remember that there was such a person. Being alive is also a tragedy. The most surprising thing is that the world's #1 swordsman Hawkeye Mihawk, who has always been interested in it, doesn't know what's wrong with him. He drew out the black knife from his back and shot out like a sharp arrow. It's good to be young. You can do whatever you want, unlike a general like him who can only live on that meager monthly salary. The only surprise was Garp, known as the hero of the Navy, who stood there with his black fists clenched tightly and a painful look on his face. It seems like he is in great torture. Roar. When King Ghidorah saw everyone's reactions, he let out an angry roar, then his eyes shrank slightly, emitting an extremely cold light. A bunch of weaklings dare to act so presumptuously in front of me. Do you really think I'm made of clay? The next moment, two ferocious dragon heads, one on the left and one on the right, roared and rushed towards the two magma dog heads. 32. Chapter 032. Group brushing world boss with healer, tank, and dual magicians. If there is a middle finger, Ghidorah will definitely compete with everyone. Oh my god. This is a team with one meat shield, one rogue, two mages of ice and fire, and a physical priest who is holding back his ultimate move. Are you going to treat me as the world's boss? On the ice of Marinfandel Fjord, nearly 100,000 people stood there in amazement. He stared blankly at everything that was happening in the square, his eyes filled with a thick layer of fear. At this moment, the world will shake again. Even the Golden Lion who escaped from prison that year didn't seem to have received such high-level treatment, right? Under the shocked gaze of the world, two huge three-pronged ice spears carrying the cold winter current with unmatched momentum hit the monster's head easily with a bang. Upon seeing this, the naval soldiers burst into excited cheers. Yeah. Well done, General Aokiji. Shoot, hit it. Snap. However, the next moment, the three-pronged ice spear wrapped in the cold current shattered like a piece of fragile glass. Shattered ice crystals fell all over the ground. It was so shocking. Little devil, your ice is only suitable for making fried ice. And .it doesn't taste like fruit. Ghidorah, who was unharmed, shook his frosted head and said, Yeah. Upon hearing this, Aokiji subconsciously looked at his own palm, which was emitting cold air. Am I so weak? It's really a blow. Even as he was speaking, a huge magma dog head carrying a wave of scorching air also followed and directly hit the other two ferocious dragon heads. Boom, boom. Violent explosions were heard and two clouds of thick volcanic smoke rose up, making it impossible to see the battle situation clearly. That monster, no matter how strong it is, can't stop Admiral Akainu's magma, right? Seeing this situation, the soldiers present couldn't help but start a discussion and focused all their attention on the two huge clouds of volcanic ash. In common people's understanding, magma is something that can melt everything. No matter how strong that monster is it still? Before everyone could form any thoughts, a series of whoosh sounds were heard. Then, the thick smoke was broken by high-temperature fireballs. Dozens or even hundreds of volcanic bombs created thick smoke, creating large holes and trailing long black smoke in all directions. Oh, that guy. Just then, someone shouted in surprise. Everyone at the scene widened their eyes in horror, looking at the area covered by thick smoke. Because of the flying volcanic bomb, the situation inside was vaguely revealed through the thick smoke. What frightened everyone was the image vaguely visible through the impact hole. In the thin smoke, under the golden eyes without a trace of emotion, red liquid slowly dripped from the half-opened bloody mouth. Although it was a bit far away, everyone could still see clearly that the red liquid was nothing else. It was the magma shot out by Admiral Akainu. Hiss. Seeing this counterintuitive and even terrifying scene, everyone couldn't help but gasp. No one would have thought that there would be monsters in this world that were not afraid of lava. This completely subverts their cognition. Hot drinks need sugar. A roar mixed with anger was heard, and then, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, two terrifying, hideous heads emerged from the area covered by black smoke. Gurgle. The Navy man opened his eyes wide and looked at the hideous head with magma dripping from the corners of its mouth and swallowed his saliva subconsciously. So horrible. Surprisingly, even the magma was bitten to pieces. Besides, that your thing has a bad smell, I give it a 1-star negative review. The demon-like head that rushed out of the abyss stared at the gloomy face of Akainu and said angrily, Good, powerful. Hawkeye Mihawk, who had already arrived at the battlefield, stopped after the two heads rushed out of the smoke. The next moment, those eagle-like sharp eyes flashed. Then let me see how big the gap is between us. As he spoke, veins popped out in the back of his hand, and he clenched the black sword knight in his hand, which was said to be the strongest in the world. In an instant, a shocking and sharp momentum emerged. The terrifying momentum that exploded was like countless tiny swords, directly cutting everything around it. And this momentum is still rising. After a while, beads of sweat appeared on Hawkeye's solemn face. His sharp eyes suddenly glared, and he said in a deep voice, "God." At this moment, facing that terrifying creature, there is no need for any fancy moves. Just try your best to deliver the strongest blow you can. With a swish sound, a green slash over 50 meters long burst out from the black knife. It was like a huge slashing blow of a blue waning moon, breaking the sound barrier with a squeak, and with a terrifying shrill and piercing sound, it shot into the air and flew towards the right side of the head. Snored, facing the blow that could destroy the heavens and the earth. Then the head on the right snorted coldly. The muscles of the corners of the mouth inlaid with golden scales moved, and the mouth full of spikes slowly opened. At the same time, accompanied by a sizzle sound, a ray of golden electromagnetic energy spurted out. Like a ray of golden lightning snake, it shot out with a buzz sound and instantly collided with a green slash. Boom. The violent explosion resounded throughout Marineford. The next moment, the bright green light instantly dissipated under the golden rays and turned into a terrifying gust of wind. The vast invisible energy fluctuations resounded like radiating ripples like a raging sea. Bang! With a dull sound, the ray of light that annihilated the blade's light continued to have force and hit the square below. The earth shook violently, and a huge pit collapsed in an instant. The circular shockwave suddenly rose up and spread out with a buzz sound. The decorations on the square were instantly turned into dust by the shockwave, dissipated in the strong wind. In the strong wind, Jorikol and Mihawk's black windbreakers were rustling in the wind, and their eagle-like eyes were filled with horror. He knew there was a gap between himself and the creature, but he never thought it would be so big, like an insurmountable chasm. Defeated, the sharpness in his eyes faded, covered with a layer of confusion, and he muttered to himself, "No, I didn't lose." After a brief moment of depression, the confusion in his eyes instantly disappeared, replaced by a terrifying firmness and sharpness. He suddenly raised his head, looked directly at King Ghidorah, slowly raised the black knife in his hand, and said loudly, "Ghidorah, thank you for letting me experience what it means to be the strongest in the world. Here, I swear by the black blade knight in my hand that from now on you will be the one I want to surpass." After he finished speaking, without waiting for everyone to react, he put the black knife behind him and turned away without any hesitation. "Hawkeye, where are you going?" Akainu, who was standing not far away, saw Hawkeye was about to leave, and his already gloomy face became even gloomier. "I am no match for him. There is no point in fighting with such a huge gap." Hawkeye paused slightly, glanced at Akainu and others, and left Marineford without hesitation. Damn it! When Akainu heard this, heat surged up around his body, and he was about to attack again. Boom. At this moment, a strange sound came into the ears of several people. The people present were all shocked at the same time when they saw the impact that was compressed to the extreme. No one would doubt the horror of that thing. 33, Chapter 033, Devil Fruit Final Form Star Eater. Boom. Boom. It was like the sound of a beating heart, affecting everyone in the audience. Everyone held their breath and focused their attention on the bear paw impact that was floating towards the terrifying creature. I wonder if that terrifying creature, to which ice, lava, and slashing attacks are all ineffective, can withstand the bear's attack. At the same time, I also placed my desire in my heart on that impact. I hope the bear's attack will be effective against the giant beast in front of me. Gurgle. The heavy, intense atmosphere made people swallow their saliva. However, at this moment when everyone was paying close attention, a sudden and unruly voice was heard. Super Whip. Along with the voice, a beam of white light appeared from nowhere and instantly penetrated the claw-shaped bubble that contained the bear paw impact. The sudden scene, before everyone had time to be surprised, heard a loud bang. The bubble exploded. Violent energy burst out, and layers of terrifying air waves were instantly set off. Akainu, who was nearby, was suddenly horrified and quickly flew backwards. In an instant, the overwhelming impact crushed everything around in a brutal manner. In the center of the impact, the ground gradually collapsed, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Doflamingo! The officer's cloak rustled in the strong wind. Akainu suddenly turned his head and looked at the city wall, his eyes hidden under his hat filled with endless anger. It was not until this moment that everyone could see clearly that the white light that was shattered by the impact was actually a column composed of hundreds of thin transparent threads. Everyone looked at Doflamingo on the wall in astonishment. I have absolutely no idea why this guy would block the attack. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Doflamingo was unaware of anything. He lightly stepped on the ground and leaped into the air, looking at Ghidorah and said, "How about we work together?" When everyone heard this, they were all shocked and looked at Doflamingo with wide eyes as if he were a monster. Doflamingo! Zhangguo below shouted angrily upon hearing this. He had never expected that the other party would cause trouble at such a critical moment. Marshal Zhangguo, please don't look at me like that. At T worst, I will quit the Shichibukai. Facing Sengoku's murderous gaze, Doflamingo grinned. Especially when it came to withdrawing from the 7 warlords of the sea, there was no hesitation at all. When Zhangguo heard this, the Golden Buddha's face suddenly became as terrifying as an angry King Kong, and he stared at the other party with gnashing teeth. "Oh, cooperate with me?" Ghidorah looked at Doflamingo with a little surprise, his huge golden eyes showing a thoughtful look. In his impression, Doflamingo is not a law-abiding person. Not only that, but the other party wants the world to be more chaotic more than anyone else. When I thought about his hidden identity, I suddenly understood. Suddenly, he sneered. Who do you think you are to cooperate with me?" The cold words stunned the rebellious Doflamingo. Before he could react, he saw the other person's right head slowly turn, and the next moment, golden electromagnetic rays sprayed out. In an instant, Doflamingo was so scared that his soul flew away. His heart suddenly tightened. He did not dare to hesitate at all. He opened his arms and immediately activated the ability of the fruit. Suddenly, countless transparent threads burst out from behind him, and even the ground beneath him turned into a white wave. White wave. Countless silk threads formed a huge wave, rising from the ground and rushing towards the rays madly. Boom. There was a deafening crash. The terrifying airflow spread out from the junction, forming an impact that was no less powerful than the one launched by the bear before. Under this impact, the entire Marin Ford began to tremble. Click, click. There was a sound as if space was breaking, and Doflamingo clearly felt that the silk thread wave that he was so proud of was collapsing. Before he could react, he felt his body rising into the clouds, and a violent impact lifted him up into the air. Snap! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and he was horrified to find that his right hand was gradually twisted and deformed by the impact. Suddenly, a fear I had never felt before came over me. It was not until this moment that he realized how bold his previous action was. With a crack sound, he fell to the ground like a rag doll, and then rolled over, knocking down many buildings on the road. Cough. Wow. His internal organs felt as if they were displaced, and he coughed up blood. Doflamingo, whose sunglasses had long since disappeared, stared at the giant with eyes filled with endless fear. It's really scary. Oh. Suddenly, Doflamingo, who was lying in the ruins looking for that thing, laughed nervously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This is truly a fatal attack. Although he was nearly killed by the attack, he felt another meaning from that attack. The opponent's attack seemed terrifying, but it did not cause any substantial harm to him. Compared to the ray that collided with Hawkeye's slash before, IT was countless times weaker. From this, he concluded that the other party did not intend to kill him, which meant the initial cooperation has been established. Traitor! How dare you betray the Navy? Go to hell. Suddenly, Akainu's voice reached his ears. Doflamingo was shocked when he heard this, and rushed out of the ruins with a bang, regardless of the pain. The next moment, the ruins where he was lying before were hit by a volcanic bomb with a bang, and turned into a pool of hot magma. Oh, this is not a rebellion. I took the initiative to withdraw from the 7 warlords of the sea. Besides, a sneak attack by a Navy admiral is not a bright act. Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood and grinned. Suddenly, at that moment, he leaped up and flew towards Akainu. Halfway through, he opened his 5 fingers and a sharp silk thread suddenly shot out. With a puff sound, Akainu below was split into 2. His body paused, and his left and right sides slowly separated, falling heavily to the ground. Akainu, seeing this not far away, Sengoku was shocked and stomped his feet to rush towards Doflamingo. Zhangguo, do you really treat me as a decoration? Just as Zhangguo stood up, King Ghidorah's cold words came, and at the same time, several rough thunders fell from the thunderclouds above his head. Boom! 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 Damn it! Feeling the pressure of thunder above his head, Zhangguo did not dare to hesitate at all. His pair of golden Buddha palms were in a posture of 10,000 Buddhas paying homage to the Buddha, and a wild shock wave spurted out. Suddenly, a protective shield was formed by the impact energy. The violent impact energy soared into the sky with thunder. It's still useless. Seeing that impact isolating the thunder, King Ghidorah couldn't help but look at Sengoku differently. In today's world, it is believed that the awakening of fruit abilities is the final stage. But who knew that awakening was just the complete fusion of the fruits, and there was an even more terrifying layer behind it. That's the demon form. Only by reaching the devil form can one completely control the devil fruit. Even for him, 1,000 years had only touched a little bit. After all, the Star Eater form is not so easy to awaken. 34. Chapter 034. The Betrayal of the Seven Warlords. It seems we were all deceived by you. The churning magma gathered again and condensed into the appearance of Akainu, and gloomy, malicious words came out of his mouth. How can it be considered that I lied to you? That's just what you think. Doflamingo raised his eyebrows and sneered. His body moved again, with the 10 fingers of both hands spread out, and transparent silk thread shot out quickly, cutting towards Akainu. Bang! The fist wrapped in domineering power resisted Doflamingo's silk thread. Akainu's face was gloomy, and heat waves spread out from his body. The scorching air waves erupted instantly, and in a flash, his arms turned into boiling magma and blasted out. His angry eyes flashed with cold, murderous intent, and he spoke angrily in a deep voice. Obviously a villain, the world government insisted on recruiting you. We have been displeased with you for a long time. You dare to betray me. Then you all should die. Boom, boom. A scorching wave of air gushed out, and a terrifying propulsion force burst out, breaking Doflamingo's thread in the blink of an eye and crashing into the ladder. It's an irresistible force. It seems I can't hide it any longer. Besides, I'm a pirate. How can I be considered a traitor? Seeing the gushing magma fist, Doflamingo grinned, stepped back lightly, and spoke softly. In the past, he would probably never have confronted the Admiral, or even taken action. However, things are different now. There are reasons to take action now. He must show his worth and let Gerardo see his value. Thinking of this, he suddenly opened his arms, and countless transparent threads bloomed out in the void behind him. The extremely sharp silk threads swept across the air, instantly cutting the magma fist that was trailing black smoke into countless tiny magma balls. Crack bang. Actually, even the ability of the fruit has been awakened. Akainu's pupil shrank. He stopped and said gloomily. Seeing that the other party's abilities far exceeded those of the ordinary Shichibukai, especially the awakening of the fruit ability, it was a bit surprising. This is undoubtedly a shocking thing. In this ocean, there are tens of thousands of people with fruit abilities, but only a few can awaken. Doflamingo laughed, the threads behind him dancing. Although he is showing great strength now, he knows in his heart that there is still a big gap when facing an opponent like Akainu. With his current strength, he can only be considered a candidate for general. Compared to the real general, there is a big gap. Then I shouldn't keep you here. Gudong dong. Akainu's eyes covered by his hat burst out with murderous intent, and then his arms turned into boiling magma and pounced towards Doflamingo without reservation. A devilish laugh was heard, and Doflamingo suddenly stepped on the silk thread and flew into the air. Line white wave. As he spoke, everything around him instantly turned into transparent threads, rising from the ground and hitting Akainu like waves. Anything touched by the threads was instantly cut into slices as thin as white paper. The incision is as smooth as a mirror. Seeing this, Akainu, who was running, had a stern look in his eyes, and then he growled in anger. Big Spitfire. As he spoke, the two magma arms squirmed wildly and instantly expanded to more than 20 meters. Two huge magma arms, carrying all the molten air waves, crashed into the white line waves with a loud bang. Bang boom. At the moment of collision, a scorching hot air wave rolled up. Accompanied by a hissing sound, the giant magma arm exploded, and huge volcanic bombs burst out, dragging long black smoke and smashing toward Doflamingo. Although he has awakened the ability of the fruit, Doflamingo has no chance of winning against a monstrous opponent like Akainu. Being able to remain undefeated is already an extraordinary performance. Looking at the terrifying volcanic bomb, he did not dare to be careless and waved his hands violently. Swish, swish, swish. The next moment, countless silk threads flew out again, transforming into a ferocious beast, cutting through the air, making a huge airflow sound, and shooting towards the volcanic bombs. What a scary guy, hiding so deeply. Sengoku, who was charging at lightning speed, noticed Akainu and was surprised at the strength displayed by Doflamingo. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from above his head. You seem to be very relaxed, but you still have the mind to pay attention to other things. In an instant, a horrifying sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the huge dragon's tail, like a turning-over dragon, crashed into everything and smashed towards him. Not daring to hesitate at all, he used the golden Buddha palm again, and the violent shockwave actually left his palm. The violent impact was unstoppable, knocking down several buildings. With a loud bang, it collided with the dragon's tail. The terrifying energy spread out instantly, spreading like an ocean wave, causing a gust of flying sand and rocks. The ground rumbled and the entire island shook. When the aftermath dissipated, the entire naval headquarters was in tatters, with broken tiles and dilapidated buildings all visible. Seeing this situation, Zhangguo was extremely angry, but there was nothing he could do. The symbol of the Navy can no longer be preserved. Now we should consider how to preserve the elite troops behind us if even that group of soldiers are buried here. I'm afraid that from now on, this ocean will no longer have a place for the Navy. Having thought of this, he no longer hesitated, suddenly raised his body and looked at the giant beast in front of him that was several times taller than him, and said in a deep voice, "Your anger will be borne by me alone. Release those innocent soldiers. You're going to take it all on your own? What qualifications do you have to bear this?" King Ghidorah's huge golden eyes, with a terrifying light, stare at the solemn golden Buddha in front of him. The other party's words seemed to have touched his taboo. The huge flesh wings covered with bioelectromagnetism suddenly slapped towards the warring states in front of it. Looking at the huge wings that covered the sky, even though he had transformed into a golden Buddha, Zhangguo was still filled with shock. Not daring to hesitate, he raised his palms and frantically drove the shock wave, trying to stop the huge flesh wing from falling. Bang! A dull crashing sound was heard, and a cracking wind mixed with energy instantly rolled up a cloud of terrifying dust. Puff! Under the tremendous pressure, the ground cracked inch by inch, and the golden Buddha spat out a mouthful of blood. So strong! Zhangguo endured the pain in his internal organs and was horrified. Holding up the giant wings with both hands felt like holding up a mountain which could crush him at any time. But when he thought about what would happen to the remaining Navy soldiers if he fell, he was unwilling to give in, and his eyes suddenly widened in anger, like an angry Vajra in front of a Buddha, and he roared. Buddha's shock. Boom, boom. As he roared, the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed, and a violent impact arose with a loud bang. The giant wings were pushed away for a distance. Seeing this, Zhangguo did not dare to hesitate and suddenly jumped away from the spot. Boom. The next moment, the giant wing fell down again, and the entire Marineford was shaken. 35, Chapter 035, The Pillar of the Navy. Compared to King Ghidorah, Marineford is just a larger sandbox. Every move is a disaster for it. Not to mention the attack from the giant wings that cover the sky. Boom! The giant wings fell, several buildings collapsed, and a fierce hurricane swept the dust through the streets like a torrent. Plop, plop. Zhangguo, who was injured in many places, was gasping for breath, and his heart was beating wildly. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, looking deep and coldly at the monster that was destroying without restraint. I have to admire your tenacious vitality. In the curling smoke and dust, King Ghidorah leaned out of his body and looked at the exhausted Sengoku not far away. Your tone is really annoying. Zhangguo wiped the blood from the corner of his lips, his pair of Buddha's eyes flashed with a firm gaze, and he slowly opened his mouth with a firm tone. The symbol of the Navy has been destroyed by you, but I will never allow you to destroy the Foundation. Foundation? Upon hearing this, King Ghidorah's huge eyes moved slightly, and he couldn't help but glance at the tens of thousands of naval soldiers on the ice in the inner bay. Feeling that malicious gaze was like being stared at by a demon from the abyss. Everyone instantly felt as if they were falling into an icy abyss, Even their souls were trembling. Each and every one of them was like being cast under a spell, not daring to move or even breathe. It was not until the monster withdrew its gaze after a while that everyone felt like they had survived a calamity. The next moment, everyone found that their bodies were soaked with sweat without them noticing. Ghidorah slowly moved his gaze and looked at the exhausted Sengoku in front of him. What are you holding on to? As the Admiral of the Navy, you should know everything better than anyone else. Is that twisted justice really worth protecting? To be fair, Zhanghua is indeed a talented person. He really doesn't want to kill the other person unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, his purpose is not just revenge. When questioned by the other party, Zhanghua wanted to refute, but found that he could not find any reason to refute. The Navy, in the final analysis, is nothing more than a pawn of the world government and the celestial dragons. The saddest thing for a person is the death of conscience. The saddest phenomenon in a society is the demise of justice. At this moment, King Ghidorah's deep words rang out, echoing throughout Marineford, and even spreading throughout the world through the monitoring Dendenmushi. Initially, my dream was just to make everyone live happily. But everything has completely changed since those guys came here. Having said this, he suddenly stopped, and the calm aura in his body suddenly burst out and swept across the entire Marineford. I am a demon from the abyss. This time, I will use my own justice to destroy your so-called justice of light and brightness. Boom, boom, boom. The violent momentum was just like when they pushed into the 6th floor of the city, but it was even more terrifying than that. The air seemed to condense and become sticky in an instant, and the ruined buildings collapsed in an instant under the pressure of this momentum. An invisible circular ripple spread out instantly like a radiation wave. This is... Wow, that I can't breathe. The moment the radiation ripples hit the ice in the inner bay, tens of thousands of naval soldiers felt as if they were suffocating. The sticky air forced people to breathe heavily. However, immediately afterwards, as the pressure grew heavier, an even more terrifying aura directly assaulted his heart. Some soldiers with weaker strength fainted instantly. In an instant, tens of thousands of soldiers in the entire Niwen fell down like wheat being cut. However, the terrifying invisible ripples continued to spread and instantly reached the sea outside the Whitebeard fleet. Bang bang, Marco said in surprise when he saw the crew members falling down in large numbers. Dad, Kulalala, it's really scary. Don't worry, Marco, he just fainted. On the bow of the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at the giant beast in the distance that looked like an ancient demon, with crazy fighting spirit in his eyes. As his life is about to come to an end, he is really unwilling to die in silence. Feeling the family behind me, I was caught in a dilemma for a moment. Damn it, there is such a powerful, domineering aura. Zhanghua, who was the first to be hit, looked extremely ugly. Domineering? I'm not domineering. Upon hearing this, King Ghidorah roared angrily and swept his huge dragon tail towards warring states. Boom. Looking at the huge dragon tail that crushed everything, Zhanghua roared and golden light shone all over his body. He mobilized his palms and launched another violent shockwave. Boom. The moment the palm and tail intersected, an overwhelming shockwave spread out, instantly shattering and collapsing everything around. As the two men fought, the entire city of Marineford suddenly fell into a doomsday-like scene. You give me a palm, I give me a tail, even if it means my bones are broken. Zhanghua was still struggling to hold on. He had forgotten the pain and had only one belief in his heart, which was to stop the other party. Otherwise, the Navy would literally be wiped out. I don't care even if I am torn to pieces or exhausted. A strong belief kept him from falling. Bang. A tail strike symbolized that half of the highest tower of the Navy headquarters collapsed. The flying golden figure hid an office building. IT did not fall down, but it was shaking. Boom. The huge body moved again, and the dilapidated building was completely reduced to ruins. As the ruins were trampled, smoke and dust rose instantly. The wind was blowing wildly, dark clouds were rolling in the sky, and the huge figure was like a demon from the abyss. Boom! A bolt of lightning came down, striking the crumbling golden figure. Fist bone impact. But just as the thunder was about to strike Zhanghua, an old sonorous and powerful voice rang out. Bang! The airwave hit the thunder and lightning. There was no earth-shattering explosion, but no huge storm was caused. A huge crack appeared in the thunderclouds above, and the dark clouds rolled away to both sides. From a distance, it looked like the sky was torn apart. Ahem, I thought you would be watching the whole time. When Sengoku saw Garp standing in front of him, he forced a painful yet happy smile on his face. I'm not trying to save you. I just can't bear to see the things I once stood for destroyed. Garp stared at Ghidorah, his voice extremely low. Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku's eyes dimmed, then returned to normal, looking at Garp's back in front of him and said, I'm sorry, Dada. I don't want to hear any explanations. After today, there will be no more Hero Garp in the Navy. Garp interrupted Sengoku directly, looked at Ghidorah solemnly, and said after a while, Ancestor, what an awkward name. Although I know it's impossible, I still implore you to let the Navy go. After all, it's not their fault. What? This name again? On the entire battlefield, among the people who were able to stand, except Sengoku, Whitebeard, and Doflamingo, everyone else was stunned by Garp's words. Blackbeard was like this before. The same thing happened to the Navy Hero Garp at this time. What is the identity of this monster? Do you want to challenge me too? Car 36, Chapter 036, The Ancestor's Coffin Exploded. Why do they all call that monster Ancestor? Blackbeard is like this. Even the Navy heroes are like this. What is wrong with this world? The world with undercurrents was in uproar again. Marineford, which looks like a doomsday ruin, has once again become the focus of the world. Especially the word ancestor really caught people off guard. The first half of the Grand Line, the tomb of the former king of Alabasta. This is the final resting place of the kings of Alabasta, close to the capital Albana. Except for specific sacrificial activities, few people come to disturb the souls of their ancestors. However, at this moment, Nefertari Cobra's eyes widened as if she had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of me, wearing a black felt hat, with a thin face and a golden goatee, I was speechless. It's really weird. What is going on? I came to the tomb of the previous king just to pray for the resurrection of Ghidorah and not to drag Alabasta into the war. But unexpectedly, when the founding emperor heard the word Ghidorah, his coffin exploded. Just open the lid and it will come out by itself. This is so horrifying. He looked at the person in front of him and hesitated. Could it be possible to call him Old Ancestor, which is popular nowadays? After a while, Cobra had no choice but to bite the bullet and kneel on one knee to call out, Ancestor. You know what? It's quite catchy. Nefertari Ivan was speechless for a moment when she looked at her descendants who were older than herself. He asked about the time and learned that he had been sleeping for 800 years. Suddenly remembering the Ghidorah mentioned by the other party, he immediately asked, Ghidorah is resurrected? Yes. Cobra nodded and said, the Battle of Marineford is still being broadcast in the palace. At this point, he got stuck again. Suddenly I realized that I didn't know what to call myself. Is it me? Son? Great-great-grandson? Or the widower? At this moment, he found that no title was suitable for him. Okay, go show me first. Ivan waved his hand nonchalantly and walked towards the outside of the previous king's tomb. Seeing this, Cobra couldn't help but let out a sigh of frustration and hurriedly followed. What is wrong with this world? Why is it so popular that our ancestors have been resurrected? Forget it, let's set this day as Easter in Alabasta from now on. Under Cobra's guidance, Ivan came to the palace that was both familiar and somewhat unfamiliar. The portrait of Nefertari has been hanging in the corridor of the palace, showing her great achievements to the world. However, no one expected that one day they would actually see a living person. Everyone stared with their eyes wide open and their mouths bulged, as if they were looking at the stars in the zoo, and even a little scared. Fortunately, the former king did not care about these things, and he and Cobra could not wait to come to a hall, where the battle scene of Marineford was projected on the wall. A huge body as big as a mountain stood on the ruins of the Navy headquarters. The rough dragon's tail swept past, and a section of buildings collapsed. The black figure shot out and smashed into the ruins like a cannonball. Old man, grandfather. Seeing Garp being knocked away, Ace and Luffy in the distance were furious and were about to rush out with a roar. Bang! Bang! Shut up! Whitebeard held down Ace and his two brothers, one in each hand, and spoke angrily in a deep voice. Garp isn't that bad yet. He needs you two little kids to save him. Watch carefully, your grandfather is the Navy Hero Garp. The two men who were forcibly held down by Whitebeard were completely unable to break free from that giant hand. Both of them had distorted faces and stared at the ruins of the Navy headquarters with gritted teeth. Crash. Huh. It's really terrifying. Just the physical strength alone is so terrifying. He is worthy of being an ancestor-level figure. With a bloody head, Garp crawled out of the ruins and looked at King Ghidorah in the distance with a big laugh. Although the injuries seemed terrible, he knew from the other party's casual attitude that he had not used his true strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in such a bad condition now. Bang! With domineering aura surrounding him, Garp laughed loudly and rushed towards the huge figure again. He is truly fearless and courageous. When King Ghidorah saw the other party rushing towards him again, he was speechless. Do you really think that since you are my great-great-great-great-great-grandson, I wouldn't dare to kill you? Thinking of this, the ferocious face of the head on the right side became angry, raised the dragon head and charged forward. Oh shit, what is this guy crazy about? That is the Manchi family, who is related to him by blood. If you hit your head and die, how are you going to explain it? But the next moment, King Ghidorah found that his worries were a bit unnecessary. Garp was seen with a domineering aura all over his body. His face was ferocious, and his veins bulged like a super saiyan. He attacked fiercely, and his fists hit the right side of his head like a storm. Facing the violent fists, the golden eyes on the right side of the head focused, and the huge dragon head raised up to return the attack. Your attack is too weak, Garp. As the words were spoken, the huge dragon head was seen crashing into Garp like a moving train, and it flew out, smashing through the remaining buildings. Puff! Garp was flying in the air, spurting blood. Garp, if this doesn't stop, I'll be really rude. Seeing this, King Ghidorah shouted angrily, ignoring the shocked looks of outsiders. The protectiveness in his words was blatant, and he did not shy away from it at all. After a while, Cap's deep voice was heard from the ruins. I didn't ask you to protect me. Today, there is no monkey D. Garp, but... With a crash sound, Garp climbed out of the ruins again, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted angrily. Just an old soldier's. Just because I have the blood of the D clan, I have refused to be promoted to general many times. Because I have the blood of the D clan, I am in a dilemma. It pains me to see my naughty grandson being publicly executed. Because of that damn noble, even my most basic faith has begun to collapse. I can't find any reason to live now, and I don't want to be your enemy, but please allow me to fulfill my duty as a Marine for the last time. Garp gnashed his teeth, tears of pain welling up in his eyes, and roared out all the repression in his heart. Boom. His face was filled with pain, his veins were bulging, and suddenly an extremely terrifying aura burst out. A terrifying aura surrounded his body, and white electromagnetic flashes could be vaguely seen. What? Hegemonic color entanglement. Zhonghua looked at his old friend, who was bursting with momentum, his eyes full of horror. He was not surprised at all that Garp could use the domineering haki. What surprised him was that the white electric arc was completely opposite to his impression of the domineering haki. 37, Chapter 037, Let's have a good fight. Garp. Sengoku came to Garp's side and stood shoulder to shoulder, calling out in a deep voice. He glanced at this close friend who had grown up with him and found himself filled with guilt. Not only did he conceal the D-Clan-S affairs, he even wanted to kill their grandson. Think about everything you have done, and then look at the other person. Even though he knew everything, he still chose to stand on the side of the Navy when it came to life and death. From today on, whether dead or alive, there will be no more Garp in the Navy. Garp was surrounded by a domineering aura, and his calm tone revealed a deadly firmness. You. Zhonghua heard this, his eyes widened. He looked at his best friend and was speechless for a moment. After a while he spoke. Okay, let's have a good fight. Buddha's shocked. As Zhonggua's voice fell, the air suddenly shook, and a circle of ripples suddenly spread out in front of the raised golden palm. Fist bone impact. Immediately afterwards, Garp roared, stomped the ground with a bang, and stood up fiercely. In the pitch-black fist, white electric light could be faintly seen flashing. As the two of them moved, the air in the entire Marine headquarters, Marineford, vibrated. The area within 1,000 meters has been visibly distorted. The violent and terrifying impact energy rushed towards the giant beast that seemed to have come from ancient times like a rushing river. It looks good. Please don't let me down. Sengoku Garp. When Ghidorah saw this, The corners of his ferocious dragon's mouth cracked open, revealing a hideous smile, and then his heads on both sides opened their bloody mouths. Roar! Powerful and violent golden energy gathered in an instant and shot towards the two people with a buzz sound. In the gloomy sky and dim Marineford, two golden curved electromagnetic rays suddenly illuminated the entire Navy headquarters. The violent hissing sound of the electric current is as piercing as the song of birds. Too scary. It's so scary. The attacks that monster casually unleashed were like the end of the world. Faced with that horrific attack, do Sengoku and Garp really have any hope? On the Moby Dick, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates started discussing, and everyone was watching the battle. Luffy and Ace looked at the terrifying ray in horror. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, the horrific energy released by both sides collided with each other. Two loud noises that shook the sky spread throughout the entire sea. Immediately following was a huge impact caused by the interweaving of energy, and two powerful impacts spread out. Suddenly, a terrible gust of wind blew up. The wind was blowing violently, invisible air waves were rising, and a despairing atmosphere was spreading. Boom! 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 The powerful impact instantly pushed Ghidorah back 2 steps and crashed directly into the tower that symbolized the headquarters of the Navy, instantly turning the already dilapidated tower into ruins. Snap! The violent energy was still raging, and the air at the center of the explosion sounded like broken glass. The distorted air was seeping with black threads, as if the space there was about to shatter. Boom! The next moment, an even more terrified voice rang out. The huge energy, like an atomic bomb explosion, rose up in a mushroom shape. In the middle part, circles of energy ripples spread out and rushed towards the ground in waves. Sengoku and Garp, with blood gushing out of their mouths, were right under the ripples. Before they could react, they saw the ripples falling. Feeling the violent power, the two of them changed color instantly. However, it was too late for everything to happen, as the massive impact hit him directly. Puff, puff, puff. Even though their bodies were wrapped in domineering aura, their skin still cracked under the energy. By now, covered in blood, Garp grinned in vain and spoke silently. Grandfather! Grandfather! From a distance, Luffy and Ace saw the black spot under the impact, screamed and struggled frantically to break free from Whitebeard's restraints. However, it was all in vain. No matter how the two men struggled, the big hand pressing on their bodies was as heavy as a 5-finger mountain. The two men shouted heartbreakingly until their throats were broken and hoarse, but they still did not break free. Vice Admiral Garp, Marshal Warring States, Aokiji and Akainu, who were not far from the center of the explosion, saw this and were both filled with horror. Looking at the two pillars of the Navy under the attack, my heart felt like the sky was falling. The two tried to move forward, but the raging violent energy blew them back continuously. Even its body was constantly being transformed into elements, with countless wounds cut out, healed instantly, cut again, and healed again. Oh. Doflamingo, who was covered in burns, took advantage of the moment the attack landed and used his abilities to escape, letting out creepy laughs from time to time. Nice power. In the strong wind, King Ghidorah looked fiercely at the two people who looked like bloody men with his golden eyes, and exclaimed in admiration. Blood fell like rain. Background firm as a mountain. His body was covered with scars. The corners of his mouth were bright red. The bright red blood merges into the soil and returns to the earth. The scythe of the god of death is always on everyone's neck. Whether or not the Grim Reaper wants to take your life depends on his mood. The violent force and raging energy subsided, and in a huge pit as smooth as a giant bowl, two bloody men were lying and dying. The glory and legend of the two pirate worlds lay before him. As long as he gently lifts his foot and steps down, the two legendary figures will disappear. Ghidorah's huge golden eyes stared at the two of them for a long time, but he couldn't find a reason to step on them. One is a blood-related descendant, and the other is a wise general whom he admires very much. Boom. Suddenly, there was a loud noise. Hot magma fell from the sky. It interrupted his train of thought and also helped him make a choice. Looking up at the black and red volcanic bomb, he moved again. Huge Dragon the tail rose up fiercely and shattered all the volcanic bombs with a loud bang. His golden eyes flashed with cold light as he looked at Akainu and said sarcastically, The doll playing with lava. You should go home and light the candles. In front of King Ghidorah, everyone in this world can be called a doll because he has lived for too long. Akainu's face turned extremely ugly when he heard that. Since he became the Admiral of the Navy, no one dared to call him like that. Not even the Warring States or the Five Elder Stars can do it. Ghidorah, today is the day you die. As he spoke, Aokiji, who was well prepared, flew to the ruins, picked up Garp and Sengoku, and fled away. This was the countermeasure that the two of them had discussed earlier. The Navy can do without Garp, but it cannot do without Sengoku. However, King Ghidorah, who saw everything, didn't care that much. Anyway, I have made up my mind, so I won't regret it. Even if you regret it, just kill him. In his opinion, who to kill is just based on his mood, that's all. But he is determined to kill Akainu in front of him. I hope you're not just talking nonsense. Ghidorah smiled grimly, spread his huge wings, and lightning flashed between heaven and earth. 38, Chapter 038, I'll just watch you act cool. Seeing this, Akainu didn't waste any words. His eyes narrowed slightly, becoming fierce in an instant. Big spitfire. The scorching magma surged up, and the two giant magma arms that blasted out exploded, and huge volcanic bombs blasted towards Ghidorah. Akainu, knowing that lava would be ineffective against the opponent, still chose to use a large-scale attack. The idea is simple, to win by quantity. Since a small amount of magma has no effect, then release a large amount of magma, even at the cost of turning the entire Marineford into a sea of magma. However, he didn't know what a big mistake he had made. Looking at the volcanic bomb that was flying like a meteor, King Ghidorah's eyes were calm and unperturbed. Akainu in front of him seemed to be just an ant, insignificant. Boom! 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 Even though the volcanic bombs fell on him or around him, he never reacted, and the thunder on his wings had already penetrated the sky. Just watch the other person show off quietly. However, his calm demeanor immediately made Akainu even angrier. His face was terrifyingly gloomy, and his voice sounded murderous. Big spitfire. One volcanic bomb after another bombarded the former naval headquarters crazily. With Ghidorah as the center, a huge sea of magma and fire with a radius of 1 kilometer formed. In the sea of fire, he still looked as infuriating as ever. It's like he has no interest in anything in front of him, except for whistling and scrubbing his body. Seeing this, Akainu was about to explode with anger, and his gloomy eyes gradually turned blood red. The Admiral's face. No more. Then that monster is actually not hurt at all? On the Moby Dick, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates looked at the giant beast standing in a lava pool, as if they had seen a ghost. Kulalala. What a suicidal idea. Whitebeard asked himself he could never do the same thing as the other party. Now that I think about it, I still wanted to take on the challenge, which was tantamount to seeking my own death. If you have that much energy, you might as well spend the rest of your time with your family. In an instant, he seemed to see through everything and see through the world. Fame and fortune, neither is as important as family. Maybe dying quietly is also a kind of enjoyment. Swish. At this moment, Aokiji came to the bow of the ship, carrying Garp and Sengoku on his shoulders. Aokiji, what are you going to do? Marco immediately assumed a fighting stance and even activated his fruit ability, looking warily at the uninvited guest in front of him. Grandfather! Grandfather! Whitebeard let go of Luffy and Ace, and the two of them instantly rushed in front of Garp, howling in pain while pulling their necks. Vice Admiral Garp is not dead yet, Aokiji reminded when he saw this. Not dead. The two of them were stunned at the same time, and the next moment they did something that stunned everyone. Luffy and Ace were seen standing on the left and right, respectively, holding up the blood-covered Garp and shaking him violently, shouting, "Grandpa!" When everyone saw this, they couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Judging from the situation, even if he doesn't die in battle, he will probably be shaken to death. Fortunately, because of the war, the Whitebeard pirates have many ship doctors with excellent skills. Whitebeard's magnanimity is absolutely worthy of the title of King of the Sea. He directly ordered his men to call the ship's doctor to treat the two men. It was not right to say that he, Garp, and Sengoku were enemies, nor was it right to say that they were friends. Boom! 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 The sound of magma collapsing rang out again, and Akainu, who was about to blow himself up, was almost losing his mind. The all-powerful magma had no effect on the monster in front of him. Meteor volcano. The boiling magma churned up and huge magma fists rose into the sky again, and then fell like meteors and hit Ghidorah. Boom, boom. Ghidorah's huge head swayed left and right, dodging the meteor lava fists. When the magma fist hits the ground, magma will splash. To be why this time, the surrounding area has turned into a bubbling magma pool. Is that all you can do? Looking at Akainu, who was panting in the distance, a hint of mockery flashed in Ghidorah's cold eyes. Damn it, you demon who wants to change the world. Even if I die, Akainu will not let you off easily. Akainu, whose abilities were almost exhausted, had sweat on his forehead. Wanna die? That's easy. Ghidorah's golden eyes focused, and he raised his giant feet and then dropped them with a bang. Bang. With a loud bang, the entire Marineford shook violently, and a cracking sound was heard from the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, a huge crack appeared on the ground within 1,000 meters of his area, and the surging magma flowed into the crack and then splashed up. The next moment, the thunder on its body roared suddenly, and it opened its huge mouth and spit out an extremely rough golden ray. With the blessing of thunder from the sky, the golden ray became several times thicker than before. It's obvious that he wants to kill the other person. In a flash, the ray blasted towards Akainu like a thunder dragon. The Grim Reaper's scythe is already on your neck. Whether I want to take your life or not depends on my mood. If it's good, I'll take your life. If it's not good, I'll also fucking kill you. As he spoke, there was a loud bang, and a small mushroom cloud with a diameter of nearly 1,000 meters instantly rose from the place where Akainu had been standing. Akainu died with hatred in his heart, but the words spoken by the other party were still echoing in his mind, and he still couldn't understand it. It's really hilarious. With this level of combat power, you still want to shake King Ghidorah? Ivan, who was in front of the broadcast screen, couldn't help but mock when he saw Akainu being killed. That's the Admiral of the Navy, Cobra said with his eyes wide open in horror. What is the Navy? Ivan asked in confusion. It is an agency under the world government. It is there to stop. Cobra is like a patient teacher. This ancestor of ours explained everything about the Navy. When Ivan heard the word justice represented by the Navy, he suddenly burst into laughter. Huh? Justice? That's ridiculous. They are all a bunch of ugly faces. How can there be any justice? Well, Cobra looked embarrassed, not wanting his ancestor to say something shocking, so he spoke hesitantly. Alabasta is now also a member of the world government. Member state? Which brainless guy joined? Back then, I tried my best to leave that organization, but you guys sharpen your heads and try to get in. Ivan's face darkened when he heard this. He didn't expect that everything he had done in the past would be in vain. I was so angry. But I hope the old ancestor will calm down. After all, the late king was doing this for the good of Alabasta. Now you can see that the world government is powerful. Even if the devil fruit user Ghidorah is resurrected, I'm afraid it may not be. Confused. Really confused. Ivan stood up suddenly after hearing this, glared at Cobra and said, if that guy was only capable of this, I wouldn't have decided to quit. Then he said solemnly, they are all wrong. Everyone is wrong. That guy is not a devil fruit user at all. He is. P.S. Those who have impeached me for my combat effectiveness, do you think the monster world and the pirate world are equal? I can only do my best to make the combat power of the two worlds not look so exaggerated, and stop talking about President G's combat power all the time. And it has been revealed that there are higher levels of devil fruits. Still 3 updates. Really, it makes me so angry. 39, Chapter 039, He is the Devil. Demon. The guy in front of me is a complete devil. In the ruined Marineford, everyone looked in horror at the terrifying beast standing on the ruins. The death-like smile on the corner of his mouth is so frightening. Bartholomew Bear, expressionless, stared at the demon-like creature. Would you like to dance too? Ghidorah, who was like crawling out of hell and surrounded by magma, looked at Bartholomew Bear and said in a cold voice. However, his words fell on deaf ears. The other party did not respond, and did not even move, like a steel toy that had run out of power. Not talking. Ghidorah narrowed his eyes and turned his gaze towards the bay. Boom, boom, boom. The remaining buildings were trampled down by him, but it did not stop him at all. Don't move. Aokiji suddenly appeared right in front of him and spoke coldly. Don't move? Gamera didn't move. This trip to Marineford has come to a successful conclusion for now. The only task left is sink the entire island. Faced with Aokiji, who tried to stop him, he continued to move forward without hesitation. If the other party is ignorant, he would be willing to teach him a lesson. Buzz whoosh. At this moment, the dull Bartholomew bear on the side opened his mouth and suddenly shot a laser at him. Boom. The laser with scorching temperature hit his right wing, immediately creating a wave. Fuck, you really dare to dance. Ghidorah, who was caught off guard by the laser, suddenly focused his golden eyes. Even though that thing wouldn't cause him much harm, and was even similar to scraping, but it was a matter of face. When it comes to face, of course we can indulge it. The right side of its head opened its mouth as if to release gravitational rays. Boom, boom. But he didn't expect that there was someone faster than him. 2 golden lasers hit his body instantly from far away. What's going on? His first reaction when he saw the laser was to think of Kizaru, who was paid to do the job. It has nothing to do with me. When his gaze met, Kizaru, who was sitting on a warship in the distance, immediately raised his hands. Seeing that the other party was still seriously injured, he couldn't help but feel confused. At this moment, laser beams shot towards the side through the ice fog. Pacifist, the word suddenly came to mind. It is a humanoid weapon developed by the world government. It has the same appearance as Barasomi Kuma and is equipped with the same laser as Admiral Kizaru. Ordinary lasers are not very powerful, and to him they are just like scraping. But the supercombustion and laser are completely different, and their explosive power is absolutely terrifying. However, the damage that thing caused to him was limited, but the shockwave of the explosion was a bit unpleasant. However, considering its cost, even the world government would not be so extravagant as to mass-produce it. As speculation arose, 5 warships bearing the world government logo emerged from the ice fog and came into view. Hiss. When he saw the situation on the 5 warships clearly, he couldn't help but gasp. The world government is so damn rich. No wonder people say war is a game for the rich. From a distance, there were 10 pacifists standing on the deck of each warship. On the bow of one of the relatively large warships, there stood a creature with a watermelon head, a red belly band, and a baby face, carrying an axe. It was unclear whether it was a man or a woman. Jean Mamamaru? When Kizaru saw the bow of the ship, his face suddenly lit up with joy, and he flew directly to the other side. Oh my, I finally see you. You are such a scary monster, I almost died. The injury is indeed serious. Jean Tawan glanced at Kizaru and said, the 5 elders have issued a kill order, kill the opponent at all costs. And there's an important person on his way here. Big shot? How big? 5 elder stars. Kizaru couldn't help but guess when he heard that. After thinking about it, he felt that it couldn't be the 5 elder stars. Judging from the style of those 5 old guys, I'm afraid they won't leave Panga City even if the Navy is gone. After much thought, I still couldn't guess who it could be. This shows how deep the waters of the world government are. Well, I'm a wounded soldier and need to rest. Having said that, he walked to a step on the deck and sat down so blatantly. Seeing this, Jean Tamaru didn't say anything, but turned around and ordered the pacifists to attack. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 warships fired lasers at the same time. The yellow light bloomed, all aimed at Marineford. Fuck. Kizaru, who had just sat down, was so scared that he squatted on the ground and looked at Jean Tamaru in surprise. Jean Tawan, are you crazy? There are still many unconscious Marines over there. Although he was paid to do this job, the unconscious Navy soldier was innocent. I can't just lose my life for no reason. The 5 elders have issued a death order to sink the monster along with Marineford. Jean Tawan said in a cold tone. What? When Kizaru heard this, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but was quickly hidden by his lazy gaze. But in my heart, I was extremely angry. Regardless of their identities, what has happened to these soldiers in front of us? But if you think about it carefully, aren't all these practices in line with the practices of the world government and that group of high-level officials? Oh my God. Do you really treat me as a DPS testing machine? Seeing the overwhelming laser light, King Ghidorah couldn't help but tremble in his heart. What followed was an immense rage, and the next moment the 3 heads roared and shot out a gravitational ray, respectively. The violent gravitational rays, like a golden lightning whip, instantly intertwined with the laser energy. The gravitational rays twitched wildly and twisted like electric currents. Any laser that touched them will be instantly shattered by the gravity on them. Bang! 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 Violent explosions sounded one after another, resounding throughout Marineford. The violent shaking and the crackling sound of the ice woke up some of the unconscious people. When everyone opened their eyes, they were almost blinded by the golden light in the sky. When everyone gradually got used to the situation and saw it, they felt that it would be better not to wake up. One after another, terrifying laser lights flew over everyone's heads like intercontinental missiles. The feeling of hair standing on end and scalp tingling was almost driving everyone crazy. Faced with the dense lasers, even Ghidorah could not block them all. More than 10 laser beams still hit the Navy square where he was. Having moved a few steps earlier, we were already close to the shore. Terrifying laser light exploded around it, forming waves of impact that overlapped and turned into even more powerful impacts. Under the huge impact, the naval soldiers below were dizzy and were blown away by the violent impact. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Some were even unlucky and crashed into the broken spiked ice chips from the previous battle, instantly causing a cloud of blood mist to rise. There were casualties, and the surrounding area was in an uproar. In an instant, the crowd rushed towards the warships outside the inner bay like a current. 40, Chapter 040, Following Your Heart is Justice. Flames burning the earth. The sky was filled with red light. On the warship, the pacifists are constantly releasing laser beams. Marineford is suffering a devastating blow. This former naval headquarters is about to become history. The fleeing Navy was filled with despair. They never imagined that the world government they served would be so cruel. Suddenly, a man rose into the sky. Cold air spread from his hands, and he desperately erected an ice wall. He tried to rescue the affected soldiers, but found that what he did was in vain. The huge ice wall would instantly collapse and shatter under the crazy laser light. The tragic scene before him made Aokiji fall into deep thought again. It was just like facing his good friend Salon back then. Justice? What exactly is justice? Is it to destroy the so-called threat at all costs? Or should we follow our hearts and seek the light and truth? More than 10 years have passed, and he still hasn't found the answer. He looks at everything in confusion. He only knows that this is not what he wants to see. Aokiji stood on the ice, looking blankly at the crumbling Marineford. Roar! 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 Roars like those of ancient gods and demons resounded throughout the entire island, revealing endless anger. What a familiar style! The voice of the giant beast was heard from the Navy headquarters shrouded in smoke. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, and the terrible storm blew away the smoke. The giant beast, covered in golden scales, spread its wings and flapped them. The moment he spreads his wings, storm and thunder are about to come. A desperate storm rushed like a torrent along the Admiralty Square, to the inner bay, and even overseas. The dark clouds rolled and gathered into ink, and golden lightning poured down. A beautiful yet despairing landscape with an endless sense of destruction. Gravity ray. Suddenly, from the 3 huge dragon heads that looked intimidating without even getting angry, their mouths opened wide, and with a buzz sound, 3 terrifying rays wrapped in golden arcs of electricity shot out. The golden light illuminated the sky, entangled the air, and shot towards the coast with a destructive aura. Sizzle. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive rays directly penetrated the laser light and hit the distant warships. The explosion that shattered the eardrums instantly made everyone deaf, and soon after that, huge balls of energy were seen swelling up. A big bulge appeared on the sea surface and the ice layer, and then it collapsed with a loud bang, and all the matter rushed into the sky. The huge energy shock once again swept across the world. Oh, someone come and save me. I don't want to die. The terrifying impact instantly wiped out everything around it. People who were farther away, seeing the terrifying energy, were so scared that they ran away frantically. As the saying goes, when gods fight, mortals suffer. At this moment, the only unlucky ones are those soldiers with low strength. Why is this happening? A young pink-haired Marine sat down on the ground in fear at the scene that looked like a devastating hell. There was endless fear and disbelief in those panicked eyes. This scene was completely different from what he had originally dreamed of, and it caused his inner worldview to gradually collapse. Dad, what should I do? Amid the raging wind, Whitebeard's pirate group was still frozen on the ice. Marco, his clothes rustling in the wind, looked at his spiritual pillar with fear in his eyes. What to do? Of course, he ran away. My boys, get ready. The old man with white beard looked more solemn than ever. This former king of the sea was also very uneasy at this moment. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms bulged, and the strong wind made his cloak flutter, revealing his strong, scarred body. His eyes were fierce, and he punched both sides fiercely with his arms. Under perfect control, the surrounding air was like a mirror, with cracks appearing along with the sound of crackling. The next moment, with a loud bang, the ice surface that froze the white mass broke. The seawater mixed with broken ice surged up, and a huge wave lifted up all the pirate ships, surging out of the bay. Hey, did I say, are you a little too reckless? Outside the explosion center in the distance, Ghidorah looked at Jean Tamaru, who had escaped death with dozens of peace messengers, and his face looked a little grim. He is usually careless and rarely shows this kind of expression. He was born into a poor family. Behind his lazy and unrefined appearance, he actually hid a sad heart. Looking at the lower ranks of the Navy affected by the war, he was completely furious. This is not a question of identity, but a philosophy of human nature. No way, the Five Elders. Don't bring up the Five Elders. Don't you see there are tens of thousands of Navy soldiers there? Although Kizaru still looked the same, his tone was rarely filled with anger. Upon hearing this, Jean Tawan stared at the other party blankly and said in vain, I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Yo, I didn't expect that the kid back then has his own ideas now. Or what did those five guys threaten you with? When Kizaru saw the expression on Jean Tamaru's face and his triangular eyes with wrinkles, he couldn't help but think and guess. Seeing that the other party was slightly stunned when he heard what he said, he made up his mind. What a despicable bunch of guys. As he spoke, he raised his finger, and instantly golden light gathered, pointing at Jono. Then, there's nothing I can do. Call out. A golden light burst out, and a laser beam resolutely shot towards Jean Tawan. When Jean Tawan saw the laser, his eyes widened in disbelief. The next moment, he saw the laser light with scorching heat flying towards his fat face. Boom. A ball of fire suddenly rose up and hit a pacifist whose body parts were exposed. I feel comfortable, Few. After finishing everything, Kizaru turned around and looked at the frozen surface of the inner bay and gave orders to Jean Tamaru. Remember, you are a member of the Science Corps, not a dog of the Five Elders. As he spoke, he suddenly turned into a golden light and flew into the air. It seems that even if I don't resign, I'm afraid I can't stay in the Navy anymore. It's not a wise decision to offend the Five Elders. Forget it. At least it's double the salary. Looking down from midair at the icy surface below, the white group was escaping on the waves, while the lower-level Navy soldiers were trapped on the ice with heavy injuries. He glanced at Aokiji, who was still in a daze, shook his head and thought to himself, young people are still too young. Immediately, he shouted softly, Yashikani no Magatama. Suddenly, his hand shone with dazzling golden light and countless golden light bullets shot out, bringing the technique of outline god of war to the extreme. As the ice continued to break up, no ship or person was injured. Boom, boom, boom. The loud explosion woke up Aokiji, who was in a daze. Seeing Kizaru's actions, Akiji's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light, and the problems that had been lingering in his mind were instantly solved. Whatever kind of justice it was not the justice he wanted. Since you can't get the results you want, why not embark on a journey of finding justice in yourself? Following your heart is justice. Aokiji suddenly figured it out, and his mind became clear. He flew to help Kizaru evacuate the Navy soldiers. 41, Chapter 041. Goodbye, my friend. Looking at the two men evacuating the soldiers, Ghidorah stops attacking. He is an avenger, but that doesn't mean he is a destroyer. He is a part of this world. Although he does not have any ideals of maintaining world peace, he also does not have the idea of destroying the entire world. After all, there are tribesmen here who are connected to him by blood. Although we don't know how many generations of descendants he is still his true descendant, a descendant who went astray and took the enemy as his father. When Kizaru and Aokiji saw that Ghidorah stopped attacking, a hint of gratitude appeared in their eyes. But the most overwhelming feeling was hatred. After all, if that monster had not appeared, things would not have developed to this point. Whoa. On the Moby Dick, Sengoku, who was lying on the deck, woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found a group of pirates. He sat up suddenly, and the pain of his flesh and bones being torn apart made him groan. Kulalala. You are really lucky. Whitebeard, who had an all-embracing heart, laughed when he saw this. You. Upon hearing the voice, Zhangguo looked at the tall man standing at the bow in surprise. with a look of disbelief on his face. He never expected that he would be rescued by the other party. Put away that grateful look in your eyes. It's disgusting to look at. It was Aokiji who saved you and Garp. When Whitebeard saw the gratitude in Zhangguo's eyes, he immediately spoke out to stop him. After hearing what the other party said, Zhangguo was immediately relieved, but he still said in a gentle tone with a hint of gratitude, I still have to thank you after all. Otherwise, even this injury could cost someone's life. Looking at the bandages on his body, he stood up despite the pain. However, the next moment when he saw the hellish inner bay, his face instantly became gloomy. Especially when he saw the pacifist standing not far away, his anger surged. Turning around, he looked at Garp, who was wrapped like a mummy. After a while, seeing that the other party showed no signs of waking up, he resolutely turned around and walked away with the moon step, leaving a sentence to Bai Tuan. Thank you. He glanced at the unconscious Garp and said softly, Goodbye, my friend. There is a saying, you can never wake up a person who pretends to be asleep. Sengoku knew that Garp had actually woken up and was just pretending to be unconscious because the tears in his eyes had already betrayed him. The friendship between the two may have ended at this moment. Maybe this is the best way to say goodbye. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, there was another tremor in the air, and the remaining 20 or so pacifists on the coast suddenly launched an attack. Hello, Jean Tamaru. What are you doing? Kizaru shouted angrily when he heard the voice and saw the situation. Admiral Kizaru, I didn't do anything. San Tamaru, carrying a huge axe, looked at the pacifist who launched the attack in surprise, with a confused look on his face. This is an order from the terminal. Get the Marines out as soon as possible. At this moment, the wounded Sengoku appeared behind and shouted to Kizaru and Aokiji. Upon hearing this, the two men ignored everything else and directly organized the Marines to evacuate the inner bay. Damn it! Looking at the pacifist who launched the attack, Zhangguo was extremely angry. This kind of anger is even more angry than when King Ghidorah destroyed the Navy headquarters. It's the kind of anger where you're fighting in front of people while your accomplices stab you in the back. You will feel both angry and upset, and then you will find that your status is not as high as theirs. However, this anger was relieved by someone else the next moment. A golden ray arrived in an instant, blasting away several pacifists with a loud bang. When Zhangguo saw this, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up to that hateful guy. After spurting out the gravity ray from his mouth and destroying several pacifists, Ghidorah did not stop. The terrifying rays swept across as he turned his head, scatter the pacifists one by one. He finally realized that in order to destroy him, the world government would stop at nothing, even at destroying the entire island. The violent energy beam wiped out all pacifists in an instant. Just as it was about to retract the ray, its huge golden eyes noticed a figure suddenly appear below it. A figure with a dull expression and no emotion at all. Beep. The next moment, Barasomi Bear flashed to his abdomen again and slapped his palm wrapped in bubbles against his abdomen. Bang. In the moment he was stunned, a violent force rushed into his body, and the raging energy instantly caused the scales under his skin to vibrate. Snap, snap, snap. The huge body was filled with the sound of bones and flesh being separated. How dare you dance? Feeling the electric-like stimulation in his body, Ghidorah roared, and the right side of his head suddenly slammed towards the bear in front of him. Beep. Boom. With a loud bang, the head hit the ground, splashing up a cloud of dust. Is this the ability of the meatball fruit? Ghidorah looked at the bear appearing in the distance, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Compared to his attack, the opponent's teleportation ability really caught people off guard, but that's all. Roar. An angry roar was heard, and a fierce light flashed in the eyes of the right head. The ferocious gaze was like that of an enraged demon. After taking a deep breath, he suddenly shot out a ray of light. The golden rays shot out, and even the modified bear with the ability to teleport did not gain any benefit at the speed of light. Just as he was about to teleport away, half of his arm was torn off by the violent rays. It fell far away with a loud bang and rolled over, throwing out many parts. Despite the severe injuries, a cyborg would not feel any pain. As long as his legs were still there, he could still stand up and fight. Looking at the bear that got up again, with blood mixed with liquids and flesh mixed with machinery, there was sadness in Ghidorah's eyes at his madness. You don't want to be a good person, but insist on being a machine. What is wrong with this world? Call out. The bear stood up and released a laser directly. However, this laser was not golden, but red. The laser hit his feet with a bang, and a huge ball of fire rose up. Standing at the center of the explosion, he felt a burning breath, and then he spread his huge wings and flapped them loudly, directly suppressing the shock wave that was about to form. The violent force made him take 2 steps back, and the golden scales on his abdomen were covered with a layer of black ash. The violent explosion made Zhanghua and others in the distance look sideways. By this time, most of the soldiers had been evacuated, but there were still many wounded left, and they could not be completely evacuated for the time being. At this moment, from the mist on the sea surface came the sound of boats riding the wind and waves. Zhanghua and others were curious and didn't expect who would come here at this time. As the sound gradually became clearer and louder, the eyes of everyone on the shore gradually widened. In the smoke as light as mist, a huge shadow of nearly 100 meters appeared. From its outline, it looked like a ship. But isn't this ship a little too huge? Under the horrified gaze of the crowd, the huge shadow broke through the mist with a loud bang. An enormous battleship with the flag of the world government printed on it came into view. On the deck of the giant ship sat a giant several dozen meters tall. His face was ferocious and rough, revealing a dead silence, like a dead person without any emotions. 42, Chapter 042, Giant God Core Saki. Saki, you are actually alive? Seeing the long-lost figure on the huge battleship, King Ghidorah's golden eyes suddenly widened. Cha-cha-cha-cha. Haven't seen you for a long time. Monster. The huge laughter shook the sky and blew away the surrounding smoke. On the giant ship, a man like a small mountain stood up. His towering body was as terrifying as a mountain, and he stood on the giant ship like a pillar supporting the sky. Although he was smiling, his facial expression did not change. Who is this? Too big. The retreating navy looked up at the figure that stood up more than 100 meters tall and became agitated. Zhanghua looked at the man in front of him, who was as tall as a mountain, and his heart was filled with shock and confusion. I don't know either. Sensing the gazes of Kizaru and Aokiji, Sengoku shook his head slightly and replied, according to the information he had, there was no such terrifying existence in the world government. The 5 Elder Stars. He had always believed that his navy was quite powerful, but at this moment he couldn't help but doubt the 5 old guys behind the scenes. Is it to take precautions before it happens, or to be prepared in advance? Be it prevention or preparation, it's not important at this moment. I am afraid that the upcoming battle will completely wipe out the island of Marineford. Everyone, hurry and get the wounded onto the ship. Warring states with injuries. Organize the evacuation work at all costs. Of the 100,000 elite naval troops, only 2/3 survived. Those who died were either crushed by the energy or fell into the abyss of shattered ice. The dead are gone. The living are gone. There was no time to mourn the dead, not even to collect the bodies. Boom. The giant ship broke through the ice and rushed into the inner bay and stopped. Its huge feet passed over everyone's heads and stepped on the ice with a loud bang. As its hind legs moved forward, a strong wind blew up and 2 terrifying weapons flew over everyone's heads. The short-handled axe and long sword were black and glowing coldly, and were at least 40 or 50 meters long. The strong wind made everyone's clothes rustle. Looking up at the huge giant who was crossing over their heads, their scalps felt numb, and their bodies were covered with goosebumps. What a nostalgic and annoying name. I never thought you would be alive. Looking at the giant approaching him, Ghidorah couldn't help but sigh. According to his estimation, the life of this guy in front of him should have ended 600 years ago. But now it appears before our eyes just like it did back then, which is really confusing. Cha-cha-cha-cha. A strange laugh sounded, and after a while, Saki said, I was also surprised. I didn't expect that the first thing I would do when I woke up would be to face a monster like you. If I had known this, I would rather sleep forever. Oh. When King Ghidorah heard this, he instantly realized a piece of information from the other party's words, that the guy in front of him was not alive. Rather, it was awakened by someone. Or in other words, the seeds were planted in advance to prevent it from happening. It's a very sad fact indeed, and I have an even more tragic story. Just today, the only remaining member of the Marshall family just died. I killed him. Ghidorah grinned, revealing a cruel smile, as if stating something insignificant. What? You bastard. They're attacking my family again. Upon hearing this, veins on Saki's hands suddenly bulged, his 2 huge legs slightly bent, and he jumped up with a bang, smashing towards him with a short axe in one hand and a long sword in the other. The long-awaited reunion did not involve drinking and singing, but was instead filled with the strong smell of gunpowder. Still so easily irritated, Ghidorah sneered, spread his wings, and flashed with lightning. The moment the thunder fell from the sky, rays from his 3 heads spewed out. The 3 rays converged at an instant and blasted towards the giant in the air. The golden energy instantly illuminated the surroundings, and the giant, who was like King Kong, was not afraid of the rays at all. Ba Zhan! With a roar, a terrifying energy suddenly emerged from his body. Purple-black energy wrapped in electric light. As the weapon in his hand was swung, 2 terrifying and sharp slashes collided with the rays in a cross shape. Bang! The dull sound of the explosion instantly made everyone nearby feel a tightness in their chest, and even their ears felt a little stuffy. The next moment, in front of everyone's horrified gaze, they saw the air twisting at the center of the collision between the 2 energies. Immediately afterwards, the purple electric light and the golden electric light intertwined together, rubbing out orange-red sparks. There was a loud bang, and a huge ball of fire rose up in the center. The violent energy spread out, one circle after another, some going downwards, some going upwards. On an instant, the only sound between heaven and earth was the sound of energy tearing the earth and sky apart. The ripple radiation shattered the ice layer in the inner bay instantly when it came into contact with it, and lifted up countless pieces of ice, which were then evaporated by the scorching air waves in the next moment. Everyone aboard evacuate. Looking at the impact that was coming like a torrent, Zhang's expression changed drastically, and he gave the order resolutely. Looking at the wounded who were drowned in the dust, he could only make this decision. Wow. The gap created by the evaporation of ice in the inner bay was instantly filled by the backflow of seawater. 800 years later, quality is still the same. If that's the case, you alone won't be able to stop me, and you might even die. Ghidorah stood at the Navy headquarters that was flattened to the ground by the energy impact, and said to Saki, who was blown back. The collision of their energies instantly raised the entire naval headquarters to the ground. Die? I have already died once, so why would I still be afraid of death? Saki grinned, revealing his metallic teeth, and rushed towards him again with a bang. Oh, I forgot, you are a dead man. Ghidorah was startled when he heard this, and suddenly flapped his huge wings, flying close to the ground and crashing into the opponent. Boom! The 2 huge monsters collided with each other in an instant. Violent rush the attack raged in an instant, sweeping away everything on the island, even destroying the Den Mushi that were secretly monitoring it. This completely deprived the whole world of the opportunity to watch. Damn it! Quick, send someone to Marineford. We must not let such explosive news stop. This is the biggest news in history. No, I'll go there myself, so I can rest assured. Inside the World Economic News Agency, Morgans looked at the still broadcast footage and became furious. Then he grabbed his camera and hurried away. At the same time, islands all over the world are filled with extremely dissatisfied insults. What does it mean when you cut off the screen at the critical moment? How is this different from watching a movie and then there's a power outage? The signal was interrupted and the broadcast stopped. Ivan stared blankly at the lost signal. The frozen picture made his heart surge with fear. Giant God Corps. The top combat forces in the group of 20's armies back then were all terrifying creatures that were transformed from the corpses of those with powerful bloodlines and retained their thoughts. He never expected that even this group of guys were not completely wiped out. Or, Nefertali, Ivan suddenly thought of a terrible thing. Since he could choose to sleep to pause the passage of his life, then it is possible that those guys also chose to sleep. If that's the case, I'm afraid the world will fall into chaos again. After a while, he woke up from his shock and subconsciously looked at Cobra and Weiwei beside him. Which side should we stand on this time? 43. Chapter 43. President. Something is coming up. Holy Land Marihoa, Pangu City. After returning from Huajian, the 5 elders' faces were like a dark cloud that could not be dispersed. I didn't expect that the adult had already prepared for this. After a while, the blonde 5 elders broke the depressing atmosphere and spoke. This is really unpleasant news. Those guys from the Giant God Corps are actually still alive. The bald 5 elders' glasses reflected a gleam of light and said gloomily, Don't you realize there's a more serious problem? If the Giant God Army is still alive, then those old ghosts in the Tomb of the Kings. The 5 elder stars with goatees said with worry in their eyes. Just as he said, If all the members of the 20 Kings group were really resurrected as speculated, there would probably be no place for the 5 of them in this world. Everyone is selfish, especially those who have been in high positions for a long time like them. After all, they are used to the feeling of being superior, and it is uncomfortable enough to have an arm pressing down on them. If even the 20 kings of ancient times were still alive, I'm afraid the good days would be over. When the bald 5 elders heard this, a hint of unwillingness flashed in their eyes, and then they picked up the Denden Mushi beside them and dialed a number. The Denden Mushi dialed, and the other end answered immediately. Arrived at Marin Ford? Reporting to the 5 elders, we have arrived at Marin Ford, and that lord has already fought with the monster. How is the battle going? Reporting to you, sir, the energy generated is too strong, so the warships cannot approach. Now the whole island is covered in smoke, and it is impossible to find out what is going on inside. But judging from the fighting, the 2 sides should be evenly matched. Keep observing and report immediately if anything happens. As you command, Your Excellency, the 5 elders. Boom. A huge noise resounded throughout the sky above Marin Ford. The island where personnel were evacuated was shrouded in the smoke and flames of war. Suddenly, a huge foot stepped out from the dust, followed by a tall and majestic body. As the huge body was pushed out of the hustle and bustle, a 3-headed terrifying beast broke through the hustle and bustle again. The giant kept retreating, the veins on his arms wriggling like a dragon. He struggled free, and the next moment he raised the giant axe in his hand and shouted angrily, "Go to hell!" The pitch-black giant axe with a hint of purple lightning, accompanied by a strong wind, chopped towards the giant beast with unstoppable force. Roar. Puff. With a roar, the giant beast suddenly turned its right head and bit the falling wrist accurately in an instant. A pool of blood spurted out. The giant axe, having lost its power, fell on the giant beast, leaving only a faint white mark. A fellow who has made no progress at all. Not only will this not kill me, it will kill you. Ghidorah looked at Saki in front of him and said coldly, "Click." The hard bones pressed against his teeth, preventing him from moving forward. With a fierce light flashing in his eyes, he pulled the head that was biting the opponent's arm away. The skin was torn off, and the giant fell. The blood dripped and merged into the dry land. However, if it happened to a normal person, the injury would be enough to affect their activities. But on the giant's body, it looked like a flesh wound. He was unaware of anything and didn't even frown. His facial expression was still the same as before, neither sad nor happy. Pathetic fellow. Looking at the man in front of him, who was once a member of the D clan, Ghidorah was quite touched. Cha-cha-cha-cha, still as brutal as before. Saki glanced at the injured arm, moved it slightly, and found that it had no effect. He laughed strangely with an expressionless face. Then he raised the giant axe in his hand again, surrounded by purple lightning, and rushed towards him. Since the 2 sides are too close, it is not suitable to release any charge moves, and the best way is hand-to-hand combat. Saki is only 100 meters tall, while Ghidorah is nearly 200 meters tall. The 2 huge monsters with obviously different height proportions were wrestling back and forth. Ghidorah, using his height as an advantage, has always had the upper hand. However, because Saki has a human body, his movements are flexible and varied, and he seems to be able to do things with ease. With every collision between the 2, a powerful energy would erupt. The terrifying shock wave ravaged the island beneath our feet. Boom. Crash. King Ghidorah's rough dragon tail smashed into the ground, instantly causing a large area of land to crack. Saki felt no pain and fought fearlessly. The battle between the 2 sides was as barbaric as a return to primitive times. When 2 completely different organisms collide, the huge energy generated also collides. The dark clouds in the sky were blown away, and sunlight shone through the thin clouds. The golden light sprinkled on the earth, and the stones, dust, and ruins were shattered one by one. Boom! The explosion roared, and the mushroom cloud-shaped shockwave was spectacular. From a distance, the island seemed to be shattered and sunk. In the huge, deep pit lay a giant nearly 100 meters tall. Cough, cough, cough. Cha-cha-cha-cha. It's still so hopelessly powerful. Saki spat out a mouthful of blood. The aftermath of the battle shook his body, but he remained calm. Then he stood up again, just like an indefatigable and indestructible cockroach. Seeing this, Ghidorah flapped his wings, leaped up, and stomped hard on the opponent with his feet. The strong and heavy body smashed down like a huge mountain. As a member of the Giant God Legion, Saki was already familiar with the opponent's moves. He twisted his waist and swung his arms to swing the giant axe in his hand. Bang! The huge black and heavy axe was made of unknown material. With the force of splitting the world, it hit King Ghidorah's lower limbs with a bang. The powerful force knocked Ghidorah to the ground, causing him to stagger and fall, creating a cloud of dust. Boom! Saki rolled to avoid it, then suddenly jumped up and jumped into the chaos without hesitation. Ghidorah, today I want you to pay for the shame from 800 years ago. Go to hell. Ba Zhan. Follow with an angry roar. The giant axe in his hand flashed with purple lightning and chopped towards a ferocious dragon head in the dust. Saki, you really dare to say that? Amid the din, King Ghidorah's cold voice rang out. Back then, the entire giant god army couldn't do anything to me. How can you rely on a dead man like you? Who do you think you are? Amidst the disdainful sneer, Ghidorah's right head broke through the smoke and rushed out, instantly coming from behind and biting the latter's calf with a puff. Immediately afterwards, he swung his neck violently, lifted up the 100-meter-tall giant, and threw him to the ground with a loud bang. The huge tremor splashed up smoke and dust that covered the sky. Ghidorah stood up and roared to the sky with his 3 heads. When he was alive, he was a despicable person. After his death, he was made into a puppet. He still wants to wash away the shame. What a ridiculous idea. Your whole family is scum. Looking at the pitiful man in front of him, he flapped his wings and rushed forward, with his left and right heads wrapping around the man's arms like a python. The huge wings flapped, and it lifted the opponent up from the ground, dragging the 100-meter giant up. President, the whole island is covered in smoke and dust. We can't see anything. Thousands of meters above the sky, on the thin clouds, there were 2 men and 1 bird sitting on a giant bird point. One of the young men spoke to the Whitebeard. The 3 people were the president of the World Economic News, Morgans, and his 2 subordinates. The location of the World Economic News Agency is not far from the Navy headquarters. Morgans, who is absolute air authority in the entire pirate world, quickly arrived over Marineford with his men. However, when he arrived here, he found that the entire Marineford was shrouded in doomsday. Whether from the sky or from the ground, the entire island cannot be seen clearly. This is a bird shot. The violent battle could only make it feel anxious and frustrated in the air. Boom. Hashtag oh. Boss. Something is coming up. So big. 44. Chapter 44. Marineford disappears. There is a saying like this. Fear does not only arise from lack of courage. Sometimes it also arises from a lack of judgment. This is what happened to Morgans at this time. When you see the impact of monsters in the movies and convert it into reality, I believe that no one will be able to remain strong. Looking at the huge beast that was tying up a giant and breaking through the clouds, the 3 people's minds were blank. They felt everything was terrifying, and their only thought was to leave this terrifying place. One of the ferocious dragon heads in particular noticed them. Just a glance from those huge golden eyes made them feel as if they were about to be swallowed up, with endless darkness facing them. Morgans, in fear, touched the camera hanging on his chest and recalled the past. In a flash, he suppressed the fear of endless darkness in his heart, tremblingly raised his camera and started taking pictures. As for whether he would be attacked in the future, he didn't think about it at all. The only thing he wanted was to make his World Economic News more famous. As Ghidorah was rising rapidly, he noticed Morgause. His unique appearance instantly made him recognize him as one of the 4 underground kings in the original work. He paid no attention to the other party at all and continued to fly upwards, dragging the struggling Saki. Asshole. Saki, who was strangled, spoke hoarsely. Asshole. I don't think so, because you're just a dead man, Ghidorah said sarcastically. As he spoke, Ghidorah reached a height of several thousand meters and suddenly loosened his restraints. So the best destination for the dead should be to sleep forever underground. Marineford is a good place for your grave. As the restraints loosened, the giant began to fall instantly. Asshole, the giant god core will not let you go. The kings will not let you go. The falling Saki still looked neither sad nor happy, and had no fear of death at all, and roared at Ghidorah in the sky. The speed of falling is definitely faster than the speed of rising. Saki's body rubbed against the air and instantly caught fire. The scorching heat instantly burned the skin and flesh, revealing the black metal skeleton inside. As the scorching flames burned, The black bones turned red. Boom. An earth-shaking crash sounded, and Marineford, like being hit by a meteorite, instantly collapsed. The terrifying circular impact radiated out, with flying sand and rocks heading straight for the coast, instantly forming a tsunami several dozen meters high that swept across the sea. The huge warship was shattered in an instant. High in the sky, King Ghidorah looked at his masterpiece with great satisfaction. Giant God Core. Kings. Very good. Since you are all alive, it will be fun for me to take revenge. Muttering to himself, he flew downwards again. On top of the giant bird, Morgans and his two subordinates stare with wide eyes at the huge crater below that looked like a meteorite hit. No one would dare to imagine that this was previously the naval headquarters. The naval headquarters that represents absolute power at sea. Just as they were stunned, they saw the horrible creature falling again, and their hearts couldn't help but skip a beat. Fortunately, the other party ignored the three people and continued to fall. Morgan's eyes sparkled when he saw this. After a slight hesitation, he resolutely patted the giant bird under him and said, "Josh, sure, let's go down too." Hey. Sigma. The two subordinates were stunned when they heard what Morgan said. "Boss, are you sure we should go down?" The young man said this with a face full of cold sweat and shivering. I believe that guy is a friendly guy." Morgant said something ambiguously that even he himself was not convinced. As he spoke, the giant bird under him hesitated and chased after the huge figure. It cannot speak. If it could, it would definitely curse. What's the difference between this and looking for SHI? Why don't you be a good person? Instead, you have to be a monster. Arriving above Marineford, looking at the huge pit that was constantly filling up with seawater, Ghidorah muttered to himself. Looking at Marineford, which had been destroyed and was being filled with seawater, he felt that the purpose of this trip had come to a perfect end. The next step is to gather troops to find his former subordinates. He believed that those bastards must be alive, but he didn't know where in the world they were. Whoosh, whoosh. "Hello, Mr. Ghidorah. I am Morgans, the president of the World Economic News Agency. I wonder if I can interview you?" At this moment, a huge white bird landed not far from him, and the birdman wearing a top hat on its back spoke. "Oh." The president really asked it. "Oh. I'm going to die." "Well, that monster is looking here. No, I can't breathe." As Morgan spoke, the two men behind him were almost frightened to death. Ghidorah's golden eyes moved slightly, looking at the other party, and after a long while, he grinned and said, "Okay." The devilish smile made the three people's hearts tremble. Hearing his reply, Morgans was stunned. Then he bowed very gentlemanly and said with a smile, Lord Ghidorah, I'm sorry to bother you with your precious time. I'm very curious about your identity. Although I have some information, I still want to get confirmation from you." "Oh, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Ghidorah looked at him and couldn't help but say with a playful tone, "Even if I dare to say it, I'm afraid you may not dare to report it. Unless you don't want everything you have now." Hearing his words, the three Morgans couldn't help but gasp. As the other party said, the other party's identity is definitely a sensitive topic based on Morgan's understanding of the world government. Even if he got first-hand information, if it was reported here, the whole world would be in chaos the next moment. World economic news will become the next Marineford. Thinking of this, he smiled awkwardly and asked, What a pity. Then may I ask, sir, now that the entire Marineford has sunk, do you have any specific plans for the next step?" "Next step?" Ghidorah thought for a moment and pulled his mouth open. "Of course, I'll go home and take a look." "Go home? Could you please tell me the exact location?" "Red Earth continent, Marihoa," Ghidorah said coldly. "What?" Confused face. This one sentence completely shocked the three Morgans. They couldn't believe their ears. Where is Marihoa? That is the center of power in this world. This guy's home is in Marihoa? Doesn't that mean there will be another fierce battle next? Big news. Absolutely big news. All right, it's time for me to go too. After King Ghidorah finished speaking, he flapped his wings with a loud bang and flew towards the Red Earth continent. The president, he's gone. After a long while, Morgan's men behind him stammered. Morganus, who had just recovered from his shock, screamed, "Hurry, get ready to go to Marihoa. This is the biggest news of the century. An ancient giant beast slaughtered Marihoa. This is a sensational headline. President, I want to go back to the office to write an article." Hearing his words, the two men said in unison, However, Morgantz was like a possessed man at this moment. He would not listen to anything and hurriedly urged the giant bird under him to fly towards Marihoa. The dark clouds dispersed, the smoke cleared, and the sun returned to Marineford. However, on the blue ocean, the island no longer exists. There is only a huge meteorite crater filled with sea water, with a faint trace left and standing reefs. In the calm sea, a pirate ship approached. "Hey, Captain, are we in the wrong place?" On the boat, the fat pirate who was gnawing on a chicken leg stared with his green eyes at the calm sea, with a puzzled look on his face. "Oh, it's bad. Brothers, we've taken the wrong path." Standing at the bow, a red-haired man with a black cloak and 3 scars on his eyebrows stared with his lantern eyes and said in surprise, "No, we didn't come to the wrong place. We just came late." At this time, a gray-haired man with a gunpowder gun on his waist and a cigarette in his mouth said solemnly, "Hey, too late? What about the island? What about the naval headquarters?" 45. Chapter 45. My hometown, Holy Land Mariacho. Holy Land Marihoa. Located on the top of the Red Earth continent, there are magnificent and gorgeous buildings. It is a city that can be called art and the center of power in the entire world. As the center of world power, security measures are quite in place, and both the city walls and gates are heavily guarded. After all, the people living there are the celestial dragons, descendants of God. As usual, Marihoa was shrouded in peace, and the guards were patrolling leisurely as usual. Arthur is a guard of Marijoa City. 5 years of career as a city guard taught him a lesson. Don't worry about things that you shouldn't worry about. Don't look at scenes that you shouldn't look at. Patrol your own patrols, stand guard at your post, receive 5 insurances and 1 fund at the end of the month, and live a leisurely life. As always, he stood on the city wall and performed his duty faithfully. Suddenly, a black dot in the distance caught his eye. First, he thought it was a bird, but as the black dot grew bigger, he became curious. He subconsciously picked up the telescope hanging on his chest and looked over. When he saw the flying object clearly, his expression changed drastically in an instant. Goosebumps appeared all over my body, and my scalp felt numb as if it had been electrocuted. It took a long time until the black shadow could be distinguished with the naked eye as a 3-headed monster before he woke up. He stumbled into the tower, took out his din-din mushi with a clang, and shouted in panic, "No, no, no, it's bad, a monster is flying towards Marihoa." The hoarse voice was instantly transmitted to the other end through the din-din mushi. Not long after, a group of guards came to the city wall with a strong man, and everyone saw the terrifying figure. Then, what is that? A flying sea king? Everyone was stunned as they looked at the approaching, ferocious-looking golden 3-headed beast. He even forgot to sound the alarm. In fact, the entire Marigeos guard probably didn't even remember where the alarm was. This is the center of world power. Who dares to cause trouble here? Enemy attack. It took a long time as the captain of the guards saw the beast growing bigger and bigger before he reacted and shouted towards the city. The next moment, a loud alarm sounded, echoing throughout Marihoa. In just a moment, the originally peaceful and harmonious Holy Land was thrown into complete chaos, with civilians fleeing everywhere. However, the celestial dragon nobles living in Panga City paid no attention to the alarm. In their view, no matter who they are, it is impossible to enter Panga City, and they will be eliminated before even entering Marigeos. Whoosh, whoosh. After a while, there was a sudden strong wind, and as the wind grew stronger, it gradually turned into a hurricane. The terrifying hurricane forced the guards on the city wall to stick closely to the wall, staring with wide eyes at the approaching golden creature. In a few breaths, the giant beast that covered the sky and the sun came closer, and behind it was a rolling dust like a sandstorm. Under the terrified gazes of the crowd, the golden 3-headed beast flew directly over their heads with no intention of stopping. Then, before everyone could scream, they felt a violent force rushing towards them, and the next instant, pain as if being cut by a knife spread throughout their body and limbs. Maria Chow's eyes were also rolling wildly. Accompanied by a series of sonic booms, the place suddenly fell into endless darkness. Looking at the buildings torn apart by air currents and hurricanes, Ghidorah flew towards the tallest building in the city without noticing anything. As it flies, the houses beneath it will be turned into ruins by the airflow and hurricane force winds generated by its breaking of the sound barrier, leaving behind a wide and long trail of ruins. Several Tianlong people who were standing in front of the city gate of Panga City were so frightened at the sight that their faces turned pale and their hearts beat wildly. Some of them even felt weak all over and wet their pants on the spot. The sentry tower that received the message immediately dispatched a large number of soldiers. When groups of soldiers arrived at the scene, they were all dumbfounded. That huge creature, like an ancient demon, was not at the same level as them. All the celestial dragons in Panga City stare in amazement at the monster that brought the disaster. After receiving the news, the world government immediately dispatched CP0 in its control. Im, who lived among the flowers in the deepest part of Panga City, was stunned after hearing the report from his servants. I never expected that after causing such a big fuss in Marineford, he would come to Marihoa. The alarmed 5 elders no longer stayed in the comfortable room of power, but took action separately. The bald and blonde 5 elders went to the city wall, and the remaining 3 hurried towards Huajian. At the same time, the 5 of them looked extremely ugly. Someone invaded the San Maria Bridge, an unprecedented event in history. Back then, Tiger had only released some slaves, which was completely different from the significance this time. This is a serious provocation to the world government. Ghidorah. In Panga City, on the city tower, the bald 5 elders looked at the approaching giant beast with a gloomy expression. Ghidorah, who was blowing fiercely all the way and overturning countless buildings, heard someone calling his name and looked sideways. Seeing that it was an old man with glasses, bald head, and white kimono, I recognized his identity immediately. Boom. He stopped and casually landed in a residential area. He looked at the bald man on the city tower and asked, 5 elders? Exactly. The bald 5 elders answered, and then his expression changed. It seems that the giant is in great danger. It's fine if you cause trouble in Marineford, but you actually dare to cause trouble in Marihoa? You are courting death. As the bald 5 elders spoke, 3 masked figures suddenly appeared behind them, and without saying a word, they all performed the storm kick, one of the 6 styles of the Navy. Facing these attacks, Guido did not move at all and said in a cold tone, "Do I need the permission of your world government to return to my home?" As the voice fell, 3 green mist kicks hit his body. After a few loud bangs and a little smoke and dust, it had no further effect. Your home. How can a stray dog have a home? When the bald 5 elders heard this, they seemed to have thought of something, and a hint of sarcasm appeared at the corner of their mouth. Court death. Boom. Following the words, Ghidorah's huge body turned around, and its huge double tails smashed the city tower like a dragon's tail. 3 CP0 members were instantly buried in the rubble. The bald 5 elders appeared on the top of a tower not far away. Are you angry out of shame? Seeing this, the bald 5 elders slowly drew out his sword and said, "Although I may not be able to defeat you, it is interesting to have a challenge. I would like to experience how strong you are." Snort. Ghidorah snorted coldly, flapped his pair of huge wings suddenly, pushed off the ground with his feet, flew more than 100 meters high, and suddenly smashed toward the opponent. At this point, the peace of the holy land of Marihoa was completely broken. The celestial dragons in Panga City were so scared when they saw the horrible monster destroy a city tower with just one strike. Some even ran towards the city center with snot and tears streaming down their faces, crying. The celestial dragons, who used to be so high and mighty, were now completely terrified. The slave who was carrying the celestial dragons looked at the horrible monster, and excitement flashed in his numb eyes. The terrifying storm will start from here, and will sweep across the entire Mariachio. 46, Chapter 46. Bald Donkey. Look at me, the Great Dragon. Charles Saint is a noble dragon man. Some time ago, he was knocked away by a pirate wearing a straw hat and nearly lost his life. After recuperating at home for a long time, he was finally able to go out today. They decided to go to the slave farm in the Sabaody archipelago to buy some special slaves to have fun. Just when I came out of the house, I found the celestial dragons on the street running wildly in panic. There is no trace of the elegant image of the past. St. Charlos stared with his eyes as big as green beans, his fat face full of confusion. Why is everyone so afraid? Forget it. Let's go to the auction house. Is it better to buy a female slave or a male slave? Or buy an animal type ability user to ride on? It would be better if it was a dinosaur or something. With a runny nose, I walked on the busy streets of Panga City, fantasizing about what I would buy later. Boom. There was a loud bang. St. Charles, who was immersed in his own fantasy, was so frightened that his snot almost flowed into his mouth, and he quickly pulled it back with force. Before he could look in the direction of the sound, he saw a man flying past in front of him, blood splattering, and then crashed into a pastry shop on the street with a bang. Drop by drop, drops of bright red liquid fell onto the ground in front of him, staining the bricks red. Call. I was so scared. It turned out that it was a person flying over. People. For a moment, St. Charlos was stunned. His head in the breathing mask slowly turned like a robot and looked towards the smoking shop. Who is it? Killing people in Panga City? Roar. At this moment, a roar that seemed to come from an ancient demon beast sounded, and the next moment a rumbling sound continued to sound. A strong wind suddenly blew on the street. He looked in the direction of the sound, and the next moment, the fat on his face trembled. Looking at the huge creature that stood tall and straight, he was so scared that he could only howl on the spot. Doomsday. St. Charlos was so frightened that he never thought in his life that a monster would appear in Panga City. City Defense Forces, World Government Army, CP-0. From what we could see, the armies of the world government were as weak as ants in front of the giant beast. Maybe not even an ant. At this moment, he finally understood why the other Tianlong people ran away, as if they had seen a ghost. Move. St. Charlos felt that his soul was trembling, and his body was completely out of control. He just stood there stupidly, not even noticing that his snot was running into his mouth. Boom. The solid city walls looked as fragile as a sand castle built by a child in front of the giant beast. Everyone stay calm, form an offensive formation and fire alternately. While he was in a daze, large numbers of city guards and world government army arrived. Under the command of a strong man, they lined up in an orderly manner and shot at the creature. However, the bullet hit the monster without causing any harm. Boom. The huge tail, with just a slight sweep, created a strong wind that instantly defeated the assembled army. A cloud of blood mist rose up, and blood fell like raindrops. What's going on? St. Charlos' eyes were filled with bloodshot. He couldn't believe that this was the mariachio in which he lived. His body kept shaking, and at this moment he fully felt what fear was. Is it possible that no one can stop this monster? Ghidorah, Mary Joa, you can't do this. Just when he was in despair, a majestic voice sounded, and at the same time he also knew the name of the horrible creature. It's the 5 Elder Stars. Looking at the bald old man in the air, St. Charles felt as if he had seen a savior, and his face, which was already trembling with fear, trembled even more violently. This time it wasn't fear, but excitement. For the celestial dragons, the 5 Elder Stars are their patron saints. As long as the 5 Elders appear, any monster will be reduced to ashes, and the crisis in Marihoa will disappear. Thinking this in his mind, he finally stopped being afraid, and even found that his limbs could move again. 5 Elders, kill that monster. St. Charlos, who gained control of the body, shouted loudly to cheer for the 5 Elders. Bald Donkey, great and mighty, heavenly dragon, gravity ray. Boom. The golden rays illuminated the bald old man's forehead, and a golden light flashed. St. Charlos, who had been cheering for him from below, widened his eyes in disbelief at the bald old man, who disappeared in the golden light. The 5 Elders' daughter dead. How did it possible? As the bald old man disappeared in the golden light, the entire Panga City was in chaos. One of the 5 Elder Stars who controlled the world government and was like a god was actually blasted to pieces by the golden light without leaving even ashes. Whether it was the celestial dragons who were evacuating or the strong men who were organizing fighters to try to stop the monster, they all stopped tacitly, with expressions of disbelief on their faces. Wow, this is incredible. This is incredible. Click, click, click. Absolutely, absolutely hot. Ha ha. My World Economic newspaper, your spring has come. Morgans, who had just arrived, happened to see the 5 bald elders being annihilated by the gravitational rays. He didn't care whether he could report it or not, and just started taking pictures crazily. From his days as a journalist to the founding of the World Economic News Agency, Morgan Wire has never felt so good. That feeling is so good that it makes your scalp explode. The death of the 5 elders is explosive news. Come closer. Morgans felt that the distance was too far and urged the giant bird under him. No, President, if you keep going like this, I'll die. The subordinate behind him said with a flushed face. Although he was terrified, the scene before him was too exciting. No, you have to remember, You are a reporter. Reporter, yes, a sacred profession. In order to let the world see the truth, we must rush to the front line. Morgan's taking photos crazily, taught without even turning his head. Ghidorah, how dare you kill the five elders? With a roar, a blond old man with bared teeth appeared on the top of the tower, not far from Ghidorah. Five elder stars, the ones who were killed, were the five elders. The terrifying words came out of the mouth of the horrible monster in the forest and echoed throughout Marihoa. Madmen, run! Marijoa is about to be breached. Mom, help! In an instant, the whole of Marihoa was in chaos. No matter they were nobles, family members of high-ranking officials, or celestial dragons, at that moment they all felt a terrifying malice enveloping the entire Marihoa. Boom, boom. Looking at the chaotic Marihoa, the blonde five elders did not hold back at all and directly released all their energy. He is not a person with special abilities, but just a simple physical training practitioner. Looking at the chaotic Marihoa, the blonde five elders did not hold back at all and directly released all their energy. But if you take it lightly, you will definitely die a miserable death. But you have to know that he controls the intelligence agencies of the entire world government. The golden-haired five elders, who had not fought for 100 years, were gaining momentum, and violent winds were blowing around them. The five elders are about to take action again. Everyone below noticed the terrifying aura rising from the blond old man, and the fear in their hearts was once again swept away. Under such momentum, no matter how strong the monster is, it is still a monster after all. Could it be stronger than the five elder stars? 47, Chapter 047, Killing the Five Elders. The monster is called a monster because it's really a monster. Never show your fangs in front of monsters. Otherwise, it will be miserable. The momentum of the five golden elders is rising steadily, and the strength they have demonstrated is far beyond that of the admirals. As time passed, tiny traces of electricity flashed within the violent energy, which was the effect of the domineering aura entangled in it. The five elders are mighty. Destroy that monster. Yes, destroy that monster, and let him know who is the master of this world. How dare you harm the descendants of God? No, subdue him. I want him to be my slave. Seeing the golden-haired five elders with purple lightning and domineering aura all over their bodies, the celestial dragons below suddenly became energized, forgetting all the previous attacks, and kept shouting. Hearing the shouting of the celestial dragons below, the blonde five elders couldn't help but blush. Originally, he just planned to delay it until Lord Am came, but now those damn parasites pushed him to that level. With no other options, he could only bite the bullet, restraining all his energy and letting purple lightning flash wildly on his fist. Ba Quan! Boom! Boom! The strong airflow rubbed against the air, making a manic sound, and the black energy as solid as substance rushed towards the giant beast in front of him like a torrent as the golden-haired five elders swung their fists. Everyone looked at the dark torrent with purple lightning and suddenly felt their bladders swell. Unbearable pleasure made the group of Tianlong people shudder involuntarily. A feeling of comfort and pleasure instantly rose to the top of my head, and my entire scalp became numb in an instant. This is the power of God. Kill him, kill that monster. A celestial dragon shouted excitedly with a flushed face. With this shout, all the watching dragons in Panga City became excited. It was as if the horrible creature would perish in the torrent in the next moment. Suddenly, a cold snort struck everyone's heart. Snort. Ridiculous. Descendants of God? With cold words. Everyone saw a scene that they would never forget. In the desperate eyes, they saw a golden huge tail that knocked down all the buildings and hit the golden-haired five elders with a bang. Poof. Amid the flying rubble, blood splattered and fell from the air, forming a blood rain, dripping onto the surrounding objects. The five elders, who were revered as gods in their hearts, were as fragile as tofu drakes. Dead, another of the five elders has died. This voice full of horror resounded throughout the Panga City square. The eerily quiet square suddenly seemed to explode, and the group of high-ranking celestial dragons began to riot in a completely unruly manner. It's an unbelievable fact. The five elders, who were more terrifying than the admirals of the Navy, were actually beaten to death by a single blow of their tail. While sighing, Morgans adjusted the focus of the camera and took many photos of the blond old man who died in a very tragic way below. Obviously, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. If conditions allowed, he would probably go down and ask the other person to pose in a few more ways. The five elders symbolize not only power in the world government and the entire world, but also the face of the celestial dragons in more than 100 member states. It was so easy to kill such a monster, and there were even two of them. This is no longer a matter of face. The killing of the five elders was absolutely horrific news. He could imagine that his newspaper would definitely make a huge profit. The killing of the five elders of the world government can be said to be the first time this has happened since the establishment of the world government. This matter has exceeded the bottom line of the world government and can no longer be described as a blatant provocation. Boom. The earth shook violently, and the horrible monster stepped into Panga City. The panicked celestial dragons ran desperately towards the tall tower in the center of the city. If there is anything that can stop this horrible monster, it is probably only Lord Im, who lives there all year round. He is their leader and also their god. Boom. The city walls shattered, the towers collapsed, and the dust they raised swept in like a sandstorm. St. Charles sat down on the ground. His eyes, as big as green beans, were filled with endless fear as he looked at the hustle and bustle that was sweeping over. Why, how could this happen? Even the five elders are no match for me? What's wrong with this world? We are the descendants of the Creator. Why is it being trampled on so wantonly? Looking at the buildings and tribesmen being crushed by the monster, St. Charles became desperate. Ghidorah! At this moment, a violent roar resounded throughout Panga City. Hearing that very neutral roar, everyone stopped what they were doing and subconsciously looked towards the tall tower in the center of the city. Between the flowers, the residence of Im, the leader of the celestial dragons, and also the location of the throne of the void. Inside Huajin, they learned that two of the five elders had died in battle, and the remaining three were stunned and couldn't believe it. Not all of the five elders are strong, and only two of them are dead. When Yim heard the news, he was also stunned. He never expected that the guy would be so unscrupulous. The five elder stars not only represent the world government, but also represent the face of Im. Once upon a time he, the master of this world, had suffered such humiliation. Looking at the towering huge void throne, he was completely furious. Ghidorah, damn it, why did you come out? As he spoke, he moved his feet and instantly disappeared among the flowers. In Panga City, every step that King Ghidorah takes is a disaster for the city beneath his feet. The muddy and cracked ground has crushed countless celestial dragons to death. At this moment, he seemed to feel something and stopped. St. Charles sat slumped on the ground, with yellow liquid constantly flowing out of his crotch. Looking at the slowly falling feet, I was scared to death. He closed his eyes in fear and waited for a long time but found that he didn't feel any pain. I opened my eyes subconsciously, only to find that the huge foot was suspended in midair. Call. Saved. Boom. Poof. Ghidorah lowered his raised foot, and a blood mist splashed out from under his feet. Afterwards, it stopped moving and instead stood upright with three heads, slowly opening three pairs of golden eyes that became slightly sharp. Even though hundreds of years have passed, he will never forget this breath. The next moment, a figure shrouded in a black robe appeared on the top of the tower in the distance. There was silence between them for a long time. You shouldn't come here. A neutral voice came from the black robe. Why? Ghidorah looked at the other party and grinned for a long time. Because this place no longer belongs to you. Yim said in a cold voice. Not mine. I was the one who gave the name Panga City. Are you saying that this place doesn't belong to me? Ghidorah sneered. Then why are you destroying this place? Destroy? I just don't want my things to be tainted by a bunch of trash. In that case, it would be more refreshing to destroy it. King Ghidorah's huge golden eyes swept over the celestial dragons below, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. 48, Chapter 048 Emu takes action. In Panga City, the celestial dragons looked at the giant beast that was as big as a mountain. He actually dared to say in front of Lord Yim that he would destroy Panga City. How shameless! The high and mighty celestial dragons started clamoring when they heard King Ghidorah's words. Imko is their leader and their true god. As long as Lord Yim is around, they are not afraid of anything. You dare. Upon hearing that the other party was going to destroy Panga City, Yim shouted angrily. I did this thousands of years ago. What am I afraid of? Ghidorah sneered. Hearing this, Yim's heart trembled. Yes. What is that guy on the opposite side afraid of? In that war, millions of people died at the hands of that guy. Now, I am the master here. You will never be allowed to mess around. As he spoke, he raised his hand and blue light burst out, instantly forming a sphere of energy that was spinning wildly. Buzz. As the energy ball rotated rapidly, the air around it was rubbed and made a sharp sound. The ball of light grew larger and darker in color. Cut. How dare you use that ability in front of me? Have you forgotten who created it? Boom. Ghidorah glanced at the other party with disdain, spread his wings with a bang, and swung them violently, and instantly the wind and clouds surged. You're dreaming about gathering thunderclouds. Seeing this, Im shouted angrily. Regardless of the energy stored in front of him, he released it with a buzzing sound. A rough, dazzling blue beam of light burst out instantly. Boom. A huge beam of light instantly hit King Ghidorah's chest, and the violent energy charred the golden scales on his chest. Snored. Feeling a slight pain, he snorted coldly. Without waiting for the thunderclouds to gather, he flapped his wings again, flew up for a distance, and fell towards Im below. Its huge body was like a natural disaster, and it collapsed a building with a loud bang. Then it twisted its body, and a pair of thick golden tails swept over with a rattlesnake-like sound. Boom, boom, boom. The surrounding buildings were instantly shattered. In the dust, Im's body flashed, avoided the sweep, and came to the air in front of him. Stop it! With a sharp rebuke, a slender palm wrapped in a layer of dark blue energy slapped towards his abdomen. Compared with each other, the two sides are like elephants and ants. But the blue energy on the ant's palm cannot be ignored. Especially King Ghidorah, who created that thing. After seeing the energy, he directly waved his huge wings to slap the insect in front of him. Boom! The giant wings that covered the sky fell down, and flying sand and rocks raised a cloud of dust, and another building was destroyed by its ants. The dust swept through the streets and alleys. The breathing mask worn by the celestial dragon finally came in handy. The violent sandstorm blew them away, and the eyes inside their breathing masks were full of fear. Buzz boom. A wild explosion sounded, and King Ghidorah's huge wings covering the square broke into a big hole. Blue energy rushed into the sky, penetrated the clouds, and disappeared into the horizon, creating circles of ripples. The huge hole slowly closed as the clouds rolled. Damn quantum rays! Feeling the pain on his wings, Ghidorah's mouth twitched twice. This time, he saw that the thunderclouds in the sky were almost condensed, and he spread his wings with a bang. Charge! Dark clouds rolled in, and lightning snakes flashed. Boom! With a loud bang, rough thunder fell and hit him. Dark clouds covered the entire sky above Marahoa, and a golden giant beast appeared in the thunder and lightning like the god of thunder. As the thunder continued, golden arcs of electricity moved wildly on his body. 3 ferocious golden eyes looked at him in front of him, opened his mouth, and spewed out gravitational rays. Like a manic ray of golden electric current, it plowed the ground, blasting everything away and sweeping towards him. Looking at the thick and large golden rays, Im's face hidden in the hood changed drastically. He did not dare to hesitate at all, and his figure flashed and quickly dodged. Seeing this, Ghidorah didn't bother to retract the ray, and simply turned his head to sweep across. The buildings in Panga City were originally built based on his impression of French architecture. Even after 1,000 years, they are still magnificent in this world. But he never expected that the masterpiece he and Joey Boy created would eventually be destroyed in his own hands. But he doesn't regret it. Looking at the reckless and wanton destruction of King Ghidorah, Im was furious. This city, which was conquered by their 20 kings group and inhabited for 800 years, would probably become the next Marineford if it continued to be destroyed. You forced me to do this, Ghidorah. Im, who could no longer bear his anger, roared and was about to use his ability. At this moment, the ground began to shake with a roar. Is it finally here? Feeling the vibration, he stopped and looked. With a strong tremor, for huge giants appeared in Merigios and were walking towards this side step by step. Ghidorah! Boom, boom, boom. Seeing Ghidorah, the giant in the lead, who looked like an ancient Roman warrior, roared angrily and started running. He ignored all the buildings that stood in his way, hatred blazing in his eyes. It's like seeing the murderer of my father. If the world government is a violent organization in the hands of Im, then the giant god army was the violent thugs under the 20 Kings group, which was originally called the Creator. Because they are all cyborgs, Their body shapes are taken from ancient giants, a race that is almost extinct in this era. Its powerful strength is by no means comparable to those numbered ones under Kaido's current command. As the giant charged like an ancient Roman warrior, the three giants behind him also followed suit. The distance is so far that for a giant who is 100 meters tall, it can be reached in the blink of an eye. The leading giant raised the round shield in his hand that was like a city gate and slammed it into Ghidorah with a bang. Then he swung the long sword in his other hand and slashed at him without hesitation. Ding! The huge sound of metal colliding sounded. Violent gusts of wind spread out in all directions, and Ghidorah was pushed back 2 steps, with his 3 dragon heads becoming ferocious. Hody! There weren't many people in the giant god corps that he could remember. Ghidorah roared, and his heads on both sides rushed out instantly. With a puff sound, he bit the giant's shoulders, twisted his neck, and threw the opponent out instantly. Boom! The huge body crashed into the square, stirring up a cloud of dust. The strong wind blew up like a typhoon, sweeping across the entire city in an instant. The trembling celestial dragons below were all dumbfounded as they looked at the scene which seemed like the end of the world. Their Lord Im not only did not stop the behemoth, but 4 more behemoths came. Their home, their holy place, was now almost half reduced to ruins. Especially as the mountain of monsters fought, every moment there would be unlucky celestial dragons dying in the impact. Everyone, follow the CP0 members to evacuate Merigios. Just then a voice shouted. Everyone looked and saw the old man with a goatee among the 5 elders. As the 5 elders finished their words, several CP0 members appeared on the street and quickly organized the evacuation. Where are we going? This is our holy place. In the evacuation team, the young female celestial dragon looked at the 5 elders and asked. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders looked at him with pity, and then they said nothing more. Holy place? I'm afraid there won't be any such word as holy land in the future. 49, Chapter 49. I want to tear your neck off. Looking at the giant beast in front of them, the 5 elders with goat beards felt as if they were filled with endless sorrow. This monster in front of me. Destroyed and impelled down, bomb Marineford. Now I come to Ho-Ho Mariajo again. What exactly do you want to do? Go home. If someone asked King Ghidorah what he wanted to do, he would definitely answer, go home. It's like one day you go out and find that your house has been occupied by someone. How would you feel? Even if he doesn't plan to live there, he won't let others live there in peace. This is just like a child playing with toys. Even if I don't want to play with it anymore and admit that it is broken, I won't let you play with it. And Im is now the child holding a broken toy. Playing is not the right answer, and not playing is not the right answer. So he decided to throw the can down the drain. Since no one has time to play, let's just have some fun. This is commonly known as raising sand. A chaotic battle began, and people in Pangu City evacuated. However, compared to those who were escaping, Pangu City was too big. Some of them didn't even get out of the city gate, and in the next moment, they would be crushed by building debris or giants that came from nowhere. Snort. It's really nostalgic. That's fine too. Since we're both alive, I can vent my anger from the past. Facing the 4 giants, Ghidorah showed no fear at all. It was so 800 years ago, and it is still so today. Directly draw lightning into the body and shoot out rays from mouth. The moment the golden ray was spit out, the other 3 giants immediately reached out and took down the large shields behind them and placed them in front of them to block the ray. Boom! 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 The rays were blocked by the giant shield, but their impact could not be resisted. Even a giant who was 100 meters tall was still sent flying backwards under that violent force. Looking at the giant shield made by the scientific research team of the 20 Kings group, Ghidorah's eyes flashed with ferocity. If it weren't for this metal, he wouldn't have been sealed and pushed into the city. The old memories made him furious. Give up using gravity rays and directly move your huge body to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Even without the gravitational rays, his strong body is no match for the other party. Boom, boom, boom. The huge wings are as flexible as arms, and the bones at their tips are extremely hard. It knocked down a building and knocked down another giant who had just stood up. Then it flapped its wings and rose from the ground. Its huge body caught up with a flying giant and smashed towards it. Boom. A pair of huge feet stepped on the giant's chest with a crack, and the terrifying tonnage instantly crushed the metal bones in the opponent's body. The next moment, the right head bit the opponent's head without any hesitation. Crack! Bright red blood spurted out, and the huge head along with a section of the spine was torn off. Then, as if realizing it belatedly, the left side of its head moved closer to the bleeding, headless corpse and sniffed it. Roar. Seeing this, the head on the right side roared in extreme dissatisfaction. Ghidorah! At this moment, an angry shout was heard, followed by an earth-shaking movement. As the team leader, Hode's eyes glowed red when he saw his team members being killed in a face-to-face encounter. Raise your shield and charge. Along with the earth shaking, 3 giants charged again, and the huge shields hit his body instantly with violent impact. Boom, boom, boom. The huge impact made him unstable, and he took several steps back. He opened his mouth and was about to release the ray. Seeing this, the 3 people on the opposite side immediately raised their shields. God! Seeing this, Ghidorah spat in disdain, gave up the ray directly, flapped his huge wings, and golden lightning instantly entered his body. His whole body was emitting golden lightning, like the god of thunder. The wings flapped again, creating a hurricane. Its huge body rose up fiercely and smashed towards another giant at low altitude. As a giant beast, if you can't win by your ability, then win by your tonnage. Ghidorah, who won by tonnage, fell down with a loud bang and landed directly on the shoulders of the 2 giants. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was heard, and the leg bones of the 2 giants broke. They instantly jumped out from their calves and plunged into the ground with a bang. The right side of its head stretched out again without hesitation and bit one of the giant's head with a crack. Its long neck turned suddenly like a dragon turning over. Snap! The creepy voice sounded again. Then Ghidorah's left head finally responded and poked its head out. Swish! Puff! At this moment, a faint, terrifying crescent-shaped slash flashed by like light, and the next moment the left side of its head flew up. The ferocious dragon head flew high in the sky, its huge golden eyes filled with confusion. Grass! Seeing this, King Ghidorah couldn't help but curse inwardly. Then his eyes focused and looked towards the direction where the attack came from. Among all the people present, only one person was able to chop off his head and release the quantum energy. I am him. Ghidorah's gloomy voice sounded, and his golden eyes looked coldly at the person who was attacking not far away. Why do you have to destroy everything every time? Yim met his cold gaze and said angrily, There's no reason. I should have destroyed you ungrateful creatures 1,000 years ago. Ghidorah said grimly, and then the left side of his neck shook twice. The cut-off top flesh squirmed, the right side of the head stretched out and tore off the biofilm on it, and a new head slowly grew out. His eyes were blank for a moment, and then he roared at him, but was interrupted by a hit on the right side of his head the next moment. If it weren't for the obstruction of the old families on Bika, do you think I would have let you go? Bika. Yim was startled when he heard this and said, You outsiders are the embodiment of evil and should be destroyed in the long river of history. Outsider. Snored. They are a bunch of greedy people who forget their principles. There is no point in saying more. Ghidorah felt the left side of his head recover, and he roared and released rays. Watching it shoot out in an instant 2 rays, and couldn't help but frown. At this time, the 3rd ray just spurted out from the mouth of the left head, gathered at the intersection of the 2 rays, and blasted towards him. And Yim, who had already planned to give up Panga City, naturally would not be stupid enough to compete with him in energy, not to mention that it was not easy for him to accumulate energy in his body. He dodged the violent rays. After missing the attack, Ghidorah was a little angry, so he turned his body and swept a rough ray towards Hode. Seeing this, Hode quickly raised his shield to block. But he didn't expect that the violent energy would produce a huge explosion, directly blasting the 100-meter giant away. He crashed into the ruins with a loud bang and struggled to get up. Boom. Seeing this, Ghidorah used his tail to smash the head of another half-crippled giant beside him, and then flew up and fell toward Hode. Boom. The huge body, as heavy as a mountain, instantly hit Hode and directly stepped him into the cracked ground. Puff. Bright red blood spurted out, and the head was thrown away by the right side of the skull. After finishing everything, King Ghidorah turned around, staring at him with his huge golden eyes, and said in a cold tone, This time there are no more extra people. I'm M.400s of years. I have been eager to tear your neck apart. 50, Chapter 50, You owe me, I will get it back sooner or later. Hearing this, Yim couldn't help but think of the feeling of being bitten on the neck by the other party last time, and he felt a chill all over his body. Don't say things that make people uncomfortable. Then he said in a very gloomy tone, since you like Panga City as a cemetery, then it's yours. When Pluto wakes up, the 20 Kings group will attack you again. You should just enjoy your last moments here. If we can seal you once, we can seal you a second time, or even kill you. Kill me? Ghidorah narrowed his golden eyes and did not indulge in the verbal attack. He raised his wings and slapped the other party. Him had already made up his mind to retreat. Seeing the huge wings covering the sky coming towards him, he did not resist at all and simply dodged out of the attack range. His robe rustled in the wind, and he shouted into the sand, Ghidorah, you owe me, and I will get it back sooner or later. After he finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared from King Ghidorah's sight like a phantom. The storm dissipated, leaving behind the ruined Marihoa. The few remaining celestial dragons had already fled, and only civilians and wealthy businessmen remained. Like a city after a major earthquake, wailing can be heard everywhere. As if he was oblivious to the wailing sounds, Ghidorah knocked down all the buildings along the way and reached the central tower. Boom! With a loud bang, the tower collapsed, and a huge head turned over the ruins, from which a huge straw hat was found. It's really the same one from before. He looked back at the dilapidated and empty Panga City and simply lay down on the ruins next to the tower to rest. It has been a lot of trouble since they pushed forward the city, and he is tired. The horrific war ended, and as a dedicated journalist, Morgans immediately began his work. The post-disaster Mary Joa was photographed from all angles in the air, and give a close-up of the horrific creature crawling on the ruins. He was originally thinking about whether to go forward for the interview, but when he saw King Ghidorah closing his eyes, he finally gave up the idea of committing suicide. The rare first-hand information he now has is enough to further enhance the reputation of his newspaper. After the shooting was finished, he quietly left with his men. The people affected by the disaster, who had endured a doomsday-like disaster, were filled with sadness as they looked at Marihoa, which was mostly destroyed. The world government evacuated, and everyone had to organize rescue efforts spontaneously, with busy figures filling the streets. Everyone subconsciously avoided the direction of Panga City, and no one tried to provoke the creature. Time passed slowly in the busyness, according to incomplete post-disaster statistics. This disaster brought tens of thousands of deaths to Marihoa and injured more than 50,000 people. Compared with these, there is an even more terrifying news. Nearly 100 people from the celestial dragon family died. This number may seem small, but you have to know that the total number of Tianlong people is less than 200. Half of the people died in one disaster. If there is another one, I'm afraid the whole clan will be wiped out. The death of the celestial dragons had no impact on the civilians. The only thing they felt was sighs and shock. As for mercy, that's impossible. A day later, as Morgans returned to the newspaper office, a piece of news shocked the whole world. The headquarters of the world government with 100 member countries, the holy land of the celestial dragons, Marihoa, was destroyed. Not only that, the celestial dragons and the world government were also driven out of the Holy Land. What's even more shocking is that nearly half of the celestial dragons, who were known as the descendants of God, died, almost reaching the point of genocide. No matter which piece of news it is enough to subvert the whole world. The horrific news swept across the world like a tornado. Bang! With a loud bang, inside an island in the New World that was temporarily used as a fortress for the Navy headquarters, the goateed Five Elder Stars slammed the newspaper hard on the table. Damn it, does that guy Morgans want to go against the world government too? Report to the Five Elders. Several countries in the World Government Alliance have submitted applications to withdraw from the alliance. The messenger entered the office and saw that the atmosphere was tense and said nervously, "What?" The three people in the room said in unison. The Navy suffered heavy losses, the world government suffered a blow, and at this critical moment, there were even countries that withdrew from joining the alliance. This is undoubtedly a further blow to the world government. Who took the lead? Asked the five black hat elders. This kind of withdrawal from a member state will never happen unless someone takes the lead. It's the Kingdom of Alabasta. Alabasta. Damn it. The three people in the room suddenly looked grim when they heard this. If it were any other country, they would still have the energy to deal with it. But the Kingdom of Alabasta is not of the same nature as other kingdoms. Got it, you go down first. The goateed five elders rubbed his head and waved his hands. The question now should be what to do with the Navy. When Zhonghua resigns, someone must take the position of marshal. I was planning to push Akainu to this position, but now that Akainu is dead, the best candidate is Aokiji, but that damn guy left without a word. There is no other way. The only admiral of the Navy, Kizaru, has to take over as the marshal. Somewhere on the island, Kizaru, dressed in Hawaiian clothes, was sunbathing and calling it recuperating. Brew, brew. Masha Moshi. Kizaru took out Din Din Mushi, spoke slowly, and then said, "How is the transfer I requested? If you don't do it now, I will become a Marine Admiral. I am speechless just thinking about it. The situation has changed. Your proposal has been unanimously rejected by the higher-ups. You are asked to remain in hiding for another 3 years." Bah! With just a few simple words, the other party hung up on the Din Din Mushi. The wrinkles on Kizaru's forehead deepened. After a while, he sighed and muttered to himself. 3 years after 3 years. Do you have to wait until I become one of the 5 elders before you're satisfied? A terrible storm swept across the new world. Somewhere in the sea on the Moby Dick, Whitebeard looked at the newspaper and couldn't help but wrinkle it. After a while, he suddenly burst into laughter. Kolalala. What terrible news. I'm afraid the times are going to be turbulent. On Onigashima, which is adjacent to Wano country, in a dark room, a giant was holding a huge wine gourd. He drank it all up, ton, and then threw the wine gourd to the ground. With a drunken and ferocious look on his face, he said, "A terrifying monster. I don't know if it can kill me." The fat lady on Cake Island had her heavy makeup fall off after seeing the news. Well, MOM.MY Kingdom is in need of monsters. Time passed, and after a few days, in Marihoa after the disaster, civilians did not evacuate the city, because they have nowhere to go. The giant beast seemed to have made it its home here and had been crawling in Panga City without leaving. Occasionally, survivors passing by the ruined city wall would involuntarily look inside. One was to see the giant beast, and the other was to covet the treasures in the treasury of the celestial dragons. However, the terrifying creature that lives there at this moment is like a dragon guarding treasure. But they are not the warriors who slay the dragon. But there are still people who take risks. Is the monster dead? It's been several days since I moved. A group of refugees who had lost their homes looked at the road inside Panga City through the broken city walls. How is that possible? Didn't you see that the monster's abdomen was still moving? He should be sleeping, someone objected. How about we sneak in while he's sleeping? After all, that's where the celestial dragons live. Before the man could finish, a voice immediately retorted, "You're crazy. That monster can kill you with just one sneeze." But my home. Before the man could finish his words, he was stopped by the man from before. "I advise you not to think about those unrealistic things. If you don't want to live anymore, I won't stop you. If you want to do it, wait until we're gone. And don't get us into trouble." Hearing everyone's dissuasion, the man hesitated for a moment, then followed everyone away, not forgetting to look back at the giant beast crawling in Panga City. In the early morning, just as the sky was getting light and everyone was asleep, a sneaky figure slipped out of the refugee camp and headed towards Panga City. However, the man did not notice that in the morning mist in the distance, figures were heading towards Panga City. 51. Chapter 051 The Ambition of Clan D. The morning mist has not yet faded, and the humidity in Panga City is high again. The white fog roughly outlines the contours of the huge city. There are more and more gray figures in the shadows. The sound of shoes trampling gravel startled the sneaky man, and he quickly turned around and looked back. "Tisk, and you still say you don't want those treasures?" Looking at the gray figure in the mist, a hint of disdain flashed in the man's eyes. However, the next moment, all the disdain was replaced by astonishment. Black robes, blood-red patterns, and under the huge hoods were cold and gloomy faces. As the footsteps became clearer, the group of people were getting closer and closer to him. Looking at those cold and ruthless faces, the man sat down trembling. However, the group of people walked past him as if they didn't see him and looked straight ahead. If you still want to see the rising sun, then get lost. Tell everyone in Marihoa that from now on this place is a restricted area for everyone. Just after the group of weirdos had all passed, a man with a totem printed on the left side of his cheek at the end of the team stopped and warned them. Ah! The vicious look instantly made the man's heart beat wildly. He screamed and stood up and ran towards the refugee camp. Howls of fear. like an alarm clock that breaks the quiet morning. Phew. Ghidorah, who was sleeping in Panga City, seemed to sense something. A heat wave blew out of his nostrils, and he slowly opened his huge eyes. Monkey D. Ascend. Looking at the trembling old man who was the leader of the group of people in front of him, King Ghidorah's ferocious dragon head showed a smile. Uncle Ghidorah. When the old man heard this, tears flowed from his eyes and his aged face was exposed. He smiled like a child who had been away for many years seeing his parents. You finally came back. I knew you wouldn't abandon us. We have searched the world for hundreds of years, but we never thought you would be imprisoned and impelled down. A few years ago, it was that little fellow Long who suggested sending someone to push the city forward to take a look. Looking at the tearful Masend, Ghidorah interrupted directly. It's all over. Don't worry. I will settle all the pain and hatred of everyone over the years with them. Hearing his words, Muzin knelt in front of King Ghidorah and cried bitterly, like a child who had been bullied and went home to cry. The clan members behind him saw that their ancestor was crying like a human, and even the old patriarch's dignity was gone. They didn't know what to do. No one disturbs, and no one can disturb. It was not until a long time later, when all the pain that had been hidden in his heart for hundreds of years was released, that Masend realized his mistake. He quickly stood up, tidied his clothes, and apologized to him. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. No, it's not bad to release the grievances of these years. Ghidorah's lips curled up, and he stood up slowly with a rumble. Welcome back to paradise. From today on, Panga City once again returns to the D clan. Go, Muzin, find all the treasures. This will be the starting money for our D clan to rise again. It won't be long before the great kingdom regains its former glory. Yes, sir. Hearing this, Monkey D. Masend straightened his skinny body and responded solemnly. Then, as if he had thought of something, he waved to the middle-aged man standing behind him and introduced Ghidorah. Uncle, this is the hope of the Monkey D family. Drag, this is the greatest guardian of the D clan that I mentioned to you. Upon hearing this, Dorag took off the hood on his head, revealing a face with an Indian totem-like pattern, and bowed respectfully. Monkey D. Dragon, meet the ancestor. Seeing the totem on Dragon's face, King Ghidorah's eyes were filled with memories, and after a while he spoke. Mythical beast, it must be that fruit. Hearing this, Dorag was slightly surprised and immediately replied, Yes. Don't let this fruit down. IT has more than just wind and thunder abilities. After all, the original purpose of creating it was to create a god of the sky. Ghidorah couldn't help but sigh when he heard this. Then he felt that he had said too much, so he changed his words and said, Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. Just develop it well. One day, you will become the king of this sky. Compared to you, my abilities are insignificant. Dorag bowed his head humbly. You don't have to do this in front of me. And Ghidorah narrowed his huge golden eyes and continued, I can see the reluctance and desire in your eyes. If that's the case, just follow your own ideas and continue making trouble. Remember, in this world, nothing can stop the ambitions of the D clan, not even the former 20 kings. Upon hearing this, Dorag's eyes trembled slightly, and he subconsciously looked up at the giant beast in front of him. In the following time, Masend led his people to dig the treasure house, while Dragon was left behind by King Ghidorah. Although Dragon's revolutionary army had a certain scale, it was still too weak in the subsequent events. The reason why he kept the other person was that he was prepared to tell him some revolutionary theories in his memory. As the communication deepened, Dorag's eyes grew wider and wider, and he even looked at the giant beast beside him with admiration in his eyes. The other party's words were like opening a brand new door for him. In particular, the new democratic revolution, socialist revolution, and socialist construction, the construction of the revolutionary army and military strategy, policies and tactics, ideological and political work and cultural work, and party building have been enriched and developed with original theories. When Dorag heard this, he felt like they had met too late. Until the end of the conversation between the two sides, Dragon simply regarded King Ghidorah as a god. Seeing the other party's admiring eyes, King Ghidorah couldn't help but feel a little proud. Fortunately, I have a very good memory. The knowledge I have learned has not been forgotten. He was so exhausted from talking that he felt it was enough, so he sent the other party away to help everyone dig for the treasure. Dorag had already revered him as a god, so of course he would not disobey. He stood up and was about to leave, but then he remembered something and stopped and said, Ancestor, when I was looking for information about you, I accidentally got a piece of news about the Sky Lord Rodden. Radon. What news? Ghidorah asked. After you disappeared, Rodden caused a big disturbance in the newly established world government, but was later wounded by the 20 kings and escaped. He did not die, but no one knows where he went. Dorag thought for a moment and said, not dying is good news. I don't think that guy will go anywhere else. During this time, tell me the approximate location of the island with the volcano, and I will look for it myself. Ghidorah thought for a moment and said, a guy who can't live without fire will probably never leave the volcano. As long as the other party is not dead, he will be found eventually. Okay, I'll notify the Revolutionary Army to do the statistics. If they need help? No, you can't help with this kind of thing. After all, it's entering a volcano. By the way, if there are any talents worth training in the Revolutionary Army, please recommend them over. They must be those with the ability of the no fruit. After all, I don't know how to do taijutsu myself. Ghidorah thought that a huge amount of manpower would be needed next, so he decided to start training strong men. For others, this might be difficult, but for him, it was just a waste of nap time. 52. Chapter 052, Who Am I Spying On? In just one day, Muzend and others dug out all the treasures of the celestial dragons. The wealth gained is not enough to be described as wealth. Looking at the mountains of treasure, everyone's eyes were as big as buns, especially the more than 10 devil fruits, which are even more eye-scorching. King Ghidorah handed over all the treasures to Muzend for management and ordered him to rebuild Panga City. In the following period, Panga City welcomed a new master, and the post-war reconstruction gave hope to the civilians of Marigios. Everything is going well in the post-disaster reconstruction of Marihoa. 3 days later, Dorag's Revolutionary Army brought the sordid information about the volcanic island to Panga City. The person who came was none other than the Chief of Staff of the Revolutionary Army, Sabo. When Sabo saw Ghidorah, his eyes were full of shock. He really couldn't believe that the giant beast crawling in front of him was the legendary King Uranus. Thinking of the task assigned to him by Dorag, he hurriedly took out the documents from his pocket, but he became embarrassed the next moment. The behemoth in front of him was too huge, and the document in its hand was probably too small for the behemoth to even wipe its butt. Just lay the papers out in front of you. The huge head appeared in front of Sabo, and when it opened its mouth, a bloody storm erupted. Sabo suppressed his discomfort and quickly opened the document in his hand and spread it in front of himself. The huge golden eyes swept across the documents and memorized the name of the island and its approximate geographical location. Thinking of what he had promised Dorag, the left side of his head opened its huge mouth, rolled up a devil fruit with its tongue, and placed it in front of the other party. I think Dorag should have told you. If you eat it, you will gain the power of the dark fruit. Eat it. Are you sure you're not kidding? When Sabo heard this, his face turned green instantly. Not to mention whether the power represented by the fruit is strong or not. No one can eat what you just took out of your mouth. Because of his own fruit, King Ghidorah is unable to break free of his behemoth form, so whatever he stores will be stored in a special space inside the left side of his neck. You don't have to eat it all, just take a bite. Seeing the other party's shy look, he knew what the other party was thinking, but there was nothing he could do but give him a friendly reminder. Sabo, who has recovered his memory, is indeed eager for the dark fruit. But deep down I feel conflicted. After hesitating for a long time, he finally picked up the dark fruit and took a bite with his eyes closed. Vomit. An indescribable smell stimulated his taste buds crazily. Fortunately, you only need to eat one bite of this thing, otherwise you might be killed by the smoke before you can gain any ability. After eating a devil fruit, one instantly gains its abilities. Looking at the faint black smoke in his hand, all the discomfort in Sabo's heart suddenly disappeared. Just like a curious baby who gets a new toy, he keeps trying to change his dark form and absorbs some of the surrounding gravel into the darkness and then releases it. As he experimented, he discovered that his dark fruit, although belonging to the natural system, could not be elementalized, and he had a strange feeling in his heart that made him frown. Feel it. Seeing the other party's appearance, King Ghidorah slowly spoke. Although the dark fruit belongs to the nature system, it cannot be elementalized. Although it cannot be transformed into an element, it has a feature that other fruits cannot match. That is, the user of the dark fruit can possess a second fruit. I have quite a few devil fruits, but none suitable for you. And don't be like that fool Blackbeard and think about taking away the powerful fruit. Because that doesn't suit you, the only thing that's suitable for the dark fruit is the swallow fruit. So in the next period of time, you have to pay attention to the movement of this fruit. Thinking about how he had created the combination of the dark fruit and the swallow fruit, Ghidorah couldn't suppress his excitement. What the Revolutionary Army lacks now is not strong men, but a logistical support that can produce everything. As for what the other party can create by combining the two fruits, no one knows. After all, the same fruit has different effects on different people. There is no doubt about this point. You can see the results from Luffy and Joy Boy. Time flies. Sabo spent 2 days in Marihoa getting familiar with the devil fruit abilities. After hearing the news about the user of the swallow fruit, he hurried away. The reconstruction of Panga City is still ongoing, and King Ghidorah directly divided the square area into his own lair. While Panga City was being rebuilt, the New World Navy G1 fortress, which was far away from it, was also being expanded. The previous marshal resigned in a hurry, former Vice Admiral Garp resigned and returned to Windmill Village, and Vice Admiral Tsuru fell ill in his office due to his worries about the blow suffered by the Navy. The new generals either died or left, and the only one left who could take on the main responsibility was Kizaru. It can be said that the one who survives is the leader. He was forced into the position of Admiral of the Navy without much effort. Sitting in a simple and spacious office, I was in a state of panic, flipping through the documents on the desk. Because of the sinking of Marineford, the Navy had to build a new headquarters, and the New World G1 fortress became the best choice. Listening to the ding-dong sounds of construction outside the window, Kizaru did not feel a bit of joy, but instead looked tired and worried. This good employee who has always adhered to the principle of salary in place, the 4 emperors will be useless, found a higher salary may not necessarily be a good thing. I used to think that it was good to just get a salary and live a lazy life. But now it's good the salary has increased a lot, and the workload has also increased. But this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is, which side are you on? If you climb one more step, you will reach the 5 Elder Stars, right? Will you then go undercover on your own? Holding the documents in his hand, his mind was wandering with random thoughts. Report to the Marshal, the Holy Land of Marihoa send back the message. A few days ago, Panga City resumed construction, and the surveillance personnel said that they saw the Revolutionary Army in Marigios. Hearing the words Revolutionary Army, Kizaru's body shook involuntarily. The Revolutionary Army, Kuwa. Forget it, let's get the Navy that's monitoring back. After all, that place is very dangerous. Compared to that terrifying beast, the Revolutionary Army is insignificant. Thinking of the contact between the monster and the man, he felt a little speechless. He used to sit in the general's seat and didn't think much of it. But when he actually sat in the position of marshal and understood some things he had never understood before, his whole brain exploded. There is one more thing I need to report to you. Recently, several groups of mysterious people have appeared at the entrance of the Grand Line, and some have even attempted to go directly through the comm belt to the New World. Who are these people? Kizaru was stunned when he heard that. I'm not sure about the details. They are all unfamiliar faces and their identities are not clear yet. The messenger replied, Okay, I understand. What an eventful time. Huang Yuan buried his body deeply in the office chair, raised his head, stared at the ceiling with lifeless eyes, and felt that he seemed to be on a road of no return. 53, Chapter 053, Heading to Wano Country. Time flies by, and strangely, Ghidorah caused such a big fuss, and the world government suffered such a huge loss, but not only did they not issue a bounty, there wasn't even any movement at all. This kind of performance is actually intriguing. But then again, even if the world government reacts, I'm afraid Ghidorah won't care. Offering a reward for something like that means nothing to him. After resting for a few days, he began to search according to the location of the island given by Sabo. In the New World closest to the Red Earth continent, several islands with volcanoes could not be sensed. Instead, its huge body soars in the sky, occasionally encountering sailing pirates and causing panic. Soaring in the clouds. Suddenly, an island surrounded by mountains below caught his attention. After thinking for a while, he seemed to search the name of this island from his memory, Dressrosa. The island that was controlled by the Don Quixote family 800 years ago now seems to have returned to its original owner and is controlled by Doflamingo. After many twists and turns, it returns to its hands. Ghidorah muttered to himself, remembering the other party's performance in the Battle of Marineford. He flapped his wings and flew towards the island. Dressrosa, inside the royal palace castle of the King's Highlands. All members of the Don Quixote family gather here. Since the end of the War of Marineford, Doflamingo has been in shock after receiving the news that Ghidorah was causing trouble in Marihoa. He never expected that the guy would do such a shocking thing. He never expected that the leader of the Celestial Dragons, who was unattainable in his eyes, would flee in panic and even hide in the new world and disappear together with the Celestial Dragons. He knew that it would not end there, so he kept looking for an opportunity to get close to the creature. Oh no, young master, there is a giant monster falling from the sky. Okay, it looks like Ghidorah. At this moment, a member of the Don Quixote family stumbled into the door without even knocking, and said with a look of horror, Omega, Nanny. The Don Quixote family members in the house were shocked when they heard this. The horrifying creature that became famous throughout the world in just half a month actually came to Dressrosa? This explosive news must have shocked everyone. Compared to the world government, their small Don Quixote family is no match for that monster. Just as everyone was worried, Doflamingo, who was sitting in the main seat, suddenly burst into laughter. Oh, family, the dawn of our Don Quixote family has come. As he spoke, he stood up, opened his arms, and walked out with an excited smile on his face. Let's go and welcome the King of Heaven of this world. The Don Quixote family officials widened their eyes upon hearing this, and then they remembered. The young master once said that during the war on Marineford, he reached some kind of cooperative relationship with that creature. Everyone couldn't help but show excitement at the thought of being able to cooperate with that horrible creature. Accompanied by excited and devilish laughter, as soon as everyone walked out of the castle, they saw a huge golden three-headed beast flying towards them. The violent hurricane blowing on the face felt like a knife scraping. But even so, no one showed any pain. Instead, their eyes were burning and showed great excitement. Although the Don Quixote family appears to be powerful, they are actually still relatively weak in the face of real powerful forces. Take Kaido, for example. The two sides seem to have a cooperative relationship, but in fact, even Doflamingo himself is very afraid of the former. Compared to Kaido, Doflamingo believes that the giant creature in front of him is the best partner or backer. Boom. With a loud bang, the giant beast landed in front of the castle, causing a violent storm. The storm dissipated, and Doflamingo led his family members to walk towards the beast first, stopping 20 meters away from it and said, Dear Lord Ghidorah, welcome to Dressrosa. After saying this, he led everyone in bowing and saluting, which was a very humble gesture. Don Quixote, Doflamingo. Should I call you a celestial dragon or something else? Ghidorah poked his hideous head in front of the few people, his golden eyes filled with a playful sneer. Well, as the bloody storm passed by, Doflamingo's group stopped all movement and instantly felt as cold as if they had fallen into an icy cave. The secret of Doflamingo being a celestial dragon is not a secret at all, but not many people know about it. However, what no one expected was that the giant beast in front of them actually knew. Moreover, judging from what the giant beast did, it was obvious that it hated the celestial dragons. Doflamingo seemed to be under a spell of immobilization that it took him a long time to recover, and he grinned in vain. Oh. After laughing, he said loudly without caring, Yes, I am a descendant of the celestial dragons. The things in my blood can never be eliminated, but I am not proud of being a celestial dragon, if possible. At this point, his face suddenly turned gloomy and ferocious, and he said viciously, I will destroy this race with my own hands. Ghidorah sneered upon hearing this, and after a while he said, I'll believe you for now. I really want to see the duel between the two generations of Don Quixote heroes. At this point, the golden eyes moved slightly and looked at the other party. But if you want to awaken with a fruit, I'm afraid you don't have this opportunity. Doflamingo knows many secrets of the celestial dragons. That is why, even though he was defeated in the original work, he was sent to impel down and treated well. When he heard the other party mention the ancestor of the Don Quixote family, he couldn't help but think of some things he saw in his childhood, and said in surprise, Ancestors? Is that rumor true? Whether it's true or not, it won't be long before the truth comes out. They are just a bunch of guys hiding their heads and showing their tails. Ghidorah sneered and mocked, then slowly retracted his head and looked down at Doflamingo condescendingly. Doflamingo, now I'm asking you one last time, are you willing to join the Great Kingdom Project? The Great Kingdom Project? What will be the consequences if you don't join? Doflamingo couldn't help but ask. Die. Ghidorah said this with a strong murderous intent, without any concealment. When everyone heard this, their hearts trembled and their bodies became stiff. I choose to join on behalf of the Don Quixote family. Doflamingo, who had no intention of resisting at all, laughed neurotically. Everything suddenly dawned on him. Joining the so-called Great Kingdom plan would bring him huge rewards no matter how much he paid. Apart from anything else, the opponent's overwhelming strength is enough to make him proud. Well, in that case, then I will terminate all activities of your Don Quixote family. I know you have many businesses in the underground forces. Your mission is to manufacture weapons and recruit personnel. After all, your opponent is the 20 Kings group with 100 member countries. After receiving the other party's reply, King Ghidorah directly issued the first order. But what about Kaido? Doflamingo looked at him in embarrassment. Humph, don't try to be clever. Since we are in the New World, let's go to Wano country and take a look. Don't worry about Kaido's affairs. Just complete the tasks I assigned to you. I will send someone to negotiate with you when the time comes. After saying that, King Ghidorah spread his wings with a whoosh, flapped them violently, and soared straight up with the surging air waves, flying towards the Wano country in his memory. 54. Chapter 054. Landing on Onigashima, Kaido is not at home. Grand Line, the second half of the New World, Wano country. It has a long history, and once had close ties with the kingdom ruled by King Ghidorah. The kingdom of the past has withered and died, especially the performance of Momonosuke in the original work. I was extremely disappointed and even disgusted. Viewed from the clouds, the island looks like a cliff waterfall. There is the beautiful flower capital, the wasteland-like Kuri, the sinful rabbit bowl, and the Onigashima Island with a giant skull. Without Doflamingo's episode, the trip to Wano country would have been a matter of time. Onigashima is the base of the Beast Pirates, and Kaido, known as the strongest creature in the world, has been lurking here all year round. Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature, usually lives on Onigashima. The greatest pleasure is to commit suicide, or to be on the way to commit suicide. Ghidorah sneered at this performance. The sun gradually sets, and it's dinner time. The whole ghost island is bustling with activity. Wild laughter, cheerful music, and the diffuse smell of alcohol. This is the life of a pirate. However, behind this seemingly unbridled joy lies a heinous darkness. The Beast's pirates are a group of extremely vicious criminals who do all kinds of evil. No, that's not good. A broken howl sounded in Onigashima, interrupting the joyful dinner party. The hall on the first floor of Onigashima suddenly became quiet, and hundreds of strange-looking animal-type ability users looked at the minion who ran in. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the pirate became even more nervous, and his legs were shaking like the waves. What happened? At this time, a bald, fat man wearing sunglasses and a black and white striped suspender jumpsuit stood up and asked, "Kuei, Master Quinn, no, something bad has happened. Oh my god, something is falling from the sky." "Heaven, things. What the hell are you talking about?" Quinn asked with a confused look on his face. No, that monster is coming down." At this time, another pirate came stumbling over, accidentally tripped, and had to roll into the hall. "What's going on?" Seeing the panicked look on the pirates' faces, Quinn's face darkened. Ghidorah has landed on Onigashima. Sigma. In the entire hall, everyone's eyes bulged out when they heard this. "Everyone, follow me," Quinn yelled, turning around to lead everyone out. Boom. There was a loud bang, interrupting everything, and a big hole was broken in the solid wall. As the earth and rocks fell, the dust suddenly broke open, and a ferocious dragon head, different from Kaido's fish fruit and the blue dragon form, poked out of the first layer. Sigma. The crowd, who had just recovered, widened their eyes again and looked at the ferocious dragon head in fear. Bang. It's over. No. This monster has such a terrifying aura. Along with the sound of glasses shattering, Quinn, one of the three calamities, had his eyes bulged out, his mouth wide open with his tongue waving, and he said with a look of horror, "You are Quinn from the Beast's Pirates, right?" The huge dragon head suddenly opened its mouth and a bloody breath gushed out. La, what on earth happened? Why did this monster come to Ghost Island? Looking at the huge dragon head, Quinn couldn't close his mouth because his tongue was still making waves and his words were trembling like the waves of the ocean. What? Is this the courage of the three disasters of the Beast Pirates? Ghidorah looked at Quinn, who looked like a fool in front of him, and sneered. "How dare you laugh at me?" Quinn, who was like a funny guy, became angry when he heard this. His body began to swell and change as he howled, and soon he turned into a giant brachiosaurus with yellow skin. "Don't laugh at me in front of me. Go away, monster." As soon as the words fell, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shattered, and a huge brachiosaurus rose from the ground until it was almost touching the ceiling of the top floor of Onigashima, and suddenly fell down and smashed towards Ghidorah's head below. What the hell is this trick? Ghidorah was really surprised that a brachiosaurus could jump so high. Boom. A loud crash was heard, and the entire first floor of the ground began to shake. A cloud of blood mist rose above Ghidorah's head. Cough. Quinn, who was in the form of a brachiosaurus, had his eyeballs trembling wildly and spat out blood from his mouth. It felt like his head was about to shatter. On the other hand, Ghidorah, who was hit, seemed to be fine and didn't even feel any pain. With a loud bang, the ferocious dragon head swung, and with a bang, Quinn, who didn't know whether to live or die, was thrown away. Boom. Cough. The moment it crashed into the stone wall, the yellow brachiosaurus opened its mouth wide and spurted out another mouthful of blood. Then its eyes turned white and it slid down the wall to the ground without any movement. Kuei Master Quinn, too terrifying, actually, defeated the three calamities with just one strike. Run. The pirates on the first floor stared at the unconscious Quinn in amazement, their hearts trembling. No one expected that the three calamities of the beast's pirates couldn't even withstand a single blow from that monster. So scary. In the blink of an eye, the entire Ghost Island fell into chaos. The pirate minions ran desperately in all directions. What? At this moment, a sinister voice sounded in the chaos, and when the owner of the voice saw the hideous head breaking through the wall, his eyes widened. Ghidorah, this is the headquarters of the beast's pirates. Are you trying to start a war? Jack, who had just returned from outside, instantly recognized the ferocious dragon head and said with a gloomy and solemn expression, "Start a war? What the hell are the beast pirates?" Ghidorah glanced at Jack with contempt and said coldly. Faced with that terrifying look, Jack couldn't help but tremble. Thinking that Kaido was not on Onigashima now, he was secretly worried. If he allowed this guy to destroy things wantonly, this island would probably follow in the footsteps of Marineford. Restraining the fear in his heart, Jack activated the ability of his fruit and transformed into an ancient mammoth. "You are not allowed to do anything reckless here. Just you." The contemptuous look made Jack furious. He glared and said sharply, "Who do you think I am? I am the beast's pirate, Drought." Boom. Puff. Before Jack could finish his words, Ghidorah turned around, and his huge tail shattered the wall, sweeping across and blew Jack, who had turned into a mammoth, away. The huge mammoth crashed into the houses, broke through the walls with a bang, and flew out of the hall. Neither strength nor words can do it. After blowing Jack away, Ghidorah raised his huge twin tails and slammed them into the wall again, directly collapsing the left half of his skull. He shouted loudly, "Little Jean, come out." 55, Chapter 055. If you want to die, why run around? Call. Bang. Suddenly, a flaming pterosaur flew down from the sky, and its sharp beak hit King Ghidorah's head, causing a ball of flames to burst out. The raging flames instantly spread over his entire head, then went out in the blink of an eye, with wisps of green smoke rising. Ghidorah shook his head, the green smoke dissipated, and his eyes moved slightly, locking onto Jin in the air in front of him. "Little devil." The voice was neither sad nor happy, and no one knew the meaning of this sentence. When the members of the beast's pirates saw the first of the three calamities appear, they seemed to have found their backbone and all shrank behind King, who was wrapped in black and wearing a mask. "Boss Jean, that guy attacked Onigashima. He also knocked out Quinn and Master Jack." He was calm and collected, knowing that he was no match for his opponent. However, Kaido had gone out to commit suicide and had not returned yet, so he was the strongest person in the entire Onigashima. Hearing the numerous complaints, Jean narrowed his eyes slightly and asked in a deep voice as if he was facing a great enemy, "What brings you to Onigashima?" "I was originally planning to look for Kaido, but it seems it's not a good time. The boss will be back soon. You can wait for a while, but please don't destroy the Ghost Island again." Faced with the terrifying monster, Jin had to lower his posture. Not only did that attack fail to hurt the opponent, but it also caused his own blood to boil. "What we need to do now is to find a way to appease the creature in front of us and wait until Kaido comes back." Boom. After hearing what Jean said, Ghidorah pulled his tail out of the Onigashima skull, glanced at Jean and said, "I can wait, but..." You have to come chat with me. Jean frowned when he heard this, glanced around at the skull's condition, and nodded. Ken? As he said that, he flew past King Ghidorah and headed towards the edge of Onigashima. Looking at the flames that were coming out of Cinder's back, King Ghidorah's eyes were filled with memories, and he immediately flapped his wings to catch up with him. On the edge of Ghost Island, 3 golden beasts were lying on the ground, dozing off, with no one knowing what they were thinking about. Jean, dressed in black and wearing a mask, stood aside like a bodyguard, saying nothing, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at the giant beast beside him. The mask hid his shocked expression, but it couldn't suppress the rapid beating of his heart. Nothing escaped Ghidorah's perception. He slowly opened his golden eyes, his pupils moving slightly as he looked at Jin with a pair of black wings. You are the only survivor of the Lunaria tribe, right? Although he already had the answer in his mind, he still couldn't help asking. Hearing the words Lunalia, Jin's body trembled violently, and he immediately turned to look at the giant beast beside him, with undisguised surprise in his eyes. How do you know? There is nothing in this world that I don't know. The Lunalia tribe has a strong ability to adapt and can survive in any environment, moreover. At this point, Ghidorah stopped. Jean frowned, and seeing that the other party was still not speaking, he asked, And what? Seeing this, Ghidorah calmed down and slowly spoke. It is a race that has been called God since ancient times. I think the current situation must be related to those old guys from Baika? Baika? Hearing this word, Jin's body trembled involuntarily. At the same time, a bigger question arose in my mind. How did he know about this obscure island called Baika? As if to explain his doubts, Ghidorah said slowly, Baika was once my hometown. If you are really a member of the Lunalia tribe, you should have heard of the name Lunalia Kraus. What? Hearing the name Lunalia Kraus, Jin could no longer remain calm. His eyes widened and he looked at the huge beast beside him. When Jin was a child, while his family was still alive, his mother mentioned the name Lunalia Kraus to him more than once. Compared to the Lunalia tribe, Kraus is the hero and ancestor of the entire tribe. Rumor has it that the credit for their family being able to live on Earth all comes from Kraus. As for the details, no one knows. In short, the name Klaus is an inviolable sacred belief in the hearts of every Lunalia member. Even though he is the only one left in the tribe, he still firmly believes in what his mother said. One day, their hero will return to the Earth again. Wrong. The other party is not. How is that possible? I don't know where you heard Lunalia Kraus, but please don't make fun of other people's beliefs. Otherwise, even if it means death. As he spoke, Jin slowly placed his hand on the hilt of the knife, and a blazing flame appeared on his back as he said, I will also try my best to make you pay the price for the humiliation. Snort. King Ghidorah snorted coldly and said, Little devil, put away your insignificant flame. Ghidorah, it's just the name of my fruit. Then, Uranus. Jin asked puzzledly. Uranus represents the king of heaven, and it was just added by some self-righteous guys. Ghidorah said disdainfully, What about D? Jin did not draw his sword, but asked a more confusing question. D? Just a bunch of Ghidorah. Just as King Ghidorah opened his mouth, an angry roar that shook the sky rang out above his head, and a green dragon rushed down from the sky accompanied by lightning and thunder. The troublesome guy has appeared. Jean should leave Ghost Island. There is no need for him to exist here anymore. Ghidorah flew up with a boom, and his cold voice reached Jin's ears. Looking at the rising Ghidorah, Jin was reluctant to draw his sword. After hearing what Ghidorah said, he felt extremely complicated. After all, he is the only one in the entire Lunalia tribe now, and it is impossible for anyone else to know the ancient legend. Especially the name Klaus, it is even more unlikely that anyone knows it. At this moment, he really wanted to know what happened to the Lunalia tribe. Boom. 2 huge monsters collided in the sky above Onigashima, producing a huge sonic boom, and the violent shockwave instantly spread like radiation. The entire Ghost Island shook violently under the influence of that invisible force. Jin, who was below, looked at the 2 giant creatures colliding in surprise. He reacted instantly and rushed into the hall on the first floor of Ghost Island. Find the unconscious Quinn and Jack and take them to escape from Ghost Island's skull. A violent gust of wind mixed with flames and electricity spread out, and with a loud bang, the skeleton roof in the sky shattered. The impact of the collision between the 2 sides was so terrifying We can imagine what would happen next. I'm afraid that Onigashima will no longer exist. Gololoyolo. The hard scales can actually make me feel pain. I don't know if you can kill me. High in the sky, Kaido, in the form of a blue dragon, stood on the clouds, staring at the three golden beasts in front of him with his huge eyes. Wanna die? I can help you. Why run around? 56, Chapter 056 Double Dragon. Kaido's eyes were glaring, his teeth were bared, and a look of madness appeared on his face. What does an angry beast look like? Kaido is just like this. After hearing what King Ghidorah said, Kaido in the blue dragon form breathed out hot white smoke like a heat wave. Very good, you have succeeded in irritating me. Kaido could not bear the naked insult and contempt. With his eyes glowing red, he suddenly turned and rushed towards Ghidorah. Are you planning to fight hand-to-hand? Ghidorah's expression remained unchanged as he looked at Kaido, who was rushing towards him with contempt in his eyes. Although no one knows who created the blue dragon fruit, it definitely came from his mouth, because in this world, he's the only one who has ever mentioned the carp leaping over the dragon gate. The majestic, over 100-meter-long green dragon had endless anger beneath its ferocious smile, and it suddenly released a huge pressure, pressing downwards. At the same time, the huge dragon head hit the chest of the giant beast. Bang! Heart without pads like steel. This was Kaido's first sensation, followed by a piercing pain that spread from the top of his head throughout his body. Kaido! Ghidorah, who was attacked directly on the chest, roared angrily, and his huge wings were like a sharp fan blade, swept towards Kaido with a strong wind. Looking at the wings that were bigger than his own, even Kaido, who claimed to be the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. I couldn't help but think to myself, will this thing kill me? Even though he always tries to commit suicide, he is just pretending to be cool because he knows he can't die. Faced with the overwhelming wings, he did not dare to hesitate at all. He twisted his body like a dragon and dodged the attack. Boom. Kaido dodged the attack, but the hurricane created by the flapping of the huge wings instantly hit Onigashima. The members of the beast's pirates below were in trouble. The Ghost Island was shrouded in a storm, the buildings collapsed, and the pirate minions were flying all over the sky, screaming and yelling. Oh, help Lord Kaido. A puff, a puff. The Ghost Island is filled with all kinds of sounds, and it seems as terrifying as the end of the world. The pirates who were not blown away held on tightly to any objects that could stabilize themselves. He looked at the two huge monsters in the sky with despair and horror, wishing he could use his feet to dig a hole in the ground to hide in. Looking at the Ghost Island, ravaged by the strong wind. All the careful preparations over the years are about to be destroyed. Kaido became completely angry and made a strange sound with his mouth open. Huralu, you have completely angered me. I will let you know how terrible it is to anger a four-emperor. Sizzle. Along with the sound of energy gathering, a red ball of energy formed in Kaido's mouth. Why? No, Boss Kaido, we are still down there. Run. Boss Kaido is angry again. Looking at the gradually forming red energy, the pirate minions below, who were not blown away, screamed in fear. The gust of wind just now almost took their lives. If Kaido were to do that again, there wouldn't be a single feather left on Onigashima. The sky rang out as the crowd howled in despair. Boom! The sky, which had already darkened, suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Thunder rumbled, golden lightning flashed, and a strong wind swept up. There was a mixture of light and darkness in the sky above the entire Ghost Island. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning emerged from the dark clouds, suddenly illuminating the entire Onigashima Island and falling on King Ghidorah. As the thunder fell, dense golden lightning rained down like rain, instantly connecting the golden three-headed beast and the sky together. The magnificent view left the pirates below stunned. In the blink of an eye, the giant beast connected to thunder and lightning. The skin inside its scales lit up red like a paper lantern. Amid the roar of thunder that resounded through the sky, a series of terrifying, trembling voices rang out. Is this the monster's trick to destroy the Holy Land? It's over, Onigashima is completely finished. Jean, who had already escaped far away, looked at the giant beast that was like the king of the sky, and then glanced at Kaido, who was gathering energy, and mixed feelings arose in his heart. With his strength, he couldn't intervene in such a battle. But Kaido had done him a favor, and he couldn't bear to watch him do this. At this moment, Quinn on the ground woke up, and seeing the spectacular sight in the sky, He was so scared that his eyes bulged out and his tongue twitched. Golden lightning fell from the sky, illuminating the entire ghost island. Amid the thunder that resounded through the sky, Kaido's angry and gloomy voice rang out. Hot breath. The red flames rose up fiercely, and the scorching temperature distorted the surrounding air. The pillar of fire, like a wave, swept towards Ghidorah with an irresistible force that penetrated everything. Buzz. Faced with the overwhelming fire, Ghidorah and his right head opened their huge mouths and spewed out golden rays, but his left head was a beat slower. Finally, the three rays converged together and headed towards the hot breath with a roar that could tear the sky and the earth apart. Boom! Thunder and fire collided, and the mountains shook and the earth trembled in an instant. The two stalemated energies produced violent shocks and impacts. Before the people below could exclaim in amazement, they felt a powerful, unrivaled, and terrifying pressure coming down from above their heads. In an instant, the pirates fell to the ground, gritting their teeth with painful expressions. Click, click. All over the ghost island, the skull-shaped buildings made creepy sounds of being unable to bear the weight. How is it possible? Suddenly, someone noticed that the two colliding energies in the sky changed and screamed in horror. Lord Kaido's hot breath, unexpectedly. We're going backwards. In the eyes of the crowd, the two energies were in a stalemate for less than half a second, and the hot breath was pushed back by the rays from King Ghidorah's mouth. It was directly blown apart. A powerful gravitational ray blasted towards Kaido with the aura of destroying everything. Seeing his hot breath being blocked, Kaido's huge eyes widened, and his huge body tumbled in an attempt to avoid the golden attack. However, unexpectedly, the moment its heat breath stopped, the golden rays became as crazy as a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and a cloud of blood mist rose from Kaido's dragon tail. Crash! Bright red dragon blood fell from the sky, and every drop merged into the land of Ghost Island like raindrops. Roar! Suddenly, a deafening dragon roar was heard, and the huge dragon body rolled wildly above everyone's heads, and Kaido's extremely angry voice was heard. Unforgivable! It actually makes me feel fear. I'm going to kill you. 57, Chapter 57 Battle of Qinglong. Fierce, violent, murderous. Kaido the King of Beasts was angry, really angry. Are you angry? Facing the angry Kaido, Ghidorah had no reaction and just opened his mouth to make a teasing remark. His expression of contempt, as if he didn't even take it to heart, immediately made Kaido's dragon eyes turn red as blood. A wild beast without its mind can be terrifying. But, relatively speaking, a beast with a cool head is even more terrifying. Dark clouds, lightning, and thunder covered the entire ghost island as if doomsday had come. The Azure Dragon, with its huge, infinite body, spins rapidly around the entire ghost island like a gyroscope. Tornado! In an instant, lightning flashed, thunder roared, and strong winds blew, and rocks, mud, and pirates were swept away. The sounds of lightning and strong winds, mixed with the screams of the pirates, were extremely terrifying. Suddenly, twisted wind snakes tore between heaven and earth. Play with me. Feeling the strong gale around him, a hint of disdain flashed in Ghidorah's eyes. When it comes to the ability to play with the wind, I'm afraid no one can be his opponent except for the wind fruit, which has not appeared yet. He glanced at the other person with extreme contempt in his eyes. Suddenly, with a loud boom, it spread its huge wings and flapped them violently, and an even more terrifying hurricane was generated from under its wings. The two strong winds intertwined, and the colliding air currents swept across the entire sea like a level 18 typhoon. The wind was raging, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning and thunder flashed, and the sky and the earth lost their color at this moment. Bad wind. In the dark and chaotic world, Kaido opened his bloody mouth and spit out countless wind blades again. The wind blade, like the slash of a kamitachi, tore through the air and attacked Ghidorah. What a guy with a short memory. Seeing the wind blade, Ghidorah smiled grimly and flapped his huge wings suddenly. Phew. TSK, TSK, TSK. A violent hurricane swept over, blowing away everything in front of it, and green wind blades visible to the naked eye flew out. Puff, puff, puff. There was a sound like a sharp knife cutting through leather. The green wind blade submerged the giant dragon that was more than 100 meters long, and bright red raindrops fell. The wind was raging, and the entire ghost island was full of potholes and cracks. The original huge skeleton building has now become ruins. Roar! Kaido's body felt as if it was torn apart by the wind blade, causing him to let out a terrifying dragon roar. He felt the world in front of his eyes blur, and his body was shaking. If I continue, I'm afraid I'll really die, right? At this moment, this guy who claimed to be the strongest creature on land, sea, and air discovered that death was so close to him. It's so close that it's chilling. The mind was lost in an instant, and the body could no longer be maintained. Boom. The strongest creature in the sea lost consciousness and fell to the ground, crashing into the huge skeleton building. The invisible airwaves pushed up a huge dust storm, covering half of the island. Hurulu. Is this what it feels like to die? The ability of the fruit was automatically cancelled, and Kaido lay in the ruins, staring at the sky with lifeless eyes. He has experienced countless battles in his life, and his tenacious body has become numb. The strongest creature is just this. The cold words, like a needle, pierced Kaido's heart. The huge body covered with dense cracks trembled and wavered, but soon stabilized. I'm Kaido, how can I admit defeat so easily? His dazed eyes suddenly widened. A strong belief arose, and Kaido, who was lying on the ground, suddenly stood up. Ghidorah, don't even think about making me give up so easily. He raised the Langia list above his head, grinned and sneered, and as he sneered, a powerful aura burst out from his body. The domineering color is entangled. As purple-black lightning entangled him, his body swelled and agitated, and in the next moment he transformed into a blue dragon man surrounded by domineering colors. Oh, that you really are an indestructible cockroach. I intend to fulfill your wish. Looking at the gradually healing wound on the other's body, Ghidorah was slightly surprised and grinned grimly. Snort. Kaido snorted coldly and leaped into the air with a loud bang. The veins on his giant blue dragon arm bulged, and his knotted muscles squirmed wildly. The black lightning-like domineering aura instantly climbed up to the weapon in his hand. The huge black stick flashing with electric light was spinning around with a whirring sound. Suddenly, he shouted angrily. The third world, inducing Naraku. Black lightning overflowed from the pitch-black weapon, and as it smashed down, a terrifying shock wave burst out from the top like a torrent. Snap! The sound of air breaking was heard. With his violent, red eyes, he cruelly watched the impact of his own release, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on Kaido's face. That expression was as if he had seen the final outcome of the battle. However, the next moment, his red eyes suddenly opened wide. How is that possible? The violent impact of flashing black lightning hit the giant beast in front with a bang, and a huge explosion occurred. Before he could be happy, he saw the dust and noise blown away by a hurricane. Immediately afterwards, a golden giant beast appeared, unharmed and not even moving. Kaido, if that's all you're capable of, then you can go die. Ghidorah roared angrily, flapped his wings, and with a boom he flew away at an extremely fast speed in an instant. The huge eyes were cold and emotionless. The giant foot stretched out and kicked towards Kaido. Boom. As a circle of ripples spread out, Kaido in midair smashed into Onigashima like a cannonball, leaving a human-shaped hole on the ground. In a pit several dozen meters deep, Kaido was in constant pain all over his body. Blood was gushing out of his body, and blood was coming out of his lips, nostrils, eyes, ears, all 7 orifices. Bright red blood flowed down his neck, which looked very terrifying. This is probably the first time he has appeared in such a tragic state since his debut. However, fish fruit, green the ability to dragon form, has terrifying self-healing abilities. As long as he has breath, he will not die. Damn it! Lousy, how could I possibly lose? I am Kaido. His terrifying recovery ability and vitality allowed him to slowly stand up again. His tenacity and madness made him the strongest in the land, sea, and air. This ability to endure pain alone surpasses everyone else. Looking at the golden world outside the cave, he rushed out of the cave like a devil crawling out of hell. Ghidorah. Seeing Kaido covered in blood, Ghidorah was stunned. The ability of this fruit and the opponent's ability to endure it were far beyond his expectations. Looking at Kaido, who was like the blood demon god and the evil ghost crawling out of hell, his eyes flashed with cold light. It swooped down from the sky with a loud bang, and its huge body instantly broke the sound barrier, coming with a violent whistling sound. Kaido, who rushed out of the pit, was well prepared. Seeing this, he did not dare to hesitate at all, and black lightning surged wildly. The muscles in his arms swelled, his hands tightly grasped his weapons, and his eyes were full of mad roars. Military T. Lilong Sheng Jun. 58, Chapter 58, Kill the Real Dragon and Look for the Fake Dragon. Boom, boom, boom. The pitch-black weapon wrapped in black lightning instantly grew larger, and as Kaido swung it with all his might, it turned into a phantom filling the sky. Kaido, who has lost his mind, is determined to defeat the giant beast in front of him regardless of the consequences. The terrifying momentum blows everything away. The raging storm appeared in vain. The situation changes dramatically. The dark, oppressive clouds were split in half by the strong airflow. The seawater was violently stirring up huge waves. But Ghidorah, who did not terminate the ray, moved his head slightly, and a violent electric current bombarded the ground and swept directly toward the opponent. The violent thunder instantly defeated those huge weapon phantoms and swept towards Kaido without stopping. Seeing the golden rays, Kaido wanted to use his domineering color to entangle and attack. However, he regretted it the next moment. The moment the domineering impact came into contact with the golden energy, he felt an extreme sense of uneasiness. Buzz. Puff. The speed of light is so fast that in just a moment, Kaido felt as if his body was cut by something, scorching hot and emitting a burnt smell. In the sight, a thick, huge arm with dragon scale tattoos flipped and flew past in front of him. Kaido couldn't believe it until he felt a pain as if his flesh and bones were being torn apart, and then he finally woke up. Actually, defeated so easily? It was not until this moment that Kaido realized that the gap between himself and the monster was not small. Kaido, I would like to call you the strongest in the land, sea, and air. In the past 800 years, you are the only one who has survived being hit by my rays. You should be proud of yourself. At this moment, King Ghidorah's voice of approval rang out in the sky. He said this from the bottom of his heart, without any intention of sarcasm. However, what Kaido heard was not that. Kaido found those mocking words particularly harsh, and his mouth twitched as he clenched his teeth tightly. He had never suffered such humiliation before, and he had been enduring it. He knew that if he continued, will really die. But how could he be willing to be ridiculed by others like this? Who is he? The governor of the beasts Purit, Kaido, the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. How could a man who dreams of dominating the sea endure being laughed at by others? Asshole! Suddenly, Kaido cursed angrily, holding his weapon in one hand and roaring. Oh, what do you mean the strongest land, sea, and air force? Are you mocking me? Even if I died, I won't take your name. With a roar, Kaido unleashed all the power he could without reservation. He was in the form of a one-armed dragon, with black electric eels madly moving around his body, and the ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed and cracked due to the violent force. The rampant, domineering aura invaded every inch of the surrounding land. Oh! Kaido, who has exceeded his limit and started to burn out his vitality, gradually had a distorted facial expression. Laugh. With a slight sound, the raging and violent energy was instantly restrained. The clouds and fog dissipated, the wind stopped, and the moonlight poured down, illuminating the tattered ghost island. The world seemed to have fallen into silence at this moment. Kaido, who was purple and black with flashes of red lightning, stood there quietly without a sound. Even the lightning wrapped around its body seemed to be roaring silently. Seeing his state, Ghidorah couldn't help but have a gleam in his eyes, thinking, as expected of a hero, has he actually reached that state? As if falling into a peaceful world, Kaido suddenly opened his eyes wide. A flash of black lightning flashed in his pupils, and he shouted angrily, Bagua! Buzz! The black energy wrapped in red lightning instantly broke through the sound barrier and erupted. In the face of this violent impact, the entire world lost its color. Well done! Without hesitation, Ghidorah mobilized the thunder power stored in his body. 3 rays gushed out and converged into a rough ray, crashing into the black energy. ZZ crack. A strange sound like that of raging electric current was heard, and where the two energies intersected, a huge round ball of energy was instantly formed. Half gold, half black and flashing with red lightning. The two violent energies were in a stalemate for just 1 second, and then the black energy was slowly pushed back by the golden rays. Kaido had blood oozing from the corners of his mouth, his face was covered with blue veins, and his teeth were grinding. However, no matter what he did, the golden ray did not stop at all, but instead became faster and faster. Buzz. Boom. The violent golden energy, with its devastating force, smashed Kaido's full-strength attack and struck him in a terrifying manner. The moment Kaido was hit by the golden energy, his mind suddenly flashed back to everything that had happened since he set out to sea. From forming a pirate group to joining Cross, and then to finally disbanding, he reformed his own pirate group and occupied Wano country. A lifetime of experiences passes before your eyes like a slideshow. The furious, bloodshot eyes gradually returned to clarity and confusion, and before he knew it, tears began to flow. Boom! Is this what it feels like to die? He dropped his weapon and looked up to take a look at the giant beast, but found only golden light in the sky. So dazzling. Boom! A deafening explosion sounded, and as a circle of huge impact slowly spread, a small mushroom-shaped cloud slowly formed. Amid the raging wind, the clouds rose into the sky with a roar. The red flames illuminated the entire Ghost Island, and a huge cloud of dust swept across. Lord Jane. Then, the energy is coming. We must dodge. Otherwise, the ship will break. In the waters of Onigashima, on a medium-sized pirate ship, the pirate minions were trembling as they looked at Jin standing at the bow. Jin looked back and saw Quinn, who was screaming in fear, and Jack, who was unconscious, spread his wings and flew into the sky. Quinn, take Jack and leave the New World. Kaido's pirates are disbanded. After saying that, Jin ignored the people shouting below and flew towards Onigashima. Ember. I won't give up my pirate career. Quinn, who had always been a funny guy, looked at the gradually receding figure. After a while, he turned back and ordered the pirates to Cake Island. Everyone knew that Lord Kaido's chance of surviving that attack was 0. After today, the Beast's pirates will be completely disbanded, but Quinn, who is used to being a pirate, does not want to leave this sea in disgrace. Instead of forming his own pirate group, he might as well go to Charlotte Linlin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The violent energy dissipated, and the huge Ghost Island no longer existed, replaced by a rocky reef sea area. Cinders, flying in the air, look for their target with a fluke mentality. Are you going to avenge him? At this moment, King Ghidorah's unique cold voice sounded above him. Jin's body trembled, and he immediately spoke. Mr. Kaido has been kind to me, but I know the gap between you and me. It's not too stupid. Ghidorah looked at Jin, who had transformed into a pterosaur below him, and after a while he said, Kaido's pirate group is no longer here. Come with me. After saying this, it flapped its wings and flew away into the distance. The extremely domineering language did not give Jin any chance to refute. After a slight hesitation, the latter caught up with the former. Where are you going? Punk Hazard. I heard there's a nasty little devil there. You can help me kill him. Why me? Because it's too weak. Well, when Jin heard this, he was stunned and almost fell from the sky. What's the point of letting yourself handle it when it's too weak? 59, Chapter 059, The Sensation in the World and the Origin of the Gods. The sky was getting brighter, and the dawnlight once again illuminated the entire sea. Before people get up, the diligent messenger has already spread all over the world. Newspapers that look like flyers fell from the sky like snowflakes on every island. People who get up early pick up the newspapers subconsciously. For just a moment, it was frozen in time, motionless. People who had just recovered from the shock of the destruction of Marineford and the holy land of Marihoa never expected that not long after the peaceful days, they would be greeted with shocking news. The creature that claims to be the strongest in the land, sea and air actually dead. And there's not even a slag left. This explosive news once again shocked the whole world. New World, Cake Island. Nanny. On the huge chair, the heavily made-up old lady widened her eyes when she learned that Kaido was blown into pieces. After a while, Charlotte Lingling, with a gloomy face, looked at Quinn and Jack below with a dark face and said gloomily, Quinn, what's going on? Although he and Kaido are enemies, they were once partners on the same ship. At the same time, she fully recognizes Kaido's strength and cannot imagine that anyone can defeat Kaido. And it was blasted into slag. It's just a joke. I don't know either. The monster attacked Onigashima for no apparent reason. When I woke up, Boss Kaido had already fought with that thing. Quinn, tell me everything you know. Hearing Quinn's words, Charlotte Lingling's face became gloomy, and she said nothing. She clenched her hands tightly, and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. What she is thinking about now is not how to recruit Ghidorah, as a member of the 10,000 nations, but hoping that the other party will never come to Cake Island. Otherwise, her dessert might not be safe. In another sea area, in a cave, a group of pirates were having a banquet. The cheerful atmosphere was interrupted by a sudden voice. They actually still have the mind to hold a party. What a heartless bunch of people. A cold voice sounded, and the laughter in the cave disappeared instantly. Everyone turned their eyes to the man wearing a top hat and with eagle eyes, who was slowly walking into the cave. What a coincidence. Let's have a drink together. The red-haired man with 3 scars on his face suddenly laughed. What a bunch of idiots. Hawkeye caught the wine jar thrown by the other party and threw another object at him. The red-haired man caught it, glanced at it, and saw that it was a newspaper, and subconsciously unfolded it with a pop. The jar of wine in his hand fell to the ground and shattered. The fragrant wine flowed to the feet with a splash. How is that possible? After a while, red-haired Shanks widened his eyes in disbelief and suddenly looked up at Hawkeye. If it's that monster, nothing is impossible. I don't have a chance of winning against him. Hawkeye knocked open the seal on the wine jar, took a sip elegantly, and said helplessly, "Is it really that strong?" The red-haired man asked in surprise. Among the 4 emperors, only Red Hair and Charlotte Lin Lin have never come into contact with King Ghidorah, so they have no direct understanding of the latter's strength. But from a series of events the other party has done, we also know that the other party has terrifying strength. But what the hell is Kaido? They knew better than anyone that he was an indestructible human sandbag with thick skin and flesh. But they didn't expect that this humanoid sandbag would be defeated by the opponent and even died. It won't be long before this sea becomes chaotic. Even Imu led the celestial dragons to retreat deep into the New World. The 4 emperors are no longer the rulers of this sea. Hawkeye stood up, paused, and said again, "As a friend, I'll give you one last piece of advice. If you run into that monster, no matter how far away you are, how far, or hide in the island where your father went. Yin once said that there is a being there that can shake everything." As the voice gradually faded, Hawkeye's figure disappeared at the entrance of the cave. Hearing the incomprehensible words, the members of the Red Hair Pirates subconsciously looked at Shanks. The entire Red Hair Pirates can be called companions, but in fact it is not an exaggeration to say that they are family members. But no one has ever thought about or explored Xiang's life experience. Apart from knowing that the other party had been a trainee on the One Piece ship, he knew nothing else. However, Hawkeye's words today immediately aroused everyone's curiosity. Go on, the banquet continues. Shanks noticed the strange atmosphere and secretly greeted Hawkeye's family, then laughed heartily and greeted them. Following his call, the entire pirate group seemed to have forgotten the previous question. Only Ben Beckman stood aside and looked at Shanks, who was worried, frowning frequently. Beckman, don't be fooled by his rough appearance. His intelligence is so high that both the Navy and pirates are afraid of him. Sometimes it's so scary to be so calm. As early as the 2nd year of their acquaintance, they had already made a rough guess about Shanks's background. But it has never been confirmed, or I have never asked the other party. And the arrival of Hawkeye this time made him even more certain of Shanks's life experience. But at the same time, he became curious about another question, which was Hawkeye's actual identity. His intuition told him that since the other party knew Shanks's life experience, his own life experience must also be a secret. Sometimes, smart people are willing to think about issues that others may not pay attention to. The calmest person on the ocean at this moment was Whitebeard. When he experienced the transformation of Marineford, he finally saw the monster's strength clearly. Holding the newspaper in my hand and looking at the various medical devices inserted all over my body, I couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia for this world. It's not greed. The reputation of the 4 emperors is just worrying about the children at home. Kulalala. Marco Ace. After a while, Whitebeard laughed in relief and read out the names of everyone in front of him. If one day my father dies, throw my body into the sea and disband the Whitebeard pirates. Although the tone was light, the heaviness in it made it hard to breathe. The Whitebeard pirates are a home to everyone, but if one day even the home is gone, what is the meaning of them? Ignoring everyone's advice, Whitebeard simply closed his eyes and experienced the last moments of his life. If Kaido dies, the happiest people are not the Navy, but the poor people of Kuri and Wano country. Once Kaido died and the 3 calamities escaped, the entire Beast's pirates fell apart in an instant. As the news spread, a terrifying wave of resistance broke out throughout Wano country, and the oppressed samurai broke through the rabbit hole to rescue the prisoners. The samurai of Kuri led the crowd to destroy Kaido's factory. As the voices of resistance grew, the samurai gathered and went into direct war with Wano's general, Kurozumi Orochi. Without Kaido's support, Kurozumi Orochi is just a cowardly slug. Facing the crazy warriors who had been oppressed for many years, his strength was really not enough. Such a powerful devil fruit was eaten by a cowardly guy. It's ridiculous just to think about it. Ghidorah, who was thousands of meters in the sky, knew nothing about all this, but even if he knew, he would not interfere in the war in Wano country, even though there was a close relationship between the two parties at the beginning. After asking some questions about the Lunaria tribe, Jean completely believed in King Ghidorah. Because it is impossible for outsiders to know the origin of the Lunaria tribe clearly. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are a clan of gods, because they don't belong to this world. 60. Chapter 060 Kazuki Momonosuke. The second half of the Grand Line, the New World Sea. For most pirates, this is a devilish sea. Not only is the weather unpredictable, but there are also peculiar seas. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the graveyard of pirates. However, thousands of meters above the sea, a dark shadow like a dark cloud was flying, pulling at the air currents. With each flap of its wings, a storm would form, trailing dark clouds of lightning behind it. The golden giant beast flying high in the sky, and the strange phenomenon in the sky were mistaken for the natural environment of the New World Sea. No one knew that they had just had a brush with death. Punk Hazard, located at the front of the New World Ocean, was once an island where the Navy had an experimental base, but now it has become an isolated island. The whole island was dilapidated and desolate, with a huge, empty town. Not far from the town, there is a towering mountain with a huge stone gate halfway up the mountain, which seems to be some kind of base. But the ground in front of the door was covered with a thick layer of dust, as if no one had been there for a long time. Because of King Ghidorah, Akainu died in the battle, Aokiji fled, and no one competed for the position of Navy Admiral, so Punk Hazard at this time was not the same as in the original work. Just as King Ghidorah and King Jean were hovering in the sky, a pirate ship with the Don Quixote family logo arrived at the abandoned port of Punk Hazard. Standing at the bow was a man with 2 facial wrinkles on his face, wearing a red cloak and dressed like a native tribe. Diamante. When King Ghidorah saw the man in the sky, he couldn't help but frown. The other party was also present when Doflamingo met him at King's Highlands. Just as they were thinking about it, several pirate minions below escorted a group of children out of the cabin. The crying of the children immediately attracted the attention of the 2 men. The Don Quixote family? Jean looked at the pirate flag flying on the ship below and muttered to himself. Jean knew something about Doflamingo's dirty business, but he was still stunned when he saw the escorted children. The reason for this was not out of pity, but simply because he did not expect Doflamingo to use any means necessary. As for the life and death of the group of children below, it had nothing to do with him. It's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. High in the sky, when King Ghidorah noticed a weak figure among the group of children, the corners of his ferocious mouth couldn't help but crack. Jean, go down and bring that target up. What? Jean was startled when he heard this and looked down in confusion. When he noticed a thin figure among the children on the deck, he was stunned. So, that's Momonosuke. When he joined the Beast's pirates, Kaido was planning to take over Wano country. Therefore, although Jean knew a little about Kazuki Oden's family, he never expected that Kazuki Momonosuke, who had been missing for more than 20 years, would appear here. But what surprised him was that the frail body was exactly the same as it was 20 years ago. As you thought, that's Kazuki Oden's son. His mother is the user of the Chrono Trigon fruit. After Kazuki Oden died, his mother Kazuki used the power of the fruit. Ghidorah simply recounted the events of that year. There is actually such a fruit ability? When Jean heard this, a burning fire ignited in his eyes. As if he could see what the other party was thinking, Ghidorah spoke slowly. Give up. The time fruit was originally designed to only allow traveling to the future, not back to the past, even for 1 minute. After hearing King Ghidorah's explanation, a hint of disappointment flashed in Jin's eyes. Then he flapped his wings and dived towards the pirate ship below. Diamante, as usual, delivered supplies to Punk Hazard and brought some test subjects along with him. Because they are from the Don Quixote family, even in the New World, they will not be harassed by any blind guys. Therefore, he was the only family member on the entire pirate ship. Moreover, the secrets of Punk Hazard are not suitable to be made public, so the family avoided trouble and did not make a big fuss. After all, some experiments are not humane. Looking at the children being escorted by his men, Diamante had no mercy in his eyes. In his opinion, in this world where the strong prey on the weak, being weak is a sin. Whoosh. Just then, the sound of air friction was heard in the air. He subconsciously looked up and saw a tiny black in air falling towards him. As time passed, the black that grew bigger and bigger. Well, 3 disasters, Jin. When he saw the target becoming clearer and clearer, the expression on his face suddenly changed. The Don Quixote family and the Beast Pirates have a trading relationship, but the other party has never known the origin of those artificial fruits. However, now they are facing the 3 calamities head-on. This couldn't help but make him think of it. Could it be that Kaido already knows? Looking at Jin swooping down with such momentum, Diamante felt nervous. The news of the destruction of the Beast's pirates has not spread yet, so he doesn't know that the partner that his family feared has disappeared from this world. But then again, even if he knew he was going to disappear, he would still feel scared. In the new world, Jin's strength is definitely among the best except for the 4 emperors. Everyone get ready. Escape. Looking at the approaching black figure with red flames, Diamante made a decision instantly. Boom. Don Quixote family officials, are you planning to leave? The moment he gave the order, the black figure, wrapped in red flames, landed on the deck with a bang, looking at the former coldly. Well, it turned out to be Lord Jean. I thought we were attacked by someone unknown. Diamante's expression froze for a moment, and after a moment he explained with an awkward smile. I'll take that little brat away. Jean was too lazy to talk nonsense with the other party. Then he pointed at Momonosuke, who was hiding in a group of abducted children. Then, without waiting for the other party to agree or not, he stepped on the ground and instantly picked up Momonosuke in his hand. Let me go. What are you doing? Let me go. Momonosuke, who was held in Jin's hands, kicked and struggled desperately. Momonosuke thought he had escaped from the clutches of the devil, but he never expected that after being separated from Kinemon and others, he would actually meet members of the Beast Pirates. Thinking of the death of his father and family, he was terrified. Instantly, tears and snot started flowing. Jean, seeing this, felt a little disgusted and stretched out his arms to try to keep the other person away from him. If it weren't for the ancestor above his head, he would probably burn this annoying kid to death in an instant. Jean, Master Jean, please feel free to do as you please. Hearing that the other party's purpose was not to explore artificial devil fruit, Diamante's heart fell, and he immediately replied, It would be great if I could use a test subject to get rid of the other party. With a cold face, Jean was about to leave with Momonosuke without waiting for the other party to finish speaking. His footsteps paused slightly, as if he remembered something. Lord Croft, I want you to tell Doflamingo that the artificial fruit project can be stopped. That thing is meaningless. Klaus. Diamante was confused by the unfamiliar name. It's Ghidorah. Jean did not hesitate at all, and soared straight up with Momonosuke, who was screaming wow. 61. Chapter 61. Momonosuke embedded in the island. Let me go. The howling of fear was covered up by the howling wind, and the delicate face was undulating in the wind. Kazuki Momo's help. In Wano country, he is the only heir of the Kazuki clan, and one of the only remaining members of the Kazuki clan. Whether it is the original work or this time, the feeling that the other party gave to King Ghidorah was not incompetent. There is no qualification to become a strong person. Extremely disappointed. 1,000 years of light and moon, such a weirdo appeared. A glorious country is destined to be buried in a long river of history. Ghidorah seemed to be talking to himself, and Jin beside him seemed to receive some instructions from his words and subconsciously let go. Oh. Wah. Momonosuke was falling from a high altitude, with snot and tears streaming down his face, and he was howling in fear and despair. Looking at the surrounding clouds and the sea that was getting closer and closer, I felt like my heart was about to jump out of my mouth. My brain went blank, and there was only endless fear. Why did you leave him behind? Seeing this, King Ghidorah asked subconsciously, Well, did I understand it wrong? Seeing this, Jin flapped his wings suddenly and dived downwards. Flying at supersonic speed, it instantly caught the weak figure that was about to hit the sea surface, and with a bang it flew back to Ghidorah's side again. Momonosuke looked pale, as if he had been through hell. Seeing himself being carried high into the sky again, He cried out with tears streaming down his face. Please, please don't kill me. I don't want to die. Upon seeing this, King Ghidorah couldn't help but look at Jean a few more times. He didn't expect that this seemingly indifferent guy actually had such a bad taste. Seeing the other person's eyes, Jean frowned and spoke in confusion. Aren't you going to kill him? Did I say I won't kill you? Ghidorah glanced at him and said, just in case, let's deal with it when we see the island. When Jean heard this, his eyes trembled and he subconsciously looked at Mama Nosuk in his hand. As if he understood the other person's eyes, Ghidorah slowly spoke as if talking to himself. Destiny is a magical thing. Sometimes unexpected changes will occur. Jean heard this and was confused. Ghidorah did not explain much, and the two flew towards the first half of the new world. They encountered an island on the way, and Jean let go again. With a loud bang, the cowardly figure was embedded in the island. After finishing everything, the two flew towards the front half of the Grand Line without stopping. Ghidorah visited all the volcanic islands in the New World, but found no trace of Rodden. Now all that remains are the Four Seas and the first half of the Grand Line. In order to avoid causing unnecessary trouble, the two of them once again went into the clouds. Shortly after this, Ghidorah in the clouds noticed the situation in the sea below and suddenly widened his eyes. There were dozens of warships with the World Government logo printed on them on the blue sea. However, it was not the World Government warships that shocked him. But it's the island surrounded by warships, or rather, creatures surrounded by them. Elephant Lords, though. The symbol of the once prosperous orc tribe. Nika's mount. He didn't expect to meet the other person unexpectedly, and he couldn't help but frown. Those warships below clearly represent the world government. Has him set his sights on this? The lore of the elephants has been of great significance since ancient times, and its fighting power is extremely terrifying. It would have been fine if he hadn't seen it. If he had, he would not have stood idly by. Moreover, the city on its back was once a part of Bika. Bika has a special meaning to Gugu in him. As if sensing something, the elephant master below suddenly stopped moving, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. However, his trembling caused suffering to the fur tribe on his back. The tremor was like an earthquake, instantly throwing the entire fur tribe into panic. The fur tribe, who had lived on the back of their elephant master for hundreds of years, had never experienced a situation like today. The fur tribe, who were at a loss, soon discovered the warships appearing in the surrounding waters. The minks, who attributed all the disasters to the warships, began to gather and prepare for resistance. Roar, roar. Unexpectedly, the elephant master, who had not roared for hundreds of years, raised his trunk and roared. The earth-shaking roar instantly made all the living beings around feel dizzy and their ears buzzing. Hey, little elephant, if you keep shouting, the country on your back will be destroyed. Just when everyone could no longer endure the horrifying scream, an extremely dissatisfied voice came from the sky. Along with the sound, a black shadow passed through the clouds and landed on the top of the elephant master with a bang. Roar. As if in response to the sound, the elephant uttered a cry that sounded like joy and happiness. Hey, can you please be quiet? Have you forgotten our agreement? Ghidorah couldn't stand a huge roar and said in an angry tone. As his words fell, the rough sea gradually calmed down, and the swaying warship finally returned to calm. It's so scary. It's so terrible. The world government soldiers lying on the deck looked at the towering elephant with pale faces and lingering fear. Suddenly a strange cry was heard, and a soldier pointed at the giant elephant's head and exclaimed in surprise. The giant elephant actually opened its eyes. Hearing the soldier's words, everyone on the surrounding warships subconsciously looked towards the giant elephant's head. The wrinkles left by thousands of years make the giant elephant's eye sockets appear very deep. As a result, there is no record of what the giant elephant's eyes look like in any of the records. At this moment, in the deep eye socket, a sapphire-like eyeball was looking slightly sideways upwards. As if because the eye sockets were too deep, he couldn't see upwards, and his huge blue eyes were slightly disappointed. However, just as everyone was surprised, they saw the sapphire eyes suddenly become angry, and the huge trunk was raised high. Not good. Turn the boat around. The warships below, seeing the elephant master's actions, seemed to have thought of something terrible and suddenly became chaotic. The warship turned its head frantically, trying to escape from the sea area. Unexpectedly, the huge elephant's trunk fell down with a loud bang, and the trunk, which was so huge that it was impossible to estimate, hit the sea surface in an instant. Boom. Huge waves suddenly rose up, sweeping across the entire sea. The warship representing the world government was instantly smashed by the huge waves and turned into wreckage in the waves. Asshole! Before the waves subsided, an angry roar rang out. Then a middle-aged man with white hair was seen shooting out from the huge waves with a loud bang, leaving ripples behind him, and kicked towards the elephant master. Compared with the huge elephant lord who was as big as a mountain, that figure was not even as big as an ant. However, such a thin and tiny figure caused the world to change color during the flight. Even the space around it began to distort and become terrifying. Ghidorah, who landed on the elephant lord's head, saw the terrifying momentum, and his expression changed instantly, and he exclaimed in surprise, 20 kings! Since coming out of impelled down, Ghidorah, whose expression had hardly changed no matter who he faced, became serious this time. The 20 kings of ancient times not only represented a huge force, but the strength of each of them was terrifying. Even he didn't dare to be arrogant, because that group of people are the most insidious group of people in the world. 62. Chapter 062. 20 Ancient Kings Blaze. Charmako Blaze? Ghidorah left the elephant's head with a bang, and when he saw the figure below, he immediately remembered the other person's name. Boom. Roar. After a loud bang, the elephant master's shrill scream was heard. A huge pit suddenly appeared on its huge body, and the skin around it cracked into countless cracks, and a large amount of blood oozed out. Little elephant, I have made the decision. The agreement between you and Nika is complete. Now take Yundu and leave this sea area. No. As King Ghidorah's voice fell, a dull, huge rejection sounded. Because the agreement was no longer in place, the elephant master, who had not spoken for thousands of years, spoke again. I want to stay. You're in the way. Go away from me, under the Baika. Ghidorah said angrily upon hearing this. Although the elephant lord is huge in size and has terrifying fighting power, his huge body becomes a burden when facing an opponent like the 20 kings. When he met Charmako Blaze, he had already guessed what Yim wanted to do with the elephant master. Unexpectedly, the other party actually hated him to such an extent. I'll be there for you. Hearing his words, the elephant lord answered stiffly, word by word, and then took a step forward, enduring the pain and walking towards the first half of the Grand Line. Damn it! The gray-haired Zalmako Blaze cursed angrily and turned to look at him. Ghidorah, it seems you're not going to give up yet? Give up. The best way to deal with you ungrateful bastards is to kill you all. Ghidorah didn't waste any time talking to the other party. As soon as he finished speaking, he swooped towards the other party, and at the same time, his wings vibrated to summon wind and rain. Don't even think about it. Seeing the sky changing color, Charmako Blaze realized something in an instant and flew into the air without any hesitation. Spread the 5 fingers of both hands, bend the joints slightly, and pull from back to front in a claw-like manner. Buzz. An imperceptible sound was heard, and the surrounding space was twisted like a ribbon. The next moment, Jin, who was watching the battle in midair, was horrified to see 2 huge currents with a diameter of nearly 100 meters rising from the sea below. A waterspout-like current rose from the sea and soared straight up towards Ghidorah. Seeing this, Ghidorah immediately prepared to dodge. However, unexpectedly, at this moment, a powerful force enveloped his body, and the terrifying gravity dragged his huge body towards the ocean current. Hoo! In the huge gravitational force, King Ghidorah's wings flapped wildly, and a storm swept across. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and strong winds were blowing, and the entire sea area seemed to be shrouded in a storm. The strong wind carrying the sharp blade hit the 2 ocean currents with a loud bang, instantly defeating the 2 ocean currents. In an instant, the gravity on its body also disappeared. 800 years, and there has been no progress at all. Looking at the panting Charmako Blaze in the distance, Ghidorah's eyes were filled with coldness and mockery. Roar! Then with a roar, several thunderbolts suddenly fell from the gathering thunderclouds. Ghidorah, connected to the thunder and lightning, was like a night vision light with electricity. From time to time, golden light flashed through the scales. 3 heads, 3 rays shot out one after another, converging together and pushing towards Charmako Blaze. Just as the ray was about to hit the latter, its strong and stern voice rang out. Gravity wall. As he spoke, the space on the right side of the gravitational ray began to fluctuate and twist. Then, in Jin's astonished eyes, he saw the ray, as if being pulled by something invisible, bypassing the gray-haired man and shooting into the distance. Looking at the illogical scene, Gene couldn't help but widen his eyes, feeling that his worldview had been distorted. Light, can you turn a corner? However, he didn't know that Charmako Blaze was a fruit user, and the terrifying gravity fruit. The gravity fruit has the same effect as the gravity fruit that Admiral Fujitora obtained a few years later. But compared to gravity, gravity is inferior in some ways. For example, for light, as long as the gravity is strong enough, light will be affected by gravity. Thousands of years ago, in order to deal with King Ghidorah, the 20 Kings group began to use the power of the fruit. And Charmako Blaze was mainly responsible for distorting his attacks back then. What an annoying ability! Seeing that his rays were distorted, Ghidorah was not angry. He retracted the rays, flapped his wings, and swooped down towards the opponent again. The thunder power stored in the body is released, creating sparks and lightning all the way. Seeing this, Charmako Blaze grabbed the air in front of him with his claws again, and gravitational waves formed. Driven by invisible gravitational waves, the seawater below rises up from the sea, forming water knives as thin as cicada wings. There are 10 extremely sharp water knives, each of which is over 100 meters long. Under the pull of the huge reverse gravity, the azure transparent water knife instantly broke through the sound barrier and emitted a series of terrifying breaking sounds. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, and the mist in the sky turned into drizzle and splashed down. The almost transparent water droplets contained red, thread-like liquid. When Blaze saw this, he was not happy at all, because he knew that this attack was insignificant to the monster. Without any hesitation, veins appeared on his face, his eyes widened, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Gravitational field." As the words fell, an almost inaudible hum sound was heard in the air, and a dark gray, spherical space expanded, instantly covering an area of nearly 1,000 meters. Buzz. Then the air in the circular space vibrated again, and the huge Ghidorah was seen being pulled downwards in an instant. Halfway through, it suddenly stopped, and then its wings rose up again. From a distance, it looked like a monster trapped in a huge crystal ball, being torn up and down by two different forces. The two powerful gravitational forces above and below are like two invisible giant hands were tearing apart King Ghidorah, who was in the middle area. Within my gravitational field, everything is under my control, and the gravity multiplier here changes with the size of the gravitational field. This is a 10-fold gravitational field. Although 1,000 meters is the limit, the gravity of 10,000 times is enough to strangle you. Charmako Blaze said slowly as he looked at the torn Ghidorah. Click, click. Under the gravity of tens of thousands times, Ghidorah's body bones were shattered, and his three heads were pulled by the gravity from below and could not be lifted up. Suddenly, the closed golden eye on the right side opened, golden light burst out, and the corner of his mouth slowly cracked. Blaze, you seem to have forgotten something. I was also a human being back then. It seems like you've been sleeping soundly for the past 800 years. Boom, boom, boom. As he spoke, the huge heart in his body began to beat slowly. The strong, powerful beating sound is like a beaten war drum. Hearing the drum beat, Blaze seemed to have thought of something. His expression changed wildly, and he shouted angrily, "Asshole, don't even think about waking me up." As it spoke, regardless of its own load, the gravitational field slowly expanded again. However, with every meter he expanded, his facial expression became more ferocious. 1,000 meters is already his limit. However, he must be torn into pieces before he awakens. 63, Chapter 063, Expected Events. Boom. A knocking sound like that of an ancient bell was heard, and an invisible wave spread out like radiating ripples. Crack. In Blaze's horrified eyes, the gravitational field within a radius of 1,000 meters was covered with cracks like broken glass. And along with the sound, the cracks extended rapidly, until they broke into dense cracks and then shattered with a crash. Roar! The ferocious head, with fine cracks, gradually recovered, and a dragon's roar was heard. Along with the roar, a terrifying sound wave was visible to the naked eye, distorting the surrounding space and rolling up an invisible shock wave. Puff! During the shock, Blaze could no longer bear it. His face turned red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. I didn't expect that the one who took the lead was actually your Charmarco family. Were you abandoned because of your weakness? The corners of King Ghidorah's mouth slowly opened, revealing a hideous smile. Then nothing disappeared, and the right side of his head suddenly fixed its eyes, The next moment, something horrible happened. In the blink of an eye, a huge, gray, transparent corridor hundreds of meters long appeared in the space in front of him. Standing in the transparent gray corridor, Charmako Blaze seemed to be thinking of something terrible. His eyes revealed a look of extreme fear, and the next moment he raised his fist and smashed towards the transparent corridor wall beside him. The dark, domineering fist hit the wall without making any sound. Only the ripples on the corridor wall proved what the other party had done. Charmako Blaze saw this and started shouting. However, the outside world could only hear his terrified shouts and nothing else. Enjoy the fear. Collapse. As the cold words fell, a dong sound was heard in the air, like the sound of an ancient bell at dawn and dusk, resounding between heaven and earth. That was the sound of a gas explosion caused by the collapse of space and the squeezing of air. As the sound rang out, a part of the dim corridor seemed to be squeezed and disappeared, revealing the original space. This is the secret of why Ghidorah cannot maintain his human form. If the dark fruit that can deprive the second fruit ability is a bug, then his Titan fruit and King Ghidorah form is an even more terrifying bug. Because he can gain 3 more fruit abilities on the basis of the original ones, and this is also the reason why he cannot restore his human form, and even dares not to restore his human form. Its body shape represents the King Ghidorah fruit, but its 3 heads represent the 3 most powerful fruits. First, the right side of the head represents the empty fruit of space. Within the space created by it, everything is controlled by it. The sound of the gray space collapsing sounded very loud to the outside world, but it was extremely terrifying inside. After a moment of annihilation and collapse, puff, the blood from Charmako Blaze's mouth spurted out as if it was free, and even his eyes and ears were bleeding red blood. However, Blaze, who was deprived of his voice, was like a mute, kneeling in pain in the space, holding his head and wailing. Jean, who was in midair, looked at the incredible scene in front of him, and his eyes widened suddenly. Although he didn't know what the gray corridor was, he definitely didn't want to try it because of its terrifying level. From the previous conversation between the two sides, he had already guessed the man's origins. He also knew that the other party might be one of the culprits that contributed to the extinction of the Lunalia people. Seeing the other party being tortured, he felt an indescribable pleasure in his heart. Boom! The sound of space collapsing and annihilation rang out again, and a section of the long and narrow corridor disappeared again. As the space got smaller, the popping sounds increased again. Puff! Bleeding came from all 7 orifices of Charmako Blaze. Eyes, mouth, nose, ears, even the capillaries in his temples burst. He covered his head in pain, wailing silently and rolling around. As expected of the 20th king, he managed to survive the second time. What about the third time? Ghidorah looked at the other person in pain. There was no mercy in his golden eyes, but instead he was filled with amusement. Immediately, he prepared to annihilate a section of space again. However, something unexpected happened at this moment. Blaze was rolling, blood suddenly sprayed from his body, and the space around him gradually distorted. It was as if there was another force tearing apart King Ghidorah's space. Ka-ka-ka. Bang! There was a sound of shattering, and Blaze, covered in blood, rushed out from the gray corridor with a whoosh and smashed into the sea at an extremely fast speed. The last dying struggle? When King Ghidorah saw this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he growled again. Space blockade. Wave. The moment the gray corridor disappeared, square transparent space formed above the falling sea. The falling figure is about to fall into the new space. However, at this critical moment, a sudden black figure flashed by, and at the same time, Blaze's falling body disappeared. They seem united, but in fact they are all playing their own tricks. Ghidorah did not feel any surprise. He twisted his huge dragon head and looked to the left at a pterosaur hovering in the air in the distance. Yes, it's a pterosaur. But it is not the same toothless pterosaur as Jin, but a pterosaur with alternating yellow and black crowns on its head. Jean, who was in midair, was stunned when he saw the uninvited guest. Although they look somewhat similar, their body sizes are completely different. Compared with his huge body, the opponent's body was obviously several times smaller and did not seem to have any fighting power at all. However, he knew that it would be a big mistake to think so. Being able to save a person from King Ghidorah with such speed means he is definitely not a weakling. Don Quixote Horus. Vague, the small figure was immediately recognized by King Ghidorah, and the coldness in his eyes became even stronger. This guy is definitely the most typical example of the Don Quixote family, with a more sick mentality than anyone else. He, long time no see old friend. The strange pterosaur holding Blaze on its 2 feet opened its mouth and let out a sinister laugh. I can't be your friend. You are a bunch of dirty guys who stab people in the back. A cold light flashed in King Ghidorah's eyes. Are you still upset about what happened back then? We had no choice but to do some things. The abilities you displayed were simply too terrifying. The strange pterosaur spoke again, and there was no remorse in his tone. He even seemed to take things of the past for granted when he mentioned them. Since you feel terrified, then I don't mind letting fear sweep over me again. Ghidorah heard this and said in a cold tone. Immediately, electricity began to surge in his body, and his intention to attack could not be more obvious. 64. Chapter 64. Valley of the Gods, the role of the celestial dragons. New World. In this mysterious sea, there are many mysterious islands that have been hiding the secrets of the world. It is just like the historical text engraved by the Kazuki clan back then. No one knows what those words mean, and few people even know where they came from. In such a mysterious sea, there is an even more mysterious island. Because of an incident that year, he was almost completely exposed to the world, but fortunately he was stopped by 2 heroes of the Navy in the end. And this place is the Valley of the Gods, an island that hides the biggest secret of the celestial dragons, an island that was previously guarded by only a few strong men, but now is bustling with people. Especially those high-handed celestial dragons who wore respirators, lived in dirty, rotten wooden houses, and had faces full of dissatisfaction and resistance. They lost their homes and all their treasures, leaving only the empty shell of their noble title. The world's aristocrats live in shabby wooden houses and eat terrible food. This made them very dissatisfied, and they even went to Lime to argue more than once, and even proposed that the world government use force to help them regain their homes. However, Yim ignored all this. As if he was tired of these so-called descendants of God, Yim rarely met with them. After living on the deserted island for a long time, some celestial dragons realized that their good days might be over, and began to slowly try to survive. However, the good times did not last long. A few days later, something even more terrifying happened. That is the mysterious disappearance of members of the celestial dragon family on the island. The celestial dragons, who were already few in number, began to panic when they discovered that some of their kind had disappeared inexplicably. However, when they went to seek refuge from the world government again, they found that the high-ranking officials who used to treat them like gods now looked at them as if they were dead. In this way, the celestial dragons spent every day and night in fear. Another night, in the celestial dragon residential area on the east side of the island, several black shadows flickered and landed in front of a courtyard with a house plate reading Smotley Saint. They exchanged glances and took advantage of the moonlight to sneak into the yard and a room. Soon after, they came out carrying 2 huge cloth bags and disappeared into the night. There was not a sound from beginning to end. The group left the residential area, took many detours and entered the forest. After running for more than 2 hours, they arrived at a valley in the north of the island. A few of them looked behind them and saw that no one was following them. They quietly came to a stone wall and groped in a crack in the stone for a while. Accompanied by the clicking sound of gears rubbing against each other, a secret door opened on the stone wall. As several people entered, the secret door returned to normal and merged with the stone wall. Even if someone was paying attention, they would probably not notice the existence of the stone wall. Following the dark, candlelit tunnel, they came to a stone house and immediately untied the cloth bag to reveal 2 people inside. The celestial dragons. This group of people actually kidnapped the celestial dragons. In this world, beating up the celestial dragons is already a serious crime, let alone kidnapping. However, the group of guys who kidnapped the celestial dragons seemed to not care about all this, and even took off their suffocating hoods to reveal their true faces. A young man with an indifferent expression, without even the slightest emotion, looked at the celestial dragon in front of him with cold eyes for a while, raised his foot and kicked him and spoke. What a pathetic bunch of guys. At this moment, a young man dressed in white clothes and a white cloak, a typical CP0 outfit, came to the stone house. Seeing the young man's actions, the white dove on its shoulder spoke. Kaku. Yes, these people are the CP9 members who were defeated by Luffy and others in Water 7. However, because Marihoa was attacked, Rob Lucci and others were unexpectedly promoted to CP0 ahead of schedule. However, what is strange is that the people from CP0, who are the world government and are protecting the celestial dragons, are now kidnapping the celestial dragons. Duh, duh, duh. Before Kaku could answer, footsteps were heard again in the deep corridor. After a while, a tall figure covered in a gray robe, even his face was covered, walked into the stone chamber. Upon seeing this, several people hurriedly knelt on one knee and saluted, saying in unison, "Lord M." According to the original novel, the two parties were not on the same level, but they unexpectedly intersected. Even Rob Lucci and others learn a more unknown secret from the other party. Yim didn't say anything. He hid his eyes in the darkness, looked at the two unconscious celestial dragons, and gave orders in a cold voice. "Take them to the altar." After hearing what Yim said, the few people stood up without any expression, and two members carried the two dead pig-like celestial dragons into another corridor. Everyone knows that the celestial dragons are noble, and even the entire world government will protect them at all costs. But who knew that the reason for doing so was simply to preserve that meager and only bloodline? When we arrived at the so-called altar, it was actually just a space with a huge hole in the sky and 20 huge sarcophagi placed side by side below. There were 20 sarcophagi in a row, 6 of which had no lids, and among those 6, 2 had already been seen by Rob Lucci and others. The remaining 4 are unknown. But in the hearts of several people, they all thought at the same time that this so-called Lord probably also had a place. As everyone was speculating in their hearts, Im slowly walked to the sarcophagus next to the 6th sarcophagus. A slender, pale hand gently stroked the coffin, and the space fell into silence. Hoo-hoo! At this moment, a sound came from the hole above the huge space, and a huge bird fell down, dropping a bloody human with a bang. When Yim saw this, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. "How did Blaze get hurt? I can't help it. I was unlucky enough to meet King Ghidorah." As the words came out, the strange bird landed on a sarcophagus and transformed into a handsome man with medium-length wavy blonde hair and green eyes. When he heard the name Ghidorah, Im's eyes became even more fierce and the temperature of his body dropped sharply. Rob Lucci and others, who felt the changes around them, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. In their opinion, the horror level of the blood-soaked man was far beyond that of a general, but they did not expect that such a terrifying figure would end up in such a miserable state. Is that Ghidorah really that scary? As they continue to come into contact with the unknown, Rob Lucci and others will no longer think that they are the protagonists of the world, nor will they think that their meager combat power can influence anything. "You're not hurt." After a while, Im looked at Horace with cold eyes. Maybe I was lucky the guy didn't attack me." Horace laughed strangely, said something incomprehensible, jumped off the sarcophagus and walked out, saying, "Next I want to verify something. Hope you won't disturb me before the battle." Having said that, regardless of whether Yim, who was emitting cold air all over his body, agreed or not, he disappeared into the corridor. Seeing this, Im's hands, which were folded in his robe, trembled slightly. After a while, he looked at the half-dead Blaze and said gloomily, "Lucci, go and capture 2 more celestial dragons. It doesn't matter even if it attracts attention." 65. Chapter 065. The Admiral is slacking off. It turns out that even during the day, with the skills of Rob Lucci and others, it was still extremely easy to kidnap people in the Celestial Dragon's residential area without even attracting anyone's attention. He returned to the catacombs again, placed Blaze in a sarcophagus, and then followed Im's instructions to bleed him in. The blood, of course, is the blood of the celestial dragons. Looking at this group of Tianlong people, who were once high and mighty, but now are like pigs in a slaughterhouse. Even a guy like Rob Lucci, who has no emotions at all, feels that this world is a little twisted. It's terrifying to think about using the blood of living people to sacrifice or save those old guys who have existed for who knows how many years. Bright red liquid flowed into the sarcophagus, along the strange lines, slowly filling the bottom of the sarcophagus to form a huge circular mysterious shape. When the blood was completely filled, sharp black spikes slowly emerged from the sides of the sarcophagus and slowly pierced into the corpse in the sarcophagus. Then there was a strange sound like boiling water, and the blood of the celestial dragon slowly disappeared. The corpse in the sarcophagus went from shriveled to plump, the dry skin became fuller, and the dull hair gradually became shiny. Whoa! A groan came from that person's mouth, and he slowly sat up. The emerald green eyes were blank for a while, and suddenly, as if they remembered something, they became sharp in an instant. Turning his head to look at shrouded in a gray robe, he opened his mouth and made a creepy sound like pig iron scratching against glass. Is that guy awake? Emperor Ted. Yim bowed slightly and saluted the blue-haired man. Yes, Ghidorah broke free a while ago, and now the world is about to fall into chaos. Before this world is completely destroyed, we must stop his ambition. His ambition? Gracie Ted looked at him with disdain. Little Aimu, whether you brought disaster to the world or not, there was no conclusion back then. After all, in that incident, you were the only one who gained the benefit of eternal life, right? As he spoke, he slowly stood up, walked out of the sarcophagus, glanced at him, and continued. This time I promise to help you. After all, I have not tasted the taste of eternal life yet. Hearing the other party's words, Im's face hidden under the hood moved slightly. The word eternal life was the last thing he wanted to hear from the old guys in front of him. This world only needs one immortal master. But this was definitely not the time to talk about this topic. He just lowered his head and hid his entire face. Everyone will have the opportunity to obtain eternal life. It all depends on the choices made by the kings. After all, everything is just empty talk before that person wakes up. Im's calm voice echoed throughout the entire underground tomb, and the word eternal life completely shocked Rob Lucci and others. However, as CP0S, they knew that such a piece of information let them know that there were only two possible outcomes waiting for them. One was killed by the terrifying group of guys in front of him, while the other was struggling to survive and working for the world government, and maybe he would die on the battlefield one day. Everyone will die. It's just a matter of time. Lucci, go inform Admiral Kizaru and ask him to send 10 warships to join us in the nearby waters. In the silent underground cemetery, Yim's voice sounded again. After Lucci and the others left, he looked at the blue-haired man and said, Emperor Ted has woken up. Are you going to fulfill your promise and take me to get that thing? You want to use it? Gracie Ted was shocked when she heard this and immediately said, that thing was made by that clan back then. You have to think about it carefully. There's no way. A traitor has appeared among the 20 kings. It's no longer realistic to gather all our strength again. Im said slowly. Nefertari. Gracie Ted muttered to herself. It's really a troublesome family. Whatever, my goal is only immortality. When do you leave? Let's set off once the Navy ships arrive. Yim turned around and said, I hope you will like the world 800 years from now. Bang. Report to the Marshal. It's bad. The Drum Kingdom was attacked by the Revolutionary Army just now. Revolutionary Army? Within the mouth. Kizaru, who has gradually adapted to the identity of Marine Admiral, still keeps the colloquialisms on his lips. He leaned back in his chair, put his legs on the desk, and tilted his head to look at the messenger who rushed in with a head full of questions. I remember that the Drum Kingdom should be a member country, right? Why would the Revolutionary Army attack there? Why haven't you received any news? He couldn't help but wonder if he was really abandoned by the organization. After a long while, he finally asked, Who is leading the Revolutionary Army? According to reliable sources, it was the Revolutionary Army's Chief of Staff Sabo, and from the intelligence we gathered, we learned that he also possessed the dark fruit. Dark fruit? What on earth do you want to do with this young man? Kizaru muttered to himself for a while, then said to the messenger, Now that the conscription is imminent, it is not appropriate for the Navy to take any action. Let's store the files first. The messenger was not surprised at all when he heard this, because everything that had happened in the past month had been kept secret. In the words of Admiral Kizaru, the Navy is badly damaged and is not suitable for flirting around. Better to just stay quiet for a while. Marshal, we just received news from the Sabaody Archipelago base that a giant creature flew across the sky yesterday. We suspect it was that thing, Ghidorah. In today's world, there are giant creatures that can fly in the sky. Everyone's first impression is of Ghidorah, the one who destroyed Marin Ford, drove the celestial dragons out of the holy land of Marihoa, and was known as the three-headed dragon by the world. Had you been observing the other party's movements? Huang Yuan thought for a while and asked, We don't know their purpose yet, but judging from the direction they are heading, it should be an island in the first half of the Grand Line. Each of them is such a headache. Forget it. Just keep an eye on the movements and don't make unnecessary sacrifices. Kizaru put down his legs and stood up as if talking to himself. Today seems to be the day when the outstanding Marines from all over the world arrive. Why not go and take a look? In the first half of the Grand Line on Drum Island, and the huge palace on the snowy mountain peak. What are these? Sabo, who refused to attend the liberation banquet held by the people of Magnetic Drum, sat in the huge treasury of the kingdom. Looking at the strange things in front of him, his head was completely confused. Deep down, I felt like I had been cheated. It even feels like a recycling station. However, now that he has the power of double fruits, he does not need to use his mouth to swallow the swallow fruit, but instead utilizes the power of the dark fruit. To put it bluntly, he has now completely become a black hole that can never be filled. Anything that is swallowed by the energy of the dark fruit will be made into new things by the swallow fruit in the next instant. It can even become a part of his body as he wishes. He didn't know whether he had become stronger or not, but it was clear that he would have to live with trash from now on. Sabo seemed to be deceived and felt extremely sad. He grasped a piece of newly formed steel and unconsciously used the domineering dragon claw. When 66, Chapter 066, where Rodin is Pluto's family. What? Feeling a slight pain in his finger, Sabo looked over subconsciously. When he saw that his pitch-black dragon claws couldn't even do anything to a piece of steel plate, his eyes widened. Like a child discovering a new world, Sabo tried again. When a crisp sound was heard, and the steel plate, which was not much bigger than a palm, was not damaged at all under his dragon claws, leaving only a crease where it was bent and rebounded. And the crease is still slowly recovering. Although Sabo was young, he didn't know what metal this was. But he knew one thing: this kind of flexible and strong metal had never appeared before. Being a smart man, he realized something instantly, put the piece of metal into his pocket as if it were a treasure, and rushed out of the treasure house to try to contact the headquarters. However, he didn't know that his fate began to change after he connected with the Den Mushi this time. From a second-in-command figure in charge of the Revolutionary Army, he transformed into the director of logistics department, who was in charge of the lifeblood of the Revolutionary Army. This is a boy who has successfully evolved from in front of the stage to behind the scenes. However, if Ghidorah were here, he would probably be so angry that his brain would explode. No matter how precious the metal that the swallow fruit can produce is, this was not his original intention for letting the other party choose the swallow fruit. That thing can even swallow people with special abilities. If it is combined with the dark fruit, it will definitely be invincible. This unfortunate child deserves it. He is willing to devote his life to the Revolutionary Army. But King Ghidorah didn't know all this, because even if he knew, he didn't have the time to care. Now he himself is in trouble, which is more of a surprise than a trouble. Nefertali Ivan, do you know the consequences of lying to me? In the vast desert, King Ghidorah looked at the middle-aged man with a goatee in front of him and said. Ghidorah was heading to the little garden, but he didn't expect that he would be kidnapped when he was flying over Alabasta halfway. And it was an old acquaintance, Nefertari's ancestor Ivan, and he did not expect that the other party would hit him with a king bomb right from the start. This news is absolutely true. This is also a token of my joining your army. Ivan stood in front of King Ghidorah, knelt on one knee, and said slowly. Although the Nefertari family only had a partial knowledge of the Pluto, we still learned that there was more than one of them. Judging from the numbers I have, there must be at least 3 of them. When I knew this, I realized that they had completely forgotten their original intention and had fallen under the power of terror. After hearing what the other party said, the huge, cold golden eyes thought for a moment and said, I hope you didn't come here with that in mind. Nika and Joy Boy, they were both people who gained immortality. What happened to them in the end? It's still going to become an erased history. Eternal life? It's just a ridiculous joke. Hearing this, Ivan looked at the ground without any fluctuation in his eyes and spoke slowly. I took the wrong path once 800 years ago, and I won't do it again this time. Eternal life has no meaning to me anymore. The only thing I want to do is to find a glimmer of hope for the Nefertari family in this storm. I have a feeling that this world shock will be more terrifying than before. Boom, whoosh, whoosh. Ghidorah's huge head suddenly lowered, leaned in front of Ivan and sniffed. Then the corners of his mouth cracked, and he opened his mouth and spurted out a bloody storm. I hope what you said is true. But even if it's not, it doesn't matter. You know my methods. Then he slowly retracted his head and said loudly, Nefertari Ivan, go find your family's warship. War won't wait long. As it spoke, it spread its wings with a loud bang, stirred up a huge amount of dust, and flew high into the sky toward the front of the Grand Line. Seeing this, Jean, who had been hovering high in the sky, flapped his wings to catch up with the former. and hung behind a huge figure like a little bird following its mother bird. For pirates on the Grand Line, it might take a month or even 2 months to reach from one island to another. Even to the nearest island, it would take 10 days or half a month. But for King Ghidorah, it was just a few hours. On Taiku Island, which is famous for its small garden, a dark shadow covering the sky slowly approaches as night falls. Boom. Along with a huge cloud of black smoke rising into the sky, red magma splashed out, illuminating the night sky red. It seems like we've come to the right place. High in the sky, Ghidorah looked at the active volcano below, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. He didn't see the figure he wanted to see, but he had a feeling that what he was looking for was in the volcano below. Bang! Suddenly, there was a huge crash, and a strong wind uprooted several large trees around. In the night, the two giants separated. Then they each shouted angrily, raised their weapons, and slashed at each other. The fighting posture of both sides was such that it was no exaggeration to say that they were fighting to kill their father's enemies. Even the moves they used were aimed at vital points. Bang! Dum! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two men collided like giant pillars, and even the most ordinary attacks could cause mountains to collapse and the earth to crack, with powerful energy overflowing and strong winds blowing. The strong winds blew over the area, bending the huge trees. It makes a cracking sound as if it can't bear the weight. Ghidorah subconsciously wanted to slap the two giants away, but after noticing Jean behind him, he slowly spoke. Tell those two big idiots down there to be quiet. Upon hearing this, Jin dived towards the two giants without hesitation. Call out. Like the cinders of a fighter jet, it cut through the night sky with flames and quickly joined the battlefield. It hit one of the giants directly without any delay and knocked it away with a loud bang. Ooh! The other giant, seeing his companion suddenly attacked, shouted angrily. Immediately, without hesitation, he raised the giant sword in his hand, which was as big as a door panel, and slapped it towards Jin. Although Jin is just a human, in his pteranodon state, his size can barely be considered a large creature. There was no way to avoid the rapidly falling giant blade. In an instant, his figure flashed and he returned to his half-human, half-beast form. He kicked the giant blade with a bang and directly kicked back the opponent's attack. Seeing this, Ghidorah knew that the two giants could not do anything to Jean, so he stopped paying attention to the fight between the two sides and flew towards the active volcano the next moment. From a distance, the volcano did not look huge, but when he got closer, Ghidorah found that the crater was large enough for him to pass through. Although he is not afraid of magma, he prefers being struck by lightning to being struck by magma. Stand on the crater, smell the pungent smell, and carefully feel everything below the volcano. Slowly, he felt that familiar smell, an unpleasant and pungent smell. Roar! The three heads roared towards the sky, and in an instant, the wind and clouds surged. A huge cloud gradually formed above the crater, and faint golden lightning flashed. Having confirmed that the place below was where Roten was hiding, he no longer hesitated and directly used the simplest method to wake him up. That means being struck by lightning. 67, Chapter 067 Leighton. The dark clouds cover the volcano like a pool of thick ink that could not be dissolved. The wind was blowing violently, and the thunder was deafening. Rough lightning continued to bombard the volcano below. Red magma was surging and exploding, and thick volcanic ash covered the entire island. The huge changes on the island did not interrupt Jin's fight. The two giants were so wounded under his attack that they could fall down at any time. As the golden thunder bombarded, the mountains collapsed, magma splashed, and ignited the surrounding primeval forest. The ancient creatures on the island fled to the outskirts in terror. The scorching air wave destroyed everything around it. Seeing this, King Ghidorah on the edge of the volcano, the lightning on his wings became even more violent. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the entire island began to shake violently. Inside the volcano, the gushing magma churned violently like a boiling pot, and gradually a large bulge formed. It was like a huge bubble rising from below. Bang! With a loud bang, the rising magma bubbles burst, magma splashed everywhere, and a dark red shadow emerged from below. As the shadow grew thicker, the magma suddenly exploded and soared up. Who is it? Who is disturbing me? As the black shadow rose into the air, a gloomy and violent voice sounded. However, the next moment, when the dark shadow saw King Ghidorah at the edge of the volcano, the sound stopped abruptly. Puff! The sound of a sharp blade piercing flesh was heard, and the giant golden monster standing in the crater was seen, with the right head biting the dark red monster's wing. Boom! With a flick of the ferocious head, the dark red monster was thrown away, crashing into a large forest and instantly igniting the surroundings. Asshole! Looking at the dark red monster in the billowing black smoke, Ghidorah finally spoke. You made it so hard for me to find you. The dark red monster, who was struggling to get up, stopped moving upon hearing the words and stared blankly at the golden figure for a while. Boss, this sound is filled with so much, including joy, pain, and longing. It's like a kidnapped child seeing his family again after many years. Hundreds of years of longing are all contained in these two words. Boom! Upon seeing this, Ghidorah's huge golden eyes couldn't help but show joy. He spread his wings and flew towards the opponent again. He landed in front of the opponent without hesitation, opened his huge mouth and bit the opponent, then threw him away again. I worried for nothing. I thought you were dead. Looking at Roten that smashed down and set a forest on fire, Ghidorah spoke again. Roten, who was knocked unconscious from the fall, was not angry at all. Instead, he answered happily. Haha, I thought I would die at first, but who would have thought that this fruit would have this effect? Nonsense. If it didn't have that effect, would I risk my life to replace the fruit for you? Ghidorah rolled his eyes when he heard that. In order to hide the other party's identity and replace the fruit, he sacrificed his head once. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's a life. Huh. You really are worthy of being the boss. I didn't expect that the fruit you made would have such an effect. As long as there is fire, I will be immortal. Looking at Roten with a smug look on his face, Ghidorah's eyes narrowed. Knowing his character, Leighton quickly restrained himself upon seeing this and immediately asked, Boss, where have you been? After you disappeared, I turned the whole world upside down. I just fell for a bunch of old perverts. Ghidorah briefly recounted how he was tricked and sealed and impaled down. Upon hearing this, Leighton sighed and then said with a look of resentment, Now that you are out of trouble, the debt of the 20 kings must be settled, the kingdom we established in the past. Bullshit. Everything has gone 800 years have passed now. Ghidorah reminded. When Leighton heard this, he stared with his eyes wide open in disbelief. He just took a nap, but he didn't want so much time to pass. That is to say, just as you imagined, there is no happy kingdom in this world now. Seeing this, King Ghidorah explained to him. Then everything we've done is in vain, Leighton said unwillingly. Not really. At least Diesel has been passed down, but only a few people truly understand it. Instead, it is passed down in the form of a surname. Ghidorah fell to the ground with a bang and gave the other party a general explanation of the current state of the world. Why is this happening? Upon hearing this, Leighton jumped up in distress. Come to think of it, after thousands of years of hard work, when you wake up from a sleep, you find that everything has disappeared. This is hard to accept no matter who it happens to. Is this a blow? King Ghidorah glanced at him and said slowly, Don't you think it would be more meaningful to overthrow everything they have? Overthrow? Why didn't I think of that? The boss is worthy of being the boss. Hearing his words, Roten laughed happily, then released his own fruit ability and transformed into a human form. He turned into a 2-meter-tall man with long black wavy hair, an ancient totem-like pattern on the right half of his face. He then opened his arms, which were covered with ancient totem tattoos, took a deep breath and laughed. This body is still comfortable. Asshole, don't cancel your fruit abilities so easily. Ghidorah said angrily when he saw this. Well, it doesn't matter. I haven't been discovered before. It's been 1,000 or 800 years. Who can recognize me? Leighton waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't be careless. If someone recognizes you, you'll be in trouble. Ghidorah said angrily. Hey, I get it. Now no one will let me experience it properly. Leighton looked reluctant, but he also knew that it was not easy to expose his identity. Then he seemed to think of something. When are we going to settle accounts with those guys? It won't take long before that. We need to gather our strength. After all, the 20 kings are not just for show. Ghidorah slowly said, The monkey family is already making preparations, and the successor to the fruit is also from the monkey family. Are you talking about the one that Xiao Qiao ate back then? Leighton asked in surprise with his eyes wide open. Yes, that fruit. But it seems that he went in the wrong direction of evolution. But it doesn't matter. After all, every user of that thing is different. Boom. Just as the two were talking, a loud noise was heard. Following the sound, I saw two giants falling to the ground in the distance, destroying a forest. Then Black flew above the two of them with the flaming cinders, landed next to King Ghidorah, and returned to his adult form, saying nothing like a loyal guard. Eh. When Leighton saw Jean, he couldn't help but look at him in surprise, and then said, "This little guy is so strange. Why does he feel so familiar? He is a member of the Lunalia tribe." Ah, no wonder. After hearing Ghidorah's explanation, Rodden instantly understood why it felt familiar. It turned out that his aura was the same as that of Ghidorah when he was a human. After being surprised, he spoke again. "But I'm afraid this little fellow's strength is not good enough." 68. Chapter 068. Preparations by all parties, the calm before the storm. The vice president of the Fourth Emperor was actually belittled in front of others. To be honest, Jean was very angry, but he was very calm and knew that compared with King Ghidorah and others, his strength was indeed not enough. Soon, he hid the anger in his eyes. It's okay. Seeing this, King Ghidorah couldn't help but feel more satisfied with his only offspring and continued. "In my place, even if he is an ordinary person without any strength, I will make him a strong man who stands out from the crowd. It doesn't matter if you don't have the strength, as long as you have a strong heart. That's enough." Hearing this, Leighton recalled everything that happened when he was on the verge of death and looked at Jin with envy. Back then, when the boss developed the Titan fruit, it seemed that there was still a fruit in his hand that no one had taken. "I just don't know if this kid in front of me will get a good deal." The volcano gradually destroyed Taiku Island. Rodden had been found, so there was no point in staying there any longer. When leaving, looking at the two giants lying unconscious on the ground, Rodden might have thought of the group of giants in the Happy Kingdom. He grabbed the two giants and threw them into the sea. This will prevent the volcano from burning two people. In response, King Ghidorah did not say anything, but took the two of them back to Panga City, the top of the Red Earth continent. Since Rodden was a mobile fire, he was directly placed outside the city, and Jin also joined Masen's reconstruction team. Everything in Panga City and the reconstruction of Marigios are moving in a good direction. Even the residents of Marihoa had smiles on their faces again, as if they had emerged from the disaster. They discovered that the horrible creature, except for occasionally going out, almost always rested in Panga City. Therefore, people have discovered a pattern. As long as they don't cause trouble and don't go to the scorching area in the wild, the whole of Marihoa will be normal. As time goes by, a new organization appears in Marihoa, the Law Enforcement Department of the Happy Kingdom. These common people don't care what the Happy Kingdom is. The only thing they care about is their own pockets and lives, and the emergence of this so-called Law Enforcement Department did not bring much impact. Everything was so peaceful, and its approach even received support and appreciation from many civilians. During the post-disaster reconstruction, the crime rate has always been a concern for everyone, but since the emergence of this law enforcement department, the crime rate in the entire Marihoa has plummeted. The most famous among them is an exhibitionist female cadre named Bello Beatty. Although their language and behavior are extremely bad, even insulting the public, they are ruthless when dealing with criminals. Therefore, people secretly talked about her as a good girl with a cold exterior but a warm heart. She just didn't know what had happened to her, and she didn't like to wear underwear. The crime rate in the city has dropped, but at the same time, there are more perverts on the streets. But in short, everything is moving in a good direction. Compared with the peaceful Marihoa, the Red Earth continent, now renamed as the Happy Kingdom, the newly built headquarters of the Navy in the New World, is experiencing an unprecedented large-scale conscription. Kizaru, who is known for his laziness, is now very busy. Looking at the passionate Navy recruited from special channels below, he couldn't help but feel full of energy. However, this enthusiasm lasted less than 2 minutes, and he lost his enthusiasm again after seeing a figure in the team. Looking at the girl who was leading the team, wearing a dress and a small hat with goggles, Kura couldn't help but cover his face with his hands. Kurla, the sadness of placing an undercover agent in one's own team is self-evident. Then his gaze shifted to the front of the team and the two men leading them, and he became even more troubled. As the saying goes, the experts are among the people. He might have scoffed at this statement before, but after meeting those two middle-aged men, he no longer thought so. The new admirals of the Navy, Green Bull and Fujitora. Two troublesome people, however, this was nothing. What surprised him even more was the former Shichibukai, who was pushed to the position of admiral by the 5 Elder Stars and was standing aside with an indifferent look on his face, the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk. Why would a guy who is neither a pirate nor a navy be pushed to the position of admiral by those old guys? What does this mean? Kizaru still couldn't figure it out. The simple enlistment ceremony ended quickly, and Kizaru returned to the marshal's office. Immediately afterwards, a man came into the office and sat down in the chair in front of the desk without saying a word. Seeing this, Kizaru couldn't help but frown and think to himself, what is this guy doing? Fortunately, the awkward atmosphere only lasted for a while, and then the middle-aged man with his eyes closed spoke. Marshal, I have a question that I would like you to answer. Has Admiral Fujitora encountered any difficulties? Kizaru asked, tilting his head and looking at Fujitora in front of him. What exactly is your justice? What is justice in the Navy? Since I joined the Army, what I've heard along the way seems to be completely different from what I imagined. Fujitora expressed his doubts without hesitation. He blinded his eyes because he didn't want to see the darkness of the world, but he didn't expect that even so, he could still feel the darkness. Justice. Yellow Monkey was startled when he heard this. It is really a sensitive topic. If it were not for this so-called justice, the Navy would not have reached such a point. It would not even be his turn to be the marshal. This is an ironic, unsolvable answer. Because everyone has a different idea of justice in their hearts, and it is impossible to represent any party at all. Really, you just took office as general, and you're already giving me problems. So-called justice. Kizaru spread his hands and said, I don't know either. In my opinion, as long as people have food, clothing, and security, that's enough. Oh. Fujitora, who heard this for the first time, he raised his face. His pair of lifeless white eyes stared at the yellow monkey in front of him for a while and said, Although I don't understand what you said, I think you are right. In this case, I will stay in the Navy. If there is anything, please don't be stingy, Marshal. As he said this, he picked up his sword and walked out of the office. Looking at the other person's back, Kizaru couldn't help but feel a headache. Alas, another person who is persistent in pursuing justice. Following the large-scale naval conscription, another group of new naval forces rushed into the sea, and the turbulent sea gradually calmed down after the mountaineering war. As the sea calms down, the world seems to calm down as well, and everything seems to be developing in a good direction. However, this seemingly calm performance was nothing more than a calm before the war in the eyes of the top forces from all sides. Everyone believed that it would not be long before an unprecedented war broke out. Some forces are trying to avoid this war and even want to keep themselves out of it, but such thoughts are destined not to come true. Even the Whitebeard pirates, one of the four emperors, have reached a historic moment of decision. 69, Chapter 069 Sabo versus Whitebeard. On the Moby Dick, Ace looked at the young man in front of him with tears in his eyes. The feeling of having a loved one who should have died standing in front of you alive again is indescribable, and my body trembles slightly. Sabo. After a while, Ace excitedly called out the other person's name. Hey, long time no see. Sabo pressed down the visor of his hat, raised the corner of his mouth into a sunny smile, and raised his hand to greet. Asshole. Seeing the other person's sunny smile, Ace couldn't bear it anymore. With tears in his eyes, he walked forward and hugged the other person's neck. The reunion of the brothers after more than 10 years of separation immediately infected everyone in the Whitebeard pirates. Isn't that surprising? I was also surprised when I saw the news about you in the newspaper. Sabo smiled as he felt the people around him trembling. You're obviously not dead. Why didn't you tell me in Luffy? Ace said angrily. Sorry. I don't know either that day. Sabo bowed solemnly to Ace and told him what happened, and then said, I never expected that Mr. Dragon is actually Luffy's father. I know that, Ace replied. Although I have a lot to say to you, please forgive me for having something else to do. Sabo finished speaking and bowed politely to Whitebeard. Captain Whitebeard, on behalf of the Revolutionary Army, I invite you to become a partner. Kolalala. Kid, do you know what you were saying? Whitebeard laughed when he heard that. His eyes slightly opened and a fierce aura burst out. It is very clear that this is not only the intention of our Revolutionary Army, but also the idea of Sensei Ghidorah. With a fierce momentum, Sabo looked directly at the other party and spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Oh. Whitebeard looked at the young man in front of him with a hint of admiration in his eyes, but was startled when he heard the name Ghidorah. I'm afraid everyone in this world knows what King Ghidorah represents. The other party's purpose is clearly laid out in the open. It is opposed to the world government and occupies the former Holy Land Marihoa and renamed it Happy Kingdom. I'm afraid that since the establishment of the world government, such a thing has never happened. What does politics have to do with us pirates? Whitebeard neither rejected nor agreed, but stared at Sabo and asked. Sabo looked calm and spoke slowly. Politics may have nothing to do with you, but the following events involve the whole world. I believe in your judgment, you should know. From this moment on, until this wave ends, no one will be immune. Whitebeard, who was sitting on the huge seat, suddenly had a flash of light in his eyes. Without any warning, he picked up the big knife beside him and swung it towards Sabo with a woo sound. Dad! Ace was shocked when he saw this, and stepped forward to resist without hesitation. But at this moment, a hand was placed on his shoulder, and Marco's voice sounded beside him. Dad is just testing his strength. After hearing what Marco said, Ace stopped rushing out, but he still felt worried. A strong wind swept up like a tidal wave. In this momentum, Saab standing there was like a small boat in the sea. He subconsciously wanted to avoid it, but instantly understood the other party's intention. He stopped his retreat, and his feet seemed to be rooted, not moving at all, allowing the big knife to chop towards him. Sabo, hide quickly! Ace screamed. Following Ace's scream, all the Whitebeard pirates' captains on the deck also became terrified. Although this was the first time the two sides came into contact, being able to become Ace's brother was more or less recognized by everyone. However, I didn't expect that the young man was so frightened by his father's attack. Even Whitebeard, who was sitting there, thought so when he saw this. He subconsciously wanted to retract his strength, but he inadvertently noticed the confidence flashing in the eyes of the young man in front of him. While he was hesitating, the big knife had already cut across. Bang! Crack! The powerful wind wave spread out, carrying with it smoke, dust, and wood thorns. What? How is that possible? That was Dad's attack. The invisible impact quickly dissipated, revealing the place where Whitebeard attacked. All the crew members on the deck stared at the young man, standing in front of the sword with wide eyes in disbelief. On the shattered deck, a thin, gentle figure raised his dark single arm to resist the powerful sword. Hey, Uncle, please don't attack suddenly, okay? Within the mouth. Sabo blocked the attack with a strong attitude and said with a relaxed look, Kulalala, you are worthy of being that monster's disciple. Your current achievements have surpassed what I had back then. Whitebeard laughed. He slowly retracted the sword, stood beside him with a bang, and scanned the people on the deck. Since returning from the battle at Dingshan, his health has been getting worse day by day. But this peaceful sea has shown signs of chaos, and given his current condition, he may not be able to hold on until that day. Every day when I look at my children, although I have a smile on my face, I'm extremely worried inside. Is it really possible to stay out of trouble? No, as long as you are alive in this world, you cannot be immune to it. Although these children of mine are not very successful, I am very happy to have them. Ace Marco. When they heard Whitebeard calling them, a hint of doubt flashed in their eyes. Without any hesitation, the two men came in front of Whitebeard. Looking at the two of them with satisfaction, Whitebeard turned to the people on the deck and spoke again. Whitebeard pirates, from now on, all matters will be decided by Ace and Marco. Kulad, I am a remnant of the old times. The party will not participate in your decision, but whatever you choose to do, Dad will help you the last time. After hearing Whitebeard's words, the entire Whitebeard pirates fell silent. Everyone's faces became solemn. Not because Ace and Marco took over the Whitebeard pirates. Everyone had already gotten the answer to this kind of thing a few years ago, so there was nothing surprising about it. What made everyone solemn was Whitebeard at this moment. Even if they didn't want to admit it, everyone knew that the old man in front of them might have reached the end of his life. Dad, Ace and Marco said in unison. Kulalala, I'm not dead yet. Don't look so sad, just do what you want to do. Seeing this, Whitebeard pretended to be angry. Haha, old man, it's just an invitation, don't make it sound like a farewell. Sabo's voice sounded at an inopportune time. Facing the angry gazes of the crowd, he slowly spoke. When I came here, the teacher said that if you can cooperate, then please go to the Happy Kingdom. After all, with your current physical condition, I'm afraid you will die before the war comes. What? 70. Chapter 70, The Rise of the D Clan. 2 months passed. Red Earth Continent, Happy Kingdom. As time went on, the people had come to accept the kingdom as their own. At this time, the Happy Kingdom ushered in its first covenant meeting. Those who came to attend the meeting included famous underground kings, pirates from various powerful kingdoms, and famous pirates on the sea. As a man at the forefront of the world, Morgans dropped everything and came here after receiving the invitation, because he knew that this meeting was definitely a historical first since the establishment of the world government. As celebrities arrived one after another, Morgans went from being shocked at first to becoming numb. At this moment, in his opinion, everything King Ghidorah did was a miracle. As the time for the meeting gets closer, important figures begin to appear. What? Whitebeard. Morgans looked at Whitebeard surrounded by several captains in shock. He was completely shocked. In his opinion, as one of the four emperors, Whitebeard had no reason to get involved in political wars. Oh, Whitebeard. At this moment, a devilish laughter sounded, and Doflamingo, along with a group of family members, appeared on the side of Whitebeard and others. Little devil. Whitebeard glanced at Doflamingo and continued walking towards Panga City without stopping. TSK, an old guy who was about to die. Doflamingo curled his lips in disdain. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and his body quickly retreated backwards with a sound. Boom. A ball of fire exploded at its previous location and gradually condensed into a fireman. Ace squinted his eyes and looked at Doflamingo, who dodged. You're looking for death. As he spoke, his arms suddenly turned into flames, and he roared angrily. Fire fist. Under current. The moment the scorching flaming fist blasted out, a figure flashed by, and a ball of black energy like thick ink instantly swallowed up the flames. The next moment, a red palm-sized crystal formed in the figure's hand. Hey, fighting is prohibited in the Happy Kingdom. Not even you, Ace. Sabo tossed the red flame crystal in his hand, and couldn't help but wonder if he should find a way to get Ace into the logistics department. With a combination of the two fruits, Sabo has now become obsessed with making various items. He even directed his thoughts on his own brother. Oh. When Doflamingo saw Sabo, a gleam flashed in his eyes and he spoke. Logistics Director Sabo, I wonder when the material I mentioned last time can be developed. That thing of yours is very dangerous, but I'm in the development stage. IT would be best if you could get the blueprints. Sabo thought for a moment and said, I'm afraid there are no blueprints of that thing anymore in this world. Doflamingo sighed. Then he seemed to have thought of something and said, It seems that your brother's crew has mastered this technology. You can try. I promise I'll twist your head off. Sabo glared at Doflamingo fiercely, then turned to Whitebeard and the others and said, Ace, take your companions to Panga City. Uncle Whitebeard, come with me to see the teacher. Having said that, he turned and walked to another place. When the Whitebeard troop members saw King Ghidorah meeting Whitebeard alone, they couldn't help but feel worried. Kulalala, what are those looks from you? Are you afraid that I'll be killed by that guy? Whitebeard laughed, then turned and followed Sabo away. Seeing this, Doflamingo couldn't help but frown and think. He really couldn't figure out why Ghidorah wanted to summon Whitebeard alone. Seeing this, Ace had no choice but to obey orders and take the other captains to Panga City. To the north of Panga City is a desolate and barren land. The red land was cracked by the unknown scorching heat. When you step on it, it turns into fine sand. Seeing this, Whitebeard just frowned slightly and followed Sabo in silence. As the two went deeper, the temperature became higher and higher. Sabo in front activated the ability of the dark fruit to absorb the surrounding heat. Seeing this, Whitebeard at the back couldn't help but widen his eyes and thought to himself, the ability of the fruit can actually be used like this? However, he can't use the tremor fruit casually. Fortunately, he can still withstand the heat. After a while, the two came to a deep valley. What? Even Whitebeard, the overlord of the sea, couldn't help but widen his eyes after seeing the scene in the deep valley. In a canyon dozens of meters deep, a huge beast covered in black and red was crawling on the ground. The ground beneath him was cracked inch by inch, and magma burst out from the cracks several meters wide from time to time. With a hiss, a cloud of black smoke rose up and fell into the crack. You're here. At this moment, a cold voice was heard, and with a loud bang, a giant golden beast flew up from the valley. Accompanied by the storm, it fell in front of the two of them. Teacher, Whitebeard is here. Sabo bowed in his top hat. Go tell Dragon to prepare for the meeting and let him preside over it. I won't go over there. Ghidorah turned to look at Whitebeard. It's a miracle that you're still alive in this state. Oh, did you see that? Whitebeard was surprised. If you can't even see this, then I don't need to be in this business anymore. Ghidorah secretly rolled his eyes upon hearing this, but he still approved of the old man in front of him. Putting aside his strength, his broad mind alone is enough to inspire all. I don't know why you want to ask me to come here. With my crippled body alone, I'm afraid I won't be able to provide any help in the events that follow. Facing the terrifying giant beast, Whitebeard didn't show any fear at all and looked directly at the other party. The remains. It's not your strength that I value, but your will. How about it? Now I invite you to join Clan D. Are you willing? Ghidorah stared at Whitebeard and said slowly, "The D clan?" Whitebeard was startled when he heard this, and then asked in surprise, "Could it be that the rumor? It seems you already know it." As you know, the D family actually has no blood relationship. Whether it's the human race or the giant race, even the fishmen had members of the D race back then. The so-called D clan is nothing more than a group of like-minded companions. Ghidorah briefly stated the ideals of the D tribe when he founded it, and then said, "Now I invite you to join the D clan, and this meeting is to prepare to revitalize the D clan. It doesn't matter if the bloodline is severed. As long as the will remains, the D clan will never be destroyed." After explaining, he did not forget to extend an olive branch. He believed that the other party would not reject his conditions. As a benefit of joining the D clan, I can restore your body to its peak. Hearing this, Whitebeard's body trembled. In his twilight years, he no longer has any ideals or ambitions, and his only wish is to accompany his family through their final moments. But I never expected that the other party would say such an irresistible temptation. 71. Chapter 71 Baptism. Anyone who is strong cannot resist King Ghidorah's conditions. Even Whitebeard, who has let go of everything, still has his final persistence in his heart. Family, in his opinion, is more important than anything else. For the sake of his family, he resolutely chose to believe in King Ghidorah. The whole process was not that complicated. With the other party's agreement, Ghidorah used an ability that he had never used since he woke up. An energy field like a bubble was formed. Whitebeard stood in a space that was like a slaughterhouse created by the operation fruit and instantly noticed all the changes around him. His body was in the energy field, and as the inexplicable energy rotated, he could clearly feel that his damaged body was gradually recovering. It feels like time is going backwards. Even the aging on the face is changing with the passage of time. It didn't take long, just a few minutes, and Whitebeard felt his whole body was filled with strong power. Even the old and loose skin becomes firmer. It's recovered already. Whitebeard looked at his hands in surprise, somewhat unable to believe it. This is the power of the restoration fruit, that it can restore a person's state to a certain period of time in their life. Ghidorah briefly explained one of the abilities of the recovery fruit, and then said, "Although you have the strength of the four emperors, you will not be able to face the truly powerful in the upcoming war. And the reason I value you is precisely because of your fruits. After all, it's not easy to train a new user of the Tremor fruit. As long as your fruit ability can break through the last level, then you will be qualified to become a strong man." The explicit words, full of contempt, made Whitebeard feel a little jealous. But when I think of the ability of this terrifying monster in front of me, and the fact that it is so traumatic, it is really ridiculously strong. I will try my best to find a way to break through the power of the fruit. Whitebeard said solemnly, "You promoted yourself? I don't have time to wait." Ghidorah glanced in the direction of Panga City and said, "The meeting should be over. I'm really looking forward to seeing who can stay. Wait a moment. Once everyone is here, I will help you improve together." Upon hearing this, Whitebeard looked at the other party in confusion and then stepped aside. He had many questions in his mind about the giant beast in front of him. But after all, I am not the kind of gossipy person. Some things I will know sooner or later. The two didn't have to wait long before a team appeared in their sight in the distance. As they got closer, Whitebeard saw the group of people clearly. Leading them was none other than the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. Behind him were his officers, Doflamingo, Ace, and others. On the other side was a group of strangers dressed in fancy clothes. From their attire, we can tell that they are probably members of the royal family of some country on the sea. Sandwiched between the two groups are some well-known underground forces, the representative of which is Morgan's. This guy is joined too. As the mastermind of the economic newspaper, he is well known in the world today, which is why Whitebeard feels a little strange. Considering the opponent's strength and energy, they should not need to conform to any force. As they gathered, hundreds of people came to the front of the valley. Looking at the crowd in front of them, Ghidorah's golden eyes remained calm. The power before us is considered top-notch in today's world. But relying on this group of people to fight against the 20 Kings group is far from enough. Since you all choose to stay, on behalf of the Happy Kingdom, I welcome you all. Ghidorah's powerful voice resounded through the sky, and then he changed the subject and said, "Your strength is indeed a bit too low, however. It doesn't matter. What I value is not your strength, but your firm will." So, as he spoke, King Ghidorah's golden eyes narrowed. "Get ready to be baptized." Buzz. As his words fell, a golden ripple spread out like radiation, instantly enveloping everyone. Then a burst of manic power emerged. What's this? After the golden wave passed by, everyone couldn't help but get excited. An indescribable feeling arose spontaneously, as if the air in front of me became sticky. Every breath you take requires all your strength, and what's even more terrifying is that even so, the air you inhale is very thin. It was like everyone was in a puddle of mud, their faces turning red as time went by. This is that? Ace gritted his teeth and persevered. This feeling was very familiar to him. He instantly thought of the feeling he had when he was on the 6th floor of Advanced City. This guy actually wants to use this method to help us improve our strength. Ace stared at the huge figure with his dark eyes, and then said in a low voice to his companions around him, "Hold on, don't get dizzy, or this opportunity will be wasted." He didn't know what King Ghidorah's aura was. However, he knew very well that the energy emitted in the air was of high purity. After being absorbed into the body, it could not only strengthen the body, but also enhance the ability of the fruit, so that the fruit can break through well. After hearing Ace's reminder, his companions and the people around him seemed to have realized something. They looked at the huge beast with excitement and enthusiasm in their eyes. A revolutionary, under this power, suddenly realized something, and the next moment his strong arms turned black. Seeing that he had awakened and mastered armament hockey, the revolutionary soldier couldn't help but become excited. Seeing this effect, the others became even more excited and fanatical. Although almost everyone present has mastered the simple use of domineering aura, no one would think it is too much to do something that can directly improve one's strength. As time goes by, some people's armament color deepens, and some people's fruit abilities break through. Compared with these, the biggest gain is that everyone's physique is changing subtly, and even this change has been integrated into genes and can be passed on to the next generation. This is exactly why King Ghidorah was respected thousands of years ago. A monster that is immortal even has the power of longevity, and can also influence human DNA is terrifying to think about. It was because this secret was known that the 20 Kings group launched the crusade. The 20 Kings group can allow a strong person to overpower them, but will never allow a monster comparable to a god. So they tried to destroy the monster with their powerful force, but they never expected that the monster was not afraid of any attack at all. Even if it was smashed to pieces by Pluto, as long as there was a trace of vitality, it could be restored to its original state in an instant. In the end, the desperate crowd sent people to steal another terrifying fruit, and with the combined efforts of everyone, they barely sealed it in the deep sea. Under the powerful aura and golden energy, time passed very slowly, so slowly that everyone felt that everything around them seemed to have stopped. Plop! Finally, someone couldn't hold on and fell down. As one person fell, the entire field suddenly became like wheat being cut, with people fainting in droves. 72. Chapter 72. The Kingdom of Murlocs. Time flies, and it has only been nearly 3 months since the first meeting of Happy Kingdom. As the first meeting ended, the whole world seemed to enter a period of silence. Whether it is the Navy, the world government, or the newly established D-Clan Kingdom, they all seem to have entered a honeymoon period. However, the peace was short-lived, and friction began to arise after a transport ship belonging to the Don Quixote family was hijacked by pirates. Although the world government is disguised as pirates, anyone with a discerning eye can see that this is just a test before the war. However, the world government did not expect that Ghidorah would use this excuse to send out his power like an angry lion to sweep across the entire ocean. Especially in the Grand Line, pirate groups are destroyed and disbanded every day. Although this behavior angered many pirates, what can they do? In front of that behemoth, even the world government's navy still huddled in the New World. At this time, the instigator of all this has reached 10,000 meters under the sea. Oh no, a giant creature has broken in. In the underwater dragon palace, the frightened messenger ran into Neptune's office. Since the establishment of Fishman Island, there has never been an invasion by sea kings. Neptune was shocked when he heard this and grabbed the trident in his hand and walked out of the palace. When he arrived outside the palace and saw the figure entering Fishman Island from the air, he was stunned. Compared with the sea kings in the deep sea, that figure was not huge, and it could even be said to be not impressive enough. But when the full appearance of the golden creature was revealed, Neptune was completely terrified. That is Uranus, who has the same title as White Star, and he is the only one. If the hospitality is not good, the entire Murloc kingdom will probably be destroyed. I wonder why Lord Ghidorah came to Fishman Island? Neptune looked at the huge figure solemnly. Neptune, I came here just to fulfill my promise and take a look. At this point, Ghidorah glanced around, and not seeing the fishman Princess Shirahoshi, he simply continued. This year's Sea King. When Neptune heard the word Sea King, his heart tightened. Any fool in the world would know what the other party was trying to do. To put it nicely, it's revenge. To put it bluntly, it's rebellion. The rebellion is actually planning to drag Shirahoshi into it? How could he agree to such a thing? Even facing that huge beast, Neptune showed no fear for his daughter. I'm sorry, Lord Ghidorah, this Sea King is a little special. I'm afraid he's not suitable to fight with you, Neptune said firmly, steeling himself. At the same time, I was mentally prepared to endure the other party's anger. Had you forgotten the agreement we made 800 years ago? Although that guy didn't fulfill his promise back then, the agreement is still there. It's just that I have to fulfill it now. And take out the apology letter from the Dragon Palace. Only a fool would confess such a meaningless thing. Hearing King Ghidorah's words, Neptune's expression changed. After hesitating for a while, he ordered the soldiers to transport the historical text out of the Dragon Palace. Then he explained to King Ghidorah, you can handle the main text of history, but there is no room for negotiation on Shirahoshi's matter. After all, I only have this one daughter, and I don't want any accidents to happen. It seems you still don't know enough about Aquaman, Neptune. As an ancient weapon that can terrify the world government, how could it die so easily? It's just that she is too weak. Ghidorah looked at Neptune and said in a cold tone that if the other party was not Shirahoshi's father, he would probably beat the other party to death immediately. As for whether Shirahoshi would join the war, he didn't consider it at all. As long as the Fishman Kingdom was dragged into the war, even if it didn't want to join the war, it would not be able to stay out of it. Compared with the previous Aquaman, this Aquaman is really good. Although he possesses great power, he is just an innocent child. It is no exaggeration to say that he is naive. However, even if he was naive, King Ghidorah had no intention of letting him go. While he was thinking, a group of soldiers, with the help of several giant marine creatures, carried out a huge square black stone from Neptune's Dragon Palace. It is engraved with densely packed, vigorous, ancient characters that no one can understand. Instead, Ghidorah watched with great interest and muttered to himself. What a fool! He actually admitted such a thing. Could it be that the fruit really affected his brain? Recalling the previous successors, he discovered that the brain of the user of the fruit might also have been transformed into fruit. You recognize the ancient characters above? Neptune asked in surprise when he saw him criticizing others. No. How can a person forget the writing of his hometown? Ghidorah said with emotion as he stroked the historical text. Immediately, in the shocked gaze of everyone, he raised one foot and grabbed the historical text. The black stone that was impervious to swords and guns, water and fire, became as fragile as tofu dregs under his huge feet and shattered with a crack. It was said that the historical text that even the world government could not do anything about was destroyed so easily in public. Neptune, I'll help you solve another hidden danger later. Ghidorah, who destroyed the apology letter, glanced at the dark sea outside the Dragon Palace intentionally or unintentionally and slowly spoke. And as a condition on the day the war starts, I just need your daughter to pin down all the Plutos. Don't even think about refusing. The consequences are not something you can afford. I don't care about vows and promises. Oh? When Neptune heard this word, the palm of his hand holding the trident turned white. The ancient weapons belonged to Uranus, the king of the sky, Poseidon, the king of the sea, and Pluto, the god of the underworld. Aquaman is his daughter Neptune already knew. And with the destruction of Marineford, Uranus, the king of heaven, also became known to the whole world. Now the only Pluto who has not shown up is probably only seen by the creature in front of him. And from what the other party said, it seemed that the thing was not just one. But Neptune felt uncomfortable at the thought of letting the cowardly Shirahoshi face the legendary Pluto and wanted to refuse. No, but you only have two choices now. One chooses to join the D family revival. I will destroy Fishman Island now. The cold words made people feel cold all over, and they realized in an instant that if Neptune dared to say no at this moment, Fishman Island would be destroyed. Even if Aquaman exists, I'm afraid he can't stop everything. After weighing the pros and cons, Neptune nodded calmly and replied, I agree to your request. I will rush to the battlefield with Shirahoshi. Congratulations on making the right choice. After the victory of the war, all the islands in the waters near Fishman Island will be incorporated into your Fishman Kingdom. After hearing the reply, Ghidorah immediately made a promise. After all, this thing only requires words. If the war is won. 73. Chapter 73 Outpost. Newly built naval headquarters, the former naval G5 fortress. They are located right at the entrance to the new world of the Grand Line. In recent times, King Ghidorah's forces have been clearing the sea. This makes the number of pirates able to enter the new world become very small. This also led to the Navy becoming increasingly idle. Especially the half-baked Navy Admiral Yellow Monkey. He has never been so idle. If possible, he hoped that this leisure time could last forever. But this kind of thing is destined to be a luxury. Report, Marshal Kizaru, a large number of unknown forces have been discovered entering the entrance to the New World. As a messenger rushed into the office, Kizaru's leisurely life came to an end. Within the mouth. It's been 2 relaxing days. Do you know which organization it is? Kizaru put down his coffee and asked with a worried look on his face. It's unclear at the moment. Judging from the intelligence, it's a mixture of multiple forces. Report, Yuan Marshal, something bad has happened. A large number of pirates have appeared at the entrance to the New World. Report, news just came in that many kingdoms' troops appeared at the entrance to the New World. Report. Messengers rushed into the marshal's office one after another in panic, reporting shocking news. After hearing the news, Kizaru could no longer sit still. Ignoring the surprised look of the messenger in the office, he took out a portable din-din mushi and immediately made a call. The moment the din-din mushi was connected, Kizaru started roaring with anger on his face. Give me an explanation. Aren't you going to refrain from any action for the time being? Seeing Kizaru losing his composure a little, everyone in the office was surprised. There are many veterans among them, and this is the first time I have seen Kizaru in this state. However, what surprised them was yet to come. As everyone looked on in shock, a gloomy voice rang out from the din-din mushi. Haha, sorry, I don't know either. After all, this is just a temporary decision made by Mr. Ghidorah. Ghidorah? Upon hearing this person, all the Navy members who participated in the Battle of Marineford at that time trembled instantly. It's not their fault. It's because that horrible creature left too deep an impression on everyone. It is so profound that no one dares to resist. Marshal Kizaru. If I'm not mistaken, the person you're talking to should be Revolutionary Monkey D. Dragon, right? Just then, a slightly arrogant and gloomy laugh came from the office door. What? The Admiral of the Navy spoke to the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Upon hearing this, the Marines' eyes widened and they felt as if their worldview was collapsing. General Green Bull? Afterwards, the group of Marines felt that someone was slandering the Marshal. They turned around and saw a figure leaning against the door, and they were immediately frightened again. You guys go out first, and let Xiao come over. Kizaru saw this and felt that there was something wrong, so he directly kicked the low-ranking Marine out of the office. I really discovered an incredible secret. Seeing the Marines leave, Green Bull slowly walked into the office and sat on the sofa, with his feet on the coffee table, looking at Kizaru with some amusement. What is your purpose? Since he had been discovered, Kizaru was too lazy to explain further and asked Din-din Mushi. Don't be nervous. We are just setting up an outpost temporarily. After all, there are still a few remnants in this sea that have not been cleared. The ancestors don't want someone to be behind the scenes when the war breaks out. Dragon's voice was heard in the Din-din Mushi, slowly stating the purpose of this expedition to the New World. Is it Charlotte Lin and Whitebeard? Without waiting for Kizaru to speak, Green Bull on the side spoke first. Oh, anyone else? Hearing another voice, Dragon's voice sounded unexpectedly. It's the new Admiral of the Navy, Green Bull. Kizaru replied with a little emotion. What? Does Kizaru know what he is doing? Dragon said angrily. It doesn't matter anymore. Kizaru said with a melancholy face. I can't see any future for the Navy at all. Even the Marshal said something so irresponsible. This is really hard to deal with. At this time, a steady voice sounded at the door, and along with the voice, the new Navy Admiral Fujitora walked in. Haha, now you're here. I discovered an incredible secret. The Admiral of the Navy actually has a close relationship with the leader of the Revolutionary Army. When Green Bull saw Fujitora, he laughed out loud. Yeah, this is really shocking news. Upon hearing this, Fujitora simply frowned and walked to the sofa and sat down. Hey, Kizaru, what are you doing? Dragon asked in Din Mushi. Nothing, there are just some things I don't want to. Kizaru glanced at the two people in the office and continued, I just hide something from those who hold justice in their hearts. Immediately, he said with a sincere face, Draga, if possible, please give me some more time. Suddenly, there was no sound from the other end of the Din Mushi. After a long while, Dragon's voice was heard. I see. Baji. As the Din Mushi was hung up, Kizaru looked up at the two people on the sofa, thought for a moment, organized his words, and asked, What do you think about the future of the Navy? Huh. Hearing this, Green Bull suddenly burst into laughter. Then he stopped smiling and said seriously, Do you think the Navy still has a future with an admiral like you? The future of the Navy depends on what you do. Fujitora also said, There are some things that you too may have guessed without me telling you. To be honest, I never thought that I would be in this position one day. Huang Yuan looked at the two of them and said with a slightly annoyed look, According to my ideal, I just want to get a salary that can support me in my old age. But sometimes, God just goes against you. Since I became the Marshal, I have experienced the pain of the Warring States period. If possible, I really want to give up this Marshal position. Don't count on me. I'm good at being an admiral. Green Bull said immediately when he saw Kizaru's gaze. After hearing this, Fujitora also said, I'm a blind man. I am an undercover agent, but I can be a Marshal. Why can't you, a blind man, do it? Kizaru really wanted to tell the other party that he could do it, but he didn't say it out loud. The Revolutionary Army intends to establish an outpost. The Navy is badly damaged now, so it is impossible for them to confront them head-on. And what you two have to do is to restrain the Navy from touching that group of people and lead the new recruits to the first half of the Grand Line to clear out the pirates. As for the Revolutionary Army, try to avoid fighting. Hey, Marshal, you are doing this so blatantly. Is it really okay? Green Bull said when he heard it. It doesn't matter what's right or wrong. Whether you're a Navy or a pirate, you're just doing your job for a salary. I don't ask you two to hate evil. That's not my ideal. I just ask you two to do things according to your heart. Just do whatever you want to do. What kind of nonsense is this? Green Bull stood up, looked at Kizaru strangely, and swaggered out of the office. As for the identity of Kizaru, no detailed investigation was conducted. And Fujitora, after hearing what Kizaru said and feeling what he was thinking, stood up and said only, I want to go see that creature, and slowly left.